Chapter 1 Cross-Engine Toth Pirate World. Oh me goodness, is the Strulithian Lifude available? What if it turns south, worthless fruit? Judging by shape, patterns, and color, it ertain lito as natrazimbu a nature roll type devil fruit. Cold at best per hummin type devil fruit likathato thigreet buggy. Jong bihad been in this world for Ike no, with onlia vagra collection of watching one piece in a melatit night before his arrival. Wiley engrossed in the television, a sudden storm arose outside, accompanied by flashesso flightning. Then, a blinding light emit from the screen, pulling him into its embrace. When he woke, he found himself enthralled off one piece, utterly wilderede senacomer. It appeared that Yangbi was stranded on a deserted land, devoid of human presence, which implied lack of food and water. However, fortunate for him, a traveler, he was endowed with the protagonist shallow. While forging in Thiesland, he stumbled dupen a devil fruit, butunable toin defied stipe, he hesitated to consumite. Moreover, it wased thought consuming the legendary devil fruitudron droni capable of swimming, and should have felt toastipithes's land, it would be quite the predicament. Thus, Zhang Bai decided to keep the devil fruit close, relying on the survival skill she had acquired in his previous Lafetta crafter dementor raft in Thea's forest. After ensuring that their raft was watertight, he embarked in his voyage. Day spacid in Thismanor, with Zhang Bai adrift on the Vastin, his strength waning, and disprovision subux housted. Gazing at devil fruit and hishend, he could not help but swallow hard, muttering, I hope this disaster pact, if him about to starve, then even if it's the most abysmal fruit, ill accepted. Up in closer inspection, the devil fruit was indeed visually appealing, though fondly at breathy color sand shape soft many different, devil fruit sandway exceptionally large. With its vibrant and bizarre appearance, it seemed to be after with the Thadnaver before he appeared in the anim. Undoubtedly, it was an unkno fruit, and what might occur upon consumption was incurtain, yet Zhang Bai was ravenously hungry. Resolute in his decision, he devoured the fruit voraciously, disregarding its taste, and soon felt this consciousness slipping away to sleep. East Blue, aboard Fro Spirit cruise ship. At this moment, Zhang Bai appeared rather disheveled, bound tight lionly and gone the ground, surrounded Beatos Imperites who encircled him like Yelmo waiting slaughter. Captain, this Pertwee just captured CM Stowe but penniless, not a single berry in him. Perhaps who should just toss him to Thesharks, appear at henchman suggested, brandishing gas malknafi Zhang Bai. Well, them must also bring in fresh blood to our crew. Once this lit awaken Sandri Eliza Sheh has been rescued with Fro Spirit crew, he will surely be grateful to us. Thought would make he him one of my subordinates. TSK, but the looks like just a 16 or 17-year-old kid ha probably lacks any combat prowess. That's fine you econ oasis a him as cannon fodder in battles against the Navy, and he can perform menial tasks in the meantime. As Zhang Bai gradually irrigant consciousness amidst hecater around him, Heslolio Pinidas. Upon surveying his surroundings and the situation, realization dawned upon him. Heckled no felt but lament, is Fetetra Lysa cruel? He have just crossed it over, and no I am about Tobson to another world. Your finale awake, huh? I here be declare you a member of Fro Spirit crew. Doyo have any objections? Captain Frostoid wit a massive S-word, seemingly awaiting Zhang Bai's response. Zhang Bai mused, indeed, fate has no entire forsaken me. Very well, I shall temporarily yell in Mijolf with this Paratekru. Once I find a chance, I will slip Hawedoton and find safety. Greetings, Captain. Hello, brothers. I am eternally grateful for our life-saving kindness. I shall never forget this favor, so I have decided to remain aboard this, my typewriter ship, and witness Captain Fros's sin to be Camith Pirate King. Ha ha ha, you certainly know Wowdo flatter. Your words bring great joy to me heart, Captain Frost responded, clearly pleased with the compliments. Then he inquired, what is your name? Let a varionage talk know you. How to do end up drifting alone at thisy? Ah, it's a long story, but cold you'd, perhaps into Thesaropes first? Very constricting, and I can hardly breathe. Zhang Bai pleaded awkwardly, glancing at the Paratess surrounding him. Very well, speak, Captain Frost commanded, tossing a massive S-word toward Zhang Bai. Effortlessly severing Theropus binding him. Zhang Bai was taken aback, fearing that Captain Frost had changed at his mind and intended to cleave him in twain. Impressive, Captain. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Despot's initial fright, Zhang Bai wasest in Ishida thou precise the sword had cut the ropes, standing mere centimeters from him, a feat that was truly remarkable. Yet, had continued to shower the captain with praise. Of course, our Captain Frossus Notorious Spirited in East Blue, with a bounty of fin million berries, known as the Great Sword Fros. The Captain Strength Coup Drival Theto Fawn Naval Lieutenant. Only enthusiastic pirate shouted. Jongbei mused him, a bounty of fin million berries, that places meta level of a novice village, must be Kintoa's mall boss in a beginner's area. Has scrutinized Captain Fros, noting Fathu is merely in his 30s, with short yellow hair and a muscular physique reminiscent of Belemite hyena, albeit with a bite of stubble suggesting more mature appearance. Theskers in his face indicated that Captain Fros was an ordinary individual. Althahetha thought this, Jongbi continued to flatter him. I'd Australian honor to serve under Captain Fros. Ha ha ha, lads, let's draw Osmal feast, Towel Camor new brother. Captain Frost lauded heartily. Moments later, the Fros pirate crew is enveloped in merriment, quickly organizing a modest celebration. Yet, having crossed over, it was imperative that Jongbi harnessed the strength befitting a traveler become eminent force, perhaps event the ruler of this world, Melly, the Pirate King. Chapter 2 Lieutenant Isaac. As night descended of Earthsia, a voice shattered the tranquility of the Fros pirate crew. Alarm! Alarm, Captain! A Navy warship was being sighted ahead. Appar to lookout, stationed high in the crow's nest, shout to Ches Petite Navy vessel approaching. Are you well prepared? We will seizeth that Navy ship. Captain Fros, clear lie unfazed with the prospect of confronting naval lieutenant, remained resolute, having faced them before he and refusing to back down. Load the cannons! Appert shouted, raising his arms in command. Instantly, acclamor erupted among Fros pirate crew as Spirates grabbed fierceward sandmaned the cannons, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy vessel. Report, a pirate ship is being sighted ahead. Theflaginda Katezit belongs to the Fros pirate crew, led by the Great Sword Fros. Plesius we orders regarding engagement, ain of a soldier Rashed deliver the nose. The Great Sword, Fros, a bounty of fin million berries merely as multimparate. Report, Thena Miprit ship shows nose and soffer treated tap here's they intend to engages in direct combat. Please I she orders, the Navy soldier continued. Very well, a mere Fros pirate crew dares to challenge him, Lieutenant Isaac. All hands, prepare for battle. Capture the Fros pirate crew, no matter the coast. Yes, Lieutenant Isaac. The Navy crews weefly organize it themselves, each soldier taking their designated positions, while a T-gunners method cleased up their cannons, aiming at Fros pirate cruise ship, re-dido Lankan offensive. As that ship centered firing range, a barrage of cannon fire erupted, sending Thepritsoff Fros pirate crew into affrenzy, scatter in general directions. Only Jiang Bear remained relative Lycolm, contemplating whether this might be opportunities. Slip aboard the Navy vessel and escape Fros pirate crew altogether. Of course, Jiang Bai understood that without bounty of fin million berries, Captain Fros was to push over if he could not withstand such cannon fire. The Fros pirate crew would have a long since sink the depths of Tesia. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he saw Captain Frostly Apintathier, hurling isward Dathian calming cannonballs, causing them to explode in mid-air. This wordsmanship possesses a certain intrigue, Jiang Bear marked, not in appreciation. Indeed, otherwise ho cowled Captain Floris Baronon dast blade floros? His technique case or rather resulto fight year so farduous practice. An old crewman bear ho had long served under Captain Floris interjected. Suddenly, Jiang Bai recollected devil fruit ability, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. After all, he had wagered his entire fortune in acquiring a single devil fruit, which turned out to be seemingly useless. Thus far, no ability is shad manifested, and the disappointment was disheartening. I've had obtained a logia type fruit, Hued Haviel Redis Oredto the heavens, effortlessly dispatching Floros pirates. Now, Hakuden remain a passive observer, biding istum for an opportunity to escape. Seizing themament when the surrounding Peritelakis were distracted, Jiang Bai stealthiless lipid and toner by room. A sudden inspiration struck him Husteropeta fashion anataround Disris tut. This way, Huedna Thavdriskis live forth this Noviciparetekru. Hathan opened the door slight light a creative vantage point for watching the confrontation. At last, that Wasidis drew closer, rendering cannon fire impossible. Captain Isakov Navi was the fear Stasta Pontoth Flora spirit ship, preceding Floros himself. Both party a student as stalemate, awaiting their leader's command. Alt Navi had numerous foot soldiers, their sheer numbers mounted to over 20 capable fighters. Floros, surrender yourself. With your bounty of 10 million berries, you need not be confined in the grand prison of Selenth Navy's base Wilsifis, Captain Isaac began. Then let us not was two words let us fight, Captain Isaac's nor Ted coldly, adopting a combatants. A gunshow trang out from Floriside, fired ba Pyra Telekam and gat Captain Isaac, who had just spoken. However, Captain Isaac was adeptinth Navy's 6 styles, and in an instant, he vedet the bullet, repositioning himself to the side. Saru, a crucial technique within Navy's 6 styles, allows for explosive a movement by rapidly stepping on the ground multiple times, creating a perception of vanishing before Athenemisses. This Navi captain is an ordinary foe. Even masters Navy's 6 styles, it seems victory will belong to Navy. Jiang Bai observed from the shadows, his spirits lifted with the perspective of his triumph. Then, with a subtle lift off his finger, Captain Isaac addressed the Puratu who had fired at them with 12 words finger gun. In that moment, Captain Isaac darted past a Puritelaki, his finger tie punli shin ga it flash that pierced, through to Puriteshist, leaving gay blooded hole a thesis off a fingertip. Theparitefala fell aslight at the ground, unable to react in time. Finger gun, one off Navy's 6 styles, is a technique said to possess the power fagon shot. It concentrates the body strength in the index finger, delivering a strike with the force of a hardened digit, capable of penetrating manflesh with the. What? How infuriating. IV at a wall. He actually masters the finger gun off Navy's 6 style. She eyes indeed a formidable adversary. Flores thought, feeling the seed so free tria take root in art upon witnessing Captain Isaac's prowess. After all, to master even tour 3 eft Navy's 6 styles of stories above a rank so fan ordinary Navy captain. Chapter 3. The fall of the Floros pirate crew. How can you ascertain whether I am your adversary without testing me? Captain Isaac raised his finger and blew on its tip, as if to mimic the act of aiming a firearm. Yet, Jiang Bei understood the thoughts swirling in Floros' mind. He was reminiscent of Colonel Monka, who had suffered defeat at the hands of the pirate king's protagonist. Luffy, though a colonel, he lacked the strength befitting his rank. In stark contrast stood Colonel Smoker, who wielded the power of the smoke fruit and the sea prism stone, effortlessly dominating the early crew of Luffy. Thus, it could be said that Floros was rather unfortunate. This naval captain possessed strength that exceeded his military title. Let us commence. Floros, realizing there was no path of retreat, resolved to engage in a fierce battle against Captain Isaac. Launching a flurry of electrifying attacks, Saru, sure gone. Is that all you can muster? Floros bellowed, parrying Isaac's thrusts with his great sword. The sound of steel clashing reverberated as Isaac's strikes met the blade. Yet Floros remained unscathed. During the skirmish, Floros discerned that Captain Isaac had only mastered 2 of the Navy's 6 forms. Had he fully grasped them, he would not merely hold the rank of captain. However, within moments, Floros began to falter, gasping for breath as he recognized the blistering speed of Isaac's Saru, which only inflicted minor grazes upon him. Yet, Floros had sustained numerous Shurgon strikes, blood seeping from various wounds, indicating that his collapse was imminent. Meanwhile, Floros' crew of pirates, lacking any combat prowess, fell victim to the overwhelming numbers of the Navy, either perishing or surrendering. The tides of battle had clearly turned, but Floros remained unwilling to accept his fate. With his last vestiges of strength, he dashed towards the cannon, swiftly retrieving a shell in preparation to ignite it, seemingly intent on perishing alongside the Navy. Surrender, Floros. Put down the cannonball. Your chances of victory are non-existent. If you yield now, you may yet avoid a death sentence, Isaac urged, maintaining an outward calm that belied the urgency of the situation. Deep inside, he understood that preventing Floros from detonating the bomb was nearly impossible. Persuading him to surrender might mitigate unnecessary casualties, for Isaac was uncertain of his ability to intercept the impending explosion. This cannonball is in my possession. Should your Navy fail to withdraw, I shall trigger it. Floros threatened, panting heavily. Surely, if that shell detonates aboard this vessel, it will sink. Jiang Bei thought he was on the verge of finding refuge in the Navy's warm embrace, only to become anxious for their safety. By all means, give it a try, Floros, Captain Isaac replied, exhibiting a semblance of confidence, for as a member of the Navy, retreat was not an option. Isaac was a principled officer, committed to the justice he upheld, believing that the Navy would rather perish than falter in their duty. Very well, then. All of you shall die. Floros laughed maniacally, aware that his end was near. Drawing upon his remaining strength, he hurled the cannonball directly at Captain Isaac. Knowing that at such close range, even with Saru, there would be no escape to Navy's 6 forms, or K. At the critical moment, Captain Isaac unleashed one of the Navy's 6 forms, executing the arcade technique. The vacuum wave generated by the kick sliced through the air, cleaving the cannonball in two before it could detonate. Although the execution of arcade was exquisite, the confined space meant that the ensuing blast still affected nearby Navy soldiers, even inflicting minor injuries upon Isaac himself. Fortunately, it was a relief to discover that Captain Isaac possessed the arcade technique. Jiang Bei, sheltered behind a door, exhaled a long sigh of relief. Had he been in the open, his slight frame would likely have succumbed to the blast. As the smoke cleared, Floros lay on the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. Having reached the end of his life, he muttered, "Ah, so it was." Arcade, clearly astonished that Captain Isaac had retained such a technique. Isaac, nursing his bleeding wounds, looked down upon the fallen Floros and spoke slowly. "In truth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have indeed only mastered Saru and Shurgon. Arcade was merely a technique I practiced but never successfully executed." Pausing, Captain Isaac continued, "However, when you attempted to deliver a lethal blow that could take us both down, a conviction surged within me, guiding me to uphold our Navy's justice. There can be no retreat. Is that so?" "What a ridiculous conclusion," Floros replied, a hint of irony in his voice. "Today, a little fellow claimed he would witness my rise as the Pirate King." With that, he breathed his last, lying still upon the ground. "You were a worthy opponent, Floros the great swordsman. I shall remember you," Isaac murmured, his expression impassive. With the battle concluded, he issued commands for the return to base. Capturing a pirate crew valued at millions of berries could signify a promotion, yet Isaac found little solace in this victory, burdened by the losses sustained due to his own inadequacies. In truth, even Isaac had not anticipated Floros' resilience. He had expected surrender, yet to contemplate mutual destruction revealed a character deserving of respect. The sea remained shrouded in smoke and echoes of cannon fire, revealing the aftermath of a fierce battle that left hearts heavy with joy, anger, sorrow, and despair. Isaac sighed deeply. Perhaps this was the fated clash between Navy and pirate. Chapter 4. Navy Division Base. Wait a moment. Navy? Help me, Jiang Bei, witnessing the Navy preparing to leave, dashed out of his room, shouting at the sailors, "Look, there's a child here." Several Navy soldiers exchanged glances, deliberating. Could he be a remnant of the pirates? "Oh no, my hands are tied. Can't you see I was abducted by pirates?" Jiang Bei's mind spiraled into despair, yet he resolved to maintain the ruse. "Navy brothers, I was taken from a nearby town by the Floros pirate crew. They intend to sell me to traffickers. Please, save me," he cried, tears streaming down his face. "How absurd. I've performed my role so well, and yet you still question my identity? Is this truly the justice of the Navy?" Jiang Bei lamented internally. Such compassion from the valiant Navy is remarkable. "Wow, that was easy to untie. I just pulled on the rope and it came loose." One of the Navy soldiers, bewildered, remarked that of course, it was my constant struggle. Look how red my wrists are from the ropes. Jiang Bei continued to feign distress, showing no signs of embarrassment. After a brief inquiry, the Navy soldiers escorted Jiang Bei aboard their ship, and everything felt remarkably pleasant. After roughly 2 hours at sea, they arrived at the G-15 Navy Division. Upon entering, they underwent several security checks, but the process was swift, and soon they disembarked. As Jiang Bei stepped off the ship, he beheld the grand architecture of the Navy Division, which loomed impressively before him. The classic white stone walls were emblazoned with the bold characters, Navy. Jiang Bei had always found the Navy headquarters to exude a sense of authority while watching anime. In truth, Jiang Bei occasionally favored the Navy while at other times, the pirates. Thus, he held no strong aversion to either faction. Being a Navy officer might not be so bad. If I managed to succeed, I could don a majestic cape one day, he mused, nearly swaying from his ambition of becoming the Pirate King. Upon entering the Navy Division and after a brief inquiry, Jiang Bei was finally treated to a warm meal. He had barely eaten anything decent aboard the pirate ship, and his stomach rumbled in protest. "Delicious. The Navy's hospitality is splendid," he exclaimed, savoring the curry beef rice and rich soup, internally marveling as he nearly reconsidered his resolve to become a pirate. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Bei pondered whether he should recruit Sanji from Luffy's crew before setting sail as a pirate. Uncertain of the current timeline in the world of One Piece, he wondered if Luffy had already embarked on his journey. He drifted off to sleep, the image of Captain Isaac executing the Navy's 6 forms replayed in his mind, igniting a desire to seek out Isaac for guidance the following morning. The night passed quietly. The next morning, during breakfast, Jiangbei sat beside Captain Isaac, slurping his noodles. "Hey, Uncle Isaac, I saw everything yesterday," he remarked. "What did you see?" Captain Isaac smiled benignly at the 15-year-old boy before him, seemingly eager for Jiangbei's next words. "Well, it's the 6 styles, the Navy's 6 styles." "Oh, what are the Navy's 6 styles?" "I'm not aware." Captain Isaac feigned ignorance. "Stop pretending, all right? I saw it all, the shave, the finger pistol, and the tempest kick." "Oh, you mean those? But what of it?" Captain Isaac replied nonchalantly. "I want to learn them from you. Is that possible?" Jiangbei looked at Captain Isaac with unwavering determination. "Youngster, the Navy's 6 styles are not something just anyone can master. They require relentless training day and night." After a pause, he continued, "I spent 3 years mastering the shave, 2 years on the finger pistol, and a year on the tempest kick. Even among the Navy, I am considered quite gifted. Oh, you truly believe you can learn them?" Captain Isaac patiently explained as he savored a piece of steak from his fork. In truth, Jiangbei had noticed that perhaps due to the differing gravitational forces in this world, he felt that his strength, speed, and jumping ability had increased several-fold compared to his previous world. Thus, he held a considerable amount of confidence in his ability to take on the challenge of mastering the Navy's 6 styles. "So, why do you wish to learn the Navy's 6 styles?" Captain Isaac inquired casually. "To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect peace, and uphold justice," Jiangbei declared, aware of Captain Isaac's zealous commitment to the Navy's ideals. "Ha ha ha, it's rare for someone as young as you to possess such conviction. Very well, I shall teach you some foundational exercises of the Navy's 6 styles. You may give it a try, and perhaps in the future, you will have the chance to master them." Captain Isaac appeared quite pleased with Jiangbei's earnestness. For he was indeed a man of justice. In truth, Captain Isaac himself was unsure why he had agreed to Jiangbei's request, fully aware of the arduous journey that lay ahead in mastering the Navy's 6 styles. Most Navy captains struggled to grasp even a single technique, let alone a mere 15-year-old child. Yet perhaps it was Jiangbei's noble heart that moved Isaac. He felt compelled to impart some basic training methods to him, even if the prospect of mastering them seemed utterly implausible. "Without further ado, let us commence." Jiangbei, fearing that Captain Isaac might suddenly retract his offer, sprang to his feet, abandoning his meal in his haste. "Very well, once you've eaten your fill, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Captain Isaac stood and turned to leave. Jiangbei hurriedly followed, filled with boundless anticipation for the Navy's 6 styles, unaware of the hellish trials that awaited him. Chapter 5. The Shave. Is it like this? Captain Isaac led Jiangbei to a training ground reminiscent of a Navy martial arts arena, where numerous sailors were engaged in synchronized drills. From a distance, Jiangbei spotted a high platform where several higher-ranking officers commanded the soldiers below, who wielded weapons and threw punches. Jiangbei understood that this was the Navy's morning exercise, yet the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the military training he had despised during his school days. First, let us familiarize ourselves with the Navy's 6 styles. The 6 styles transcend the limits of the human body. They consist of the shave, the finger pistol, the tempest kick, the moonwalk, the iron block, and the paper drawing. Captain Isaac led Jiangbei to a less crowded area and began explaining the Navy's 6 styles. The 6 styles essentially transform the human body into a killing machine. For an ordinary person, mastering the Navy's 6 styles could even enable them to defeat a devil fruit user, thereby earning the title of a true warrior. Pay close attention. This is the shave. No sooner had he spoken than Captain Isaac vanished from Jiangbei's view, reappearing on the other side. Now, let us begin with the shave. It is the most common technique among the Navy's 6 styles. The principle involves executing a series of rapid, explosive foot strikes against the ground to achieve high-speed movement, creating the illusion of vanishing before the enemy's eyes. This instantaneous action can be executed with precision in just 0.36 seconds. If the shave is not performed with sufficient proficiency, it becomes a slower version of itself, allowing the enemy to catch the afterimage and ascertain your position, though this also depends on the opponent's skill level. Now, give it a try. Use your utmost speed to strike the ground 10 times with your feet. Shave. In an instant, Jiangbei darted to the side. Captain Isaac shook his head, saying, "You just jumped, didn't you? You couldn't even create an afterimage. However, your speed is commendable. With more practice, you might succeed. Is that so? Coming to this world, I thought I would be a prodigy with a protagonist's halo, but now it seems I am destined for mediocrity once more. No, in my previous life, I was but an ordinary bystander. I cannot change that. Yet in this world, having watched One Piece, I am familiar with the plot and the intricacies of everything here. Moreover, I have consumed a devil fruit, which, though currently dormant, is an excellent golden finger, is it not? I must grow stronger. I will punch the 7 warlords, kick the 4 emperors, and dominate the 3 admirals. I shall conquer the pirate world and become the sovereign of this realm. 0.36 seconds, is it? Now is the time. Shave, boom. The ground trembled under the immense force of impact, sending shards of stone scattering, while a fleeting afterimage darted through the air, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Uncle Isaac, is this how the shave is done? Jiang Bei, exhausted from the sudden exertion, crouched on the ground, panting heavily. The experience was quite daunting. No, this cannot be. Captain Isaac's face bore an expression of disbelief, as something he thought impossible had just come to fruition. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of astonishment and admiration. The level of shave you just performed took me a year of practice to achieve. How could you have done this on your first try? Truly remarkable. So, does that mean the second time won't be as exhausting? Jiang Bei inquired. You shall find out for yourself, Captain Isaac replied, equally curious to see if Jiang Bei could replicate the shave once more. All right, let me rest for a moment before I try again. Jiang Bei recognized that his stamina was depleted and required time to recuperate before attempting again. This revelation further astonished Captain Isaac. He had believed Jiang Bei's initial success to be mere coincidence, doubting he could repeat it, yet reality proved cruelly contrary, forcing Isaac to concede the point. For the next several hours, Jiang Bei diligently practiced the technique of the shave, with Captain Isaac offering patient instruction and guidance. Each time Jiang Bei succeeded, Captain Isaac nodded in satisfaction. All right, after such extensive practice, I have noticed a significant flaw. You still cannot control the direction of your shave at will or incorporate it into an attack. Now, try to see if you can launch an attack at your intended target while executing the shave. That target, by the way, is me. Slap. Jiang Bei, having anticipated Captain Isaac's words, suddenly appeared behind him and threw a punch. The unexpected assault nearly caught Captain Isaac off guard. In a flustered reaction, he managed to block, but was still pushed back 2 steps. Very good, your speed is adequate. However, your strength is lacking. Not quite there yet. Kid, Captain Isaac remarked with a smirk, seizing Jiang Bei's fist, causing the latter to feel utterly powerless. After all, as a captain, Isaac's combat prowess was not to be underestimated by a mere child. Enough practice for today. Initially, I could not discern your potential, but it appears you are quite the genius, mastering the shave of the Navy's 6 styles in such a short time. Something I've never encountered in my years in the Navy. Captain Isaac said, a sense of pride swelling within him. He understood that although Jiang Bei had only trained with him for a morning, the talent he displayed genuinely astonished Isaac, even prompting a thought, to have Jiang Bei as his subordinate. In other words, to join the Navy. Chapter 6. Persuasion. Setting aside that matter, I heard you were captured by the Floss Pirates. Which town is your hometown? To facilitate Jiang Bei's potential enlistment in the Navy, Captain Isaac decided to delve into Jiang Bei's background first. My hometown is Logtown in the East Blue. Jiang Bei could only recall this well-known place, and it slipped out effortlessly. What? You mean that is the birthplace and execution site of Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King? The place known as the beginning and the end? Captain Isaac exclaimed in astonishment. After all, Joel D. Roger was a significant figure who ushered in the Great Pirate Era, a man who once stood at the pinnacle of this world. Mentioning Logtown would inevitably evoke thoughts of him, leaving all in awe. Indeed, I was born there. I grew up as an orphan, and just a few days ago, I was knocked out in a small alley in Logtown and taken captive. I awoke aboard a pirate ship. Jiang Bei nonchalantly wove the story he had meticulously crafted. After all, if I do not express it this way, I am at a loss as to what fabricated lineage I should conjure for myself. Allow me to pose a question to you. Since you were born in Logtown, you must have heard the tale of the infamous pirate, Joel D. Roger, correct? Indeed, this is common knowledge among the residents of Logtown. I remember vividly, during my childhood, rushing to the square to witness the day Roger was executed. Jiang Bei has naturally come to regard Logtown as the wellspring of his existence, so, Do you aspire to become a pirate in the future? Or perhaps not a marine? Isaac squinted his eyes and inquired, "Oh, do not worry. Simply reveal your truest thoughts. Even if you wish to be a pirate, you would merely be a fledgling one, though you truly believe that I would target a mere child of the sea?" Isaac chuckled as he spoke. "Well, to be frank, I feel that it matters little whether one is a pirate or a marine. If a pirate possesses a heart full of justice, refraining from theft, murder, and arson, and instead dedicates themselves to virtuous deeds, earning the love and support of the people, can such an individual still be deemed a pirate?" Jiang Bei invoked the legendary Straw Hat Pirates led by Monkey D. Luffy as an example of such a rare breed of pirates. "Very well, let me ask you this. Are you aware that even among those who proclaim to be just Marines, countless sordid affairs lurk in the shadows? There are instances where Marines collude with pirates, engaging in nefarious deeds together. How do you explain that?" Jiang Bei relentlessly pursued the inquiry, showing no mercy to the Marines. "I can now confess that I wish to become a pirate, specifically a pirate of justice, as I described," Jiang Bei asserted with conviction. "Have you considered the possibility of becoming a just Marine? Your physical prowess is commendable. If you were to spend a few years in the Marine Division, you could potentially attain my rank or even that of a higher officer." Captain Isaac remained undeterred, convinced that he could not allow someone with a heart for justice to become a pirate. "It is not out of the question. In truth, I do have a favorable impression of the Marines. However, I am a person who cherishes freedom and abhors the constraints of military structure. Therefore, I would prefer to be the freest individual upon the seas, which inevitably leads me to the life of a pirate. The Marines can also enjoy freedom, provided one attains a higher rank, as higher positions yield greater liberty. That is merely a matter of perspective. The higher you ascend, the more you will uncover, including the darkest and most hidden truths lurking beneath the surface." Jiang Bei candidly shared his rather negative views on the Marines. "Well, I am aware of some of the Marines' darker aspects, but those are matters beyond the purview of ordinary individuals like us. Only Marine commanders would be involved in such affairs." Isaac's heart was already tempestuous, as the words spoken did not resemble those of a mere child. And he wondered how Jiang Bei could possibly know these secrets of the Marines. "Indeed, tell me this. If I were to inform you that I would soon become a pirate, would you still let me go?" Jiang Bei asked with a smile, "Little one, do you believe that knowing the dark secrets of the Marines would allow you to depart the Marine Division unscathed? You dare utter such words in front of a Marine. Are you not afraid for your life?" Isaac feigned a fearsome demeanor, speaking in a threatening tone. "Of course, I fear death, but I am aware that you are a just Marine. You should understand the essence of my words. Should you not, Uncle Isaac? Very well, you little rascal, the question remains. Even if you choose to become a pirate, do you possess the strength to survive? You might meet your end before even setting foot on the Grand Line." Isaac spoke the truth. He did not wish to see Jiang Bei recklessly venture out to sea, risking his life. Jiang Bei fell silent, as he truly could not conceive of a means to strengthen his abilities. He had never contemplated issues such as how to navigate the seas without a navigator. "Why not do this? You may join the Marines and study under me for a year at the Marine Division. After that year, you can decide whether to set sail. Even if you choose to embark on your journey then, you will have acquired the necessary strength, correct?" Upon noticing Jiang Bei's hesitation, Isaac hastily pressed on. After a moment of silence, Jiang Bei spoke. "Very well, it is a deal. A year from now, I shall become stronger than you, and I will prove my ability to sail the seas as a free pirate." "Excellent, little one. Remember your words today. I look forward to hearing the same from you in a year's time. Now, let us go. Dinner awaits. First, fill your belly, then pursue your dream of piracy." Isaac laughed heartily, and the two, an elder and a youth, walked side by side, forging a profound friendship. Chapter 7. 1 year later, a year later, at the back mountain of the Marine Division's base. Shave, finger pistol, iron block, moonwalk, gale step, finger paint, bang. In the midst of a fierce battle between Isaac and Jiang Bei, the towering trees of the back mountain fell one by one, creating a resounding cacophony that drew the attention of all the Marines within the base, who paused their tasks to watch the unfolding spectacle. 1 year later, Jiang Bei and Isaac were now evenly matched in strength, both having mastered the Marine's 6 forms. Originally, Isaac would not have acquired the other techniques of the Marine's 6 forms so swiftly, but Jiang Bei's progress had been astonishingly rapid, narrowing the gap in their abilities to the point where Isaac was compelled to hasten his training. It is worth noting that Zhang Bei was merely 18 years old, having just reached adulthood, while Isaac was already in his 30s. The significant progress Isaac made within the year was attributed to his own aptitude, but even more so to their mutual training and learning. "Shave, Uncle Isaac. Let me show you my newly developed technique," Zhang Bei sneered, instantly using shave to flash behind Isaac. Finger pistol, Yellow Lotus, bang. Zhang Bei unleashed the classic technique of CP9's Rob Lucci, finger pistol, Yellow Lotus. The principle involved bending the index finger and executing a rapid thrust toward the enemy, followed by altering the position of the next thrust in various directions, creating a barrage of strikes akin to a machine gun's relentless fire. What is this finger pistol? How can it be so fast? Curse it, there's no time to react. Iron block. The astonishing speed caught Isaac off guard, forcing him to turn and defend. The power of finger pistol, Yellow Lotus, was formidable. Even as Isaac quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to employ iron block, his feet were pushed back by the overwhelming force of the attack, causing the ground beneath him to sink into the earth. The relentless barrage of finger pistol, Yellow Lotus, enveloped the surroundings in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it became clear that Isaac could no longer maintain his iron block defense. His arms stained with blood, gasping for breath. "Is this all the strength you possess, Zhang Bei?" Isaac rose, addressing him. "No, not entirely. You have yet to unleash your full potential, and we both still have the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, I have yet to reveal my ultimate move. Utilizing finger pistol, Yellow Lotus, is quite taxing on my stamina, but I am aware that neither of us has tapped into our fullest capabilities. Furthermore, I possess a devastating technique, but its potential for harm is too great. It could inadvertently injure or even kill you, so I will not employ it. Haha, perhaps I should concede. I admit defeat, you little rascal. Truly monstrous. In just a year, you have brought the Marine's 6 forms to such a level. I cannot help but yield." Isaac laughed heartily. "You are quite impressive as well. You are now a colonel in the Marine Division." "Is that not sufficiently impressive?" Zhang Bei retorted. Indeed, Isaac was no longer a lieutenant. After dismantling the Floros pirate crew a year ago, he had been promoted to the rank of Marine Major. Over the past year, due to his enhanced strength and continuous missions alongside Zhang Bei, they had successfully eliminated several pirate crews in the East Blue, accruing notable achievements. Consequently, he had risen to the highest rank among the Marines stationed at the base, now holding the title of Marine Colonel. Initially, Zhang Bei had been extremely reluctant to join the Marines, but Isaac informed him that mastering the Marine's 6 forms without being a Marine could endanger his life, as it might attract the attention of the Marine headquarters. This revelation frightened Zhang Bei, compelling him to join the Marines as a nominal member, rarely involved in duties, merely accompanying Isaac in the pursuit of pirate crews. To his surprise, his rank swiftly rose over the year. In just 1 year, Zhang Bei had attained the rank of Marine Lieutenant. As Isaac had predicted, achieving the rank of Marine Lieutenant was quite feasible for Zhang Bei, given his strength and accomplishments, coupled with Isaac's support. Now that the year-long agreement had come to pass, Zhang Bei found himself in a predicament, realizing that he seemed to be ensnared by the Marines, unable to extricate himself. After all, his rank had risen so high, and he could frequently don the Marine insignia while embarking on missions to capture pirates. The aura of authority was undeniably impressive. At the naval base, Zhang Bei frequently found himself in close proximity to Isaac. During one encounter with pirates, he single-handedly battled the captain of a pirate crew worth 10 million berries, which significantly bolstered his reputation within the Navy. And word of his exploits began to spread. This led Zhang Bei to entertain the notion that perhaps continuing his career in the Navy might not be such a bad idea after all. "What are you contemplating, kid? Has a year passed already? Is our initial agreement about to expire, prompting thoughts of leaving the Navy?" Isaac remarked nonchalantly. He understood clearly that Zhang Bei was unlikely to depart from the Navy, as he had mastered the 6 forms of the Navy in just a year, a fact that went unnoticed by higher-ups. Should they become aware, Zhang Bei's departure would be perceived as treachery, leading to his capture. The Navy would eliminate him before he could become a liability, leaving him with no opportunity for growth. "Uncle Isaac, it's not that I don't wish to remain a Navy officer. Rather, I yearn to explore the world and uncover its myriad mysteries. In other words, I seek adventure. Remaining in the Navy, Merely apprehending pirates day after day would be dreadfully mundane, wouldn't it? Noticing Isaac's stern demeanor and silence, Jiang Bei continued, even if I were to become a pirate, I wouldn't be the villainous type. A pirate who robs for wealth, bullies the weak, or slaughters innocent civilians. On the contrary, I would seek to dismantle those nefarious pirate crews and eliminate them to protect the innocent. You could regard me as a spy sent by the Navy to infiltrate pirate crews. Does that sound acceptable? Very well. I recognize that with your talents, this humble naval base cannot contain you. You truly should traverse the far reaches of this world. Since you've made your decision, let us set sail today, Isaac replied, albeit with a hint of reluctance. What about the Navy? Jiang Bei inquired. Thank you, Uncle Isaac. Over this past year, I have learned the 6 forms of the Navy from you, and I shall forever cherish this kindness. I hope that we may reunite someday. That is contingent upon your ability to reach the Grand Line. Perhaps then we shall meet again. Just don't fall victim to some unknown pirate thugs along the way. I would hate for you to tarnish my name. Isaac laughed heartily. Just wait and see. I shall become a formidable force, standing atop this world as the Pirate King, Jiang Bei declared with determination. I shall eagerly await that day. If you truly become the Pirate King, does that not make me your mentor? Isaac chuckled, breathless from laughter. And if I encounter the Navy trying to apprehend me, I shall proclaim loudly that I am the disciple of Colonel Isaac. Let us see if they dare to lay a finger on me. With that, Jiang Bei dashed away, disappearing in an instant. You brat, how dare you? Stand right there, Isaac exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, giving chase. Chapter 8. Loguetown in the East Blue. Loguetown. A brisk sea breeze swept ashore as a small boat gently docked at the harbor. Ah, I've finally arrived at Loguetown. What a tiring journey it has been. Jiang Bei had spent several days adrift at sea before reaching Loguetown. Originally, the journey should not have taken so long, but due to his rudimentary navigation skills, he nearly lost his way even with a compass in hand. Thus, he resolved to find a navigator akin to Nami, or alternatively, to abduct Nami herself to serve as his navigator. Chuckling to himself at this thought, he noticed the onlookers along the shore regarding him with bemused expressions. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he cleared his throat and approached a nearby dockworker, offering a few hundred berries to watch over his small boat. The harbor of Loguetown featured an archway, with various shops lining the streets, bustling with throngs of people. Naturally, the most crowded area was in front of a large building resembling a town hall, where the execution platform of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, once stood. Since he was in Loguetown, it was only fitting to pay homage to the site of Roger's execution. Which direction is it? Jiang Bei mused, realizing his poor sense of direction. After questioning a passerby, he finally located the execution platform. Standing at a distance, he observed how the crowds paused to gaze at the platform, as if Roger were still being executed. Even after all these years, the platform remained steadfast against the elements. I wonder when Luffy will come to Loguetown to face execution at the hands of that buffoon buggy? Jiang Bei pondered, feeling incredulous at the thought. However, it was the year 1519 in the Sea Circle calendar, and Luffy would not set sail for another 6 months. Just 16 and a half, he would embark on his journey at 17. Given this timeline, I must seize Luffy's protagonist aura before he does, he thought with a smirk. Yet, even if I become the protagonist of this world, I must still look out for the original one. It seemed that Loguetown was currently under the jurisdiction of Smoker, the Smoky Man. However, to avoid revealing his identity, Jiang Bei decided against meeting Smoker, especially as he was now a pirate. Speaking of becoming a pirate, one must have a pirate flag that looks the part. But what kind of flag should I create? Jiang Bei pondered this dilemma, realizing he lacked any distinctive traits to inspire a flag. Like the Straw Hat Pirates, whose Captain Luffy is known for his straw hat, or other pirate crews with their unique insignias. Thus, he concluded it best to forego a pirate flag for the time being and wait until he could think of something that would truly represent him. As for a ship to sail away on, he could simply commandeer one from a pirate crew. However, he still needed to decide who would join his crew. Hey, kid, watch where you're walking. Just as Jiang Bei was lost in thought, an unsightly pirate collided with him. Ironically, the pirate was the one who was knocked back from the impact. Brother, I wasn't even moving. I've been standing right here, Jiang Bei retorted, bewildered. I don't care. I am a pirate. When you see a pirate, you should yield. Or are you tired of living? The pirate bellowed. Seriously? This is the logic you're going with? Why don't you try bumping into someone else and see if they yield? Jiang Bei loved to engage in debates, even with those who were unreasonable, relishing the challenge of outsmarting them. I say you bumped into me, and if you don't part with 1,000,000 berries, this matter won't end well for you, the pirate threatened, brandishing a small knife. Oh, but don't forget, this is Town, under the jurisdiction of Colonel Smoker. If a pirate dares to act here, you know the consequences. Jiang Bei warned, narrowing his eyes. Of course I know that, but all I need to do is take you aboard our ship, and then you'll be complying with my demands, the pirate henchman threatened. Ah, you have a pirate ship? You don't look like it. Are you the captain? Jiang Bei asked nonchalantly. Of course, what kind of pirate would I be without a ship? And I'm not the captain. Our captain is the notorious Buggy with a bounty of 8,000,000 berries, the pirate replied. Oh, 8,000,000 berries, huh? If you have a ship, let us go. I'll come aboard, Jiang Bei said, scratching his ear, feigning indifference, which caused the pirate henchman to break into a cold sweat, feeling awkward as it was his first time encountering someone so calm in the face of a knife. Don't you want the money? I really do have 1,000,000 berries, Jiang Bei asked playfully. What is the matter? You're not scared. Once we reach Captain Buggy, I'll see if you can still smile. The pirate henchman, initially hesitant, was provoked by Jiang Bei's taunts and decided to press on, assured by the presence of his captain. Moments later, the pirate henchman led Jiang Bei aboard their ship. Surrounded by a dozen pirates, Jiang Bei remained unfazed, surveying his surroundings before speaking. This ship is quite new. I like it. However, this pirate flag is rather unsightly. Perhaps it should be burned later. Hey, kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't you realize your current predicament? Hand over the 1,000,000 berries, or you'll regret it. One of the pirates shouted. Emboldened by their numbers. Oh, is that so? What is next? I want this ship. I think you all can leave now, Jiang Bei replied coolly. Kid, are you disregarding Captain Buggy? Bartis, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, suddenly spoke up, catching Jiang Bei's attention. At first glance, he appeared to be a large, muscular man clad in a beach shirt and shorts, exuding an intimidating demeanor while puffing on a cigar. Huh? You might as well be a mere nuisance to me. Jiang Bei remarked with a chuckle. What did you say? What do you mean? Bartis sprang to his feet, ready to charge. Shave. Finger gun. Bang. I said, you are nothing but a fart. Chapter 9. Cocoa Village. With just a single blow, Bartis was sent flying, crashing into the sofa and even damaging the ship. Oh no. I hit too hard and broke a piece. Bartis lay unconscious, his head wedged in the gaping hole. Jiang Bei, noticing the new breach in the ship, felt quite uneasy. So, do you still want 1,000,000 berries? He smiled at the bewildered pirate lackeys surrounding him. Big brother, it was a mistake. It was my fault for not recognizing your greatness. Bartis forced us to extort money in the town. But now that we are free, we will never do such things again. Please forgive us, big brother. The pirate lackeys, witnessing Jiang Bei's terrifying display of strength, immediately knelt and begged for mercy. And what about this ship? Jiang Bei narrowed his eyes and inquired. It's yours. All yours. Please spare us, they pleaded. I'll slap myself. Slap, slap, slap. The pirate lackeys repeatedly struck their own faces, the sound echoing. Fine, I will reluctantly accept it now. You may leave, Jiang Bei said, uninterested in further disputes with these lowly henchmen. Yes, big brother. We will leave at once. The group of pirate lackeys scrambled away, practically tumbling out. Halfway through their retreat, Jiang Bei called out, Wait, carry your captain outside. I don't want him dirtying my ship. Oh, and what did I say about that pirate flag? Did you hear? Big brother said it's simply too ugly. Quickly, take it down and burn it. Damn it, brothers, throw Bartis into the sea to feed the fish. Upon hearing Jiang Bei's orders, the pirate lackeys swiftly complied, completing their task with utmost respect before hastily departing the ship. The supplies on this pirate ship are quite impressive. It seems they were prepared to set sail from Town into the Grand Line. The food and berries are sufficiently stocked. I shall not hesitate to accept them. Originally, Jiang Bei had intended to purchase a significant amount of supplies in town, but he was pleasantly surprised that this pirate ship already had everything necessary for a voyage, thus saving him considerable trouble. Now, how does one navigate the Grand Line? Jiang Bei scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Here lies a map of the East Sea, as well as a map of the Grand Line. I just hope they are genuine and no matter. Onward I go. Jiang Bei found the nautical charts in the storage. Though he was not particularly skilled in navigation, even to the point of being somewhat directionally challenged. Nonetheless, he set sail with unwavering resolve. After drifting alone at sea for several days, Jiangbei suddenly spotted a small island in the distance, where a massive structure was visible, indicating the presence of a village. As the ship drew closer, Jiangbei exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Cocoa Village? The place where Luffy confronted the fishman Arlong, and also Nami's hometown. Fate has guided me here. It seems I am meant to take away Luffy's beautiful navigator." Nami, however, to be honest, Jiangbei had no desire to disrupt the Straw Hat Pirates, as their crew was still small, comprising fewer than 10 members. Each member held an irreplaceable role, and the navigator was undoubtedly the most crucial. If he were to take away the navigator, Luffy would likely struggle to enter the Grand Line. But since I am here, I must find a way to take Nami. After all, lacking a navigator is indeed a troublesome predicament. 10 years ago, the Fishman pirate crew disbanded, with Arlong being one of the fishmen. Fishmen are a new breed that combines traits of both fish and humans, possessing strength that surpasses ordinary humans, especially in aquatic combat. They arrived in the East Sea, taking control of Cocoa Village and forcing its residents to pay for their lives every month. 100,000 berries for adults and 50,000 for children. Those who could not pay faced death. The people were left with no choice but to live under the tyrannical rule of the dragon. It was only when Luffy, along with Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, defeated the dragon that the entire island was saved. Luffy's heroism moved Nami, leading her to join the crew. Thus, Jiangbei decided to employ a similar tactic to recruit Nami into the pirate crew. As for the protagonist Luffy, he was still about half a year away from setting sail, and whether he would succeed in his journey was beyond Jiangbei's concern. Upon reaching the island, Jiangbei could see the fearsome Arlong pirate crew's flag atop the colossal structure, resembling the jagged teeth of a shark, much like Arlong himself. Indeed, this was Cocoa Village, and as Jiangbei approached the enormous building, he recognized it as the Arlong Group. However, under Arlong's rule, Cocoa Village seemed relatively well off, at least compared to other ravaged villages. Where could Nami be now? Most likely inside the Arlong Group. Jiangbei knew that Nami's relationship with the villagers was likely strained, and she was probably inside studying navigation charts. Using Moonwalk, Jiangbei resolved to ascend to the rooftop to locate Nami without causing alarm among the guards. After all, Arlong, being a fishman, had considerable strength in water, and as a devil fruit user, Jiangbei could not engage in a water battle. It would be wise to avoid drawing attention. Perfect, the nearby fishmen on guard did not notice me. Jiangbei swiftly reached the rooftop. The Arlong pirate crew had established a lavish empire in Cocoa Village, resembling ancient palace architecture, complete with a massive swimming pool and lounge chairs. Peering down, Jiangbei spotted several fishmen frolicking in the pool. Arlong was lounging on the shore, his long hair flowing, dressed in a beach shirt and shorts, adorned with gold chains and reclining with a wicked grin that resembled a nouveau riche. Jiangbei thought to himself. Arlong, the sawtooth shark fishman, had a long, pointed nose shaped like a saw, and he bore the emblem of the Sun Pirates tattooed on his body, with the Arlong pirate crew's mark on his left forearm. Noticing that Nami was not present, Jiangbei seized the opportunity to sneak through the back door, which led to numerous rooms. Upon opening one door, he beheld a graceful figure seated on a stool, facing away from him. Yet Jiangbei could recognize her instantly. It was Nami, with her short, clean orange hair, wearing a green and white striped tank top, and the Arlong pirate crew tattoo on her left shoulder. She was unmistakable. Chapter 10. Instant defeat of the Arlong pirate crew's officer. Nami, you have a moment to chat, Jiangbei called from the doorway. Who are you? Nami gasped as she turned around. Don't shout so loudly. I'm not a bad person. Jiangbei anticipated that Nami would react this way, so he swiftly approached and covered her mouth, embracing her. Nami struggled, attempting to call for help, prompting Jiangbei to hold her limbs in an intimate manner, ensuring she could not escape despite her efforts. Be quiet. I'm here to help you. I'm here to save Cocoa Village. I can let you go, but please don't make a sound, or we'll be in trouble if the fishmen hear. Nami seemed to show some trust, nodding to indicate that Jiangbei could release her. Once free, she retorted sarcastically, who do you think you are? These are ruthless fishmen, the Arlong pirate crew. Their captain, the fishman Arlong, has a bounty of 20 million berries. Do you really think you stand a chance against them? Nami, you are too naive. Do you honestly believe that if we gather 100 million berries, Arlong will spare Cocoa Village? Jiang Bei knew that Nami had deeply rooted beliefs. She had come to view Fishman Arlong as invincible, thinking that Cocoa Village could only exist under his rule. However, Nami naively believed that simply paying the Arlong pirate crew would ensure their safety. Knowing the storyline, Jiang Bei felt a pang of sympathy for Nami, who appeared strong on the outside but was fragile within, willing to endure humiliation to save her village. I can tell you clearly that it's impossible. Arlong has already established his headquarters in Cocoa Village. Do you think he would relinquish his control for just 100 million berries? That is utterly impossible. Moreover, there exists a crucial element: Arlong's collusion with the Marine Colonel Mouse. Arlong is required to periodically pay protection fees to Colonel Mouse, who, in turn, will not dispatch anyone to rescue Cocoa Village. This is utterly deceptive. Thus, for all these years, the Marines have never truly intended to save the village. Upon hearing Jiang Bei's words, Nami was rendered speechless, covering her mouth as tears streamed ceaselessly down her cheeks. Then who will come to save our village? Nami continued to weep, seemingly having relinquished her last hope. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Bei. I am a Marine lieutenant dispatched from the Marine base, here to complete a mission, which is to defeat the Arlong pirates and rescue Cocoa Village. Jiang Bei resolved to apprehend Arlong under the guise of a Marine lieutenant, temporarily deceiving Nami, as his status would facilitate her acceptance. Can we still trust the Marines? Even that colonel is in league with Arlong. You're merely a Marine lieutenant. Can you manage? Nami's barrage of questions left Jiang Bei in a quandary. After all, Colonel Mouse is a rather inept character, lacking even the proficiency in the Marine 6 styles. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Bei was unsure how to explain this to Nami, so he simply stated, "All right. Nami, stop crying. Trust me, come with me, and just observe for now. I will send these fishmen, the Arlong pirates, flying." Huh? You little human brat, did you just say you would send us all flying? Indeed. And what of it? Jiang Bei chuckled and replied, "Crocodile, he is one of the officers in the Arlong pirates and possesses considerable strength. Can you handle it?" Jiang Bei did not anticipate that Nami's cries would alert the Arlong pirates, leading several fishmen to investigate. Among them was Crocodile, a large, muscular fishman with long fins protruding from his arms and, most peculiarly, 2 small braids atop his head. Haha, Nami, look at this fishman. He appears quite peculiar with those little braids on his head. Jiang Bei pointed at Crocodile, laughing. Unfortunately, Nami was in no mood for jest, fully aware that if Jiang Bei proved inadequate, she would be deemed a traitor by the fishmen, extinguishing any hope of saving her fellow villagers. Fishman Karate, Thousand Tile Fist. Upon hearing Jiang Bei's mockery, Crocodile charged forward, unleashing his devastating technique. Iron Block, bang. Jiang Bei did not evade but stood protectively in front of Nami, allowing Crocodile's Thousand Tile Fist to land squarely. "Why didn't you dodge?" Nami yelled as she witnessed Jiang Bei take the blow. "How could I? You are right behind me." There was no avoiding it. This attack might as well be a mere tickle. Jiang Bei chuckled. What to think? Crocodile was astonished to feel pain radiating from his fist, utterly taken aback that the force of his thousand-tile fist failed to inflict any harm. The tile in thousand-tile fist signifies the measure of physical strength, and a thousand-tile fist implies a punch powerful enough to shatter 1,000 tiles. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei's iron block was beyond Crocodile's capacity to disrupt. Finger gun, Yellow Lotus, Jiang Bei unleashed a devastating assault. A flurry of finger guns that rendered Crocodile unconscious. As the fishman's defenses proved insufficient, in an instant, Crocodile was riddled with numerous bloody holes, presenting a gruesome sight that caused Nami to cover her eyes in horror. The remaining fishmen, witnessing this, fled in panic, leaving behind a warning. Wait, Brother Arlong will soon kill you. Not so. You want to escape. Flying finger gun. Pluck. The flying finger gun, a technique Jiang Bei learned from CP9's Roblucci, unleashes air blasts from his sharp fingernails, akin to a ranged finger gun, capable of striking distant foes. Ah! The fishmen cried out in agony as they collapsed, each sustaining a bloody wound. Crocodile lay unconscious on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Nami, now do you believe I possess the strength to save Cocoa Village? Jiang Bei stated calmly. Jiang Bei sighed, saying, I wish to avoid bloodshed, but my strength does not permit it. Indeed, the scene was rather gruesome. particularly with Crocodile, whose numerous wounds rendered him a bloody mess. However, Jiang Bei maintained a robust mental fortitude, unfazed by such repugnant spectacles. Nami, on the other hand, struggled to endure the sight. Feeling nauseous as she rushed outside, clutching a pillar, bent over, nearly retching. Observing this, Jiang Bei followed her, gently patting her back, saying, "It's all right, Nami, consider this. When those fishmen slaughtered the villagers of Cocoa Village, they were likely far more ruthless than I have been, wasn't it?" Though Jiang Bei offered these reassurances, Nami found it impossible to quell the turmoil within her heart. Chapter 11. Defeating Arlong. It was not until Arlong and his crew arrived that Nami regained her composure. She hurriedly led a throng of fishmen to the back entrance, where they first beheld Crocodile, bloodied and mangled on the ground. Arlong, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Crocodile, how dare you, you wretched, lowly humans, to kill my brother? You shall perish!" Arlong seized his massive serrated blade and swung it down. Darn it! Arlong swung dozens of times, yet not once did he land a blow. Jiang Bei appeared to mock Arlong, utilizing the shave technique to evade effortlessly. While commenting, "It seems the fishmen are not as formidable as they claim. Out of the water, they appear utterly useless." Indeed, Arlong had arrived at the back entrance, an area devoid of a swimming pool, and thus lacking any water currents to draw upon. This significantly diminished the fishman's offensive capabilities. Jiang Bei found himself at a considerable advantage, having realized that although he was a devil fruit user, he still could not come into contact with seawater. Otherwise, he too would be rendered powerless. "What? You lowly humans dare to mock the great fishman race?" Arlong, now seething with humiliation, found his speed incapable of keeping pace with Jiang Bei's shave. His serrated blade failing to connect, fleeing all you can do? Arlong roared. "Then let you taste this, gale kick." Jiang Bei unleashed a series of gale kicks, but Arlong dodged left and right. Alas, he could not evade a single strike, which sent him crashing into the wall, shattering the stones. The remaining fishmen were unable to escape the barrage of gale kicks, collapsing to the ground. "This is the Marine's 6 styles. You truly are a Marine. We, the Arlong pirates, have paid protection fees to Colonel Mouse. Why then do you Marines still send someone here?" Arlong, clutching his wounded side, rose to speak. "Well, your strength far surpasses that of Colonel Mouse. Speak. What do you require?" "We, the Arlong pirates, possess it all. Money, women, treasures, we have it. Ha ha ha. Why not forge a pleasant collaboration? This Cocoa Village could be yours to rule." Realizing he was unlikely to best Jiang Bei, Arlong resorted to the idea of cooperation. Assuming Jiang Bei would readily acquiesce, as his previous words suggested that he too would require protection fees. Nami, overhearing Arlong's proposition, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Jiang Bei would concede to Arlong's terms. Transforming into yet another Colonel Mouse, however, Arlong could not foresee Jiang Bei scratching his head and responding, "Why are you grinning foolishly over there? Indeed, I do desire something. Your head? Oh, no, I meant your fish head. My apologies. You dare mock me? How infuriating. Shark, tooth gear." Arlong's veins bulged as he lunged at Jiang Bei, jaws wide open, ready to bite down. Arlong wielded no elaborate techniques. His very being served as a weapon. With a serrated snout, steel-like bones, and the inherent strength of fishmen. Additionally, he possessed regenerative teeth and a powerful jaw capable of crushing a cannonball. Outside of water, he would be less agile and possess fewer techniques. Jiang Bei, however, effortlessly leaped into the air using moonwalk, covering his nose while exclaiming, "What a large mouth you have, damn you. Iron tooth technique." Arlong unleashed his regenerative teeth, charging at Jiang Bei. Shave, finger gun, yellow lotus. Jiang Bei executed the shave, appearing behind Arlong, and unleashed a barrage of finger guns. "How infuriating," Arlong roared. Despite sustaining the assault from the finger gun, Yellow Lotus, Arlong remained on his feet, demonstrating his remarkable physical resilience. Flying finger gun. 3 plucks. Jiang Bei relentlessly pursued Arlong, employing the flying finger gun, repeatedly striking him. Arlong could only emit cries of agony in response to the relentless onslaught. Nami, behold his current state. Is this truly the Arlong who rules over Cocoa Village? A bounty of 20 million berries, and yet he proves so pathetically weak. Jiang Bei chuckled and remarked, Help me, kill him. Nami uttered these words, as the pent-up resentment she had harbored for years erupted in an instant. Alas, I initially intended to hand you over to the naval base, but since Nami has expressed her sentiments, it seems that your existence in this world has become unnecessary. Little brat, oh, not be too arrogant. This moment, Arlong has been utterly drained of strength, unable to rise any longer. I happen to have a newly developed technique, which is perfect for testing on you. Stand still and do not move. Finger gun, spot. The finger gun, spot, is a rapid barrage of finger strikes executed with both hands, and it is also one of CP9 Robluchi's techniques. Bang! Having endured Jiang Bei's final devastating blow, Arlong can no longer stand, devoid of any breath. His body is riddled with gaping wounds from the finger strikes, rendering him utterly battered. This Arlong is indeed resilient. I feel as though I have exerted no strength at all. After relentlessly employing the finger gun, Jiang Bei feels utterly exhausted. The use of finger gun, Yellow Lotus, demands a significant amount of stamina, while the finger gun, spot, requires nearly double that. Thank you, Jiang Bei. Thank you. Nami, kneeling on the ground with her hand over her mouth, begins to weep once more. Enough, enough, stop crying. It's not such a grave matter. Observing Nami's continuing tears, Jiang Bei can't help but speak up. However, to his surprise, his words only cause Nami to cry even louder. Unbeknownst to them, a large crowd of villagers from Cocoa Village has gathered at Evil Dragon Park. Upon witnessing the scene of the demise of the Evil Dragon pirates, the villagers erupt in joy, with some even desecrating the corpses of the fishmen, showcasing the depth of their animosity towards them. Noki Gao, I am here. Do you see? We have won. Cocoa Village shall no longer be under the tyranny of the Evil Dragon pirates. At this moment, Nami ceases her tears, for she spots her dear friend Noki Gao arriving alongside Kenzo, the village guard who once protected their family. The three embrace tightly, creating a heartwarming scene. Nami gazes at the setting sun, which gradually descends. After everyone learns that it was Jiang Bei, the naval lieutenant, who saved Cocoa Village, they express their profound gratitude, even organizing a banquet in Evil Dragon Park to celebrate the village's rebirth. Chapter 12. Nami boards the ship, setting sail for the Grand Line as night falls. Jiang Bei shares dinner with Nami and Noki Gao at the Orange Grove. Nami incessantly recounts how Jiang Bei single-handedly defeated the Evil Dragon pirates. Jiang Bei can only sit quietly, feeling bashful as he eats. Nami, would you like to set sail with me? Jiang Bei suddenly inquires. Why? Nami asks, aren't you a naval officer? Wouldn't sailing with you mean becoming part of the Navy? Jiang Bei replies, I was once a naval lieutenant. But after witnessing the darkness within the Navy, I decided to leave and become a pirate, free upon the seas. Jiang Bei sighs. We have worked so hard to protect the Orange Grove together. You would just tear us apart by taking Nami to sea? Noki Gao exclaims angrily that I know that Nami loves to chart navigation maps. She will undoubtedly become an exceptional navigator, and I happen to need one, which is why I require Nami. Jiang Bei smiles and states. But if I go to sea, that would leave Noki Gao all alone in the Orange Grove. Nami lowers her head, unable to meet Noki Gao's gaze, clearly torn about the prospect of setting sail. Nami, come with me? Being a pirate can earn you a great deal of berries. In the future, casually carrying hundreds of millions of berries will be quite common. Jiang Bei, knowing Nami's undeniable passion for wealth, tempts her. All right, fine. But the money on the ship must be under my control. Nami pouts, pointing her finger at Jiang Bei. All right, I truly have no interest in money. There are several million berries on the ship for you to spend as you wish. Jiang Bei chuckles, he thinks to himself, finally coaxing Nami aboard, though I feel sorry for our protagonist Luffy. I truly struggle to find a navigator as exceptional as Nami. Nami, we will set sail first thing in the morning. Be sure to pack your belongings, all right? I shall retire for the night. Oh, and if you fancy oranges, please bring a few orange saplings aboard the ship tomorrow. With that, Jiang Bei goes to sleep, knowing that Nami and Noki Gao should have some time to converse, especially since they will part ways tomorrow, and there will undoubtedly be some reluctance. The following morning, the villagers of Cocoa Village gather to bid farewell to Nami as she embarks on her journey with Jiang Bei. Nami and Noki Gao embrace tightly, tears streaming down their faces. After a long while, they finally set sail, and true to her word, Nami has brought several potted orange trees to place in the ship's cabin. Although the vessel was commandeered, it will suffice for the time being. Once they reach Water 7, they can have the shipwright construct a new one, perhaps even having the opportunity to exchange knowledge about the six powers with Lucci. Water 7 has become a target destination for Jiang Bei, but for now, his primary goal is the Grand Line. Although Nami lacks sailing experience, her exceptional talent, coupled with a few days of discussions with Jiang Bei regarding navigation, has prepared her well. After a week, the duo finally sights Reverse Mountain, the starting point of the Grand Line. To enter the Grand Line, those from the Four Seas must either traverse the Calm Belt or navigate through Reverse Mountain. At the same time, Reverse Mountain marks the entrance to the Grand Line. This enigmatic and perilous mountain features 5 waterways arranged in an X shape, with 4 flowing upwards to the summit and 1 flowing downwards into the Grand Line. The 4 waterways connect to the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, while the last leads into the Grand Line. The reason the water flows upward is likely due to the overwhelming currents from the Four Seas. Strong enough to defy gravity. 7 magnetic forces extend from Reverse Mountain. Initially, any of the paths can be chosen, but once a magnetic force is selected, it cannot be changed. One must proceed along the designated route from island to island. Jiang Bei indeed encounters the whale Laboon and the guardian of the lighthouse, Crocus, at Reverse Mountain. The appearance of Laboon frightens Nami, but after Jiang Bei gives him a good beating, he calms down. Jiang Bei converses with Laboon, promising to inform Brook if he encounters him in the Grand Line that Laboon is still awaiting him. Furthermore, Jiang Bei realizes that finding Crocus is essential, as one cannot navigate the Grand Line without a log pose, which Nami does not possess. Luckily, Crocus has a log pose, which eventually finds its way into the Straw Hat Pirate's possession. Jiang Bei suspects that the log pose records the course charted by the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Thus, Jiang Bei diligently persuades Crocus, exhausting every possible tactic, even uttering the awkward phrase, "I am a man who aims to become the Pirate King." At long last, he successfully acquires the log pose from Crocus. Suddenly, Jiang Bei recalls that this log pose tracks the route taken by the Straw Hat Pirates, meaning he must retrace their journey. Additionally, he may soon confront the first of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile. To be candid, Jiang Bei currently lacks the strength to challenge Crocodile, as he is a natural-type devil fruit user with the sand fruit. Without the use of Haki, it is entirely impossible to harm a natural-type user. I suppose I must take it one step at a time. Jiang Bei muses. Now, let's set sail. The log pose points the way to the next destination, Whiskey Peak. Chapter 13. Whiskey Peak. Billy. Billy. Hello, who is it? Jiang Bei answers the ringing snail phone. Jiang Bei, I didn't expect you to stir up trouble so quickly. You defeated the evil dragon pirates of the East Sea, correct? The Navy headquarters was initially unaware of this matter. But Colonel Mouse has reported you by name, and he even uncovered your previous status as a naval lieutenant, submitting all the documentation to the Navy headquarters. You have now been issued a bounty by the Navy headquarters. Colonel Isaac's voice is grave on the other end of the line. Oh, is that so? Wow, I'm actually being hunted. Why wasn't I informed? And what is my bounty amount? Jiang Bei feels elated upon hearing of his bounty, much to Colonel Isaac's frustration. Colonel Isaac continues, your wanted poster states that you are the captain of the Jiang Bei pirates, with a bounty of 20 million berries, and no crew. What? I haven't even named my pirate crew yet. And the Navy has already done it for me. Besides, the captain of the evil dragon pirates, Arlong, also had a bounty of 20 million berries. I wiped out their entire crew, so why is my bounty still only 20 million? It should at least be 30 million. The thought that his first bounty is not even as high as Luffy's first bounty leaves Jiang Bei quite displeased. Colonel Isaac, being aware of the underlying reasons, explains, it's probably because you lack a crew. You are the only one in the entire pirate crew. Moreover, the mice are blissfully unaware of your formidable Navy 6 style, which renders the Navy indifferent to your presence. It can be said that they are unlikely to dispatch any capable naval commanders to apprehend you. Very well, let us leave it at that for now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. As for me, the Grand Line's weather seems rather uninviting. Ha ha ha. Once Jiang Bei finished speaking, he promptly hung up the phone, knowing without a doubt that Isaac's current expression must be quite grim. Upon entering the Grand Line, Jiang Bei and Nami were met with a cacophony of climatic anomalies, a relentless cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. On this particular day, a thick fog enveloped their surroundings, obscuring their path ahead. However, as the mist began to dissipate, what came into view were towering peaks resembling cacti, their summits overlapping like the scales of a great beast. Recognizing this landscape, Jiang Bei exclaimed, Nami, look, that is Whiskey Peak. We have arrived. Ah, have we finally made it? I have truly had my fill of the vexing weather of the Grand Line, Nami replied with relief. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our little town. Welcome to the warm and hospitable Whiskey Peak. Pirates, you are most welcome. A throng of villagers on the shore raised their hands and shouted greetings, catching Nami off guard with the overwhelming display. Don't worry, Nami, they are here to welcome us to Whiskey Peak. Jiangbei assured her, though he chose not to disclose that these individuals may harbor ulterior motives. Of course, they might even extend their hospitality with a grand feast. At that point, you might find it hard to leave. Jiangbei chuckled. As the cheers and welcomes filled the air, their ship gently docked, and Jiangbei and Nami disembarked. Leading the way was none other than the town's mayor and an intermediate agent of Baroque Works. Ikaram. Jiangbei was fully aware of their intentions, and thus remained unfazed. Greetings, adventurers. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. I am Ikaram, the mayor, he greeted with a standard smile. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he was tall, with a rectangular face and spiraled curls that resembled a foreign musician, lending him an amusing appearance. Hello, I am Jiangbei, and this is my navigator, Nami. Jiangbei introduced himself with a smile. Hello, I am Nami, she added with a sweet smile. This town is renowned for its exquisite wines and music, and we take great pride in hosting our guests. Here, we have an abundance of fine wines akin to the vast ocean, which we hope will complement your adventurous tales. Shall we indulge in a feast together? Ikaram inquired with a grin. Wait, Mr. Ikaram, how long will it take to document the magnetic force of this island? Nami suddenly interjected. Documentation? Let us set that tedious matter aside for now and first relieve ourselves of the fatigue from our journey. Ikaram interrupted, calling out, Come, everyone, prepare the banquet to properly welcome our adventurers. The feast commenced only after the sun had set. Jiangbei eagerly devoured the meat, as the days of hunger on the Grand Line without a chef had been quite unbearable. Meanwhile, Nami was drawn into a drinking contest. Initially reluctant, she was persuaded when Ikaram announced a reward of 100,000 berries for the champion, leading her to triumph over all her opponents. Miss Monday, an intermediate agent of Baroque Works disguised as a nun, found herself outmatched and fell to Nami, who claimed victory in the drinking competition. As the night deepened, the two of them, having feasted and quenched their thirst, succumbed to slumber. Have you played enough to fall asleep? I wish you sweet dreams, adventurers. Tonight, the cactus rocks dance beautifully under the moonlight. Ikaram mused to himself outside, gazing at the moon. Truly a poet, aren't you, Ikaram? Mr. 8 remarked, seated on the steps beside Mr. 9, who was similarly an intermediate agent of Baroque Works. Mr. 9, small in stature, donned a regal attire complete with a crown, presenting a rather comical sight. Miss Wednesday, a young girl with flowing aquamarine hair, balanced proportions, and an appearance of merely 16, sat beside Mr. 9, however. Jiangbei knew that Miss Wednesday was actually the undercover agent, Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. What about them? Miss Wednesday inquired. Chapter 14. Baroque Works. Honestly, this girl can drink far too well. I had to dilute her beverage slightly. Otherwise, she would have been a raucous nuisance. Miss Monday, a muscular African woman clad in a red bodysuit, stepped out from the doorway, her voice sweet despite her rugged appearance. I have already investigated the two of them. Look here, Ikaram said, producing Jiangbei's bounty notice. 2.20 million berries, that little brat. Several individuals gasped in astonishment. It is foolish to judge a pirate's capabilities by appearances, Ikaram remarked solemnly. How embarrassing. Miss Monday scratched her head. But never mind, the issue is resolved. It seems I can report good news to the boss. Let's quickly retrieve the treasure from the ship. And what about them? What shall we do? Mr. 9 asked. Killing them will reduce the bounty by 30% since the government desires a public execution. Capture them alive, Ikaram replied nonchalantly. I must say, is it too much to ask for a good night's sleep? Jiangbei grumbled, seated atop a roof, yawning with a sullen expression. Oh, Mr. 8. Miss Monday, that little brat has escaped. He's right over there. Miss Wednesday pointed at Jiangbei, perched atop the roof. Shouldn't you be sound asleep by now? Ikaram thought it perplexing, yet he understood that the situation had become dire. They would soon face a battle with a 20 million berry pirate, and beads of anxious sweat began to form. Suddenly, more and more weapon-wielding individuals gathered in the square, all of whom were the villagers of Whiskey Peak who had welcomed Jiangbei's crew earlier. In truth, They were members of Baroque Works, bounty hunters masquerading as villagers, 100 or so of them. However, even with such numbers, they were no match for Jiangbei. Why do you know the name of our organization? That is of no concern to you. But I know that the members of Baroque Works do not know one another's backgrounds. They merely refer to each other by code names. The true identities of even the boss remain a mystery to the group. You are merely a criminal organization that faithfully executes commands. That is Baroque Works. A secret, is it? Jiangbei remarked, looking down upon the 100 individuals with indifference. How astonishing! Since you have uncovered our secret, there is no choice but to eliminate you. Another tombstone shall be added to Cactus Rock, Ikaram declared with a grim expression. Charge! Eliminate him! Ikaram shouted, at his command. The throngs of armed individuals surged towards Jiangbei like a riot. Bathed in moonlight, Jiangbei, with an expressionless demeanor, prepared to commence the slaughter, softly uttering, let the cleansing begin. Shave. What? Disappeared. Where did he go? Flying finger gun. Flick. Jiangbei utilized Shave to remain hidden in the shadows, continuously launching attacks with flying finger gun. Ah! The cries of agony echoed as numerous individuals fell one after another. It was futile. Even 100 bounty hunters were no match for him. Damn it! Where is he? The intermediate agents of Baroque Works were drenched in sweat, nervously alert to every shift in the surroundings. Yet all they could see was their comrades collapsing without ever catching a glimpse of the enemy. Now, I have a question for you. With so many people, is there still space for more tombstones in the cactus graveyard? Jiangbei appeared behind Ikaram, gesturing with his hand as if holding a pistol, aiming it at Ikaram's head. In the square. Aside from the Baroque Works executives, all the other lackeys lay defeated on the ground. Leaving those executives thoroughly shaken in the blink of an eye, hundreds of individuals had dwindled to just a few. A scenario far beyond the capabilities of mere mid-level agents like them. You truly believe that a single person can contend with all of us? At this moment, Ikaram dared not move, fearing that he would be the next to fall. With such rabble as how dare you call yourselves agents? The only formidable opponent from the Baroque Works is your leader. Mr. Point Zero, remarked Jiangbei with a hint of disdain. How could you possibly know our leader? Jiangbei's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. If he was aware of their leader's true identity, it was evident that he was on a different level than these mid-tier agents. I certainly know, and I am also aware of your true identities, Ikaram and Miss Wednesday. After careful consideration, Jiangbei decided to expose the identities of Ikaram and Vivi, as he understood that the course recorded by the pointer would lead through Alabasta, potentially clashing with the Baroque Works leader, Mr. Zero, who was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. What? How could you know? Ikaram exclaimed in shocked, Mr. 8, you are the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard. Ikaram, Miss Wednesday is the Princess of Alabasta. You both infiltrated the Baroque Works as undercover agents to investigate the organization's attempts to incite civil war and overthrow the Alabasta Kingdom. I am not mistaken, am I, Princess Vivi? Jiangbei smiled as he spoke. This revelation naturally left everyone in stunned disbelief. In a way, this must be a joke. Mr. 8, Miss Wednesday, you two are actually undercover agents within our Baroque Works. Mr. Point 9 stared at Ikaram and Vivi with an expression of utter incredulity. The other 2 agents of Baroque Works, Mr. 9 and Miss Monday, were equally bewildered. After collaborating with you for so long, to find out you were undercover is simply unbelievable. Chapter 15. We are partners now, aren't we? Please, you must spare Princess Vivi. If anything were to happen to her, the Alabasta Kingdom would be doomed. Ikaram realized that his motley crew stood no chance against Jiangbei and could only kneel and beg for mercy. Princess Vivi, please do not concern yourself with me. Hurry and escape. For the sake of our nation, if we lose you, Alabasta will go now, quickly. Ikaram called out to Vivi with his head bowed. Well, although I am completely at a loss regarding the situation, I will buy you some time, considering we have been partners for so long. Hurry and leave. Miss Wednesday, Mr. 9, wielding an iron rod, stood protectively before Vivi and declared, Mr. 9, even knowing Vivi was an undercover agent, he still stood by her side to protect her, which deeply moved Vivi. I am quite the decent man, aren't I? Bye-bye, baby. Watch this, hot-blooded number 9, backflip with that. Mr. 9 executed a backflip with the iron rod, charging at Jiangbei. Finger gun. Mr. 9 directly took a few hits from Jiangbei's finger guns before collapsing, while Jiangbei subdued Miss Monday as well. However, Jiangbei did not strike them lethally. After all, Mr. Nine was still a good-natured person, and his actions did not warrant death, prompting him to hold back. Hey, let's remain calm, shall we? Do I really look like a villain? Jiangbei was at a loss for words. He hadn't even indicated any ill intentions. Yet he was already deemed a threat. Meanwhile, Nami was rummaging through a treasure room in the town, mercilessly scavenging. Is this all there is to the loot? What kind of bounty hunter's den is this? This little town is truly disappointing. Whiskey Peak. Nami muttered as she gazed at the empty boxes. Hearing the sounds of combat from outside, Nami realized Jiangbei had dispatched all the adversaries and ventured into the square to witness the scene from earlier. Hey, Nami, weren't you asleep? Jiangbei, although already aware that Nami wouldn't fall for such a foolish ruse, pretended not to know. Who would be foolish enough to sleep in such a bizarre town that welcomes pirates? It's all an act. Besides, I can still drink. Nami chuckled at it this moment. Only Vivi and Icolum remained from Baroque Works. Vivi had assumed an offensive stance while Icolum knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. All right, now it's just the two of you, so you may speak freely. Don't you wish to save Alabasta? I can tell you that the true identity of Mr. Zero, the leader of Baroque Works, is a pirate recognized by the world government, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile, Jiangbei said to Vivi, his tone calm. After a pause, Jiangbei continued, moreover, the impending rebellion in Alabasta is also orchestrated by Baroque Works. Crocodile's aim is to seize control of this nation. Crocodile. Princess Vivi gritted her teeth, struggling to suppress her rising fury. She stepped forward to Jiangbei, deeply bowing her head before him, and without raising her gaze. She implored, My lord, though I do not know where you obtained this information, I am certain you possess the means to save our nation, Alabasta. Please, you must intervene to rescue us. Our people are all good-hearted individuals. Princess Vivi. Icolum gazed at the princess, who was willing to bow for the sake of her country, tears streaming down his face, leaving him speechless. Just as Jiangbei was about to speak, Nami interrupted. So, if we help you resolve the rebellion in Alabasta, will the king reward us? Nami grinned mischievously, gazing at Icolum and Princess Vivi. Naturally, there will be a reward, as long as we can protect Princess Vivi. Icolum nodded. Then, how about 1 billion berries? Nami said with a sly smile. 1.1 billion berries. Icolum nearly fainted from the shock of that figure. Miss Nami, I cannot promise such a sum as the captain of the royal guard. You might want to consult the princess's opinion. Icolum, feeling helpless, turned to Vivi for assistance. What, do you think the survival of Alabasta is worth that amount? Nami pressed, seizing on Icolum's dilemma. That is simply impossible. Alabasta is a nation embroiled in turmoil. While 1 billion berries is beyond our means, if we can save our country, 500 million berries is feasible. Vivi looked resolutely at Nami. Hey, Nami, you never even asked my opinion. Though Jiangbei had anticipated Nami would make such a demand, he still felt somewhat exasperated upon hearing her say it so bluntly. Well, 500 million berries is a discount. Fine, it seems the opponents are rather easy to deal with, right? If the members of Baroque Works are so easily vanquished, their leader must not be much better, making it a trivial matter for me. Nami counted on her fingers. Nami, I believe you may not have fully grasped what I just said. The leader of Baroque Works is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords, do you think I can stand against one of them? I certainly do not. Jiangbei shrugged, his expression resigned. What about the 7.7 warlords? I have heard of them. They are notoriously vicious individuals. Perhaps we should reconsider this. For the sake of our lives, we might as well forego the 500 million berries. Nami said with a pained expression. Jiangbei pondered for a moment and replied, I can lend a hand to the Alabasta kingdom. While I may not yet be able to confront Crocodile, I possess the means to deal with Baroque Works. We are immensely grateful. If there is anything we can assist with, please do not hesitate to instruct us. Icolum stood up and declared, Vivi, do you trust me? Jiangbei raised his hand and gently placed it on Vivi's shoulder, gazing deeply into her eyes. Jiangbei thought to himself, having a princess at hand and not flirting would be a crime. Speaking of which, every princess from the countries appearing in this entire series of One Piece, as long as they are beautiful, has already been charmed by Luffy, even though Luffy himself appears utterly clueless. For instance, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, Princess Rebecca of Dressrosa, and Sanji's sister, the princess of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju. Jiangbei's frustration grew. How infuriating. Every princess in One Piece seems to fall prey to Luffy's charms. Vivi flushed at Jiangbei's gaze, and the next moment, her voice came out as a mere whisper. I believe in you. Thank you. Jiangbei. Thank you for your willingness to help us save this nation. So, we are partners now, right? Chapter 16. MR.5. Miss Valentine Este. Vivi, you must have contact information for Baroque Works. You and Icolum should reach out to them. Inform them that Whiskey Peak has been breached by pirates, and some mid-level agents have already perished. Allow the Baroque Works to dispatch elite agents to assist you. Jiangbei pondered for a moment before speaking. Very well, we shall convey the message to Baroque Works at once. Vivi nodded and, accompanied by Icolum, set off to send the message. Jiangbei understood that the elite agents of Baroque Works were formidable adversaries, each possessing the powers of devil fruits. He needed to methodically dismantle the influence of Baroque Works, ultimately leaving Crocodile as a solitary figure, thus providing a chance to rescue Alabasta. Jiangbei speculated that upon receiving the message, Baroque Works would likely send 2 elite agents, for the Whiskey Peak region was indeed a lucrative area, one of the economic lifelines for Baroque Works and a residence for some of its members. Thus, Baroque Works would not remain idle. However, for pirates newly arrived in the Grand Line, dispatching 2 elite agents was more than sufficient. Consequently, Jiangbei resolved to set a trap at Whiskey Peak, intending to lure over 1 or 2 elite agents, eliminating them as an initial step. Days later, at Whiskey Peak, after Jiangbei and his companions had awaited their arrival, on one fateful night, indeed, Baroque Works sent forth 2 elite agents. How intriguing, Mr. 5. Let them taste our prowess, Miss Valentine remarked with a smile. Mr. 5, an elite agent of Baroque Works, wielded the explosive powers of a paramecia-type devil fruit, capable of detonating any part of his body, including the very boogers he extracted from his nose, which he could also use as explosives. Mr. 5 bore the features of a black man, with dark skin, thick lips, and distinctive explosive hair, donned in a brown leather jacket emblazoned with his number 5. This appearance, reminiscent of a rock musician, was marred by Mr. 5's peculiar habit of picking his nose and using the remnants as bombs. A truly revolting sight in Jiangbei's eyes. Jiangbei recalled that in the series, her ability allowed her to alter her body weight. Upon reflection, this power was indeed remarkable, even granting the capability to soar through the skies with ease. Yet she squandered it with her frivolous demeanor. She appeared as a sunny young woman, clad in a dress adorned with lemon slice patterns, yet her personality was rather flighty, always wielding a parasol and speaking with an exaggerated laugh. Relishing in shrieks and mirth, the duo strolled leisurely down the town streets, their shadows cast upon the ground by the moonlight, with no other souls in sight. Suddenly, an unexpected sound shattered the tranquility of the night. A gust kick. Jiangbei leaped from the rooftop, launching a powerful blow at the 2 below. Watch out! Mr. 5 sensed the imminent danger and immediately dove to the side, while Miss Valentine swiftly lightened her weight, floating gracefully in the air. Had she reacted any slower, she would have been struck by the vacuum wave generated by the gust kick, which sliced through the ground, sending plumes of dust and debris cascading down. So, you are the target, a mere child daring to challenge Baroque Works single-handedly, Mr. 5 remarked, picking his nose. Oh, how flattering. Baroque Works truly regards me highly, sending 2 elite agents at once. However, 2 might not suffice, Jiangbei replied nonchalantly. I am a human bomb capable of detonating my entire being. With this explosive fruit, no task is beyond my reach. Shave. Boom. Do not be so arrogant, brat. Nose cannon. Mr. 5 extracted a pitch-black booger, preparing to launch it, which was then propelled forth. Boom. The minuscule projectile detonated, creating a gaping hole in the surrounding buildings. Ugh, you are the most disgusting of all. Do not let that booger touch me. Jiangbei deftly used moonwalk to evade the assault. Trying to flee? Nose cannon double shot. Mr. 5 continued to launch more boogers at Jiangbei, yet he deftly dodged them, though the buildings lining the streets suffered the consequences, engulfed in flames from the barrage of explosive attacks. Chapter 17. Seizing the devil fruit power, I had intended to engage you in a more entertaining manner, but the thought of your revolting booger compels me to take action. Let us resolve this first. Jiangbei expressed his disdain. Shave. Jiangbei vanished from sight. Breeze bomb. Mr. 5. realizing Jiang Bei had appeared beside him, immediately countered with his breeze bomb technique, transforming his exhaled air into explosive projectiles of considerable might. Iron block, Jiang Bei, opting to withstand the attack, remained steadfast, confident that the iron block defense would shield him from harm. Finger gun, Yellow Lotus. Jiang Bei unleashed a formidable barrage of finger attacks upon Mr. 5, creating multiple wounds across his body. Damn, join me in hell. Self-detonation. Unable to endure the onslaught, Mr. 5, aware of his impending demise, resorted to a desperate self-destruct maneuver. Iron block, boom. In an instant, the street became a crater, smoke and flames billowing upwards, obscuring the scene within. As the smoke cleared, Jiang Bei stood unharmed in the pit, while Mr. 5 had been reduced to ashes by the explosion. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Iron block, steel. Jiang Bei activated the highest defensive state of iron block, the immense weight amplifying the impact and deepening the crater. I had no intention of killing you, but since you sought to end my life, you shall perish as well. Jiang Bei, drenched in blood after the confrontation, bore an eerie expression, a visage that frightened Nami and Vivi, who watched from the shadows, trembling in fear at the grisly scene. Jiang Bei mused, it appears their combat abilities are indeed lacking. Their fruit powers underdeveloped, perhaps only marginally stronger than Arlong. Wait. This feeling is, suddenly, Jiang Bei's senses heightened, and he found himself floating effortlessly. To his astonishment, he realized he had acquired the powers of the float fruit. Jiang Bei remained in a state of contemplation, ultimately concluding that the devil fruit he had consumed must be the take fruit, a power not previously depicted in the One Piece anime. Although the widely circulated devil fruit encyclopedia seemed to lack mention of it, the ability to seize powers was indeed a remarkable reality. Upon further introspection, Jiang Bei also sensed Mr. 5's explosive fruit abilities, yet found them rather underwhelming, deciding to let them float away in search of a more suitable master. Jiang Bei held a strong aversion to Mr. 5's explosive powers, outright refusing even if offered for free. Now, several questions lingered in Jiang Bei's mind, such as whether he could only seize one fruit power. If limited to a single power, that would be rather unfortunate, especially since he had already acquired the float fruit, which was somewhat lackluster. Furthermore, he pondered whether he could seize multiple powers, if there was a limit to how many, and whether he could utilize them simultaneously. All queries awaiting exploration. However, upon realizing he possessed a devil fruit ability, Jiang Bei's spirit soared. He finally had another golden finger. With this power, he felt a greater chance of success against the warlord of the sea. Crocodile. The following day. Hey, Nami, Vivi, please do not look at me like that. I do not intend to eat anyone, Jiang Bei remarked with resignation. You may not eat people, but you do kill, Vivi exclaimed. Both Nami and Vivi had endured a sleepless night, sporting dark circles under their eyes, having come to regard Jiang Bei as a devil, terrified to sleep lest he appear beside them. Sigh, I truly cannot fathom you two, it's merely killing someone. Besides, they were hardly virtuous individuals. If I do not act decisively, will I not be the one to perish? Jiang Bei explained with exasperation. Upon hearing this, both girls burst into laughter, no longer fixated on the events of the previous day. Chapter 18. Little Garden, once you have delivered the message, come aboard my ship. We shall wait together at Little Garden. Wait a moment, Jiang Bei. I just remembered. In the quaint town of Whiskey Peak, there resided an intermediate agent from the Baroque works named Mr. 13, tasked specifically with the transmission of intelligence, alongside the enigmatic Miss Friday. Vivi suddenly exclaimed. What on earth? Jiang Bei responded, utterly bewildered. With so many jumbled numbers, Jiang Bei truly struggled to remember who was who. It's a sunglasses-wearing otter adept at painting, accompanied by its partner, a sunglass-clad vulture. If they discover our identities, it would spell disaster, Vivi said, her expression fraught with anxiety. You mean those two somewhat adorable little creatures? I actually took care of them a few days ago. Jiang Bei replied with a chuckle. You were just enjoying a hearty soup made from them. Was it not delicious? Ugh. Upon hearing Jiang Bei's words, both of them felt their stomachs churn as if they were on the brink of vomiting. You pervert, they exclaimed in unison. Ha ha, all right, I was merely jesting. I've simply locked them away, keeping them company with the other Baroque members in town, Jiang Bei said with a smile. Jiang Bei had already calculated his next move. planning to eliminate two high-ranking agents from Baroque works at their next destination, the Little Garden, to ascertain whether he could seize their powers if they were fruit users. Thus, after Vivi relayed the message, Jiangbei and his companions set sail, with Vivi bringing along her mount, the swift duck. In just a day or two, they arrived at the Little Garden, a massive island still adorned with prehistoric landscapes. Yet, there existed something far more terrifying than dinosaurs. Two giants, the blue ogre Dongli and the red ogre Brokey, who had been battling on the island for over a century. This place is filled with dense jungles. After disembarking, Jiangbei, Nami, Vivi, and the swift duck examined their surroundings, realizing it bore little resemblance to the name Little Garden. On the contrary, the trees towered far above the norm, and the animals were of immense size. With Jiangbei's group even encountering gigantic dinosaurs. Nami, Vivi, if I am not mistaken, this is the legendary ancient island, where time has seemingly stood still since the age of dinosaurs. In truth, Jiangbei had known this was ancient island all along. But how can this be? Nami, seeing the ancient creatures for the first time, was too frightened to move. Vivi, however, remained composed, patiently explaining to Nami. The islands of the Grand Line have developed their own civilizations due to the challenges of navigation, resulting in some islands boasting advanced cultures while others have remained unchanged for tens of millions of years. The chaotic climate of the Grand Line has rendered such an improbable situation possible. Thus, this island retains the appearance of the dinosaur era. Furthermore, there exists a tribe of giants here. Jiangbei added a detail that Vivi was unaware of. Giants. I've only heard tales of such humans. How do you know there are giants on this island? Vivi asked in astonishment. Because here they come, the giants, Jiangbei began to explain, sensing the approach of the two giants. Boom, boom, boom. The volcano erupted. Jiangbei knew that every time the volcano erupted, the two giants would commence their duel. It was rather peculiar that these two giant leaders remained on the island, engaged in combat due to a trivial challenge about the size of sea creatures proposed by a little girl. They had forgotten the reason for their battles after so many encounters and only remembered that they fought for glory. What is that sound? The earth trembles. Upon hearing the strange noise, Nami felt an overwhelming urge to flee from this bizarre island. Look, the giants, they are right before your eyes, Jiangbei chuckled, pointing behind Nami. Wow! Nami slowly turned her head and beheld two colossal figures, petrified in fear. Greetings. I am Brokey, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. Ha 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 ha. From afar, I am Dongli, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. Ha ha ha. Jiangbei, unfazed by the giants, boisterously greeted them. Ha ha. Greetings to you, noble giants. I am Jiangbei, a pirate. These are my friends, Nami, Vivi, and the swift duck. We arrived here following the course indicated by our log pose. And we shall depart once it records the magnetic force. Jiangbei was well aware that both giants were kind-hearted and hospitable, thus he felt no fear. In contrast, Nami and Vivi were so frightened they could hardly speak. Upon closer inspection, Brokey appeared plump, sporting two enormous horns atop his head, wielding a massive shield in one hand and a gigantic axe in the other, giving him a rather comical appearance. Dongli, tall and lean, sported a long beard, donned armor, and held a huge shield in one hand while brandishing a colossal sword in the other. Dear guests, please wait a moment. We must engage in a duel, Dongli declared. Huh? A duel? Vivi found it peculiar, as the two giants seemed quite amicable. Why would they suddenly declare a duel? Chapter 19. The Duel of Men 72766 Battles. 72766 Ties. Ha ha ha, Dongli, it seems we are both beginning to long for home. Brokey remarked. This extraordinary battle ultimately concluded in laughter, with both parties remaining evenly matched. Why do you fight when you are clearly friends? Vivi inquired after the duel. Rules dictate, for instance, if a dispute arises in the village, we must submit to the judgment of the god of Elbaf. The god of Elbaf always protects the rightful side, allowing those who have done right to survive. I have caused some trouble, and this island has become the battleground for my duel with Brokey. The just shall triumph and continue to live. Yet, nearly a century has passed, and we remain unable to determine a victor. 100 years. You have been fighting for 100 years? Vivi and Nami exclaimed in shock. Even with a lifespan thrice that of humans, a century seems far too long to persist in such conflict. What significance remains in continuing to fight? This is nothing short of mutual destruction. Vivi felt a pang of sympathy. In her worldview, people of the same nation, like her subjects in Alabasta, ought not to engage in such bloodshed. How could such deep-seated hatred compel you to battle for a century? What is the reason? Vivi continued to press. The reason? I have forgotten, Brokey replied with a hearty laugh. After 100 years and over 70,000 battles, Jiangbei calculated, that averages about 2 duels a day. Ha ha ha, we do not tally it that way. Our duels are signaled, Brokey chuckled. This is the signal for a century-long duel, he announced. We, due to our longer lifespans, often find ourselves contemplating the nature of death. Ultimately, possessions and life are ephemeral. However, to perish with the honor of an Elbaf warrior is a glorious death. That honor shall be passed down in Elbaf. An eternal treasure, Dongli stated. Ha ha ha, to fight without reason is the true battle of men. Jiangbei laughed heartily at the two giants. By the way, does it truly take a year to gather the magnetic force? Vivi suddenly asked. Clearly, with so many human bones piled over there, do you still not understand? Most who come to this island perish before the magnetic force is stored. Some become food for dinosaurs. Others succumb to heat and hunger, while others perish due to our attacks. Dongli replied. Factly it appears that for humans, a year on this island may indeed be far too long. What shall we do? Even if we survive this year, after such a lengthy period, I cannot fathom what will become of my homeland. Vivi fretted at the prospect of spending a year in the little garden. Indeed, a year here would be tiresome. Is there truly no other option, dear giant? Jiangbei inquired. We do possess a permanent log pose, but it points to our homeland, Elbaf. In essence, we are fighting over that permanent log pose. How about a little competition for it? Dongli laughed heartily. Jiangbei replied, that won't do, dear giant. Our destination is not there. We merely wish to reach the next island. Yes, deviating from the course to Alabasta serves no purpose. Vivi thought to herself, regretting allowing Icolum to take the only permanent log pose pointing to Alabasta. If Icolum were to accompany us to the little garden, we could forego the need to document it and proceed directly to Alabasta. So, how about we take it one step at a time? If fortune favors us, we might just make it, Dongli chuckled. Speaking of which, it seems there was someone who left without properly storing their magnetic powers in the past. Dongli suddenly remarked. What happened to him? Jiangbei could probably guess that this person was none other than the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Perhaps only Joel D. Roger would dare to tread a path as unconventional as Luffy's. How could I possibly know? He must have reached the next island. Jiangbei laughed heartily. Indeed, Dongli joined in the laughter. What is so amusing? I fail to comprehend what these individuals are thinking, Vivi thought, her mood already quite poor. Finding no desire to listen to Jiangbei and the giant's laughter. All right, Vivi, do not fret this time. The senior agents dispatched by the Baroque works should have arrived. I wonder where in this forest they are lurking. Observing us. Let us deal with them first. Perhaps they possess a permanent pointer to Alabasta. Jiangbei reassured Vivi. Fine, I suppose that's the only option, Vivi replied. Her spirits dampened. Gentlemen, do exercise caution. There are still foes lurking in this forest. They are senior agents of the criminal organization Baroque Works, specifically dispatched to hunt us down. Jiangbei recalled a scene where MR.3 attempted to eliminate the two giants. Although he believed it to be a futile endeavor, it was prudent to warn the two giant uncles. They are all devil fruit users, and while I too possess such abilities, they may not be my match. However, their hidden presence raises uncertainty about the tricks they may employ. Moreover, if their ambitions are great, they might covet the bounties on your heads. Speaking of which, you two should have been bountied a century ago, right? Jiangbei inquired. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a century ago, our bounties were 100 million berries. 100 million. Chapter 20. MR.3. Miss Golden Week. That evening, deep within the little garden forest, a candle house was unexpectedly constructed amidst the trees, showcasing MR.3's ingenuity. Miss Golden Week remarked while enjoying a donut. MR.3, the user of the melt fruit, is a rather unsightly fellow, with a rectangular face and a hooked nose, yet he dresses with a keen sense of style. His lips are as thick as MR.5's, and he wears blue glasses, resembling a hairdresser in appearance. Of course, MR.3 is distinguished by his most notable feature, his hair styled to resemble the number 3, which ignites when he utilizes his melt fruit abilities. Rather than calling it the melt fruit, it would be more apt to refer to it as the candle fruit. The abilities of the melt fruit allow him to melt his own body and alter its shape at will. The waxy substance he produces solidifies to a hardness akin to steel and exhibits remarkable resistance to corrosive toxins. In addition to its malleability, it can ensnare foes. However, the wax he creates melts upon contact with flames. His companion, Miss Golden Week, appears to be a charming little girl, donning a red hat, with a round face and rosy cheeks, who enjoys tea and snacks. Although she lacks a devil fruit, she possesses the ability to manipulate others' emotions through a palette of colors. Her expression often remains emotionless, giving her a cold demeanor, yet her appearance remains undeniably endearing. I must express my gratitude to them. This is a bounty notice from a century ago. Blue Demon Dongli, Red Demon Brogi, warriors of the giant race, and they are currently on this very island. Their combined bounty amounts to a staggering 200 million berries. Ahahahad, Mar.3 laughed heartily. So, what are your intentions? Miss Golden Week inquired with an expressionless face. A skilled criminal relies on a brilliant mind to commit their deeds, and no matter how towering the mountain, with a little cleverness, it can be leveled. The warrior class is fundamentally akin to wild boars. There is no need to engage directly with those who only know how to fight head-on. Even if we cannot match their strength, we possess the intellect to compensate for that deficiency. Miss Golden Week, while the two giants are engaged in battle, prepare the color traps. When they are sufficiently preoccupied, unleash the color traps to control them, allowing one side to emerge victorious. Meanwhile, I shall ensnare them with my waxen encasement. Mr.3 had already devised his plan. And what about Jiangbei and his group? Do you intend to capture Miss Wednesday as well, since she seems to be in their custody? Miss Golden Week asked. Ahahaha, my motto is minimal investment, maximal crime. There are countless methods to eliminate foes without engaging in battle. Mr.3 laughed heartily. The plan is flawless. Alas, your scheme is about to unravel. Jiangbei opened the door to the candle house. Applauding Mr.3. The hunter hasn't yet moved, but the prey walks into the trap. Mr.3, while facing away from Jiangbei, could still ascertain his presence. However, Mr.3 was unfazed, evidently confident in his melt fruit abilities. He did not perceive Jiangbei as a threat. I am Mr.3. I apologize for introducing myself by my codename. I am merely a stylist, and this is my assistant, the artist, Miss Golden Week. Mr.3 introduced himself nonchalantly. Enough with the small talk. Conjure your wax now. Jiangbei sneered. How dare you mock me? Allow me to demonstrate the power of my candle artistry. Candle shackles. Mr.3 unleashed his fruit ability, releasing molten wax from his hands, which quickly enveloped Jiangbei's feet, binding them as tightly as true shackles. Oh no, I can't move. Whatever shall I do? Jiangbei feigned panic while pretending to struggle. Seeing Jiangbei unable to break free, Mr.3 laughed triumphantly. Ahahaha, surrender, surrender. The hardness of my candle shackles is comparable to iron. Even with the strength of the giant race, once trapped, they are rendered powerless. Oh, is that so? Flying finger gun. Fire flick. Jiangbei suddenly ceased his struggles, unleashing the flying finger gun. Fire flick, which instantly melted the candle shackles. How is that possible? What sort of technique is this? Mr.3, once brimming with confidence, now felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from Jiangbei. Damn it, take this. Candle sphere. Mr.3 hurled a glob of sticky candle wax at Jiangbei, which slowly solidified into a spherical shape in mid-air. Unfortunately, before the candle sphere could fully form, Jiangbei once again employed the flying finger gun. Fire flick, igniting the candle sphere. Can you not perceive the situation? Mr.3, you, the candle man, are particularly vulnerable to fire. Even the slightest flicker can incinerate your wax entirely, Jiangbei remarked coolly. Damn it. How did you discover my weakness? Mr.3 began to panic, his usual confidence shattered, feeling as though he were being led by the nose. To know oneself and one's enemy is to conquer. Your defeat lies not in your lack of intelligence, but in your excessive confidence, an over-reliance on your devil fruit abilities while neglecting your own vulnerabilities. Jiangbei stated calmly, "Do not speak too soon. The outcome is still uncertain. Quickly, prepare the trap, Miss Golden Week." Mr.3 shouted to his partner behind him. Oh, you mean your little partner? I must say, her abilities pose a bit of a nuisance. So I've already rendered her unconscious. What do you plan to do now? Jiangbei, however, had refrained from inflicting serious harm on Miss Golden Week. After all, she was not a devil fruit user, and there was no need to kill her. Moreover, The little girl was simply too adorable. Thus, while the two were distracted, Jiang Bei swiftly executed a flying finger gun, knocking out the defenseless child instantly. Curse you. Take this, Candle Champion Cup. Mar.3, undeterred, activated his ultimate move, encasing himself in candle liquid. Resembling a robotic figure. Chapter 21. Setting off for Alabasta Feudal. Jiang Bei pierced through the Candle Champion Cup with his flying finger gun. Fire flick, I can no longer entertain your presence. Prepare to meet your end. Finger gun. Yellow Lotus. Jiang Bei unleashed a devastating attack, more than sufficient to deal with the senior agents of Baroque works. Hence, he never grew tired of using it. Ha ha ha, without flames, let us see how you will overcome this. Giant candle wall. Mr. 3 instantly conjured a thick wall of candle wax before him, solidifying it into a state as hard as steel, which bolstered Mr.3's confidence that Jiang Bei could not breach it. Boom. Upon contact with the finger gun. Yellow Lotus. The candle wall shattered into countless pieces, and Mr.3, caught within, was instantly pierced by numerous finger guns. How could this be? I cannot believe it. This was the last utterance of Mr.3. I have warned you. Do not be overly confident. Jiang Bei, gripping the lifeless body of Mr.3, spoke slowly. Drip. Drop. Blood flowed from Mr.3's form, cascading onto the verdant forest floor. With Mr.3's demise, the makeshift candle house he had constructed also crumbled to the ground. This battle was not particularly exhilarating, primarily because Jiang Bei was already aware of Mr.3's vulnerabilities, and his current prowess far surpassed that of such a lowly devil fruit user. Think, he was so formidable. Not even Mr.3 stood a chance. Vivi and Nami had been spectating from the sidelines, initially believing that Mr.3's devil fruit abilities would render the conflict arduous. Vivi, look, they indeed possess a permanent pointer leading to Alabasta. Jiang Bei remarked, having long known of the pointer's existence, which was part of his plan. However, in the original narrative, Mr.0, also known as Crocodile, would call to inquire about Mr.3's mission completion. Perhaps due to a time lag, Mr.3's snail phone had not received Crocodile's call. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as Jiang Bei would ultimately confront the entire Baroque works. In truth, only Crocodile was a worthy adversary, leaving Jiang Bei unperturbed. Boom. The volcano erupted once more, signaling the commencement of battle between the two giants, who wasted no time in brandishing their weapons. Hey, esteemed giants, do cease your fighting. This impasse is futile. I have a splendid idea to determine a victor. Jiang Bei called out to the two giants. What is your brilliant idea? They inquired in unison, halting their clash. We have acquired the permanent pointer to our next destination and are now prepared to bid you farewell. However, I have heard a rumor that a colossal creature known as the Food Island Monster lurks at this exit, a being potentially more terrifying than the Sea Kings. Jiang Bei elaborated. Ha. I recall that creature. It is an enormous goldfish, astonishing not only for its immense size, but also for the sheer volume of excrement it produces after devouring the surrounding islands. Broggy laughed heartily. Indeed, that was the massive feces from the island known as the Isle of No Return. We once mistook it for land, Dory added with a chuckle. The primary reason visitors to this isle cannot reach the next is none other than this Food Island monster. Therefore, if you two giants cannot contend with it, does that not render your duel meaningless? After all, your rivalry began over the comparison of the sizes of the two massive sea kings you captured, did it not? Jiang Bei mused with a smile. Ha. How did you come to know this? We had long forgotten the reason for our duel, Broggy admitted, scratching his head with an embarrassed grin. It is rather evident. The remains of the colossal sea kings you captured still lie upon this island. Moreover, you have arranged them meticulously, as if to showcase their lengths. Jiang Bei fabricated a reasoning. Ha. I see. Dory, Jiang Bei is indeed correct. If we, the great warriors of Elbaf, cannot contend with the Food Island monster, how foolish it would be to continue our duel. Broggy declared, striding toward the shore with his axe in hand. Indeed, Broggy. Let us embark, my friends. We shall pave the way for you. In the name of Elbaf, Dory proclaimed. Raising his colossal sword, it is time to depart. Nami, Vivi, and Kawaii Duck, let us hasten, Jiang Bei instructed. Unbelievably, they had been dueling for a century over such trivial matters. Vivi and Nami were still reeling, pondering how such a mundane issue could have sustained their conflict for a century, a concept that would forever elude their understanding. After Jiangbei replenished their food supplies on the island, the pirate ship set sail, and shortly thereafter, the food island monster indeed appeared. By this time, the two giants awaited on the shore. Poised to launch their assault on the creature, a gigantic goldfish, Nami and Vivi gasped, pointing at the colossal figure that emerged from the sea. Fear not, Nami, Vivi. Do not be afraid, simply proceed forward without hesitation. Jiangbei reassured with a smile. But it will devour us, Nami cried, crouching on the ground with her hands clasped atop her head, her face contorted in despair. Vivi and Kawaii Duck huddled together in fright, bracing themselves for the impending storm. At that moment, the food island monster opened its cavernous maw, preparing to swallow Jiangbei's ship whole. Oh, not fret. Trust in our two giant friends, and we shall advance without concern. Jiangbei stated calmly. Behold the legendary long spear of the Elbaf giants. The two giants declared, wielding their weapons, one with a massive sword and the other with a battle axe. Suddenly, an aura of overwhelming might enveloped them, akin to divine beings as they swung their weapons with unparalleled force, executing the mightiest strike of the giant race. Bagua, boom. The power of this attack cleaved a path through the ocean, piercing the food island monster's colossal body and creating a gaping wound. Propelling Jiangbei's ship into the air, we are flying, Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Friends, onward. Let us advance. Ah, I see now, Dory. This truly is a splendid idea. It appears we need not duel in the future. Bragi laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Gaga gaga. The weapons of the two giants, having dulled over a century of use, shattered under the strain of their ultimate technique, Bagua. This was precisely Jiangbei's intention, to facilitate a reconciliation between the two giants and bring an end to their century-long rivalry. Thus, Jiangbei and his companions departed from the little garden, setting their sights on their next destination, Alabasta. Chapter 22. Mar.2 Bon Clay on the tranquil sea surface. Although this candle fruit is not particularly remarkable, it has proven that my body can accommodate multiple devil fruit abilities, even simultaneously, Jiangbei concluded after numerous experiments over the past few days. He pondered whether the devil fruit users he had slain would regenerate. If so, the world would indeed be populated with individuals wielding identical powers. However, the Baroque works boasted numerous fruit users, albeit mostly inferior abilities. Only Crocodile's power was worth seizing. Oh no. Jiangbei, come quickly. A pirate ship is approaching us. Nami shouted. What? Let me see. Jiangbei leapt onto the lookout of their ship and soon spotted a massive pirate vessel sailing toward them, adorned with a swan figurehead and pink sails emblazoned with a large 2. Jiangbei immediately recognized it as the ship of the Baroque Works high-ranking agent, Mr.2, whose true name is Bon Clay, is a mimic fruit user, a flamboyant individual skilled in the art of Okama Kenpo and ballet kicks. Typically clad in a pink swan outfit with phrases such as Bon Kure or Okama Wei inscribed on the back, he often refers to himself in the feminine form, performing classic moves that involve spinning on one foot. Jiangbei recalled that in the original narrative, Mr.2 was deeply loyal to his friends and possessed a fundamentally kind nature. Thus, upon encountering him, Jiangbei deemed it prudent to spare his life. Vivi, do you see that ship? That is Mr.2's vessel. I will board it and take care of him. You all stay on our ship and watch, Jiangbei instructed, pointing at the swan. That is Mr.2. I have never seen Mr.2 or Mr.1, nor their partners, and I am unaware of their abilities. I have only heard of him. Mr.2 must be exceptionally powerful, given that he ranks above Mr.3, so be cautious. Vivi's expression turned tense. Are you worried about me? Jiangbei chuckled. I'm not, Vivi retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. As their ships drew near, Jiangbei leaped onto Mr.2 Bon Clay's swan. The crew of pirates aboard the swan were taken aback. One small pirate near Bon Clay pointed at Jiangbei and exclaimed, Mr.2 Bon Clay, he is the notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. Jiangbei, 1, 2, 3, 4. What? So it's you. If even Mr.3 could not best you, I am truly eager to see your prowess, little Jiangbei. Mr.2 sprang from his seat, spinning elegantly on his toes, pointing at Jiangbei with excitement. Mr.2 Bon Clay, possessing a male visage yet adorned with heavy feminine makeup and long legs suited for ballet. was somewhat grotesque to behold. Ah, how delightful it is to see you. Mar.2 Bon Clay. Though there exists no enmity between us, we merely pursue our respective paths. My objective is to resolve the turmoil in the kingdom of Alabasta. Of course, you are aware that this chaos is the handiwork of your Baroque works, and you are indeed a significant figure within that organization. Without your capacity to imitate the abilities of the fruit, Crocodile's plans would be exceedingly difficult to realize, Jiang Bei remarked with a hint of detachment. What do you mean? So, you consider yourself my adversary? Prepare yourself to experience my unique martial arts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feng Kele charged at Jiang Bei, unleashing a flurry of kicks. However, with Feng Kele's kicking technique, he was unable to match Jiang Bei's speed. Despite being termed a unique martial art, Feng Kele relied more on kicking than on actual punches. You are still no match for me, Jiang Bei stated while deftly evading the attacks. Flying finger gun, disperse. Jiang Bei executed the flying finger gun, disperse, forcing Feng Kele to dodge around like a ballet dancer, with his movements appearing comically awkward. How infuriating! You may revel in your success, but how could my meticulously honed martial art be defeated by someone like you? Feng Kele leaped behind a chair, using it as a shield against a strike from the flying finger gun, and then prepared for his next peculiar kicking technique. Prepare yourself, unique dash, swan dance of the fallen. Feng Kele leapt into the air, and astonishingly, a phantom swan appeared behind him. With a long kick aimed at Jiang Bei, he realized he must not allow Feng Kele's foot to make contact, for the sight of the hair on his legs was utterly repulsive. Thus, Jiang Bei opted to evade while launching a ranged attack with the flying finger gun, avoiding a direct confrontation with Feng Kele. Unique martial arts, elegant swan dance, 1, 2, 3, 4. Each time Feng Kele employed his unique martial art, he enjoyed counting his attacks as 1, 2, 3. How dare you? A pirate henchman witnessed his comrade being used as a shield and was instantly enraged, charging forward with his sword. The surrounding henchmen, witnessing this, also drew their weapons. I advise you not to make a move, Jiang Bei warned, swiftly piercing the approaching pirate henchman with a finger gun, lifting him high before tossing him to the ground and stepping on him. Otherwise, the consequences will be quite dire. Much like him, Jiang Bei smirked, pointing at the fallen pirate. Mr. Tu Feng Kele, give it your all. Teach him a lesson. The remaining pirates, now hesitant, refrained from attacking and instead cheered for Feng Kele. Ha ha ha, Feng Kele, with your skills, you couldn't even touch me once. What use is your painstakingly practiced unique martial art? Jiang Bei laughed mockingly. How infuriating, I understand now. I must get serious. From this moment on, I will truly focus, Feng Kele growled through gritted teeth. Chapter 23. The bet of friendship. You still know not of my abilities, do you? The greatest of which is my vast memory capacity. If I employ this technique, you will find yourself laughing uncontrollably. First, the world's most peculiar head, then the world's most bizarre eyes, the world's strangest nose, and the world's oddest mouth. Behold, appreciate it closely. I shall mimic and synthesize your face. Ha 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 ha. Feng Kele turned his back, caressing his face, then spun around to face Jiang Bei, seemingly awaiting his laughter. Is this not a reflection of yourself? Feng Kele, I do not have the luxury of time to indulge in your antics. Jiang Bei replied coolly. Your words are truly a source of embarrassment for someone like me, who has always been perplexed by appearances. Feng Kele feigned sadness. If that is the case, I shall indeed become serious. Allow me to inform you that without my years of rigorous training to cultivate this supple form, one cannot adeptly wield the unique martial arts. Feng Kele's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. Shedding his previous clownish facade, allow me to demonstrate the essence of unique martial arts. Suddenly, Feng Kele produced two swan heads as if performing a magic trick, affixing them to his ballet shoes. Jiang Bei was left utterly bewildered. This bizarre configuration could still move with agility. Oh, by the way, I must clarify that the left one is female and the right one is male. Feng Kele pointed to the swan heads at his feet. Oh, and then? Jiang Bei nonchalantly scratched his nose, displaying a complete lack of concern, which infuriated Feng Kele. Prepare yourself, unique martial arts, explosive swan. Feng Kele charged forward, with Jiang Bei positioned precariously at the edge of the ship. As Jiang Bei narrowly dodged, the ship's hull was punctured by the kick, creating a flawless, round hole as though it had always existed. Ha ha ha, a wise choice. You evaded correctly. Fong Kale laughed heartily. The supple swan neck paired with a beak of steel embodies the true power condensed into a single point. It does not destroy unnecessary things. Ha ha ha. Oh, is that so? Then I shall grant you another chance. Since you are so confident in your peculiar swan ballet martial arts, let us engage in a friendly wager. Jiang Bei smirked. A friendly wager? What are the terms? Fong Kale asked with curiosity. I shall stand still and withstand your most powerful swan martial arts attack. Likewise, should I endure your fiercest strike, you must remain stationary and bear one of my attacks as well. If you can still stand afterward, then consider me defeated. Moreover, I shall take your attack before I counter. Intriguing. What happens if I win or lose? Fong Kale inquired. If you win, I must confess that Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom is in my possession, and she shall be at your disposal. Should I lose, I will join Baroque Works and serve your leader, Crocodile. Of course, if I triumph, you must sever ties with Baroque Works and distance yourself from the Alabasta Kingdom, becoming my subordinate instead. Ho ho ho, then stand still and do not move. Merely perceive my kick as the power of a rifle, albeit a slightly oversized bullet. Let me create a ventilation hole for you. Fong Kale assumed a peculiar stance, and a swan phantom appeared behind him. Fong Kale suddenly became intensely focused. This strike was to be his most formidable. Jiang Bei was confident he could withstand this blow, viewing it as a test of his own resilience. Bang! Fong Kale's kick landed heavily on Jiang Bei's body, producing a sound akin to steel colliding. It appeared that this strike, potent enough to pierce walls and rocks, ultimately could not breach Jiang Bei's ironclad defense. After the impact, Jiang Bei sustained some minor injuries. The marks on his skin were visible, with traces of faint blood. Fong Kale, have you finished? Yet I remain standing, Jiang Bei retorted with a cold smile. This iron-like physique is something I have only witnessed in Mr. 1, a fact that elucidates why Mr. 2 Fong Kale ranks behind him. Fong Kale's kicking techniques are still far from matching the might of iron. Jiang Bei's resilience had reached a level surpassing that of iron itself, rendering Fong Kale no match for him. Now, it is my turn. Rest assured, this blow shall not claim your life. Jiang Bei slowly raised his right hand. I will not evade. Come, in this friendly duel, a man does not flee from confrontation. Fong Kale patted his not-so-rugged chest. Finger gun, Yellow Lotus. Ultimately, Fong Kale could not withstand the force of the finger gun, Yellow Lotus, sustaining several wounds. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei showed restraint, refraining from unleashing his full power, for otherwise, Fong Kale would not survive. Cough, you have won, just kill me. After all, I cannot escape the fate of being eradicated by the organization. Fong Kale lay on the ground, coughing up blood as he spoke. Mr. 2 Fong Kale. The surrounding henchmen cried out in panic. Though they longed to rush forward, they lacked the courage to confront Jiang Bei. Yet, Jiang Bei made no move to attack, merely observing Fong Kale from above. What are you waiting for? Hurry, deliver the final blow, Fong Kale urged. Get up. Jiang Bei suddenly extended his hand toward Fong Kale. Could it be? This is the true symbol of friendship between rivals. But I shall not weep. Fong Kale grasped Jiang Bei's hand and began to sob uncontrollably while seated on the ground. Enough, enough. You have been granted a new lease on life. I hereby declare that you shall set sail with your crew under the name of the Swan Pirate Crew. The Kamabaka Kingdom, a realm of unique beings located in the Grand Line, is populated by individuals like yourself, all of whom are quite formidable. If you ever have the opportunity to visit, I believe you will find it a place you cherish, Jiang Bei said to Fong Kale. In truth, Jiang Bei need not have gone to such lengths, but he found Fong Kale to be a rather intriguing character, and thus felt inclined to lend a helping hand. Really, is this my paradise of dreams? All right, my little companions, let us set sail together from now on. We have parted ways with Baroque Works, and we shall now be known as the Swan Pirates. Haha von Clay, as if invigorated by a stimulant, rose to his feet and shouted. Chapter 24. Arrival at the Desert Kingdom. This moment, within the rain-soaked confines of the Alabasta Kingdom's rain dinner casino, a man with a grim expression lit a cigar and placed it between his lips. He then crumpled the bounty notice he had been clutching tightly and tossed it into the trash. Indeed, this brooding figure was none other than Mr. Zero, the shadowy mastermind behind Baroque Works and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sir Crocodile. The voice of a woman unmistakably belonged to Miss All Sunday, who would later join the Straw Hat Pirates, a pivotal female character in the world of One Piece, the archaeologist Nico Robin. Crocodile sported slicked-back hair, a long scar crossing his face, a golden earring on his right ear, and was draped in a black fur coat over an orange checkered shirt. He had a penchant for cigars, and his most distinctive feature was a golden hook on his left hand, concealing a venomous scorpion stinger and a blade. This design exuded the aura of an Italian mafia boss a decade prior. Crocodile had joined the ranks of the Seven Warlords, boasting a bounty of 81 million berries at that time, an amount not to be underestimated, as it was from 10 years ago in the original narrative of One Piece. Crocodile's abilities and intellect were indeed of an extraordinary caliber, far exceeding the 100 million mark. The original work undeniably downplayed the powers of Crocodile's sand fruit, which, in the desert, should render him nearly invincible. Yet, in the story, the protagonist Luffy managed to defeat Crocodile through sheer luck and a barrage of rubbery attacks, a scenario that defies logic and can only be attributed to the protagonist's plot armor. On the tranquil sea, Vivi remarked, "It seems the wind direction and weather have stabilized." Suddenly, Nami interjected, "Moreover, the presence of the Baroque Works pirate ship anchored over there further corroborates this." Jiangbei, peering through his binoculars, commented, "How strange. Why would the company employees gather at the port? There seems to be no reason for it." Vivi understood that Baroque Works would never mobilize unless under extraordinary circumstances. Those individuals must be the billionaires of Baroque Works. Accompanied by their elite agents, Jiangbei said with ease. "Does that mean the enemy will have at least 200 men? What should we do, Jiangbei? You must protect me," Nami exclaimed, panic evident on her face. "And these are the elite 200 of Baroque Works, completely different from those bounty hunters at Whiskey Peak." Vivi's expression grew tense, causing even the nearby running duck, Karu, to squawk in fright. "All right, my dear ladies. Just observe from the sidelines. Leave the fighting to me," Jiangbei confidently declared, flipping his hair. "Indeed, Vivi, do not worry. Jiangbei is so strong. He can handle everyone on his own. We can just hide," Nami reassured Vivi. "Yet, I wish to fight as well. You have helped me so much, and yet I feel utterly useless as a princess." Vivi suddenly clenched her fists, bowing her head, "And no need to fret, Vivi. I actually need a formidable opponent like Crocodile to hone my skills. Defeating him is essential for Alabastus' rebirth." Jiangbei gently stroked Vivi's hair. As Jiangbei's pirate ship drew closer to the shore, they could see the endless expanse of sand and the distant town, a clear indication that they had finally arrived at the desert kingdom, Alabasta. Just beyond the port of Alabasta lay a town called Noera. Upon disembarking, Jiangbei and his companions could see that over 100 individuals had surrounded the entire port, blocking any passage to Noera. They would have to overcome this obstacle first. "You accompanying me ashore would only hinder my efforts, so you all should remain on the ship. I will handle everything," Jiangbei said calmly, surveying the multitude of foes ahead. "These are all the billionaires of Baroque Works. How could this happen? Have they already received our intel and set a trap?" Vivi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. As expected, the crowd parted in a coordinated manner, as if making way for someone of importance. The next moment, four figures approached the port with deliberate slowness, each surrounded by the billionaires casting respectful gazes upon them. Mr. Point One was a tall, muscular man clad in a Shaolin monk-style outfit adorned with snake patterns on either side of his chest and a bald head emblazoned with the character. He was taciturn, rarely smiled, and preferred solitude, being the strongest among all the elite agents. Miss Doublefinger was a voluptuous woman with an impeccable figure, who walked while smoking a slender cigarette, swaying her alluring body. As she approached Jiangbei, he couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking only a man like Mr. One, with such a steely demeanor, would remain unaffected by her charms. Mr. Four was an enormous, rotund man with a center-parted mop of yellow hair. Wearing a thick scarf in the sweltering heat, and carrying a 4-ton heavy baseball bat alongside a sausage dog cannon that had consumed the dog fruit. The four approached Jiangbei, who remained unperturbed. Upon their meeting, Miss Doublefinger flashed a charming smile and spoke, "You must be Jiangbei. How impressive that the boss has dispatched us to hunt you down. Are you prepared to face the wrath of Baroque Works? Well then, let us see what you can do." Chapter 25. The Defeat of the Mole Squad. "All billionaires, attack." Miss Doublefinger retreated a few steps and then waved her hand. "Brothers, charge. If we kill him, We can be promoted to mid-tier agents. Make way. This head is mine. Don't you dare steal my kill. A cacophony of voices erupted as over 100 individuals brandished their weapons and charged forward with fervor and momentum. Surely, you don't believe these lackeys can stop me, Jiang Bei remarked nonchalantly. Saru. Finger pistol. Galefoot. Flying finger pistol. Dispel. Miss Doublefinger gasped in astonishment as her cigarette fell from her mouth. The 6 styles of the Marines. Interesting kid. Mr. One stood resolutely, arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on the figure weaving through the crowd. Before long, the entire throng lay sprawled on the ground. Jiang Bei stepped on the unconscious body of a billionaire, tauntingly asking, "Who among you dares to step forward first? Surely, you don't intend to come at me all at once, do you? You need not be afraid. I welcome a group assault just like before. This is Reizu. It is a sausage dog cannon that has eaten the dog fruit." Mr. Four squatted down, petting the head of the sausage dog cannon. "Ha ha ha, is this not a short and chubby penguin? Your duo is truly amusing," Jiang Bei laughed heartily. "Die? Earth Dragon. Banana Palm." Jiang Bei was aware that the baseballs would explode, and he continually used Saru to evade one after another, each baseball detonating behind him in fiery bursts. Just as everyone believed Jiang Bei's intention was to charge and defeat Mr. Four, even Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger moved closer to protect him. However, as Jiang Bei approached, he swiftly utilized Saru to sidestep to Reizu's side. Before the sausage dog cannon could react, Jiang Bei forcefully hurled it into the air, and with a splash, Reizu fell into the sea, rendered unconscious. "Reizu!" Mr. Four cried out. Then, in a frenzy, he dashed towards the shore, diving directly into the sea to search for the now unconscious Reizu. "Well done." Miss Doublefinger reignited her cigarette and continued. "Now we have a problem, Mr. One. I didn't expect this guy to be so difficult. It seems we will need to join forces. Fear not. Steal. He is not someone who can break through." Mr. One maintained his crossed-arm stance, eyes closed, seemingly dismissive of Jiang Bei. "Your pretentious demeanor suggests that you hold me in contempt. You must be Das Bonez, the Blade Man, a user of the blade fruit, capable of transforming any part of his body into a blade, while also hardening his skin to match steel. Am I correct?" Jiang Bei inquired, gazing at Mr. One. "How do you know my name?" Mr. Point One remained expressionless, seemingly unperturbed. "Because you were once an exceptional bounty hunter in the West Sea, and as someone who was once part of the Navy, I have heard tales of your exploits." Jiang Bei casually uttered a few words, remarking that you, indeed, are his partner, Mississippi with both hands pointed. She is the thorned fruit wielder, capable of sprouting spikes from any part of her body, possessing the power to pierce through rocky walls, a veritable thorny rose. Although I am reluctant to raise my hand against a woman, it seems unavoidable at this moment. "Fear not. I shall be gentle," Jiang Bei chuckled as he spoke. Jiang Bei's gaze scanned Mrs. Flawless figure like a scanner. He could not help but envision her in all her muscular glory, or perhaps with spikes protruding from every part of her body, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to cast aside such distracting thoughts. "How dare they underestimate us?" Miss spat out her cigarette, taking a few steps forward. The cigarette fell to the ground, crushed beneath her foot, as if to convey to Jiang Bei, "Do you see this? This is your fate." "Oh dear, I am truly frightened. Are you all planning to gang up on me?" Jiang Bei said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 26. Confrontation with Mr. One, once a renowned bounty hunter in the West Sea. Das Bonus, known for his lethal prowess, now finds himself relegated to being Crocodile's lackey. Why, one might wonder, would he stoop to such a level? Is it merely to receive delectable scraps for licking his master's hand? In order to provoke Mr. One into a one-on-one duel, Jiang Bei resorted to mockery. Although neither of them would stand a chance against Jiang Bei together, he knew Mr. One was still a formidable opponent, and he needed to conserve his strength for the inevitable confrontation with Crocodile. He could not afford to expend too much energy unnecessarily. "Miss, please refrain from intervening. This little brat is mine to defeat," Jiang Bei declared. Mr. One, predictably taking the bait, immediately assumed a combat stance, his expression serious. "Is that so? This little brat seems rather peculiar. I fear he may not be so easily subdued," Miss replied. "No worries. I am confident he cannot harm me in the slightest, for since acquiring this fruit ability, no one has managed to breach my ironclad defense. If he could overcome me, then even our combined efforts would be futile." Mr. One brimmed with confidence in his iron physique, to the point of arrogance. Unwilling to allow mist to interfere, youngster, you ought to venture out more. This world is vast, and many can pierce your flimsy defenses, of which I am merely one of the weakest, barely capable of besting you. Jiang Bei taunted, flipping his hair. It seems your words are sharper than my steel. I wonder if you can still speak so boldly after our encounter, Mr. One retorted, his anger evident as his hands transformed into formidable steel blades. Reflecting light, his arms now a silvery hue. Oh no. It suddenly dawned on Jiang Bei that while he could temporarily enhance his body's hardness to that of steel with his iron block technique, he would be immobile, merely standing there to take the blows. Certainly not an appealing prospect. Mr. One ceased his chatter and charged forward, his dual-hand blades slashing mercilessly at Jiang Bei, alternating strikes while even his feet transformed into steel blades for the attack. Jiang Bei continued to retreat, evading strikes, as Mr. One's speed fell short of reaching him, merely grazing the edges of Jiang Bei's clothing. Ha! The little brat is quite swift, but can you evade this strike? Mr. One exclaimed, his frustration mounting. Foam daisy slash. Mr. One suddenly positioned his hands in an upward-downward motion, seemingly simple yet harboring the power to cleave through stone walls, a wide area attack, iron block, steel. Realizing he could not evade this attack, Jiang Bei steeled himself and maximized his defense, uncertain of the true strength behind those steel blades. He had no choice but to gamble, hoping his iron block could withstand the iron's might in the aftermath of the collision. Massive rocks behind Jiang Bei were cleaved apart, as easily as slicing through a watermelon, scattering fragments across the ground. What? Impossible! You managed to withstand my steel blades with mere skin. Mr. One's eyes widened in astonishment. Hee. While the iron block can withstand your steel blades, it still stings a bit, Jiang Bei mused. Could it be this scoundrel a devil fruit user? Miss exclaimed in shock. No, that cannot be. This fellow is employing the Marine's 6 powers, specifically the iron block. But how could he achieve such hardness to rival steel? Unbelievable. Mr. One quickly dismissed the notion of Jiang Bei being a devil fruit user, recalling Jiang Bei's past as a Marine, concluding that it must indeed be the iron block technique. No, you are mistaken. This is not just any iron block. This is an upgraded version. Iron block, steel. Ordinary Marines do not possess the prowess I hold, Jiang Bei stated while evading Mr. One's onslaught. Is that so? But even with the 6 powers iron block, you will still sustain injuries. After all, it is merely a physical technique, incapable of matching the durability of a devil fruit user like myself. Am I wrong? Mr. Point One mused, his surprise fading, his expression returning to calm. However, the results were far from ideal. Jiang Bei's finger gun flick merely sparked faintly against Mr. One's form, leaving no mark, evaporating into thin air. Are you merely tickling me? Mr. Point One remarked with a hint of disdain as he stretched his arm. If the finger gun flick cannot harm you, then how about the gale kick? Jiang Bei unleashed several gale kick vacuum waves, all aimed with precision at Mr. One, scattering the massive rocks around them, which began to plummet toward Mr. One's head. Micro dust slash. Mr. One transformed his hands into claw-like steel blades, crossing them in the air to slice the falling rocks into pieces the size of tofu. Though the shapes varied, the point remained. They had been reduced to many smaller fragments, demonstrating the sheer force of his attack. Dust and debris cascaded to the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. Once the dust settled, Mr. Point One stood unscathed amidst the haze, seemingly untouched, futile. Did I not say, you cannot harm me in the slightest? Mr. One stated flatly, as if his powerful strike had been executed with the utmost ease. Your slash fruit ability is quite remarkable. It allows your vitality to be as resilient as a cockroach, Jiang Bei taunted. Though he spoke mockingly, Jiang Bei was resolute in his determination to eliminate Mr. One and seize his slash fruit ability. Chapter 27. Seizing the slash fruit spiral blade slash. Mr. Point One charged forth, intent on tearing Jiang Bei to shreds with his spinning arm blades. As Mr. One advanced, Jiang Bei delivered a kick to a non-bladed area of Mr. One, redirecting his punch toward the ground. However, Mr. One did not immediately withdraw his hand, causing the rotating blades to carve a deep pit into the solid earth. Ha! Your excavation skills seem rather impressive. Jiang Bei chuckled at the sight of the pit Mr. One had created. I cannot be a digger. Everything shall be severed by my blades, Mr. One replied nonchalantly, withdrawing his hands from the earth. I believe it is time to stop playing. Are you ready? I shall now be serious. Jiang Bei brushed off the dust from his attire, his gaze turning resolute, abandoning any pretense of levity. Prepared for what? Just as I wish. Mr. One halted the spinning blades on his arms and declared, Shave, finger gun. Yellow Lotus. Jiang Bei resolved that even in a direct confrontation with Mr. One's steel, he would not be gravely injured. Thus, he used Shave to appear before Mr. One, extending his right hand with 2 fingers to unleash the finger gun. Yellow Lotus. What? You dare to clash with me head-on? The price of misjudging this moment is death, Mr. One exclaimed, momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure, his hands transforming into claw-like shapes, crossing defensively over his chest. If one were to mistakenly assume this posture was for defense, they would be gravely mistaken. On the contrary, Mr. One was preparing to unleash one of his signature moves, Annihilation / Boom. The collision of their respective techniques erupted into a massive sound wave, the sheer force causing both Miss and the observing Nami and Vivi on the ship to break into a cold sweat. This strike is no ordinary finger gun. Yellow Lotus. Jiang Bei has infused it with even greater strength, aiming to penetrate impenetrable steel defenses. As expected, this enhanced version of the finger gun. Yellow Lotus pierced through the iron barrier, leaving variously sized gaping wounds on MR.1, compelling him to clutch his injury and expel a mouthful of blood. The crimson droplets fell to the ground, instantly absorbed by the parched earth. However, Jiang Bei, having directly endured MR.1's ultimate technique, the Annihilation / was not unscathed either. His chest bore several intersecting, deep gashes, with blood slowly dripping onto the ground. It had been a long time since he had sustained injuries. And he could hardly believe, could actually pierce my steel. I must admit you have become my worthy adversary. Although MR.1 was taken aback by his own injury, he quickly regained his composure, seemingly oblivious to the pain. At this moment, he regarded Jiang Bei as a serious opponent and resolved to defeat him with all his might. He chuckled. You actually managed to wound me. You aren't half bad. Steelman Jiang Bei, well aware that he would sustain injuries, was relieved that his physical resilience had prevented him from suffering severe damage. In contrast, MR.1's injuries were far more serious after his defenses were breached. Are you prepared for this? This move will determine our fates. No. It is a matter of life and death. MR.1 took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a desperate struggle, his breathing calming. Just as I wish. Then prepare to meet your end, finger gun. Spot. Jiang Bei unleashed all his might, transforming this move into a more powerful version. After all, without such a boost, a mere strike might not be sufficient to eliminate MR. 1. Dust / Speed Blade. MR.1 transformed his heel into a blade, gliding forward like an ice skate. Annihilation / bolstered by the speed of the dust / speed blade. This attack represented MR.1's ultimate strike. A gamble of life and death. It is over. MR.1. With a thud, a gust of dust swept by as MR.1 collapsed, his face meeting the ground. Even in death, he could not comprehend why Jiang Bei's finger gun spot had not only pierced steel but had also penetrated flesh and blood. The cloak emblazoned with the character on his back bore dozens of fingertip-sized holes. Yet, Jiang Bei emerged unscathed from MR.1's most powerful annihilation / Just moments ago, he had realized that by maximizing the power of finger gun spot, his fingers had become as hard as iron, allowing him to effortlessly pierce through steel. MR.1. Mississippi Shuang Shoji exclaimed in shock. Oh, are you too afraid to make a move? Very well. I shall seize this opportunity to claim the quick / fruit's power. Jiang Bei extended his hand toward MR.1's lifeless body and closed his eyes. Although this marked his third attempt to acquire a devil fruit ability, Jiang Bei remained uncertain of his success. As he shut his eyes, he seemed to perceive the shape of the quick / fruit, affirming its presence. Soon, he felt a warm surge flowing into his palm, signaling that he had successfully claimed the quick / fruit. As he sensed it gradually altering his physical structure. This feeling is simply exquisite, he thought, noticing that the injuries he had just sustained were healing due to the transformation brought on by the quick / fruit. However, it was not yet time to experiment with the quick / fruit. He could not reveal his ability to acquire devil fruit powers. Jiang Bei mused. People are often curious about the unknown. If they perceive a threat, they will seek to eradicate it. The ability to claim devil fruits would become Jiang Bei's greatest secret, one he must keep concealed until he had fully developed his strength. Observing Jiang Bei's peculiar behavior and the fact that he had closed his eyes, Mississippi Shuang Shouji assumed he was gravely injured and employing some method of recovery, if she were to launch a sneak attack now. With that thought, she could no longer contain herself and dashed toward Jiang Bei. "Die!" she shouted, spike fingers. Transforming her 10 fingers into razor-sharp thorns using the thorn fruit ability, she lunged at Jiang Bei. "You say you wish to ambush me, yet you announce your intentions so loudly. Do you fear I might not hear you? Or do you believe me deaf?" Jiang Bei abruptly opened his eyes, evading Mississippi Shuang Shouji's assault with a swift movement. "Damn it, you bastard. Aren't you supposed to be injured?" She spat venomously. "Oh, you have far too much confidence in your own strength, Mississippi Shuang Shouji," Jiang Bei replied coolly. "Damn it, perish, sea urchin thorns." Mississippi Shuang Shouji's explosive hair sprouted countless spikes, resembling a walking sea urchin, as she lowered her head and charged at Jiang Bei. "You think you can hit me by lowering your head?" Jiang Bei executed a swift sidestep, and Mississippi Shuang Shouji collided with a massive rock like a headless fly, her thorns piercing through the stone with ease. Thorn therapy. Realizing that ordinary techniques would not suffice against Jiang Bei, Miss Shuang Shouji unleashed her ultimate move. She plunged thorns into her arms like syringes, gaining a surge of strength. At that moment, she appeared somewhat monstrous. Her once slender, devilish figure transformed into a muscular behemoth. A stark contrast. "Ha ha ha, a little brat like you could never be a match for the Baroque Works elite agents. Die, Thorn Meteor Hammer." Mississippi Shuang Shouji, now frenzied, charged at Jiang Bei, her muscular arms resembling a spiked mace. "Just as I was reminded, I've recently perfected a new technique. Let us see how it fares against you." Gale Kick. Kainio. Jiang Bei unleashed a gale kick, which, unlike the ordinary version, took the form of a bird, soaring at immense speed towards the approaching Mississippi Shuang Shouji. While Jiang Bei could have easily dispatched her with the finger gun, Yellow Lotus, he had expended most of his strength against Damar. And though he was gradually recovering, he deemed it unnecessary to use his strongest technique against Mississippi Shuang Shouji. What? How can it be so fast? The speed of the gale kick. Kainio was so great that Mississippi Shuang Shouji could barely react, forcing her to charge forward blindly. At the moment of imminent contact, she foolishly thought her spiked arms could block the attack, but the outcome was far from what she had hoped. The gale kick struck her, sending her flying, the immense force shattering her defenses and imprinted her form into a nearby rock. Subsequently, Mississippi Shuang Shouji fell from the rock with a thud, collapsing unconscious onto the ground. The gale kick, Kainio, was a recently developed technique, and being new, its power was naturally not as great as the finger gun. Yellow Lotus, nor did it require much energy. It was worth noting that this technique was inspired by CP9's Rob Lucci, and Jiang Bei had shown remarkable talent in imitation. Jiang Bei had no intention of acquiring Mississippi Shuang Shouji's thorn fruit ability, so he simply cast a fleeting glance at her before turning away. Incredible. Jiang Bei. The Baroque Works elite agents, all defeated, Vivi gasped, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. While she had initially believed in Jiang Bei, she had not anticipated such a one-sided conclusion to the battle. Moreover, Jiang Bei appeared to have ample strength remaining, shattering Vivi's worldview. "Vivi, didn't I tell you not to worry? It's just the 7 warlords of the sea. Jiang Bei will surely send them all flying and drive them from this country." Nami declared with innocent enthusiasm, raising her fist. "You all have helped me so much. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude," Vivi said, covering her face as tears streamed down. Jiang Bei suddenly appeared behind the two, stating, all right, Vivi, Crocodile was already one of my targets to defeat. He has committed numerous atrocities, and such a person should not be allowed to continue living. Furthermore, I want to gauge the true strength of the warlords of the sea." Upon mentioning Crocodile, Jiang Bei felt a wave of apprehension. As a user of the sand fruit, Crocodile's natural abilities were fearsome, rendering him immune to all physical attacks. How could he possibly strike Crocodile, who would simply dissolve into sand, leaving Jiang Bei swinging at nothing? Although in the anime, Luffy ultimately defeated Crocodile using his blood-soaked fists, Jiang Bei believed that achieving such a feat in this more realistic world would be nearly impossible. He felt a twinge of pity for Crocodile, for regardless of whether in anime or this reality, due to Jiang Bei's arrival, Crocodile was destined to fail once more, since Crocodile's weakness lies in water. Jiang Bei believes there are indeed ways to counter him. He has already devised a clever strategy. However, any slight misstep in battling Crocodile could lead to failure, and the consequence of failure is death. Jiang Bei does not consider himself to possess the protagonist's halo, as if he could afford to lose against Crocodile multiple times like a typical hero. Such a notion is simply unrealistic. Nonetheless, should Jiang Bei manage to defeat Crocodile, the first natural-type devil fruit would be his for the taking. Acquiring a natural-type devil fruit would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess significantly. Of course, Jiang Bei is confident in his ability to confront Crocodile. Otherwise, he would not have acted so recklessly. He still has a trump card specifically reserved for Crocodile, and with ample water at his disposal, he could force Crocodile into his tangible form. Setting aside these thoughts, Jiang Bei suddenly inquired, "Vivi, where do you plan to go now?" "No, if we are to defeat Crocodile, I need the king's assistance. Thus, we must first head to Alabastus Royal Palace, Albana. However, I cannot disclose what I require just yet." Jiang Bei does not believe that merely heading to Yuba will thwart the rebel army. The key lies in defeating Crocodile. Let us pack up and set off, but Vivi should be cautious not to be recognized. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble, and running fast cannot accompany us. Jiang Bei chuckled. Running fast, having yielded, obediently stayed aboard the ship. After a brief preparation, Jiang Bei and his companions set off toward the town with several large burlap sacks in tow. Chapter 29. Departing for Albana. Upon entering Alabasta, Jiang Bei could distinctly feel the temperature rising. Although it was not yet desert, the heat was already quite intense, prompting the group to quicken their pace. "Why can such a vile villain become a national hero?" Nami asked incredulously. "What a despicable, shameless hypocrite!" she exclaimed, stamping her foot in anger. "I do not intend to mobilize the king's army, as mere numbers are of no consequence when facing a warlord of the sea. I simply need to devise a plan and follow it, and there should be no issues," Jiang Bei replied nonchalantly. "Look, how lively it is. We have arrived at Noera." Nami pointed ahead, indicating a street. As they approached the street leading into Noera town, Vivi quickly donned a veil to avoid recognition. Upon entering the thoroughfare, they were greeted by buildings of varying heights lined up in neat rows. The streets bustled with traffic and pedestrians, resembling a different world altogether. The architecture was unique, and everyone wore Alabastus' distinctive attire. Adhering to local customs, Jiang Bei thought it prudent to purchase a few pieces of Alabasta clothing. Naturally, the vehicles here were horse-drawn carriages and camel carts. The locals transported a wide array of goods, as this was a prosperous port town where much trade occurred, and the rebel army's supplies were sourced from here as well. Along the streets, vendors displayed an assortment of items for sale, with barbecue stalls being the most numerous, causing the group to salivate at the sight of skewers on display. "Hey, would you like to try some fresh venison?" The vendor closest to Jiang Bei called out, fanning the skewers sizzling on the grill. Jiang Bei found it rather peculiar. In this arid region, one would not expect to find deer, which typically inhabit forested areas with grasslands. Yet here they were, selling venison, which was quite astonishing. "I'll take these few skewers. I wouldn't be able to finish more." Jiang Bei casually selected a few. "All right, that will be 100 berries, the vendor said, beaming as he handed over the skewers. After paying, they quickly devoured the venison. Subsequently, they arrived at a clothing vendor and carefully selected a few Alabasta garments. Nami donned a blue-purple tank top paired with a white mini-skirt adorned with blue lace. This outfit, due to its minimal fabric, appeared quite alluring, accentuating her curves, much to Jiang Bei's delight. Vivi, on the other hand, opted for a more conservative ensemble, draping herself in a large white cloak that concealed her beauty, which left Jiang Bei somewhat disappointed. Jiang Bei chose a simple gray cloak for himself, donning the hood to exude an air of mystery, prompting both Nami and Vivi to scrutinize him. At-18, Jiang Bei, with his black eyes and hair, though possessing an average appearance, radiated a sense of security to both women. Perhaps it was due to his consistent victories over adversaries that made them feel safe in his presence. Jiang Bei's innocent visage, coupled with his sun-kissed skin and tousled short hair, made him appear no different from a typical youth. Thus no one would suspect he was a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. As Jiang Bei meticulously selected ingredients, Nami and Vivi busied themselves purchasing Nohara's renowned perfume, which they sprayed on themselves, leaving a delightful fragrance in the air. However, amidst their joyous shopping, There was one individual whose mood was exceedingly sour, Crocodile. Perhaps they were overly confident, believing they could win in a one-on-one battle. He chuckled. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. I cannot allow them to disrupt my plans years in the making. MR.1's failure was not without reason. Even if these fools were careless, such a result was improbable. According to the intelligence received, there was only one opponent, who appeared to have sustained only minor injuries, indicating his formidable strength. The world government had misjudged. This level of power should not merely warrant a bounty of 20 million berries. Damn it, Crocodile muttered darkly, puffing on 2 cigars. Jiangbei, an interesting lad. Robin turned away. Glancing at Jiangbei's bounty poster, a faint smile gracing her lips. The photograph on Jiangbei's bounty notice was a casual snapshot taken when he enlisted in the Navy, displayed at the naval base. It had likely been directly appropriated for the bounty. This particular photo, taken by Isaac in the mountains behind the naval base, served as a keepsake. In the image, Jiangbei was turned slightly, gazing back with a sunny smile. Dressed in a simple dark blue short-sleeve shirt, making it difficult to associate him with a fearsome pirate. After a brief respite, Jiangbei spoke up. Nami, Vivi, it's time to prepare for departure. Is everything all right? Then it's settled. Let us set off for Albania. Chapter 30. Oasis in the desert. Fortunately, on their way, they had purchased a plethora of skewers and a bounty of fruits. Otherwise, they might struggle to stomach Jiangbei's cooking. Jiangbei scratched his head awkwardly. Who told you to make the same dish every day? The day before yesterday was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yesterday was also scrambled eggs with tomatoes. And these past few days have been a repetition of similar meals. It's unbearable, Nami retorted angrily. Actually, it's not that bad, Vivi interjected with an awkward smile. Though Vivi was somewhat shy, she did not outright criticize his cooking. This spurred Jiangbei's resolve to either recruit a chef for the ship or learn to improve his culinary skills himself. By this time, Jiangbei and his companions had reached the upper reaches of the St. Dora River, having taken approximately 2 days to arrive. From Vivi, Jiangbei learned that the Kingdom of Alabasta was divided into 2 regions, separated by the long St. Dora River. The port town of Noera, which they had traversed upon entering Alabasta, was located at the southeastern edge of the eastern region. The royal palace in Albania lay directly above Noera. More importantly, docking the ship along the St. Dora River would facilitate a closer departure from Alabasta than if they had anchored at the port. After gathering all necessary supplies for their journey and mooring the ship, the group disembarked. Stepping ashore, they were greeted by an endless expanse of desert, barren and devoid of life, with not a soul in sight, let alone the existence of a town. Yet, deep within this desolation lay Albania. Under the scorching sun, the desert shimmered, distorting the air. Vivi and Nami rode atop running fast, but even with the swift duck, the high temperatures of the desert caused them to sweat profusely, necessitating frequent breaks. Despite this, Jiangbei remained unfazed, as his physique and stamina were well suited to withstand such heat. Long treks posed little challenge, provided there was an ample supply of water and food. The group continued their journey, alternating between walking and resting for a full day and night. This day passed without incident, save for encountering some peculiar creatures adapted to survive in the desert. As night fell, the temperature dropped significantly after the sun set, creating a stark contrast between day and night in the desert. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance, having purchased a tent suitable for temporary outdoor setup in Noera. While purchasing supplies in Luohala, Jiangbei discovered numerous items that also exist in the real world, including the indispensable tent for home and travel. Naturally, there were several tents, one for Nami, one for Jiangbei, and another shared by Vivi and Kwaidwa. Don't come to our tent at night, or if I catch you, you're doomed, Nami warned, shaking her little fist and gesturing emphatically to Jiangbei. Nami, are you hinting at something? I seem to be a bit confused, Jiangbei replied, feigning ignorance. Sigh, I should have just bought a tent, he lamented, before crawling into his own. The next morning, Jiangbei took a sip of water and said, we should hasten our journey. It's time to run. We've consumed too much water along the way, and we're nearly out. Considering the terrain, we probably covered about half the distance. I estimate we need another day's travel to reach our destination. Then it's up to you, Kwaidwa. Today we'll need to run, Vivi said, gently patting Kwaidwa on the head. After a brief tidying up, the group set off once more. As they neared the heart of the desert, the temperature soared, and their water supplies had long been exhausted. Leaving only some fruit to stave off hunger, I feel like I'm dying, It's so hot, Nami exclaimed, too overheated to carry anything. She discarded unimportant items from her backpack and even cast aside the white robe she had worn for sun protection. Vivi's situation was equally dire, clad in a thin tank top and shorts. Even though the scenery was stunning, Jiangbei found no joy in in the vast desert. The absence of water felt akin to a loss of hope, rendering them aimless and fatigued as they trudged onward. Quaidwa was in even worse shape, panting heavily and moving slowly, forcing Jiangbei to let Nami and Vivi walk on their own. Fortunately, they encountered no sandstorms or other atmospheric anomalies along the way, or reaching Albania might have been in jeopardy. Jiangbei had anticipated that crossing the desert would be as simple as in the anime. One moment asleep, the next awake, and it would be over. He never imagined the journey would be so long and torturous. He regretted not acquiring 2 camels in Luohala to bring aboard the ship. Unsure how long they had been walking, Jiangbei suddenly spotted some green dots in the distance. As they grew larger, he thought, could that be an oasis? He speculated uncertainly, in a way. Am I hallucinating from the heat? Nami murmured, dazed as she glanced around. With a sudden burst of energy, Quaidwa dashed towards the oasis, carrying Nami and Vivi, sending up a cloud of dust as they raced forward, a stark contrast to their previous lethargy. This really is an oasis. Chapter 31. The master of the oasis, Mauji. However, the oasis appeared rather small, which explained why it had been difficult to see from afar. Jiangbei approached the stream, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, it was a modest oasis. Without a water source, it would hardly qualify as such. Quaidwa reached the stream and began drinking eagerly from the clear water, which was safe to consume. The group rested at the oasis for about an hour, replenishing their water supply before continuing their journey. Half an hour later, Jiangbei remarked, strange, this was the same stream. We clearly saw it was a small oasis. Yet we've been walking for half an hour and still haven't exited. Vivi suddenly halted, questioning, there's something off about this oasis. Nami nodded in agreement, acknowledging the anomaly. Who are you? Why are you using this oasis to trap us? Jiangbei inquired into the air, adopting a tone of caution. Nami and Vivi exchanged bewildered glances. There appeared to be no one around. Surely, no one would go to such lengths to construct an oasis in the middle of a vast desert. Receiving no response, Jiangbei grew frustrated. I suppose I must force you to reveal yourself, he declared, activating Moonwalk to elevate himself into the air. From his vantage point, he observed the small oasis, only to find its environment shifting. The plants and trees were inexplicably relocating. How could this be? What sorcery is this? A devil fruit ability? Jiangbei pondered, bewildered. Such phenomena had never been encountered in the original One Piece storyline. Jiangbei, that figured, suddenly emerged from the trees. Nami cried, pointing in terror, is it truly so? A devil fruit user? Jiangbei scrutinized the figure before him, adopting a cautious tone. Upon closer inspection, the figure donned a green robe and was tall and slender. Although the robe's hood obscured much of the face, the outline was discernible, a devil fruit. The green-robed figure lifted the hood, revealing a delicate face that left everyone in awe. His skin was fair and radiant, with a perfectly shaped face, a prominent nose, and a subtle smile that highlighted his exquisite features. In simpler terms, he was exceptionally handsome, with an unusual head of green hair and striking green eyes. The deep green irises emanated an enigmatic allure, drawing the gaze of those who dared to look too long. As the green-robed figure remained silent, Jiangbei pressed on. Who exactly are you? What are your intentions? The figure finally spoke. I am Mauji, the master of this oasis. And who might you be? Hello. I am Nami. I am Vivi. I am Jiangbei. He responded curtly, yet remained vigilant, ready to act at a moment's notice should the situation demand it. Pleased to meet you all. I was merely playing a little trick. I never intended to trap you here. Ha. My apologies, Mauji chuckled, scratching his head, revealing a more approachable demeanor, shedding the earlier air of mystery. Mauji, you just claimed to be the master of this oasis. I find that intriguing. An oasis, a natural ecological environment, surely cannot belong to any one individual, Nami queried. How could anyone achieve such a feat in this perpetually arid desert? Vivi added, fully aware of the challenges involved in creating an oasis in Alabasta. Did you not hear what I just said? Indeed, I am a devil fruit user, Mauji replied, glancing at Jiangbei. but even a devil fruit user cannot accomplish this. Nami protested. The flora, fauna, and rivers here are all so incredibly real. The water is even drinkable. Is this truly the extent of a devil fruit's power? Though Nami suspected as much, she was still taken aback. No, Nami, a typical devil fruit cannot achieve such a level of manipulation. This is the most powerful category of devil fruit, the nature type, Jiangbei stated coldly. This formidable ability undoubtedly belongs to a nature-type devil fruit. Jiangbei recalled a later fruit known as the Mosin fruit, which could control plants and was akin to Maoji's abilities, being the power of the Marine Admiral Green Bull. How could it manifest in Maoji? There was also another devil fruit user capable of accelerating plant growth, the Paramecia-type Mozo fruit, whose user, Marine Officer Binzi, bore no resemblance to Maoji. Yet there was a crucial distinction. The Mozo fruit accelerated the growth of existing plants, whereas Maoji's nature-type fruit could conjure vast amounts of vegetation from thin air, rapidly transforming it into an oasis, effectively a superior variant of the Mozo fruit. Now convinced that Maoji was indeed a nature-type devil fruit user, Jiangbei remained uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Should he be an adversary, a fierce battle might ensue. One lingering question troubled Jiangbei. How had such a powerful devil fruit come to reside with Maoji? This answer would have to come from Maoji himself, though Jiangbei refrained from asking such a personal question. Chapter 32. Maoji's story, the plant fruit. Sensing Jiangbei's unease, Maoji smiled softly and began, "Allow me to share a story with you. Once, there was a young boy who lived carefree in this land. His parents were local merchants who frequently transported valuable goods between Rainbase and Albana. However, one fateful day, while delivering goods, they encountered a dreadful sandstorm on the road from Rainbase to Albana. Coincidentally, the young boy was caught in it as well. And then, what happened to the boy? Vivi inquired anxiously. The young boy's parents, along with the guards tasked with transporting goods, perished in this tragic accident. The cart carrying the cargo was swallowed by quicksand, leaving only remnants of debris behind. As the boy wandered aimlessly, the duration of his trek was lost on him. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, it seemed as though fate took pity on him. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. A diminutive oasis appeared not far off, reminiscent of the one you have just witnessed me create. The boy dashed towards the oasis, desperately drinking from the stream and foraging for fruits among the trees to stave off his hunger. In a moment of serendipity, he spotted a plump green fruit, and without a second thought, he consumed it. Little did he know that an even more extraordinary event was about to transpire. A brilliant green light erupted from his being, and as he gazed into the water, he saw his hair transform from black to green, and his pupils shift to a vibrant hue as well. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could conjure flowers, grasses, and trees with a mere gesture. Even in the heart of the desert, he could summon vegetation with a flick of his wrist. It was as if he had become an entirely different person, and the boy felt that this was a divine gift bestowed upon him, meant to fuel his vengeance against the desert. From that moment on, he relentlessly wielded this newfound power, creating oasis after oasis amidst the endless sands, and thus he roamed the desert for 7 long years. Yet, nature remained merciless. The boy's abilities seemed insufficient. Each time he departed from a newly created oasis, it would soon vanish, succumbing to the inexorable laws of nature. This frustrated him immensely, for he realized that human strength could never truly contend with the forces of the natural world. Indeed, that boy was myself. The tale has come to a close. What do you think? Did I narrate it well? Maoji chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the fact that the protagonist was, in fact, himself. Astonishingly, this rarest of nature's devil fruits had been acquired by Maoji. Perhaps such extraordinary fortune was indeed predestined by the heavens? After all, devil fruits are not easily encountered. Many individuals spend their entire lives in pursuit of even the most inferior of them. Noticing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Maoji continued, "Do you find it amusing that I would dare to challenge nature with the power of a devil fruit? You are mistaken. When one's strength reaches a certain level, the devil fruit may awaken. With your current abilities, you might only be able to create a small oasis, but should your devil fruit awaken, it could very well work miracles, allowing Alabasta to teem with greenery." Jiangbei spoke softly. "Awaken? Can my devil fruit truly awaken?" Maoji asked, his face a mask of astonishment. "What must I do to achieve this awakening?" he inquired eagerly. Do you know what kind of devil fruit you have consumed? Jiang Bei queried that I learned about this miraculous power being a devil fruit from others' conversations. Though I do not know its specific name, I have taken to calling it the plant fruit based on its abilities. Maoji replied. The plant fruit has accompanied me for many years, and I have tirelessly honed my skills. From conjuring plants out of thin air to raising mighty trees from the ground, I can now command dozens, even hundreds of trees, effortlessly controlling all vegetation. I can hear their breaths and feel their existence. These flowers and trees possess life and souls, Maoji said with growing excitement, even causing the nearby flora to sway gently. As if to affirm their vitality, from Maoji's words, Jiang Bei could deduce that he had grasped the basics of observation hockey. Though it was merely the most rudimentary level, Jiang Bei himself had yet to master it, which felt rather awkward. However, there are distinctions in the levels of observation hockey. Maoji's understanding was likely foundational, allowing him to sense the presence, emotions, and thoughts of nearby living beings. Nonetheless, this type of observation hockey offered limited practical combat utility, leaving much room for improvement. Chapter 33. Inviting Maoji aboard the heart of a strong person? The brink of death. What does that mean? Maoji scratched his head. Confusion etched across his face. It means that to possess a strong heart, you must have the determination to become powerful. The brink of death implies that to awaken your potential, it must be at the moment of near death. Perhaps only then can the true power of the devil fruit be unleashed. Jiang Bei patiently articulated his objective perspective on the awakening of devil fruit abilities. Noticing Maoji's interest, Jiang Bei suddenly conceived a notion. He wanted Maoji to become his second companion and set sail with him. After all, with such a nature-based devil fruit ability, the future held boundless possibilities. Now I understand. But what should I do now? Maoji nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing the situation unfold favorably, Jiang Bei felt a surge of optimism and continued. In simple terms, my friend, you are still too young. It is time for you to embark on an adventure. Does that make sense? But where should I go? There is nothing worth exploring in this desert. Maoji expressed his lingering bewilderment. I knew you would think that way. Nami covered her face, her expression tinged with embarrassment. It was evident that she recognized Jiang Bei's intention to cunningly coax Maoji aboard their vessel. Ahem, we are pirates. We recently arrived in Alabasta, and once we resolve some matters here, we will set sail for further adventures. Would you like to join us on this journey? Jiang Bei began his charade in earnest. Upon reflection, Jiang Bei understood Maoji's perspective but felt a sense of exasperation. Maoji's goal was to continuously create oases in the desert, akin to the mythical efforts of Jingwei filling the sea or the foolish old man moving mountains, an almost foolish aspiration. A flash of inspiration struck Jiang Bei, and he continued, many things cannot be achieved merely through perseverance. You might consider taking a shortcut. What do you mean? Maoji scratched his head in confusion. Our purpose as pirates is to reach the ultimate island, Raftel. It is said that only the Pirate King Joel D. Rogers' ship has ever reached it, which is why he is hailed as the Pirate King. Before Joel D. Rogers' death, he revealed to the world that he buried his treasure on Raftel. What does that have to do with anything? Maoji clearly showed little interest in piracy. I once encountered one of Rogers' crew members, a fellow pirate named Buggy the Clown. He shared some stories about Raftel with me, telling me of a miraculous tree that withstands the ravages of sandstorms. If you possess it, by that time, your devil fruit abilities should have awakened, and Alabasta will no longer be a desert. To entice Maoji aboard, Jiang Bei fabricated a tale involving Buggy. Is there truly such a thing? Maoji asked, bewildered. Of course. The world is vast and full of wonders. Even if Raftel lacks it, there is bound to be something similar in some corner of this world. But you must embrace adventure. The thrill of the sea awaits, Jiang Bei said with a smile. Fine, I will join your pirate crew. However, is your captain here? I feel the need to meet him. Maoji deliberated before ultimately agreeing to Jiang Bei's invitation. He is the captain. I am the navigator. Currently, our pirate crew consists only of the two of us. Nami awkwardly laughed, pointing at Jiang Bei. Are you joking? You call this a pirate crew? Just two people? And he is your captain? Maoji felt as though he had been played for a fool, having pondered his decision only to realize how dire the situation truly was. Jiang Bei solemnly patted Maoji on the shoulder and sighed. Maoji, my friend, you do not understand. I alone can rival a crew of 100 men. Why would we need so many? The tactic of sheer numbers is futile against someone like me. Inwardly, Jiang Bei mused that he was not merely a devil fruit user. He was the wielder of multiple devil fruits. Yet, he could not reveal his powers outright, so he stated, ahem, a true, strong person does not require the external power of a devil fruit. Is that so? Then let us have a duel. Allow me to see if you indeed possess the qualifications to be my captain, Maoji declared, his fists clenched and his gaze sharpened with anticipation. Ah, you wield a nature-based devil fruit. This would be a most unbalanced duel, Jiang Bei retorted. Are you refusing then? Maoji challenged, a hint of provocation lacing his voice. If you think my plant fruit abilities are solely for growing trees, you are sorely mistaken. Come at me, Maoji exclaimed, striking a combat stance and beckoning Jiang Bei with a taunting gesture. What is happening here? Why are these two about to fight after such a cordial conversation? Vivi observed from the sidelines, utterly perplexed. Vivi, don't mind them. Let us step aside. Men are like that. A disagreement leads to a duel, Nami replied, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Nami, with a sense of helplessness, pulled Vivi aside, distancing themselves from the impending duel. All right, you both should exercise restraint and not take this too seriously, Vivi remarked with resignation. Fine, you can make the first move. I'll indulge you a little. I am eager to witness the true capabilities of a natural-type devil fruit. Do not let me down, Jiang Bei said, his gaze sharpening with cold intensity. However, at that moment, Jiang Bei's thoughts were elsewhere. The battle against Crocodile was imminent. And testing the waters with you, a natural-type devil fruit user, would be quite fitting. This clash was about to commence. One adept in the Navy's 6 styles, the other a wielder of the plant fruit. Which side would tip the scales of victory? Would it be the Navy's techniques or the prowess of the plant fruit? Chapter 34. The capabilities of the plant fruit you must understand. This oasis is my domain. Allow me to present this .100-wood prison. Maoji's eyes glinted coldly as he waved his hand upwards. Instantly, the once grassy expanse surrounding Jiang Bei erupted with hundreds of towering trees. Encircling him in a formidable display, layers upon layers of interlocking trunks. Such a formation would make it exceedingly difficult to topple a row of trees to forge a path. Moonwalk. Jiang Bei certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to expend effort futilely against the trees. Instead, he opted for the moonwalk to gracefully escape the encirclement, as there was ample space above to flee. Interesting. Do you intend to ensnare me? Tempest Foot, Skybird. Given that Tempest Foot, Skybird was a wide-range attack, Jiang Bei did not hesitate to unleash it in response to the situation. A massive avian-shaped vacuum rocketed towards the surrounding trees. Dozens of trunks were instantly obliterated, cleaved in two, crashing to the ground while the remaining branches ceased their advance. Noting the effectiveness of Tempest Foot, Skybird, Jiang Bei continued to unleash several more strikes, preventing the branches from advancing further. As the branches fell before him, Jiang Bei utilized the moonwalk to ascend and continue his escape. You will not elude my grasp, Vine Bind. Sensing Jiang Bei was about to break free, Maoji grew anxious and swiftly employed another technique, Vine Bind. No sooner had the words left his lips than countless spiked vines erupted from the ground, seemingly organized in their fervent rush towards Jiang Bei. Few would wish to be pierced by these menacing spikes, and Jiang Bei was no exception. Yet, as several vines brushed past him, Jiang Bei realized their potency was not as formidable as anticipated. Perhaps Maoji's strength was lacking. Just the opportunity one needed to test my new research. Beware, the spikes of the vines are poisonous, Maoji warned coldly. Even if your little vine spikes are poisonous, their power is too feeble to affect me. Jiang Bei retorted with a dismissive smirk. Iron block. Jiang Bei abruptly halted, seemingly allowing the vines to pierce his body. When the first vine made contact with Jiang Bei's skin, it failed to penetrate, appearing as if it were thrust against steel. Unable to breach even a fraction. Indeed, this was Jiang Bei's newly developed technique, Iron Block. During his battle with MR.1, he had identified a significant flaw in the Navy's Iron Block. It could not be used while moving. After acquiring the Quick Fruit, he discovered a remarkable phenomenon. The Iron Block and Quick Fruit appeared to complement one another, enhancing their hardness. Thus, he fused the abilities of the Quick Fruit with the Iron Block, allowing Jiang Bei's skin to not transform into steel like MR.1's, thereby concealing his ability to absorb Devil Fruit powers, while still maintaining the hardness of steel, integrating the strengths of both techniques. ATA crucial moment. Jiangbei realized that perhaps it was the quick/fruit's ability taking precedence that allowed him to move while employing iron block. However, the downside was that its duration was not extensive, lasting at most several tens of seconds. Yet, within that brief window, an immense amount could be accomplished, as Jiangbei's defensive capabilities peaked. One could surmise that unless faced with a vice admiral or another natural-type devil fruit user, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to harm him. What? How is this possible? How did you manage to become as hard as steel, impervious to piercing? Maoji stood frozen in disbelief, gazing up at Jiangbei, who moved effortlessly amidst the thicket of vines, his expression a medley of confusion and incredulity. I told you, follow me on this adventure. You are still too young and have much training ahead. There are countless astonishing things in this world, much like the current situation. I am not a devil fruit user, yet your prideful vines cannot penetrate my body. Is that not what you believed? Jiangbei looked down at Maoji from above, a smile gracing his lips, and in the next moment, I shall be right behind you. Are you prepared? Jiangbei said with a nonchalant grin. Shave, finger, gun, what? Maoji, clearly taken aback, was unsure of Jiangbei's words. Yet, in the next instant, Maoji's expression turned to one of horror as he attempted to turn around, but it was too late. Awaiting him was Jiangbei's finger gun from behind. Jiangbei had expected this strike to conclude matters, as based on Maoji's physique and martial abilities, he should not withstand the power of the finger gun. Thus, Jiangbei employed merely a simple finger gun. However, the moment his finger pierced Maoji's back, Jiangbei's expression shifted dramatically. Before him stood not Maoji but an ordinary tree. To Jiangbei's astonishment, this tree fell to his finger gun, yet Maoji had vanished. What? This devil fruit can also elementalize. Is a plant considered a natural element? Jiangbei couldn't help but chuckle at the bewildering scene before him. The sight was utterly incomprehensible to Jiangbei. Logically, the plant fruit should not possess the ability to elementalize, for both trees and other plants are tangible life forms. Unlike fire, lightning, light, darkness, or ice, which are true natural elements, if that is the case, can you still harm me? Maoji suddenly emerged from another tree, grinning broadly as he regarded Jiangbei. Though it feels amiss, I cannot fathom it. However, this fruit's ability to elementalize is truly remarkable. Jiangbei pondered, sensing something was off yet unable to pinpoint it. Then tell me, if it cannot elementalize, how can it still be classified as a natural-type devil fruit? The hallmark of a natural-type devil fruit is precisely its ability to elementalize, Maoji sneered. Chapter 35. A New Companion. Maoji boards the ship in Jiangbei's view. The dark fruit possessed the element of darkness. Thus it should be able to elementalize. Yet, in the original work of One Piece, it is stated that the dark fruit cannot elementalize as a natural-type devil fruit. However, its abilities include the capacity to ensnare other devil fruit users, including those of the natural type. What nonsense are you spouting? Defeating me is impossible, for my natural type can elementalize and is immune to all physical attacks, Maoji declared with utmost confidence. Not quite. If you truly could withstand all physical attacks, then when I instantaneously moved behind you, your expression should have remained calm. Yet, you exhibited panic instead. You, too, are uncertain whether you can evade my assault. Jiangbei analyzed the recent events. As if the truth had been laid bare, upon being called out by Jiangbei, Maoji ceased to defend his claims and instead provocatively retorted, even so, what then? Can you touch my physical form? Come, give it a try. After scanning his surroundings for a few seconds, Jiangbei spoke, the battle can come to an end. There is no need to continue. I have come to understand. If I am not mistaken, your so-called elementalization exists in another form. No matter how I attack you, it will be futile. In other words, you are the tree. Yet the tree is not you. All the plants here could be you, but you cannot voluntarily transform into a plant. This is a passive skill, is it not? This was all Jiangbei could surmise. If his deductions were correct, then this natural-type devil fruit was indeed quite unique, comparable to the dark fruit. With that realization, there seemed no further need for combat, as inflicting harm upon the original form was impossible. If the dark fruit was the superhuman type within the natural category, then the plant fruit was undoubtedly the natural type among the superhuman abilities. You figured it out after all? Very well, I concede. You are quite perceptive. Indeed, my natural type devil fruit possesses certain peculiarities and cannot elementalize. Thus, this is the skill I have researched for many years, allowing me to elementalize in another manner. Parasite? Maoji was taken aback by Jiang Bei's words. Continuing to disguise himself served no purpose. He had initially thought Jiang Bei only grasped surface-level knowledge, but the fact that he could derive the answer from careful observation was astounding to Maoji. Your ability is quite repulsive, emerging from one tree and disappearing into another. How reminiscent of a villain's power, Jiang Bei, with an expression of utter disbelief, remarked, then you still cannot defeat me. The truth is eternally held in the hands of the victors. You have lost. Ha ha! Maoji laughed heartily to himself, as if the outcome was already predetermined. Hey, could you refrain from your foolish laughter? The issue is that you currently have no means to overcome me. Jiang Bei rolled his eyes at Maoji, speaking with a resigned tone. Well, since neither of us can harm the other, continuing this duel would be rather pointless. Let us reluctantly agree to a draw. Although, I still possess some formidable moves. Humph. Maoji leaned forward, his expression filled with self-satisfaction. So, does that imply you are agreeing to join our pirate crew? Although Jiang Bei said this, he thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that our crew is so small, I would truly rather not bring this fool aboard. Perhaps it is time for me to take a stroll. I have lingered in this desert long enough, and it is time to bid farewell. Maoji sighed, gazing at the surrounding sands, feeling a twinge of melancholy. After all, leaving before achieving his goals would inevitably bring a sense of regret. Let me warn you, all the treasure and riches aboard the ship are under my command. And you must heed my orders. Do you have any objections? Nami emerged from the shadows, waving her small fist with one hand resting on her hip. None at all. How could I dare to have objections? I will follow Miss Nami's orders. Heh heh. Maoji hurriedly waved his hands in dismissal. Congratulations to you all for gaining a new companion, Vivi whispered softly from the side. Jiang Bei understood that Vivi also yearned for the adventures of the sea and wished to sail alongside them. However, Alabasta still needed her, and she could not abandon her homeland, making her desire to set sail nothing more than a secret kept in her heart. To spare Vivi from feeling torn, Jiang Bei chose to remain silent, knowing full well that it would be impossible to take her aboard under any circumstances. Not to mention, Vivi lacked combat prowess, which posed a significant risk. Jiang Bei could not guarantee her safety. Naturally, while Nami too lacked fighting capabilities, she was a navigator, and despite her lack of combat strength, she was indispensable. This predicament troubled Jiang Bei, as in the original storyline, Nami possessed the weather stick, which granted her some degree of combat ability. However, without Usopp's creation, Nami had no combat power whatsoever. Fortunately, the crew had gained a new member, Maoji. Jiang Bei believed that Maoji, having spent a long time in the desert, lacked practical combat experience and had many untapped skills, suggesting that his strength could indeed be improved with training. Chapter 36. Arrival at Alyabarna. Just as Jiang Bei was about to address this matter, Maoji suddenly interjected, Your pirate crew consists of only 2 people. You are the captain, and she is the navigator, so I must be the vice captain, right? Ha ha ha. You think too highly of yourself. We do not have a vice captain aboard. However, if we were to entertain the notion of a vice captain, it would undoubtedly be Nami. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. What? How can that be? Isn't she the navigator? Maoji replied, looking utterly perplexed. Regardless, you must follow whatever Nami instructs you to do. I am not responsible for that. Therefore, she is quite literally the de facto vice captain. So, you might as well abandon that little thought of yours. Jiang Bei chuckled. Indeed, from now on, you shall be my servant, Maoji, Nami declared with a crafty smile, her demeanor taking on a sinister edge. You are actually a princess, Princess Vivi. Oh, my apologies. This is the first time I've encountered a princess, only having heard tales from the townsfolk, and I failed to recognize you. You are far more beautiful than the rumors suggested. I truly apologize for my earlier rudeness, Maoji stammered, astonished as he gazed at Vivi. We are on our way to the royal palace of Alabasta. Alyabarna, Jiang Bei stated, gesturing toward the horizon with a calm demeanor. Alyabarna. I have visited there a few times, though I never had the chance to enter the palace. Heh, accompanying you all means I can stroll around the palace a bit, but I wonder what your purpose there is? Maoji inquired, his expression one of curiosity. Thus, Jiang Bei recounted the impending rebellion in Alabasta and the hidden enemy, Baroque Works. Only then did Maoji seem to comprehend the situation. Ah, so that is what this is about. I initially believed it was the king who had used the dance powder secretly in Alyabarna, resulting in the complete drought in all regions save for the capital. I'm relieved you informed me. Otherwise, I would have had to mention it to the king upon arriving at the palace, Mauji said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. However, this truly surprises me. The mastermind behind this is none other than Crocodile of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Initially, I thought you had little chance of success, but after considering you have acquired such a formidable ally, your odds have significantly increased, Mauji said with a sly grin, patting his chest. Haha, brother Mauji, I believe your abilities still need refinement. How about we practice a bit more? Jiangbei narrowed his eyes and smiled. Jiangbei thought it wise to engage in more sparring with Mauji to better prepare for facing elemental devil fruit users. Mauji, fearing Jiangbei might devise a strategy to counter his intangibility during their duel, was anxious not to become outmatched. Thus, amidst the endless sands of Alabasta, under the blazing summer sun, the originally 3-member group welcomed a new addition and continued their journey towards the royal palace of Alyabarna. As evening approached and the weather turned cooler, the group finally reached one of the entrances to Alyabarna. The city resembled a pyramid, albeit one with its apex truncated, forming an incomplete pyramid shape. From a distance, a lengthy staircase came into view, leading to the top, where one would finally arrive at Alyabarna. Upon seeing the long staircase, Vivi could hardly contain her excitement, breaking into a rare smile as she eagerly ran up the steps. For she knew she had finally returned home. The prolonged journey had left her weary, and at that moment, all she wished for was to rest at home for a while. Moments later, the group successfully ascended to Alyabarna. As the capital of Alabasta, its splendor was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the port town of Road. At that moment, Alyabarna was bustling with life, filled with people and vehicles, though this was all before the outbreak of war. However, for Crocodile, instigating such a conflict would likely prove to be a difficult endeavor. Upon reaching the grand gates of the palace, the magnificent architecture came into view, eliciting awe from the onlookers. The palace resembled a colossal fortress. Distinct from the architectural designs of Western castles, it was evident that the upper section was crowned with 3 golden towers, and the entire structure was predominantly constructed from pure white marble. Inside, there were grand halls, towering spires, and an open courtyard resembling a sky garden, complete with lawns and walls, upon which stood 2 statues symbolizing the 2 great guardians of Alabasta. One statue represented the jackal, Gaka, while the other symbolized the falcon's bell. The jackal was depicted with a wolf's head, while the falcon was naturally represented with a bird's head. These 2 statues flanked either side, prompting Jiangbei to recall the humorous phrase about the azure dragon and the white tiger. The entire edifice exuded solemnity and grandeur, with a symmetrical design that even Jiangbei, who had attended a few years of secondary school, recognized as a classic example of Islamic architecture, rich in philosophy and a flawless work of art. Before Jiangbei and his companions could enter the palace, several soldiers wielding double-headed axes approached them with serious expressions, inquiring, "This is a time of great urgency. Who are you? If you have no pressing matters, please vacate the palace immediately." Vivi quickly lifted her hood, her blue hair cascading down as she revealed a sweet smile. This allowed the soldiers to see her face clearly, prompting them to hastily part the way and kneel on one knee. Vivi then led Jiangbei and the others into the grand hall, taking a deep breath as she thought to herself. Chapter 37. Nefertari Cobra Father, Bel, Gaka. How wonderful, everyone is safe. Upon witnessing familiar figures, Vivi shed tears, wiping them away with her hands as she spoke. Nefertari Cobra, the 12th king of Alabasta, belonged to the Nefertari lineage, one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 8 centuries ago but did not follow the path to the Holy Land, thus losing their status as celestial dragons. Consequently, the Nefertari family ruled over the kingdom of Alabasta, safeguarding the ancient weapon, Pluton, for generations. Nefertari Cobra was also Vivi's father, a good father and a commendable king. With an appearance that exuded authority, he sported a long black beard and mid-length black hair with slight curls, embodying the quintessential image of a king, advocating for the notion that the nation is the people. He was compassionate, always considering the welfare of his citizens, and thus, he was deeply beloved by them. However, the secret criminal organization Baroque Works, led by Crocodile, was implementing a utopian strategy, resulting in a 3-year-long drought affecting all areas of the country except for the capital. Alyabarna, Under the deliberate machinations of the Baroque Works organization, the populace has been led to believe that the drought afflicting the land is the result of the king's clandestine use of a rain-inducing powder known as dance powder. This substance, a green powder, was invented long ago in a rainless realm, capable of producing fog-like smoke that ascends into the atmosphere, thus creating what is referred to as artificial rainfall. Its nomenclature stems from the hope that the people would jubilantly dance in celebration of the rain. However, the application of this powder results in drought conditions for regions downwind, leading to warfare when the truth is uncovered. Consequently, the world government has since prohibited the production and possession of this powder. This has led to a waning affection for the king among certain segments of the populace, with the emergence of a spontaneously organized rebel army inciting rebellion against the king's tyranny, rendering the situation dire. This encapsulates the grave circumstances presently facing Alabasta. To the left stands Bel, the falcon of the bird zoo fruit, a wielder of the falcon form, endowed with one of the 5 universally acknowledged flight capabilities, thus earning the epithet Falcon Bel. Bel possesses a tall, well-proportioned physique, adorned in an Arab headdress and a flowing white robe embellished with numerous black square patterns. His eyes are accentuated with deep purple starry makeup, while 2 strands of beaded necklaces adorn his chest. Jiang Bei recognizes that, although Bel may not be the mightiest, he is imbued with a profound sense of honor and responsibility towards his nation, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and a willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. He is a gentle and kind-hearted individual, one of Vivi's closest confidants, who has always cared for her like an elder brother. In the original work, One Piece, Alabasta was ensnared by crocodiles' timed explosives, at the brink of detonation. It was Bel who, transforming into his falcon form, soared into the sky with the bomb, allowing it to explode safely above, thus saving Alabasta. Even if this is merely fiction, Jiang Bei harbors immense admiration for Bel's spirit of sacrifice. Reflecting on this, Jiang Bei finds himself in contemplation. For him, the line between fiction and reality has begun to blur. This is a world within reach, where anything could transpire, and death may indeed be an imminent reality. Another guardian of Alabasta, Jackal Gaka, stands beside the king. He possesses the powers of the dog fruit. Jackal form, and like Falcon Bel, is an animal-type devil fruit user. In his jackal form, he gains extraordinary speed and formidable attacking prowess. Gaka is revered as one of Alabasta's 2 great guardians. A loyal retainer to the royal family. Foolish child, what could possibly happen to us? Vivi. Who are these individuals? The king, Cobra, approaches and affectionately touzles Vivi's blue locks. You know, father. They are the pirates who assisted me along the way. Though they bear the title of pirates, they truly are benevolent souls. They helped me defeat the members of Baroque Works, and now all that remains of our nation's adversaries is Crocodile. As she speaks, Vivi leaps into Cobra's embrace, tears streaming down her face and soaking his garments. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Jiang Bei, a pirate who has come to Alabasta primarily to record the magnetic compass. Vivi is our friend. Having heard of the events unfolding in Alabasta, I came to see if I could lend a hand. While I may not be able to single-handedly resolve the crisis, I can offer assistance in some capacity. Jiang Bei removes his hooded robe, revealing a handsome visage, smiling as he addresses Cobra. I am Mauki. Mauki shrugs, turning his head aside, displaying a demeanor of indifference, having not participated in the prior battles and thus preferring to remain silent. Hello, Your Majesty. I am Nami. Your princess has promised us a reward of several million berries. Nami squints her eyes, wearing a cunning grin. Nami, please refrain from such talk, Jiang Bei replies with exasperation. So you are the ones. I have already heard of your deeds from Ikaram. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude for all you have done for this country. As a father and a citizen of this land, I sincerely thank you, truly and deeply. Thank you. Cobra bows deeply to Jiang Bei, a faint smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty, how can you? Ikaram, witnessing Cobra's bow, immediately reacts with alarm. Ikaram, it is all right. I stand here solely to convey the heartfelt gratitude of the people of Alabasta. Nothing more, Cobra reassures with a gentle smile. Chapter 38. The emergence of Crocodile. Your Majesty need not bow so deeply. I have mentioned that these matters are trifling, and it is Crocodile who poses the true threat. Jiang Bei turns away, speaking with a nonchalant tone. How could that be? He is but one man, whereas our Alabasta royal army comprises hundreds of thousands. How can he possibly stand against us? Gaka, hearing Jiangbei's words, becomes visibly displeased and raises his voice. Gaka, do not speak so lightly. I believe this young brother's words, yet I must ask, is the warlord truly so formidable that he can contend with an entire nation? Cobra interjects, placing a hand before Gaka to silence him. Crocodile is a figure of both intellect and might, and crucially, he wields the powers of the San fruit. One must recognize the immense strength of a Logia-type devil fruit. Conventional weapons and projectiles cannot inflict harm upon him. If the Navy were to intervene, only high-ranking admirals could hope to subdue Crocodile. Yet this nation lacks any such elite forces. Your so-called guardians of Alabasta would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow from him. Forgive my honesty, but you have yet to confront Crocodile directly, Jiangbei states bluntly, aiming to dispel their naive misconceptions. Furthermore, you believe your nation to be impregnable, yet it has long been infiltrated by members of Baroque works. Their agents are dispersed throughout the country, and both the rebel forces and the royal army harbor their moles. This is a reality you have yet to grasp, Jiangbei continues, pressing the point as he observes their silence. What? We have moles from Baroque works among us. They are my most loyal subordinates. How could that be? Gaka retorts, visibly agitated. But how do you know these things, and what evidence can you provide to justify your claims? Evidence? They are right here. Jiangbei gestures toward the two soldiers stationed at the entrance, who had been eavesdropping, revealing them to be Baroque works infiltrators. I suspect Crocodile has already been informed of our activities. With a mocking smile, Jiangbei swiftly dashes forward, delivering a swift strike to each of the spies, rendering them unconscious. He drags them before the assembly and deposits them upon the crimson carpet of the hall, prompting shock and disbelief among the onlookers. What? How is this possible? Vivi gasps in astonishment. Gaka, who had previously doubted Jiangbei, now displays an awkward expression and scratches his head in embarrassment, asking, how did you uncover their true identities? Your Majesty, I sincerely apologize. This is my oversight. I will ensure a thorough investigation of our moles, Gaka states, kneeling before Cobra. Gaka, rise. There is no need for such formality. Jiangbei, young brother, I apologize for the embarrassment my subordinates have caused you. Cobra says, helping Gaka to his feet, his expression somewhat sheepish. It is quite all right, Your Majesty. Now, let us deliberate on our strategy for confronting Crocodile, Jiangbei suggests with a calm smile. Then what do you propose? If you have a solution, please share it with me, and I will do everything in my power to implement it. Cobra responds with a serious demeanor. Danger? Jiangbei suddenly senses a foreboding presence, exclaiming in alarm. As anticipated, a tempest of sand sweeps through the hall, blinding all within. As the dust settles, two figures emerge from the swirling chaos. Cobra, how naive you are. Do you truly believe these insects can defeat me? Ha ha ha, what a laugh. Oh, my apologies for my tardiness, but it appears I've arrived just in time to capture you all. The intruder is none other than the warlord of the sea, Crocodile, accompanied by Mississippi. Sunday, the vice president of Baroque Works, whose true identity is the archaeologist Nico Robin. Crocodile is well aware that without Mr. Two's imitation abilities, the Utopia operation cannot be realized. He knows that lingering any longer risks exposure, leading to the loss of faith among the people of Alabasta and potentially resulting in the world government's condemnation. It is important to understand that the warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government, not solely due to their formidable strength, but also because they contribute a portion of the spoils seized from other pirate crews to the world government. Furthermore, they act as enforcers against rival pirates, rendering them akin to lackeys of the world government in the eyes of other pirates, which solidifies their acknowledgement by the authorities. However, should any of the warlords commit acts that jeopardize the allies of the world government, they will undoubtedly be disavowed and subsequently hunted down. This explains why Crocodile, despite his immense power, could only resort to cunning to acquire the nation of Alabasta. Thus, Crocodile resolved to stealthily eliminate the king of Alabasta and Vivi, along with the king's closest subordinates, ensuring that all potential heirs to the throne would be dead. In doing so, as a national hero, Crocodile would have a legitimate opportunity to ascend to power, a prospect he felt quite confident about. Chapter 39. A single move defeated Crocodile, King Cobra exclaimed in shock. What? How could this be? Aren't you supposed to be in the rain? Howler Jack shouted. Falcon Bell also assumed a combat stance, ready for a fight. So, this is Crocodile? Truly an insufferable sand, Moki remarked, touching his nose as he regarded Crocodile. Cloaked in a black fur coat, adorned with an orange checkered shirt and puffing on 2 cigars, Crocodile gazed at the assembled crowd with a lifeless expression. Robin trailed behind him, embodying the role of the Baroque works vice president. Donning a white hat and a matching white fur coat, under which she wore a provocative purple corset that unabashedly showcased her ample bosom. Her elongated fingers lightly grazed her lips, with each smile and frown captivating those around her. Exuding the allure of a mature woman. Upon seeing Robin, Jiangbei felt compelled to apologize to Luffy, for he had already set his sights on Robin, silently resolving to secure her for his crew should he manage to deal with Crocodile. It is you orchestrated this sandstorm, didn't you? You are the one who has left this nation in tatters, forcing innocent people to endure such suffering. I absolutely will not forgive you. Crocodile, Vivi shouted angrily at him. Ah, princess, how naive you are. It's utterly futile. Crocodile seized Vivi by the throat, lifting her effortlessly as he sneered. What? How could this happen? Vivi struggled in Crocodile's grip. He did not need to evade Vivi's attacks. Her peacock saw merely struck against the sand he had transformed into. This left Vivi's face pale. Realizing her assault could not inflict even a scratch upon Crocodile, Jiangbei thought to himself that Crocodile was right. It was time for him to enlighten Vivi. In the original story of One Piece, Vivi truly exemplified a naive princess, to the extent of embodying a foolish innocence. Perhaps her character stemmed from the perpetual peace of her nation, leading her to fantasize about a conflict-free world where no one was harmed, no blood was shed, and no lives were lost, ultimately proving to be an impediment rather than a help. Her indecisiveness and tendency toward melodrama rendered her unfit for the responsibilities of a crown prince, leaving her helpless as her country was invaded by enemies, while she could do nothing but weep in silence. In contrast, the king of Alabasta, Vivi's father, though lacking any combat prowess, faced the threat of Crocodile with calmness and composure. Embodying the dignity of a sovereign, it became apparent that for Vivi to be nurtured as the next ruler, she needed considerable growth. Jiangbei refrained from intervening, opting to let Crocodile impart a lesson to Vivi. If that is the case, then we can prevent the rebellion. Awaken, princess. Your ideals are both grotesque and unrealistic. True ideals are spoken of by those who possess strength, and you lack the qualifications to voice them. Crocodile sneered. Even if they are ugly, I will not abandon my ideals. You could never comprehend that I am the princess of this country and will never yield to you. I will not give up. I will save this nation, Vivi declared loudly. What an unappealing princess you are. You cannot save this country. Farewell. Simply put, perish. Crocodile's patience began to wane as he slowly raised his other hand, adorned with a golden hook. Prepared to pierce Vivi's body, I will not allow you to harm Her Highness. Receive my attack, Fong of the Wolf. Howler Jack suddenly leaned forward, transforming from human form into that of a wolf, brandishing a clawed paw as he leaped to block Crocodile's descending hook, thereby saving Vivi, who was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. A Zoan-type devil fruit, I see. Crocodile chuckled coldly, swiftly driving the golden hook into Howler Jack's body. What? Ah! The hook plunged deeply into Howler Jack's chest, piercing through his dark fur and splattering crimson blood, which fell to the ground with a rhythmic drip. The pain elicited a howl from Howler Jack. Ah, truly pitiful and frail. Weakness is a sin in itself, Crocodile remarked as he discarded Howler Jack as one would refuse. Just as Crocodile prepared to seize Vivi once more, Howler Jack stirred. I am the guardian spirit of Alabasta, the Howler. I am the executor of the destruction of the royal enemies. As long as I draw breath, I shall fight. Gasping for air, he struggled to rise and launched another attack against Crocodile. How many times must I repeat this for you to comprehend? This is called foolishness. Perish, desert prison. Crocodile seized the barely conscious Howler Jack, applying pressure until his robust form withered away, leaving him a mere husk, akin to a desiccated corpse, which Crocodile carelessly discarded. Jiangbei recognized this as Crocodile's signature technique, desert prison. By making contact with an object, he could drain all the moisture, rendering a person indistinguishable from a corpse. Jack, scoundrel, you monster! Upon witnessing his friend suffer at Crocodile's hands, Bel's fury ignited, and he transformed into a large bird, drawing his sword as he soared towards Crocodile. Nevertheless, Jiang Bei refrained from intervening, observing coldly. He intended for these so-called guardians of Alabasta to grasp the stark disparity between themselves and the warlords of the sea. Otherwise, they would forever remain trapped at their current level of strength. Save your energy, Mr. Big Bird. Nico Robin smiled slightly, crossing her arms over her chest. Suddenly, several hands sprouted from Bel's body, twisting gently, causing him to plummet to the ground. Rendered motionless by a single move. In this confrontation, the so-called guardians of Alabasta were, as Jiang Bei had predicted, defeated in one fell swoop. Chapter 40. The battle begins. Nico Robin, is it? Born on the archaeological island of O'Hara in the West Sea. She was a mere 8 years old when she was placed on the wanted list for 10 million as a survivor of O'Hara. Moreover, she is the wielder of the superhuman-type devil fruit, the Hana no Mi, which allows her to bloom any part of her body like a flower on any tangible object within her line of sight, enabling her to attack or utilize it for various purposes. Am I mistaken, Miss Robin? Jiang Bei inquired with a smile as he regarded Robin. Mr. Jiang Bei, while I am curious how you came to know my identity, it is of little consequence now, as your demise is inevitable. Robin replied, her expression shifting from shock to a composed smile. I almost forgot about you, little brat. Impressive that you managed to defeat all my high-ranking agents. But this is where it ends. Crocodile cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Bei. Speaking slowly, Vivi, stop dawdling. You and Ikelum take Nami and leave. We will handle things here. Do not forget what I instructed you on your way out. Jiang Bei suddenly shouted at Vivi. Realizing something, Vivi rushed to Nami's side, grabbing her hand and fleeing toward the back door of the hall, while King Cobra and Ikelum remained behind. King Cobra's expression was grave as he stated, I am a sovereign, though I may not contribute much in battle. I must remain here. You are all fighting for this country. How could I sit idly by? So must I that I will protect His Majesty, Ikelum declared. Then you may stay here and observe the battle. Jiang Bei replied with a calm smile. Having just joined your pirate crew and already facing the warlords of the seaside, I feel utterly deceived, Moki remarked, looking exasperatedly at Jiang Bei. Haha, but this is all part of the adventure. Since you wish to confront the warlords of the sea so fervently, I leave Crocodile to you, Moki. Best of luck. Jiang Bei patted Moki on the shoulder. Who is this again? A newcomer who just joined? You must be quite unfortunate to follow such a weak captain, especially when he dares to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea. Ha ha ha, it's truly laughable, Crocodile remarked with a hearty laugh after glancing at Mauki. What of the 7 warlords? If you are one of them, then I am the 8th warlord, and he can be the 9th. Jiang Bei recalled what Luffy had said to Crocodile during their confrontation, and blurted it out. No, the 8th warlord is me, 1 rank above you. You are the 9th, Mauki retorted with righteous indignation. I am your superior. If I say you are the 9th warlord, then that is what you are. Jiang Bei countered. What a joke. You 2 little brats. Crocodile's face darkened, his once zombie-like expression now shrouded in gloom. Even Robin found it amusing. Hey, you zombie-faced man, I'm really not pleased with you right now. Let us have a one-on-one, Mauki shouted, pointing a finger at Crocodile. Little brat, what do you take me for? There are countless little punks like you on the Grand Line. Crocodile glared at Mauki with a grim expression. Ha! This world is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. The weak have no right to realize their so-called dreams, Crocodile sneered. You should just shut that zombie mouth of yours and accept your fate. Cage of 100 Trees. Mauki launched his signature move. With a sweeping motion of his hand, hundreds of towering trees erupted from the ground, surrounding Crocodile and ensnaring him tightly. Fortunately, the palace was spacious enough to accommodate these colossal trees, which grew until they reached the ceiling, leaving Crocodile with no means of escape. To think he is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit? Robin gazed at Mauki in astonishment, murmuring to herself, Who exactly are you? How could there still be a Logia-type user in this country? Crocodile exclaimed in shock from within the cage of 100 trees. Me? Since you asked so earnestly, I shall graciously inform you. Go prevent the world from being destroyed, to safeguard peace in this world. Ha ha ha, we, the charming and delightful protagonists, are none other than Mauki. This was a line Jiang Bei had taught Mauki on their journey, and now it was put to good use. Never mind, I'll let you have that foolish line. I want to steal it, Jiangbei said, covering his face, his expression filled with embarrassment. Little brat, you dare to toy with me? I've had enough of your tricks. Is your ability to create plants? Perfect, for I despise these green plants. Let us turn them all into yellow sand. Desert prison. Crocodile declared darkly, and then, within the cage of 100 trees, he reached out to touch the trees. The moisture was gradually drawn out, causing them to wither and eventually transform into sand, the process spreading at an alarming rate until the cage of 100 trees was forcefully dismantled by Crocodile. Of course, this did not surprise Mauki. For if Crocodile were so easily dealt with, he would hardly deserve the title of Warlord of the Sea. Jiangbei, it seems your friend Logia powers are not much of a match. Should you not assist him? But first, you must get past me. Robin slowly approached Jiangbei, her lips parting as she spoke softly. Robin, you are not my opponent. I have no desire to fight you. It would be best if you stepped aside. Jiangbei said, a look of reluctance on his face. And what if I refuse? Robin raised her delicate hand, a smile gracing her features. Then you may try. Jiangbei gestured for Robin to make her move. Futile. Jiangbei glanced at Robin's hand, his tone indifferent. Shaved in an instant. Jiangbei broke free from Robin's grasp, flashing to her back and wrapping his arms around her, lowering his head to speak softly in her ear. Robin, cease your actions. I know you can comprehend the ancient texts, and your purpose beside Crocodile is to uncover the true history, to pursue the truth of the blank century. Am I correct? Robin instinctively attempted to break free. But upon hearing Jiangbei's words, her struggles ceased. But why is this dream of mine obstructed by so many foes? Robin leaned against Jiangbei's shoulder, her expression one of confusion. It's all right. My aim is also to uncover the truth of the blank century, even to overturn the rule of the world government and the celestial dragons. I need your assistance, Robin. Trust me. Jiangbei embraced her. He inhaled a fresh, fragrant scent, shaking off any distracting thoughts. He spoke earnestly. Crocodile, I have a plan to deal with him, but I require a bit more time to prepare. You must not involve yourself in this battle for now. Go with the king to seek out the ancient texts hidden in this land. I believe you will find a way to lead him out. One to you. Jiangbei thought that it would be best to follow the original storyline, allowing Robin to fulfill her desire of finding the ancient texts buried in Alabasta. Although he could not fathom why, you feel so much better than Crocodile to me, thus I shall trust you this once. Robin smiled gently. Hey, this isn't the time for romance, Captain, Mauki remarked with a wry smile. I'm barely holding on over here. This guy's sand is far too bothersome. While constantly conjuring trees, Mauki continued. At this, Robin awkwardly detached herself from Jiangbei's embrace and faced Crocodile, saying, MR.0, I am no match for him. I will take the king to find the ancient texts, if that's all right. I trust they are not your opponents. Ha, go ahead, but don't try any tricks on me. I will be there shortly, Crocodile sneered, hastening the dismantling of the trees. Cobra looked up at Jiangbei, puzzled, as he had just seen that this woman did not appear to be Jiangbei's match. Why was Jiangbei not helping her? This was understandable, for Jiangbei and Robin had been communicating in whispers, their conversation inaudible. It's fine. Take her away. We will handle things here, Jiangbei signaled to Cobra, speaking softly. To avoid any hindrance, Robin swiftly struck Icolum unconscious, and then she left the palace with King Cobra. However, to avoid drawing attention, Robin had Cobra don a long robe and cover his face with cloth. Naturally, Cobra complied, for to him, the ancient texts that Alabasta had guarded for generations were not nearly as important as the country itself. Thus, even if someone were to read them, it would not necessarily be comprehensible. At this moment, despite the battle raging within the palace, under Crocodile's control, no one could breach this place, as he had eliminated the guards at the entrance prior to their arrival, and without the leadership of the wolf and the falcon, the royal army would not easily mobilize. In other words, the ongoing battle had not yet come to the attention of the royal army. You little brat, have you had enough of this trickery? I had no intention of causing such a commotion, but it seems that it's no longer possible. Allow me to show you the true power of the sand fruit, ground cracking, after obliterating wave after wave of trees. Crocodile could no longer contain himself and unleashed his ultimate technique. Suddenly, he crouched down and touched the ground. Within moments, everything within the palace began to be eroded, turning into cracked earth. The area affected was vast. Even the flowers and plants outside withered instantly in the blink of an eye. The palace collapsed, resembling a ruin missing half its structure. Debris rained down from above, crashing onto the already cracked ground. Jiangbei, I suddenly feel disconnected from the plants. I can no longer utilize my devil fruit powers, Maoki said nervously to Jiangbei. Quite right, that's a very astute observation. So, what will you two little brats do now? Do you wish to be transformed into dried corpses by my powers? Ha 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 ha. Crocodile laughed heartily. Crocodile, you've created such a ruckus. Are you not afraid of revealing your ambitions? To dare come here and assassinate the king? Do you not fear losing your reputation as a hero of your country? Jiangbei suddenly addressed Crocodile. I hadn't intended to cause such a disturbance. I hope to eliminate you quietly, but it seems you are not so easily dealt with. However, that's fine. I had already anticipated this. Once I eliminate you all, I shall inform the citizens of this nation that you two are foreign pirates who infiltrated the palace to assassinate the royal family, and that I stumbled upon your treachery and avenged the Alabaster royal family. Tell me, will these ignorant people choose to believe two dead men, or their national hero? Ha 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 ha, what a perfect plan. Crocodile laughed uproariously. Crocodile, you are despicable. What a so-called national hero. He is nothing more than a treacherous scoundrel, Maoji exclaimed in fury. Without water, one cannot hope to defeat Crocodile. This is something Jiangbei has been acutely aware of. Thus, Jiangbei had originally devised a plan akin to Luffy's, intending to procure a water-filled bucket to combat Crocodile. However, Jiangbei did not anticipate that Crocodile would employ such a tactic, planning to eliminate them directly within the palace, displaying a blatant disregard for the potential exposure of his actions. Under Crocodile's deliberate orchestration, the blame for the murder of the royal family could easily be attributed to himself and Maoji, creating a troublesome predicament. Chapter 42. Maoji's defeat, poisoned and wounded. I've played around with you long enough. Prepare to meet your end, Crescent Sand Dune, Crocodile declared, enlarging his arm into a crescent-shaped sand blade. Launching a close-range attack at the Tude, should Crocodile's sand blade strike, it would drain all moisture from the victim, leaving them weak and lifeless, akin to a desiccated corpse. Observing this, Jiangbei immediately shouted, Maoji, dodge, at that moment. Maoji found himself unable to utilize his devil fruit powers. Without the ability to conjure plants, he could not elementalize. Maoji had no desire to become a mere husk and thus hastily evaded. Shave, finger pistol, Jiangbei executed a probing assault, darting behind Crocodile and piercing him with a finger pistol from the rear. However, this proved utterly futile. The location penetrated merely transformed into a mass of sand. Eluding any tangible contact, futile, do you not comprehend? I am a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. I can elementalize my body into sand, rendering your attacks ineffective. Ha ha ha, Crocodile turned to mock him. This is troublesome, Jiangbei thought, realizing that engaging Crocodile head-on was no longer an option. With no water nearby, a direct hit from Crocodile would sap his body's moisture, potentially leading to his demise. Crocodile's ability was akin to a venomous snake. It posed no threat until it struck, after which survival became unlikely. Raging foot, bird, Jiangbei swiftly retreated and delivered a fierce kick towards Crocodile. The bird-shaped shockwave cleaved through Crocodile's body, yet he merely dispersed into sand. Reassembling instantaneously. Ha ha, the game of cat and mouse has commenced, Crocodile taunted, removing the golden casing from the hook on his left hand to reveal a poison needle, dripping with scorpion venom. The needle, shaped like a hook, had numerous circular openings from which the venom seeped, falling to the ground and causing the rock to emit a noxious purple smoke, reminiscent of a hazardous chemical experiment. I have no ship's doctor aboard. Might you retract that sinister poisoned hook? It frightens me, Jiangbei gulped nervously. As Crocodile charged towards Jiangbei, swinging the poisoned hook, he remarked, as an independent pirate, it seems you've grasped that battles among pirates are matters of life and death. There is no place for cowardice. Despite his bravado, Jiangbei felt a twinge of fear regarding the venom, uncertain of where to find a doctor should he be poisoned. Even if one were present, there was no guarantee they could counteract the toxin. Thus, Jiangbei remained wholly focused on evading Crocodile's onslaught, unable to afford any distraction. With each of Crocodile's relentless strikes missing their mark and crashing against the stone, Jiangbei realized that his speed far surpassed Crocodile's. The training from the Marine Six Styles had elevated Jiang Bei's physical prowess to an extraordinary level, allowing him to evade Crocodile's attacks effortlessly. Suddenly, it dawned on Jiang Bei that Crocodile was not as formidable as he had presumed. His poor physical skills meant that, once stripped of his elemental capabilities, he would be easily overpowered by Luffy. This was a common flaw among many Logia-type devil fruit users, who, having acquired the ability to elementalize, often neglect their physical training, a grave oversight. "You insufferable brat, how are you so fast?" Crocodile seethed. "The 7 warlords are not all that impressive," Mauji taunted from the sidelines. "You little wretch of unknown origin. Do you think you know who you are dealing with?" Crocodile fumed, pivoting angrily towards Mauji, whose sudden shift in focus left him scrambling to evade. Jiang Bei apprehensively thought, "This is dire. Without his devil fruit powers, Mauji is no match for Crocodile's physical prowess. I cannot afford to engage Crocodile up close, for capture would mean certain defeat." Crocodile wildly swung his poisoned hook, and despite Mauji's attempts to evade, he was grazed, leaving 2 long gashes from which blood oozed onto the floor. With a bitter smile, Mauji lamented, "I did my best. Ha ha ha, the outcome is clear. The poison will soon pervade his entire body. With no ship's doctor, you can only watch helplessly as your companion succumbs. How delightful! This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me," Crocodile proclaimed, halting his assault to turn and mock Jiang Bei. "I find myself at a loss with you. Take a moment to rest. The next phase is mine," Jiang Bei sighed, glancing at Mauji with resignation. "Now it is your turn, brat. I must have mentioned that there are countless novices like you in these waters. As you come to understand this sea better, you will cease to harbor such naive dreams," Crocodile mused, stroking the poisoned hook on his left hand. "Curse you, sharp-tongued brat. How about this? Desert cutlass." Crocodile transformed his right hand into a massive sand blade, sweeping it down towards Jiang Bei with tremendous force. "Your attack possesses considerable might, but its speed is lacking." Jiang Bei leaped effortlessly over the powerful strike. The long-range attack cleaved through the already cracked ground, splitting it asunder with its sharpness. After a series of exchanges, Crocodile found himself utterly unable to contend with Jiang Bei, who continued to evade with astonishing speed, his attacks finding no purchase. Yet, Jiang Bei seemed to toy with Crocodile. Refraining from offensive maneuvers, he understood that Crocodile was at a loss regarding how to counter his elementalization, turning their clash into a remarkably dramatic pursuit. "You tedious little rodent, do you intend only to flee?" Crocodile halted, seething with rage. "Did you not wish to engage in a game of cat and mouse? I am merely indulging you," Jiang Bei retorted nonchalantly with a smile. "Curse you, I understand now. You are stalling for time, awaiting the king's forces to rescue him, then planning to deal with me," Crocodile realized. Chapter 43. The Falling Rain. The Oasis beckons. "Jiang Bei, I have found it," Vivi exclaimed, entering through the main gate, holding a small bag. "If you hadn't arrived, we would truly have fallen victim to Crocodile. Thank goodness you're here." "The tide is about to turn," Jiang Bei replied with a faint smile. Crocodile, a seasoned veteran, sensed the potential threat posed by the bag and knew it must be destroyed. "Desert cutlass," Crocodile raised his right hand, unleashing the massive sand blade towards Vivi. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Bei thought swiftly, only to find himself confronting an even greater crisis. The sudden tremor caused Vivi to stumble, and although the desert cutlass missed its target, the small bag slipped from her grasp and soared into the air, where Crocodile aimed to seize it. Jiang Bei would not allow this to transpire. In a flash of inspiration, he devised a better solution. "Fire finger pistol. Ignite." Jiang Bei's finger pistol erupted with sparks as it shot towards the small bag. Crocodile, alas, was a moment too late. The fire finger pistol ignited the bag, and it burned in midair, releasing a cascade of green powdery particles that drifted downwards. Most of the green powder ignited, rising into the air, emitting plumes of azure smoke. "That is dance powder," Crocodile exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the cerulean mist. "Indeed, it is the very dance powder you despise, prepared especially for you," Jiang Bei grinned. Drip, drop, drip, dropped. A minute later, rain began to fall, nourishing the parched earth beneath. As Jiang Bei had initially intended, he had been biding his time, though with a different objective in mind. Before arriving in Albana, Jiangbei had instructed Vivi to gather the palace's stock of dance powder to use against Crocodile. Unlike Luffy, who might charge into battle with a large water bucket, Jiangbei recognized the folly of such an uncertain approach and would never resort to such a strategy. Thus, Jiangbei turned his attention to the dance powder, for he knew that the king could not possibly be without it. Even if it were seized from criminal organizations, there ought to be some stock remaining. This was the most effective way Jiangbei could think of to confront Crocodile. Do you feel it? Jiangbei extended his hand, palm up, and spoke slowly. What? Rain at how infuriating. Crocodile looked up at the sky, raindrops splattering against his face, soaking his hair. The cigar that had been burning in his mouth quietly extinguished. Vivi knelt on the ground, unable to rise, murmuring to herself, "It's raining." The rain fell on Vivi's face, then splashed onto the ground, resembling tears shed by her, rendering the scene rather poignant. Redemption? Just some bothersome rain. With this rain, what can you, in your impotence, possibly accomplish? Crocodile reignited his extinguished cigar, sneering as he spoke. You will soon find out. Jiangbei replied softly, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Finger gun. Yellow Lotus. Jiangbei instantly appeared behind Crocodile, and before Crocodile could react, countless finger guns silently pierced through his body, clutching his wound. Crocodile half-crouched on the ground, blood staining his fur coat as he gazed at Jiangbei with disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could you hit me? I had already elementalized. It's impossible. I understand now." "It's the rain, Crocodile. I regret to inform you that this battle is yours to lose," Jiangbei coldly remarked. He understood that with this rain, the battle was practically concluded. "You little brat, this country should contain nothing you desire. Should it? For the sake of unrelated individuals, what do you hope to gain by fighting me?" Crocodile roared. "Do you intend to continue this battle? I can abandon this country, leave it behind, and cease my endeavors here." Noticing Jiangbei's silence, Crocodile pressed on. From the moment Jiangbei inflicted that grievous wound upon him with the finger gun, Crocodile realized his perilous situation. Yet, he was unwilling to relent. The years of meticulous planning could not be squandered so easily. Crocodile resolved to negotiate with Jiangbei and temporarily avoid the risk, for as long as the Green Hills remained, one need not fear a lack of firewood. However, he did not expect to receive only a simple, domineering response from Jiangbei. "You need not concern yourself with that. How infuriating, that little brat. Let me show you the true power of the sand fruit. Desert. Sunflower." Crocodile slammed his palm against the ground, causing it to shake violently. Jiangbei realized the gravity of the situation. This technique was one of Crocodile's strongest moves. Even outside the desert, it could draw quicksand from nearby sandy regions like a black hole, controlling the flow of the sand dunes to create a deadly quicksand that could bury enemies alive. As more and more quicksand gathered and covered the ground, Jiangbei found his feet sinking into it. That moment, Crocodile let out a series of cold laughs, just as he was about to mock Jiangbei. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Crocodile's thoughts. "Oasis. Summon. Maoki," Jiangbei exclaimed. Indeed, at that moment, Maoki placed his hands on the ground, gasping for breath, unleashing his final move, Oasis Summon. This technique was akin to Crocodile's desert sunflower, but instead of sand, it summoned plants. The ground, covered in desert, erupted with a frenzy of vegetation, halting the flow of quicksand, which meant that Maoki's move countered Crocodile's. Chapter 44. Seizing the sand fruit. "What the damned little brat? How are you still alive? No, this is your devil fruit ability. Why, wasn't your power supposed to be suppressed by me?" Crocodile's face bore an expression of disbelief as he gritted his teeth. "Have you forgotten about my existence, you despicable crocodile? I absolutely loathe your sand." Though Maoki was in a poor state and still poisoned, his fruit's ability effectively mitigated the poison's effects, granting him a moment to breathe. "It's the rain. The rain counters your sand, yet it enhances Maoki's plant fruit ability. Quite surprising, isn't it? The devil fruit you thought you had subdued has now turned the tables on you." "How amusing," Jiangbei explained to Crocodile, smirking. "Damn it, that accursed rain. You all shall perish, giant sandstorm." Enraged, Crocodile unleashed his ultimate move, Giant Sandstorm. He conjured a small sand tornado in his palm, which, upon release, would grow larger and evolve into a devastating sandstorm. He would not have his way. 100 trees. Prison. Just as the sandstorm intensified, Mauki acted. Hundreds of towering trees sprang up, encasing the sandstorm within their embrace. Though the storm was fierce, it ultimately could not breach the dense barrier of trees. And finally, as it exhausted itself, it vanished completely. You truly are the transport of nature, Jiangbei praised Mauki with a thumbs up. Well then, this battle is about to conclude, Crocodile. This is where it ends. Regrettably, I shall not hand you over to the navy. For you are about to meet your demise. Jiangbei cast a blank gaze at Crocodile and spoke slowly. Damn it, you little brat. This was Crocodile's final utterance in life. Jiangbei delivered the strongest move of finger gun, spot, piercing through his heart and definitively ending his life. As Crocodile collapsed, devoid of consciousness, Jiangbei felt an overwhelming exhilaration. He was about to seize the first Logia-type Devil Fruit ability. With this Logia-type Devil Fruit, his combat prowess would elevate to the level of the 7 warlords. With that thought, Jiangbei promptly closed his eyes, extending his hand toward Crocodile, sensing the form of the sand fruit, fearful that this Logia-type ability might slip away unnoticed. Got it! In an instant, a warm flow coursed through his palm, far more intense than any previous devil fruit he had seized. Jiangbei felt as if countless grains of sand were surging into his body, filling him to the brim, almost overflowing, compelling him to rein in the devil fruit's power to prevent sand from erupting from his being. Was this the sensation of a Logia-type devil fruit? Utterly delightful. After acquiring the sand fruit, Jiangbei felt invulnerable, effortlessly elementalized. The sensation of transforming into sand and dust was exponentially superior to any Paramecia-type fruit he had previously claimed. Gazing at Crocodile, Jiangbei couldn't help but reflect on the fallen hero, a once great figure. Had he not crossed paths with Jiangbei, he might have lived many more years. After all, in the original narrative, Crocodile ultimately found some redemption, garnering countless followers, though that was a tale for another time. For now, he had indeed met his end. Right? We truly won. Alabasta has been saved. Vivi wept uncontrollably, cradling her head in her arms. All right, Mauki, you may now repeat what you just said. Haha, the 7 warlords are nothing to scoff at. Jiangbei heartily laughed, giving Mauki's shoulder a solid pat. Ouch, be gentle, or the poison will act up. Mauki grimaced in pain, clutching his wound. No worries. Crocodile surely had an antidote on him. Sure enough, Jiangbei casually searched and found the antidote hidden in Crocodile's fur coat pocket. I feel much better. After consuming the antidote, Mauki's complexion visibly improved, and he couldn't help but express his relief that Crocodile had possessed the antidote. Otherwise, it would have been a significant problem, at this moment. Vivi's emotions were a tumultuous blend of feelings, gratitude, excitement, and joy, while sorrow quietly faded away, leaving no trace. Suddenly, Vivi recalled something, springing to her feet and exclaiming, My father has been taken by Nico Robin. He should now be in the underground palace beneath the royal palace. I wonder if the battle just now caused the palace to collapse, and that dangerous woman, Nico Robin. We must find him quickly, Vivi. Rest assured, Nico Robin is now one of us, Jiangbei replied with a calm smile. You need not accompany us, Vivi. Listen closely to the commotion outside. I believe you should go and reassure the royal army and the people of Alabasta. After all, the palace has turned to ruins. And I trust there must be unrest below. Before departing, Vivi instructed, Father, I leave it to you. Mauki, follow her. Protect her. I have a feeling she might be in danger alone. Jiangbei vaguely sensed that the situation would not be easily resolved. Given Wei Wei's capabilities, it would be quite challenging for her to quell the uprising, so he decided to enlist Mauji's assistance. Subsequently, Wei Wei calmly exited the ruins of the palace, with Mauji closely following her. As anticipated by Jiangbei, chaos reigned beneath the hall. Although the king's army was striving to maintain order and repel the unruly mob, numerous undercover agents from the Baroque works had infiltrated the crowd, firing into the air to incite further unrest. Stop! What are you doing? Wei Wei exclaimed urgently as she rushed downwards. Princess Wei Wei, I am the captain of the guard squad. The palace has just collapsed unexpectedly, and the townsfolk have gathered to see what has transpired. However, some individuals have drawn weapons to attack the king's army, intending to storm the palace. We are currently devising a way to deter them without resorting to firearms. One soldier from the king's army approached Wei Wei to report. Chapter 45. Quelling the uprising. This is bad. It's Princess Wei Wei. She must be trying to find a way to stop the uprising. Quickly, open fire on the king's army. An undercover member of the Baroque works shouted, pointing at Wei Wei standing on the steps. Princess Wei Wei, please trust us. We will soon pacify the crowd and halt the uprising. The captain of the guard asserted firmly. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang in Wei Wei's ears. Just as the captain finished speaking, a sudden shot pierced his heart, causing him to fall slowly to the ground. Who did this? How could it be? Wei Wei cried out in fury, supporting the lifeless captain. Damn it! How dare they fire? Brothers, retaliate to avenge the captain, shouted one of the undercover soldiers from the Baroque works as he fired into the innocent crowd. In an instant, gunfire, cannon blasts, shouts, and wails filled the air. Chaos erupted, blood flowed like a river, and countless individuals fell in battle, including those who were completely unaware of the unfolding turmoil, as innocent civilians were mercilessly slain. This brutal slaughter bore the ominous shadows of war. Why? There are no enemies left. Why must you turn against one another? Stop it. Wei Wei knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Despite the light rain, it could not quell the uprising, and no one could hear her voice. This was a war that should never have occurred, where the enemy had simply shifted from the rebellious army to the residents of Alabasta and members of the Baroque works. Watch out, Wei Wei, get down, Maoji shouted, sensing the impending danger. Bang, bang. Several shots rang out, and Maoji forcefully pushed Wei Wei aside, the bullets narrowly missing her and tearing a corner of her clothing. Enough. Please, no more civil war. The nightmare has ended. Do not continue to fight. Wei Wei cried hoarsely, tears flowing. Wei Wei, remain calm. This conflict arises from both sides harboring undercover agents from the Baroque works who are fanning the flames. Fortunately, this is only the beginning, and the situation is not yet dire. Leave it to me. I will put a stop to them. Oasis summon. Maoji knew that only a large-scale spell could control the scene and prevent further bloodshed. Thankfully, he still had some strength left and activated the powerful Oasis summon. A brilliant green light emanated from Maoji, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The ground was transformed into a lush lawn, a vibrant expanse of greenery appearing beneath their feet. Adorned with flowers, trees, and fruits, Maoji succeeded. The fighting ceased as people lowered their heads to gaze at the grass, the once blood-soaked ground now a verdant oasis, leaving them in disbelief. Undercover agents of the Baroque works. Cease your actions, put down your weapons. Your leader, Crocodile, has been defeated by us. There is no longer any need for you to continue down this misguided path. Maoji proclaimed loudly. What? Our boss was Mr. Crocodile? An astonished member of the Baroque works exclaimed, followed by a cacophony of discordant voices. Clearly, these individuals were members of the Baroque works, and they were unaware that their leader was a national hero. Crocodile, look, it's Princess Wei Wei. Her striking aqua hair made her easily recognizable. Princess Wei Wei. The crowd seemed to find their rallying point, raising their hands in jubilant cheers. Everyone, please listen carefully. You must believe me. The events surrounding the dance powder incident in this nation were all part of Crocodile's scheme. Just moments ago, we uncovered his plot, and he intended to stealthily eliminate the royal family. Once the chaos subsided, Wei Wei's voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present as they listened intently to her address. How could it be, Mr. Crocodile? The crowd appeared incredulous, as Crocodile had not committed any egregious acts in the nation. Rather, he had always safeguarded its peace. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With his strength, he could easily vanquish Alabasta's 2 great guardians. After eliminating the royal family, he, as a national hero, would rightfully ascend to claim the throne of Alabasta. Wei Wei asserted with a fiery passion. Please believe me. Everything I say is the truth. I hereby declare that tomorrow, the king will personally address the nation to clarify this matter. Alabasta will experience a renaissance starting today. Wei Wei raised her arm. Speaking fervently, after speaking, she took a deep breath, her previously tense demeanor now relaxed. Wei Wei understood that apprehending all the undercover agents from the Baroque works would not be an easy task if mishandled. It could lead to unintended consequences and further unnecessary bloodshed. Perhaps it would be best to let the matter rest, granting these undercover agents a chance at redemption. This might be the most favorable outcome. So that's how it is. I can't believe such a thing exists. Crocodile is truly insidious. I never expected him to do this. Princess Weiwei, we believe in you. Princess Weiwei, Princess Weiwei. The crowd lowered their weapons, raising their hands in unison, chanting her name, while the members of the Baroque works were likewise swayed by Weiwei's words and chose to withdraw quietly, abandoning their plans for chaos. Thank you, Maoji, if it weren't for you just now. Who knows how chaotic things might have become? Truly, I am immensely grateful. Weiwei suddenly turned to Maoji, speaking softly. Weiwei lifted her gaze to the sky as the dark clouds gradually dispersed, a beam of sunlight descending upon the land, as if heralding the new dawn that awaited Alabasta. Chapter 46. The royal tomb. Is this the resting place of the corpses of the kings of old? While Maoji and Weiwei were busy quelling the uprising, Jiangbei had discovered the entrance to the royal tomb located underground in the western part of the kingdom. Originally, the underground passage required mechanisms to be activated, but since Robin and King Cobra had just entered, the passage was already open, allowing Jiangbei to descend directly. It was a long, secret passage leading to the depths, paved with stone steps. Upon venturing further, one would find a magnificent palace, though eroded by the passage of time. The patterns on the walls remained clearly visible. Surprisingly, the ancient structure had not been affected by the tumult of the palace battle, nor did any clamor from above reach this sanctuary, as if it were completely isolated from the world. Enveloped in silence and mystery, as he explored, Jiangbei suddenly pondered a question that had long confounded him. Why did Crocodile choose to replace his perfectly functional hand with a hook? Had it been severed? Otherwise, what purpose did a non-combatant hook serve? For a natural devil fruit user, wielding abilities with both hands would undoubtedly yield greater power. The reasoning likely stemmed from the original author's design choice for the character, which was undeniably frustrating, as Jiangbei felt that controlling the abilities of the Sand fruit with both hands would be significantly more potent. Of course, unless faced with a formidable adversary, the abilities of the Sand fruit should remain concealed. Although one might involuntarily become elementalized upon being attacked, Jiangbei reasoned that it would be prudent to utilize Shave to evade strikes. Deep underground, a massive square stone tablet stood erect, inscribed with peculiar characters. As Robin gently traced her fingers over the text, I asked this: what constitutes the historical text? After interpreting it, Robin turned to King Cobra and inquired. The world behind the curtain is profoundly intricate. Even as a king among the world government's allies, you cannot possibly know everything. You are not at fault for your ignorance regarding those who can decipher such text. Robin's expression remained neutral as she continued to caress the tablet. Can you read the historical text? Cobra asked, astonished. Indeed, I am an archaeologist from O'Hara. The reason Crocodile chose to collaborate with me is precisely because of this. Thus, he could not eliminate me. Robin candidly revealed her true identity to Cobra, leaving him speechless in shock. The historical records of Alabasta hold little significance for King Cobra. He is unaware of the contents inscribed within. Initially, Cobra believed that even if he were to present the historical text to Robin, she would be unable to comprehend them. To his astonishment, Robin turned out to be a survivor from O'Hara, a renowned archaeological haven in the West Blue. Born on O'Hara Island, a sanctuary for scholars, Robin's parents were both esteemed academics from the island. Tragically, her father was lost at her birth, and her mother set sail for research when Robin was merely 3, leaving her to grow up in solitude. Although taken in by her uncle, she remained akin to a servant in status, as a user of a devil fruit power. The other children on the island regarded her as a monster and ostracized her. The only individuals she could call friends were the scholars working in the Tree of Knowledge. Robin proved to be a prodigious archaeologist, achieving a perfect score in her doctoral examinations at the tender age of 8, thus becoming a member of the O'Hara Scholars. However, that same year, the world government uncovered evidence of a century's worth of forbidden history on O'Hara Island and enacted an extermination order, obliterating the entire island. With the connivance of Admiral Akiji, Robin escaped O'Hara. Following its destruction, she became the sole person capable of deciphering ancient texts, leading the world government to place a bounty of 79 million berries on her head. In her quest for survival and to fulfill her mother's and the O'Hara Scholars' legacy, the 8-year-old Robin was compelled to betray her companions repeatedly to evade the pursuit of the Navy and bounty hunters. Perhaps the historical records of this nation contain the location of the ancient weapon Pluton? Robin mused with a faint smile. I do not know. for the royal family of Alabasta across the generations. Safeguarding these historical texts is merely an obligation, nothing more. Cobra was perplexed by Robin's true intentions. Upon hearing her mention the formidable ancient weapon Pluton, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although Cobra was uncertain whether the records indeed detailed the location of Pluton, he believed it best that such a powerful weapon did not resurface in the world. Does it contain what you seek? Cobra cautiously probed, hoping to gauge Robin's reaction and deduce whether the location of Pluton was indeed noted therein. Is there nothing else? Is this all that this country conceals? Robin's expression suddenly shifted, revealing her distress. Noticing Cobra's silence, she continued, Kahira conquered Alabasta in the year 239 of the celestial calendar. In 260, the Peter dynasty was ruled by Dima, and in 306, Elma completed the construction of the Daf Great Hall. The records detail the history of Alabasta, but they do not mention the location of the ancient weapon Pluton, nor does the term Pluton even appear. Have I arrived too late? Have you finished your research? Jiang Bei emerged from the shadows, abruptly interrupting Robin. He approached slowly, inquiring, "It's you. Have you truly defeated Crocodile?" Robin asked in astonishment at Jiang Bei's sudden appearance. "Indeed, I dispatched him. He is no more," Jiang Bei declared with a casual wave of his hand, exuding an air of satisfaction that made it seem as though Crocodile had been effortlessly vanquished. "Ha ha ha, I cannot believe it. Crocodile has truly been bested by you. Young man, who exactly are you?" Cobra exclaimed, his excitement evident as he laughed heartily. Chapter 47. Robin boards the ship. It is but a trivial matter. A meal or a bath would suffice as thanks. Oh, by the way, the battle was so intense that the royal palace hall has been reduced to ruins. Will that affect my meal and bath? Jiang Bei chuckled. Fear not, the royal palace of Alabasta is vast. We can certainly find a temporary space for a banquet. While my gratitude may seem modest, I must once again express my thanks to you. Young man, for you have saved this nation, King Cobra stated, bowing deeply in appreciation. Eliminating a warlord of the sea brings immense benefit to me as well, Jiang Bei thought to himself, secretly reveling in the prospect of acquiring a Logia-type devil fruit. Everything else was secondary. By the way, Robin, does the stone tablet contain what you seek? Jiang Bei casually inquired. Of course, Jiang Bei knew that it likely detailed the location of Pluton, but Robin would not disclose that. However, Jiang Bei had no need for such information and thus did not press further. Wait, we? Robin asked, somewhat confused by the implication of we. Indeed. Are you not now under my command? Having vanquished Crocodile, you have allied with me. Is there any discrepancy? Jiang Bei replied, his expression entirely natural. I cannot simply trust you. My vocation is assassination, and you might meet your demise in your sleep. I, too, could betray you. Would you still allow me aboard your ship? Robin said with a playful smile. You have successfully persuaded me, Captain. Henceforth, you must take responsibility for me. Robin leaned closer to Jiang Bei, her soft voice brushing against his ear, stirring a flutter within him. Her words were undeniably enticing. But Jiang Bei understood that her meaning was not of that nature, compelling him to turn and depart hastily. Robin and Cobra followed suit, and the trio exited the underground royal tomb. As evening fell, in the royal palace's rear hall, King Cobra addressed them. Here, as the king of Alabasta, I extend my heartfelt gratitude once again. I am immensely thankful. Without you, Alabasta would likely have fallen into Crocodile's hands. Thus, I implore you to accept my gratitude. Rising from the dining table, King Cobra bowed deeply, his words resonating with sincerity. The table was a large rectangular affair, with Vivi, Ikelam, Belle, and Gaka seated on one side, while Moki, Nami, and Robin occupied the opposite side. Each end of the table held a prominent position, designated for the king and Jiang Bei respectively. This arrangement underscored Jiang Bei's elevated status in the king's eyes. Indeed, Cobra's gratitude was genuine, reflecting his acknowledgement that without Jiang Bei, none could have stood against Crocodile, and the nation might have well become his prize. Thus, such superficial displays of decorum seemed trivial in comparison. Your Majesty, this is excessive. A single expression of gratitude suffices. To say more would seem awkward, Jiang Bei interjected, rising as well and gesturing dismissively. The table was laden with sumptuous fish and meat, and Moki, Jiang Bei, and Nami were the quickest to dig in, voraciously devouring large chunks, while Robin elegantly utilized her knife and fork to enjoy her steak. Vivi, unable to restrain herself, began to eat hungrily, disregarding her princessly demeanor, for the past days had offered her little in terms of sustenance and rest. On Jiangbei's ship, there had been no chef, thus she had not savored such delectable fare in quite some time, and this meal was infused with the taste of victory, leaving all in high spirits. Your Majesty, do not forget our agreement regarding the several 100 million berries, Nami chimed in with a sweet smile that of course. Miss Nami, Cobra replied, somewhat embarrassed. Hey, Nami, the palace needs rebuilding. Those hundreds of millions of berries are crucial for them, right? We can't possibly take that, Jiangbei admonished sternly. She was merely jesting, Nami giggled, sticking out her tongue and playfully ruffling her hair, her adorable demeanor disarming any ire. Following Jiangbei's announcement that Robin would be joining their crew, Nami surprisingly offered no objections, while Moki raised both hands in agreement, welcoming another beauty aboard as a delightful bonus. Jiangbei noted that Nami's demeanor here appeared quite different from her character in the anime. She was no longer the fierce captain commanding her crew but rather a gentler version, likely due to Jiangbei's more laid-back nature compared to Luffy. Nevertheless, her penchant for wealth remained unchanged, as evidenced by her bold request for money from Cobra, leaving Jiangbei with no choice but to shake his head in resignation. By the way, news has spread. The entire nation is now aware of today's events, and the Navy has likely received word and dispatched warships. They may arrive in Alabasta by tomorrow, so it would be prudent for you to depart tonight, King Cobra remarked, turning to Jiangbei. Chapter 48. The Return Journey. Nami, has the log pointer been properly recorded? If so, we shall set sail tonight. Jiangbei turned to Nami. Tonight? While it is recorded, must we leave so soon? Nami, initially eager to remain in Alabasta a bit longer, now bore an unwilling expression upon hearing Jiangbei's words. You do not understand. If we linger in the palace, the Navy may suspect us of colluding with the royal family of Alabasta, and that would spell trouble for the king. Moreover, the naval officers sent to apprehend us may very well be of the rank of rear admiral or even vice admiral. So it would be wise for us to depart as swiftly as possible, Jiangbei explained patiently while waving his hand. I have no objections. I have yet to set sail, and I am eager to do so. I wonder if I might suffer from seasickness. Surely not. Mauji, however, felt little attachment to the matter and was instead eager to embark on the journey to witness the wonders of the ocean. Robin smiled gracefully in agreement. Then it is settled, Jiangbei declared as he rose to his feet. Wait, the ship should still be docked by the banks of the Sendora River. Let the quick-running duck squad ferry you to the Sendora River. Vivi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Vivi, do you wish to join us on this adventure? Nami asked with a smile. And why, friends, although I yearn to accompany you, I am the princess of this nation, and my love for my homeland runs deep. Therefore, I ask you to carry my heartfelt sentiments with you on your journey, Vivi exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks, filled with emotion. I see. It's all right, Vivi. We will always be companions, Nami said, gently grasping Vivi's hand and smiling softly. There is no need for farewells, for I believe we shall meet again, Jiangbei remarked with a serene smile. Now, let us all take a moment to bathe before we set sail. King Cobra rose, smiling as he spoke. Time flies when one is in joyous moments. After their baths, it was already late into the night, and everyone had packed their belongings, ready to depart. Before leaving, Jiangbei requested a cookbook and various ingredients from the palace chef. Intending to learn to cook, ensuring that the crew would not starve before they found a proper chef, Vivi organized the quick-running duck squad, one for each person, allowing them to reach the Sendora River by the following morning, an incredibly convenient means of transport. Everyone, I shall miss you, Vivi called out, waving her hand. So shall we. After bidding farewell to Vivi, the group boarded the quick-running ducks, vanishing from her sight. I must ask, Jiangbei, why does it seem you are so pleased that Vivi chose not to join us? Nami inquired as the ducks sped along. Well, I feel rather useless on this journey. Unlike you all, I lack combat abilities and cannot be of assistance, leaving me uncertain about my future. What should I do? Nami initially believed Jiangbei was reluctant to bring Vivi along due to her lack of combat skills, but then she reflected on her own similar situation, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened and overthinking. Nami, do not say such things. You possess invaluable skills in navigation and weather prediction, talents we cannot learn. Look at that guy. Without his devil fruit powers, he would be of no use at all. Jiangbei chuckled, pointing at Mauji. Hey, are you implying you have an issue with me? My acquiring a devil fruit was merely a stroke of luck. Luck is also a form of strength. Mauji tossed his green hair confidently as he turned away. Robin is also a user of a devil fruit. Why is everyone here a user? Nami lamented. I possess the flower fruit, which allows any part of my body to bloom like a flower and attach to any tangible object, enabling me to attack or serve other purposes. Robin replied with a gentle smile. Alas, you are also fortunate. I wish I could possess combat abilities like you. Nami sighed deeply. Jiangbei deemed it essential to address this matter, as Nami's combat capabilities stemmed from her weather stick in the original story. Thus, he resolved to find a devil fruit, ensuring Nami had some means of self-defense. As the conversation continued, weariness soon overcame them, and before long, they were dozing off on the backs of the quick-running ducks at dawn. As the sun rose, the quick-running ducks arrived at the banks of the Sendora River, and fortunately, the ship remained in its place, allowing them to locate it. The ducks were currently lowering their heads to drink water, having not rested throughout their journey and now glistening with sweat. Thankfully, they had ample sleep before departing. Otherwise, they would have long since run out of steam. Thank you for your hard work, quick-running ducks. Rest well here for a while, Nami said, stroking one of the ducks. All right, let us board the ship. I shall show you our pirate vessel, Jiangbei said. Why is there no pirate flag on the ship? Mauji inquired, puzzled. It's a long story. I have yet to decide what kind of pirate flag to use or what to name my pirate crew, and the Navy directly named it Jiangbei Pirate Crew. Thus, I thought it best to forego a pirate flag altogether. Jiangbei shrugged, displaying a look of helplessness. This ship doesn't seem impressive at all. Where did you purchase it? It looks quite rudimentary. Once aboard? Mauji reached out to touch the ship's hull. Have I inadvertently boarded a pirate ship? Mauji exclaimed, bewildered. Enough of your nonsense. You can stay in that room next to mine. Unpack your belongings and prepare to set sail. Jiangbei pointed to a door. Robin, you will occupy the room upstairs, next to Nami. Jiangbei indicated the room on the right upstairs. All right, Robin replied with a slight smile as she gracefully stepped into the upstairs room. Chapter 49. The king's speech. Moments later, they were finally ready to depart. Jiangbei stood on the deck, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Alabasta Palace, I am Nefertali Cobra, the 12th king of Alabasta. This was a speech directed at the entire nation of Alabasta, to be transmitted throughout the land via transponder snail and loudspeakers. Fortunately, the palace foundation had not crumbled into ruins. Only the steps had fallen to shambles. Thanks to the efforts of the royal army, it had been leveled to the ground. A dignified red carpet had been laid, with soldiers standing in neat rows on either side. At the end of the carpet stood a podium for the speech, where King Cobra was currently positioned, addressing the crowd. Below, a sea of people had gathered, a vast throng surrounding the palace and filling the town of Albana. All eyes fixed above, awaiting the king's words. First, I must apologize to the people of this nation. As king, I failed to prevent the conspiracy lurking within our borders. Due to my incompetence, the nation nearly succumbed to war. Faced with these schemes, I was powerless, a king unworthy of respect. As the king began to speak, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, none daring to interrupt. They listened intently, holding their breath to hear the king's voice. I was once misunderstood by many due to the incident involving the dance powder. However, I know that there are those who have plotted behind the scenes to unearth this individual and the conspiracy that lies beneath. I have had to exercise restraint, yet my restraint has only emboldened them, leaving the citizens disheartened, even leading to the formation of a rebel army seeking to incite war for their autonomy. Nevertheless, I have always believed that my citizens are inherently good, and the leader of the rebel army must also wish to avoid war. He continued, of course, we were not idle. After thorough investigation, we determined that the mastermind behind this conspiracy is none other than the criminal organization Baroque Works, led by the Shichibukai crocodile. This is unbelievable. I knew the king could not possibly betray us. It was indeed Crocodile's scheme. He has deceived us. He is no national hero at all. Yes, we must expel this villain. As the king spoke, the initially confused crowd suddenly grasped the situation, erupting in outrage against Crocodile, their faces reflecting regret for having wronged the king. After a brief pause, King Cobra continued, this shocking revelation was uncovered by my daughter Vivi and the leader of the palace guard, Ikaram, who infiltrated Baroque Works for 2 years. Just yesterday, Many of you witnessed a fierce battle at the Alabasta Palace, which resulted in its collapse into the ruins you see today. This was because we had uncovered Crocodile as the mastermind and intended to expose his plot. However, we never anticipated that he would dare to enter the palace, attempting to secretly eliminate the entire Alabasta royal family, all while leveraging his status as a Shichibukai and a national hero to ascend without issue. At this point, the crowd erupted in indignation, vocally condemning Crocodile's despicable actions. However, after the initial uproar, they were eager to know why Crocodile had failed. After all, he was a Shichibukai. How could he be defeated? This was the shared concern of the audience. Once the crowd calmed down, the king resumed, "Fortunately, my daughter Vivi found powerful allies who aided us in successfully defeating Crocodile. This arduous battle shall be recorded in the annals of Alabasta's history. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to them as king. Thank you, friends from afar. This kindness shall forever be remembered by Alabasta. Marvelous. They are heroes. Oh, gratitude. Let us thank them. Had it not been for their bravery, the outbreak of war might have claimed countless lives, Your Majesty. Pray tell us, who are these distant friends? We must express our heartfelt thanks to them in person." A chorus of admiration erupted, yet alas, the group aboard the ship in the St. Dora River could not hear it, for no telephone bugs were present to relay the sounds in that vicinity, which was rather unfortunate. Gradually, the king began to smile, raising his hands as he proclaimed, "I believe the rebel forces can hear my voice now. Kusha, lay down your arms. Let us end this before the war truly begins. Rain shall descend, it will surely come, and it will nourish all of Alabastan." At this moment, in a town of Alabastan left desolate by the sandstorm unleashed by Crocodile, an old man named Dado sat atop a mound of sand. Clutching the only telephone bug in the town, listening to the king's speech as tears streamed down his face, murmuring to himself, "It must be noted that he is a venerable elder, the father of the rebel leader Kusha. The rebel stronghold lies in Katlia." The king's address continued throughout the morning. Following this event, the rebels announced their official disbandment, and peace was finally restored to Alabastian. By the afternoon, the group aboard the ship finally arrived at the waters near Naluohala. Preparing to follow the recorded pointer to their next destination, Nami stood at the door, and upon raising her binoculars, she spotted several naval warships not far off and immediately shouted, "Jiangbei, trouble, those are. Naval warships, is there any other route we can take?" Jiangbei surveyed the surroundings, realizing that their ship was heavily encircled by the naval vessels, and could only smile ruefully. The naval ships had formed a semicircular blockade, trapping Jiangbei's pirate vessel near the port. It was clear that this was a well-laid trap, with the navy lying in wait, having set a snare for Jiangbei and his crew. "Are we to fight?" Maoji exclaimed excitedly, raising his fists. "Indeed, this marks our first confrontation with the navy. How intriguing!" Jiangbei replied with a calm smile, lost in thought as he contemplated the identity of his adversary. "Let me ponder. Who could my opponent be? Surely it must be a naval captain, perhaps Smoker. No, Smoker wouldn't stoop so low as to follow orders to confront me. Who else could it be? I see it must be her." Chapter 50, Naval Captain, Black Prison Tina. Boom. Just as the group was conversing, dozens of cannonballs whistled through the air. While a few missed their mark, several others were on a collision course with the ship. Gale kick. Jiangbei executed a series of mid-air kicks, slicing the incoming cannonballs in half, which detonated in the sky, sending sprays of water cascading. Perhaps realizing the futility of their cannon fire, the Navy crew hurled long black iron spears in an attempt to pierce the ship and sink it. Jiangbei, seemingly anticipating this maneuver, once again used Gale Kick to send the black spears flying, thwarting the Navy's scheme. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy ship, Captain Tina of the Naval Headquarters stood on deck, peering through her binoculars. Catching sight of Jiangbei neutralizing the black iron spears, and her face flushed with anger, Tina was furious. The Black Prison Corps Black Spear formation had failed. There were 8 Navy vessels, with the central ship being somewhat special, as it housed Captain Tina, who had come to apprehend Jiangbei and his crew. Jiangbei had long suspected that the Navy would dispatch their strongest forces from the nearest base, and Tina was precisely the naval captain in charge of the waters surrounding Alabastan. "Just as I surmised, our adversary is indeed the Naval Headquarters Captain Tina." Jiangbei smirked as he caught sight of the irate Tina through his binoculars. "Is it a woman's name? Is she a beauty?" Maoji's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Another devil fruit user. Is the devil fruit a cabbage? Nami remarked with a grimace. Robin merely smiled and continued reading her book. Heh, you shall soon find out. Jiangbei reclined at the bow of the ship, calmly awaiting the approach of the Navy vessels, unperturbed, which only served to infuriate Tina further. Report, Captain Tina, the enemy ship is drawing near. Should we fire upon them? A Navy soldier rushed over to inquire. No need. Once their ship comes alongside, you are to retreat. If you hinder me, Tina will be in a predicament. Tina gritted her teeth and commanded. As the two ships drew ever closer, Jiangbei unhesitatingly leaped onto Tina's vessel. Although Maoji was equally intrigued to see what kind of beauty Tina was, he chose to remain aboard, determined to protect Nami and the ship from potential naval assaults. So, you are the captain of the Jiangbei pirate crew? Tina crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Jiangbei. Miss Tina, I have never acknowledged my pirate crew's name. That moniker was assigned by the Navy, I must say. How could the Navy so casually name my crew without consulting me? Jiangbei shook his head, chuckling. Wow, she truly is a stunning beauty. Maoji squatted at the bow, nearly drooling at the sight of Tina standing across from him. Indeed, Jiangbei had to concede that Tina could easily be counted among the most beautiful women in the world of One Piece. At that moment, Tina had shed her navy coat, revealing her alluring figure in all its glory. Tina sported pink, shoulder-length hair, clad in a red form-fitting top and matching trousers, accentuating her deep cleavage, her figure both slender and curvaceous. With a perfectly sculpted face, her expression was cold, yet the striking red lipstick on her lips imparted a distinctly sensual allure, rendering her a captivating cold beauty. Heh, are we to resort to violence before we've even exchanged pleasantries? By the way, is your smoking habit learned from Smoker? You should really consider quitting. Jiangbei shook his head, laughing. He found himself quite taken with this alluring cold beauty, although he was less fond of her smoking habit. Oh, you've crossed paths with Smoker? This piqued Tina's interest, prompting her to inquire. Tina seemed momentarily distracted. Tina, somewhat irritated, remarked, no matter, let us return to our previous discussion. Smoker and I are old acquaintances, so I shall overlook this incident for his sake. Jiangbei chuckled, unable to restrain his laughter. What? Do you not grasp your predicament? Tina was about to make you realize that dismissing her smoke was a grave error. Tina clenched her fists, barely able to contain her urge to strike. I know you are Captain Tina of the Naval Headquarters, the Black Prison Tina, a user of the barrier fruit. However, none of that truly matters. What is significant is that you are a beauty. And that suffices, Jiangbei shrugged, appearing resigned. Tina, unable to contain herself, retorted, you are quite vexing. Tina lunged forward, attempting to pass her arm through Jiangbei's body, intending to use her barrier fruit ability to ensnare him. Anything that passes through my body shall be locked away. The barrier fruit allows Tina to confine objects that come into contact with her body, forming a colossal lock that secures everything that passes through her, with a hardness surpassing steel. It is this unique ability that has earned her the title Black Prison Tina. What will you do if I lock you up? Jiangbei did not evade, allowing Tina's hand to pass through him, as his upper body was instantly encased in a ring of iron bars, rendering him unable to escape. Had this been before Jiangbei acquired the San Fruit's powers, he might not have dared to be so brazen. However, he chose not to utilize his elemental transformation, as he was curious to test whether he could forcibly break free from the iron bars with his physical strength. Unable to move, Tina warned you against being overconfident. Seeing Jiangbei trapped, Tina let out a cold laugh, declaring, Iron block. Human slayer. Jiangbei instantly augmented his physical hardness, and with a sudden burst of strength, he shattered the iron bars. Heh, is that all you've got? It seems you are indeed not as formidable as Smoker. Jiangbei smirked calmly. How could this be that infuriating? Tina fumed. Chapter 51. Bounty over 100 million. Oh, by the way, may I inquire if the Navy has raised my bounty? How much is it currently? And what of my crew? Do they have bounties as well? Jiangbei suddenly expressed keen interest, wondering if his bounty exceeded that of Luffy's when he took on Crocodile. As far as I know, the known bounties for the Jiangbei pirate crew are as follows. Nami, 5 million berry, Maoji, 40 million berry, and the captain, Jiangbei, 100 million berry. Wait, why am I telling you this? Tina, perplexed by her own words, could only seethe silently. Wow, your navy is truly well informed. even knowing my name and placing a bounty of 40 million berries on my head. They truly hold me in high regard," exclaimed Mauki, his excitement causing him to leap into the air in jubilation. "Oh no, I've caught the attention of the Navy. Why am I being targeted with a bounty? I haven't done anything at all." Nami, who has always been fearful of death, was now in a state of panic upon realizing that, despite her lack of combat prowess, she had become a target for the Navy, her life in jeopardy at any moment. She cradled her head in her hands, weeping bitterly. "Heh, 100 million berries, you say? A rather modest sum. However, it seems you have overlooked one individual. Our new companion, Miss Nico Robin, is aboard our ship," remarked Jiang Bei with a smile. Gesturing towards Robin, who was engrossed in her book. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Bei could only sigh. The 100 million berry bounty was on par with Luffy's previous one, which was quite impressive in a contemplative tone. He added, "This revelation ought to send shockwaves through the world government, perhaps even prompting an increase in the bounty." "What? The devil child, Nico Robin, a dangerous individual with a bounty of 79 million berries. And she has actually joined your crew?" Tina was taken aback, astonished that the woman the world government had pursued for years was now in Alabasta and had become part of a new pirate crew. The startling news left Tina momentarily speechless. Perhaps sensing that she might not be a match for them, she refrained from launching another attack, remaining rooted in place, at a loss for words, creating a rather awkward standoff. Meanwhile, Robin appeared blissfully unaware of the commotion, leisurely sipping her coffee and reading her book, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Well, I have no particular business here, just wanted to make your acquaintance upon meeting you. It is evident that you are indeed a beautiful lady. It is a pity you are with the Navy. Otherwise, I would have certainly invited you aboard my pirate ship if given the chance. Oh, but I seem to have other matters to attend to. My crew is still waiting for me. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Until next time, farewell." With that, Jiang Bei turned to depart, embodying the demeanor of a mere guest. Tina remained standing, seemingly in a daze, lost in her thoughts. Seeing Jiang Bei's back turned, Tina contemplated a surprise attack, determined to ensnare him with a more powerful black iron lock. This scene left everyone astonished. Tina was the steadfast naval goddess, yet her crew, filled with a desire to eliminate Jiang Bei, hesitated, daunted by his evident strength, remaining helplessly rooted in place, watching the unfolding drama. What are you planning to do to our Colonel, Tina?" The Navy soldiers erupted into a frenzy, their voices rising in agitation. Before she could fully appreciate the warmth of Jiang Bei's embrace, Tina sensed an unusual feeling and promptly distanced herself, leaving Jiang Bei disappointed yet somehow pleased. Harboring thoughts of claiming Tina for himself, however, he understood that Tina's dedication to the Navy ran deep, making it impossible to sway her. In the midst of Jiang Bei's musings, Tina, her cheeks flushed, whispered, You actually dared to approach Tina." Tina faltered, her face adorably rosy, her heart racing like a startled fawn, unable to regain her composure, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. Jiang Bei turned to leave, leaving behind a silhouette that would remain etched in Tina's memory. "Colonel Tina, should we pursue them? They are escaping. With your strength, you could certainly capture them," queried a naive Navy soldier, stepping forward. "Can't you see, I am no match for him? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Tina was now furious, shouting, "Get lost!" Thus, Jiang Bei's pirate ship dramatically departed from the encirclement of 8 Navy vessels. "Jiang Bei, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you treat our beautiful Tina in such a manner?" Mauki lamented, a mix of sorrow and anger in his voice. "What did I do? I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. She fell on her own," Jiang Bei replied awkwardly, scratching his nose, a look of mild indignation on his face. "You still insist you did nothing? How infuriating! Had I known, I would have intervened." Mauki's expression was one of regret and grievance. "There are 2 stunning beauties on our ship, yet you keep longing for the outside." Jiang Bei could only chuckle ruefully, shifting the focus to Nami and Robin. "Well, you might have a point," Mauki pondered, glancing at the 2 beauties aboard, suddenly breaking into a foolish grin, lost in thoughts of an inappropriate nature. "Let us set sail for the next island," Jiang Bei declared with a smile, shaking his head. "All right, set sail." As they journeyed onward, Jiang Bei diligently practiced and learned new techniques, continually honing his strength, aware that formidable foes awaited him in the near future. even with the elemental powers granted by the Sansan fruit. He remained committed to training in the Navy's 6 forms, seeking ever greater power. For Jiangbei, a bounty exceeding 100 million was merely a starting point. Chapter 52. The ship from the sky days passed, and another day of drifting at sea arrived. The tranquil surface of the ocean bore no signs of disturbance, with the occasional sea breeze seemingly propelling the ship forward. Such calm weather felt rather peculiar on the Grand Line. And according to the log pose's guidance, they should be nearing the next island. But where could that island be? As Jiangbei contemplated this question, suddenly, numerous chunks began to fall from the sky, landing on the ship and the sea. What is this? Something is falling from the sky. I said hail, Mauki exclaimed, captivated by the unexpected objects raining down, looking up as if it were indeed hailing. Wait, no, that is not right. It's wood shavings, an abundance of wood fragments. Nami observed, perplexed by the idea of hail, only to realize that it was scattered pieces of wood, large and small, cascading downwards. What? A ship! A ship is falling, Mauki shouted suddenly, pointing at the sky. A massive vessel was descending slowly, poised to crash directly onto Jiangbei's pirate ship. Jiangbei sprang into action. Moonwalk, gale kick, stormbird. Jiangbei executed a series of kicks into the air, attempting to intercept the colossal ship. However, the vessel was far too large. Several times the size of Jiangbei's ship, his kicks merely caused it to splinter into many wooden shards. Even though these were merely fragments of the ship, falling from such a height was sufficient to devastate Jiangbei's pirate vessel. Mauki, think of a way to block that ship, Jiangbei urged upon realizing that his gale kicks had proven ineffective. He had initially considered using the Sansan fruit's powers to envelop the massive ship and obliterate it in midair. But revealing his abilities for such a trivial matter was out of the question. In a moment of inspiration, he passed the problem to Mauki. For someone with plant-based powers, this was hardly an obstacle. Mauki immediately reacted, extending his palm upwards, and a towering tree sprouted forth from his hand, swiftly covering the entirety of Jiangbei's pirate ship. Countless objects rained down upon the tree, which successfully absorbed the impact, allowing only minor wood shavings to fall onto the ship, which was manageable. The splintered remnants of the ship transformed the previously calm sea into a tumultuous spectacle, with waves crashing violently, nearly capsizing the pirate vessel. As the sea gradually calmed, Mauki, controlling the tree, tossed the fallen debris into the ocean, sending the remnants of the ship sinking to the depths below. Phew, that was close. You see, in critical moments, it's still up to me to save the day. Jiangbei couldn't handle it, so it fell to me, Mauki exclaimed, flipping his hair with an air of smug satisfaction. Why did that ship fall from the sky? Although only a minute had passed. Nami was still bewildered, her expression dazed. Jiangbei, however, understood the implications. It indicated that the next location pointed to by the log pose was an island suspended in the sky, which meant they needed to find a way to reach it. Yet, he was not optimistic about the journey to the Sky Island being smooth, as he knew the challenges of reaching such a place were formidable, beyond the capability of an ordinary ship. To ascertain the next island's position, the best course of action was undoubtedly to consult the log pose. Don't panic, Nami. Check your log pose and see where it's pointing now. Jiangbei instructed. No. It seems it must have been attracted by an island with stronger magnetic forces, so it has switched to a new record, Robin calmly stated, putting down her book to examine the log pose in Nami's hand. Since the needle is pointing upwards and remains stationary, it is evident that this log pose has been commandeered by the Sky Island above. A Sky Island? What is that? Nami inquired, puzzled. An island floating in midair? Mauki tilted his head, furrowing his brow. That ship also fell from the Sky Island. Nami felt her mind struggling to grasp the concept. While she wanted to believe Robin, her subconscious deemed it impossible. However, one cannot see the island in the sky. Mauki gazed upwards, seemingly in search of any trace of the elusive Sky Island. That is not the point. To articulate it correctly, it is the sea that should be floating. Robin closed her book, recalling some records about the Sky Island, and said with certainty, what I mean is that the sea floats in the sky, and there is indeed an island there, correct? Frankly speaking, I have never witnessed a Sky Island myself and do not possess extensive knowledge about it. Robin smiled gently, indicating that this was all she knew. Indeed, it is impossible. How could an island and the sea possibly float in the sky? The records must be faulty, Nami insisted stubbornly. No. Nami, the matter you should ponder is not the malfunctioning of the record pointer, but rather how we might reach the sky. Regardless of how bizarre the circumstances this ship has been drawn into, or how dire the crisis it faces, one must never doubt the record pointer in hand. This is the unwavering rule of navigation in this vast ocean. It is one's own understanding that should be called into question first. The direction indicated by the record pointer must lead to an island. Naturally, Nami's understanding paled in comparison to Robin's, leaving her at a loss for words after Robin's admonishment. Nami could only turn her gaze towards Jiangbei, seeking assistance. Observing this, Jiangbei could only shrug helplessly and explained with a wry smile, "Nami, Robin is correct. Although we do not understand why the magnetic force of the record pointer has been drawn to the Sky Island above. Our next destination is indeed the Sky Island above this sea. Wow, a journey to the Sky Island. How marvelous. I never expected that our voyage would lead us to such an intriguing place right from the start." Mauki exclaimed joyfully. Jiangbei found this rather peculiar. The reason being, he discovered that this ship was identical to the one that had fallen after the Straw Hat pirates had sailed into this sea. If it were a different vessel, Jiangbei might have been more accepting, but the timing was simply too coincidental. The Straw Hat pirates had yet to reach this location for several months, and whether Luffy could set sail without a navigator was still uncertain. Thus, it perplexed Jiangbei as to why this ship had diverged from the original timeline and fortuitously descended here with his crew. Perhaps only by arriving at the world's end could these mysteries be unraveled. Chapter 53, The 8 Pirate Crew. Next, we should head towards Gaia Island. However, the record pointer indicates the Sky Island, and without a permanent pointer directing us to Gaia Island, reaching it would be impossible. While Jiangbei was racking his brain over how to reach the Sky Island, Robin opened a coffin lid, revealing a skeleton of a deceased individual, an incomplete skull, along with numerous scattered bone fragments. "Your interests are indeed peculiar, to be handling a skull," Nami said, frightened and trembling as she stepped back. Jiangbei understood that Robin intended to piece together the skull to derive some insights. "You've assembled it." Mauki gazed in astonishment at the skull Robin held. This individual appears to have been around 30 years of age. The cranial structure has undergone surgery with several openings, likely having succumbed to illness during a voyage. Compared to the other bones, his teeth remain relatively intact, possibly due to a coating of tar. Such funeral customs are unique to certain regions of the South Sea. Analyzing the historical context, it seems this ship must have been an exploration vessel, which should be documented in literature, Robin explained while picking up a book. "I can't believe you can deduce so much from just a single bone," Nami remarked with a hint of admiration. "While the corpse cannot speak, the information it carries is inescapable. If it were indeed an exploration team's vessel, there should logically be various records and evidence left behind. If we could salvage it, we might uncover a wealth of information." Robin mused softly, "But the ship has already sunk to the seabed. It's utterly impossible to retrieve such a massive vessel," Nami said, feeling despondent. "We are all landlubbers, so we might as well give up." Mauki shrugged, expressing his defeat. "Indeed, we cannot dive to salvage it, but fret not, we shall wait here for a while. Soon, someone will come to assist us in the salvage," Jiangbei said, settling down with a contented expression, as if he were utterly confident about the situation. The others were perplexed, even Robin felt curious. They did not believe Jiangbei's words, in the vast ocean, who would conveniently arrive here to offer assistance? It seemed utterly implausible. Just as the group languished in boredom for 10 minutes, a massive ship approached. It was an odd vessel, the prow shaped like a monkey, with enormous banana-shaped sails on either side, and a crew shouting and clanging cymbals. Salvage operation, all stand at attention. Is this the location of the sunken ship? Prepare for salvage operations." A creature resembling an ape leaped onto the prow, announcing, "Understood, Captain." "Wait, how can this be happening?" Nami exclaimed in astonishment. "I am utterly amazed," Mauki said, giving a thumbs up, equally bewildered. "Captain, you truly have a knack for this," Robin remarked with an amused smile. Jiangbei's prediction had indeed come to fruition. Someone had arrived to assist with the salvage, and the crew was left in awe of his seemingly prophetic abilities. "I told you so. Once they salvage it, everything inside will belong to us." Jiangbei relished the incredulous gazes of his companions, chuckling. "All sunken ships belong to the 8 pirate crew, specifically to me, the Salvage King. Hey, who are you? What are you doing there?" This is my territory. As the ship drew near, the captain of the 8 pirate crew spotted Jiangbei's crew and bellowed. The crew instinctively looked up to scrutinize the captain, nodding in unison, all thinking the same thought. Indeed, he is indeed an ape. The ape captain was tall and muscular, sporting a shock of red, upward-styled hair, thick lips, and somewhat dark skin, his features resembling that of a primate. He wore goggles and a pair of pink headphones, creating quite a peculiar appearance. Your territory? Nami inquired. Indeed, all the sunken ships in these waters belong to me, the ape captain replied with a cold smirk. Ha ha, this ape can talk, Mauki laughed heartily. Hey, do you intend to salvage it? If so, hurry up, Jiangbei called out impatiently. Of course, we intend to salvage it. I am a man who retrieves sunken ships from the depths of the sea, a man who raises them to the surface only to let them sink again, then retrieves them once more. There is no ship we cannot salvage, the ape captain boasted confidently, thumping his chest. May I ask if you could show us how? Nami feigned curiosity. I see. You think salvaging is something extraordinary, don't you? Ha ha ha. No problem. Let me show you. The ape captain laughed heartily. Brothers, quickly prepare the salvage basket. It's time to begin the operation, the ape captain commanded. Understood, Captain. This guy seems a bit of an idiot, Mauki remarked. Speechless. However, their salvaging techniques appear to be quite impressive. Several long ropes were lowered from the ape pirate ship, marking the commencement of their salvage operation. The crew worked systematically, displaying a deftness that left Mauki astounded. In no time, they had pinpointed the salvage direction, and the ropes were secured around the sunken ship. Subsequently, the monkey-like creature at the prow of the ape ship began to move, slowly descending to a critical position. If they were to rely on manual power to pull it up at this moment, it might just work. However, the ape pirate crew opted for a different approach that left everyone in awe. The ship's body has been secured. Excellent, begin inflating, the ape captain instructed, picking up a long tube and placing it to his mouth. In a way, are they planning to blow air into it to make the ship float? This is absurd, Nami gasped in disbelief. Indeed, the ape captain began to blow into the tube and soon, there was a reaction from below. The ship's body began to rise. Now, quickly pull it up, continue to supply air. Move swiftly, understood. Chapter 54. Gaia Island. The ape pirate crew's salvage process was truly remarkable. The derelict ship was indeed raised back to the surface. All right, lads, go see what treasures lie within, the ape captain commanded. Wait a moment, let me find something first. Without hesitation, Jiangbei leapt onto the old ship, and before long, he discovered a tattered map in the ship's cabin. Hey, that is our spoils. What do you think you're doing? The ape captain shouted furiously. Jiangbei ignored the captain and presented the map to his companions. A map of the Sky Island, Nami exclaimed. Although she had heard rumors about it, the map before her was simply unbelievable. Robin expressed her surprise. Trust me, my friends. The Sky Island truly exists, Jiangbei declared with a confident smile. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us head to the Sky Island, Mauki said excitedly. Not yet. Before that, we must visit a certain place, Jiangbei said mysteriously. Where to? Even Nami, a seasoned navigator, found Jiangbei's intentions inscrutable, unsure of their next destination. Hey, are you ignoring my presence? Captain of the monkey pirates leaped onto Jiangbei's ship, exclaiming angrily, Captain, do you have a permanent log post to Gaia Island? Jiangbei suddenly turned to inquire. You wish to go to Gaia Island? We possess several permanent log poses for that place. Since you have addressed me as captain, I shall grant you one, the captain of the monkey pirates replied with a grin, tossing his hair back. Gaia Island? What manner of place is that? Why must we venture there? Nami, perplexed, struggled to grasp Jiangbei's intentions. Alas, it is a matter of plot necessity, and I cannot disclose more, Jiangbei chuckled inwardly. Naturally, Jiangbei's thoughts would remain undisclosed to Nami. He preferred to let them linger in their curiosity, for sometimes, mystery itself possesses an alluring charm. After a brief negotiation, Jiangbei successfully acquired the permanent log post to Gaia Island, bidding farewell to the monkey pirate crew and setting sail towards Gaia Island. Who knows, perhaps this journey to Gaia Island may lead to encounters with intriguing characters. Wait a moment, if we simply head to this place called Gaia, will the log pose change upon our arrival? In other words, we might not be able to reach Sky Island, Nami suddenly recalled and queried. Look, we've arrived. Ahead lies a charming town, Moki pointed out. Indeed, it exudes a leisurely vacation vibe. Nami gazed into the distance, inhaling deeply. The air here invigorated her spirit. Gaia Island was indeed close, merely a few hours away. With warm breezes wafting from the horizon, stable weather, and remnants of a once thriving town, all contributing to a sense of comfort. Yet, the ships docked at the harbor all resembled pirate vessels. Was it merely her illusion? Moki scratched his head in confusion. Moki, you must be joking. How could so many pirate ships brazenly dock here? Nami waved her hand, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, you have a point, Moki chuckled. This was the harbor town of Moku, a pirate haven, a place where pirates thrived and existed openly. Here, countless pirates with bounties in the millions roamed freely, appearing as demons to ordinary folk, committing heinous acts without remorse. It resembled a city of vice. Earning it the moniker, Devil Town, as they disembarked at the harbor, Jiangbei immediately encountered a fascinating spectacle. Help murder! A crowd gathered at Moku's harbor, witnessing a brawl where a towering, muscular man knocked a frail figure to the ground. Exclaiming, "Wee ha ha, a feeble opponent!" Upon closer inspection, the muscular giant sported purple curls, donned a black tank top, and wore an orange-black mask, with a massive metallic belt cinched around his waist, reminiscent of a champion's medal. Jiangbei instantly recognized him as one of the members of the Blackbeard Pirates, Ji Sheisai Bashasi, a brawny man specializing in physical combat, though not particularly formidable. After all, brute strength alone seldom yields success in the pirate world, with Carp being a notable exception. Let me inform you, you've crossed paths with the wrong individual. Though you see this emblem? This fellow is under Rocio's command. You've heard of him, right? The bounty hunter Rocio? With a 42 million bounty? He's a madman, so tread carefully. A bystander interjected, blocking Bashasi's path. You probably don't know who I am. Allow me to enlighten you. I'm the champion of combat, Bashasi boisterously declared, stepping over the fallen man and striding away towards the town. No way, all of them are pirates. What kind of town is this? Nami lamented, her face contorted in distress. Hee, this town is quite intriguing. Nami, come along. Don't worry. These pirates are of low caliber. They won't pose a threat to us. Jiangbei chuckled, amused by Nami's apprehension. Interesting, Moki observed, feeling a surge of excitement as he spotted several pirates with noticeable prowess, eagerly jumping ashore as their ship docked. All right, Captain. Robin smiled subtly, continuing to peruse her book. Given the circumstances, Bellamy the hyena should also be here. Hee, things are becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 55. Moku Town. As Jiangbei and his companions strolled along the bustling streets, the atmosphere was lively, with arguments erupting like firecrackers, and the sounds of scuffles and explosions permeating the air. Some individuals would draw blades at the slightest provocation. Indeed, this was a city of sin. Along the way, they encountered numerous high-bounty pirates, yet Jiangbei had yet to spot Bellamy, who was likely engaged in gambling at a tavern in town. Upon reaching the street's end, they discovered an opulent seaside villa inn. Stepping inside felt akin to entering a new world. Jiangbei found himself inexplicably drawn to this place, as it served as the temporary stronghold for Bellamy and his crew, rare sanctuary within the town, a tranquil haven free from disturbances. The seaside architecture evoked a resort-like ambience, refreshing and invigorating. This place seems wonderful. Let's take a look inside, Moki said, hastening forward to survey the surroundings. It's so beautiful. I never expected this fierce town to harbor such a locale, Nami exclaimed, her tension dissipating as they entered. It seems eerily empty, Moki remarked, furrowing his brow. Esteemed guests, your sudden intrusion poses quite a dilemma for me. This tropical inn has been entirely reserved by Lord Bellamy and his entourage, thus ordinary patrons are not permitted entry. A short, lecherous innkeeper emerged, hands clasped in a respectful manner. So this is an inn, Moki exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. If Lord Bellamy discovers your presence, the consequences could be dire. I kindly ask you three to leave immediately. The innkeeper said, sweating profusely. What? We can't even take a look? Moki pouted, visibly annoyed. Who is this Bellamy? Nami inquired, her brow furrowed. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Hey, what's going on? A tall man, arm around a woman, sauntered over, casting a glance at the group. Who are these filthy little brats that have wandered in? upon closer inspection, both individuals exuded an air of flamboyance. The man was one of Bellamy's subordinates, Sachi's, with long blue hair draped in a gray coat, adorned with a gold necklace, while the woman, boasting golden hair and a red headscarf, wore a light blue coat, both sporting sunglasses that accentuated their arrogance. Enough of the chatter. Throw them out. Do you have any idea how much we paid to reserve this place? The blonde woman scolded. Indeed. Hurry up and scram. You filthy brats. Sachi's looked down at them, his tone condescending. Can we take them out? Moki seethed, angered by the disdainful glances. Oh, you wish to dispose of me? Ha ha, this lad is quite amusing. Yet, you do seem rather shabby. Sachi's laughed heartily. He then pulled out some money from his pocket, tossing it to the ground. Here, take this and buy some decent clothes. Sachi's, that's such a waste. Why give money to these people? The blonde woman mocked. Ha ha ha, indeed. Better to toss it into the filthy gutter. The duo's ridicule incensed Nami and Moki, igniting a palpable tension as they exchanged furious glares, poised to retaliate. Let's go. There's nothing we need here. Jiangbei said, his expression stoic as he gradually exited. Jiangbei remained unfazed by the incident, for he held no interest in such petty figures. He, like Luffy, deemed them unworthy of his time. What, you refuse? Ha ha ha, how disappointing. Sachi spread his arms. Laughing heartily, Sachi's Lily, cease your mockery. A deep voice resonated from a nearby sofa, silencing their laughter. So you are all here. Sachi's approached the blonde woman, speaking casually. Seated on the sofa and standing nearby were several members of the Bellamy pirates. After all, they have fought hard to reach this place. Look, here's his bounty notice. A hat-wearing man lifted Jiangbei's bounty poster. Speaking up on the sofa, a female member snatched the bounty notice and, glancing at the amount stated, remarked, of course, compared to you and Bellamy, they are merely a bunch of trash. However, in terms of the average person's caliber, they are indeed quite formidable. A man wearing a hat scoffed. But 20 million, right? That pitiful wretch from just now. Bellamy must have a word with this fellow. Sachi's took the bounty notice, examined it, and said with a cold smirk, at this moment, the group felt a bit parched, and Jiangbei decided it was an opportune time to visit a bar. Hoping to encounter Blackbeard there, if all went according to plan, Blackbeard would likely come to the bar to purchase his favorite cherry pie, and it was here that he first met Luffy. A scene that could only be described as dramatic. Hence, Jiangbei was eager for a chance encounter with Blackbeard, though he had no intention of engaging in battle, as Blackbeard's current abilities remained an enigma. Jiangbei might not even be his match. Furthermore, in his earlier days, Blackbeard would hardly seek trouble that might provoke Ace's wrath. Thus, Jiangbei was certain that even if he did cross paths with Blackbeard, it would merely be a brief exchange. The group then ventured to the most renowned bar in town, where perhaps they could encounter the intriguing character Jiangbei sought. This is infuriating, Nami exclaimed from the bar. Recalling recent events that are broke pirates not allowed here? She placed her hands on the table and, in a fit of anger, slammed it. If it weren't for Jiangbei's reluctance to fight, I would have dealt with them just now. Maoji turned away, speaking with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 56. Blackbeard.it seems your temper has yet to cool, so here, let me buy you a drink. The bar owner handed Nami a glass of orange beverage with a smile. But this place feels dreadful, Nami pouted, irked. Haha, thinking that way means you're a normal person, but unfortunately, normality is a rare breed in this town. Well, after staying here for 4 days, we can gather sufficient information and leave before we attract trouble. The bar owner placed 2 cherry pies on the table, grinning. 4 days? I doubt I can last even 2, Nami said, her face reflecting distress. I said, Uncle. Nami was about to speak when she was abruptly interrupted by a loud voice. Boss, this cherry pie is delicious. Pack me 50, Blackbeard exclaimed, relishing the pie. Jiangbei had long noticed Blackbeard's arrival. He was now seated right next to Jiangbei. At this moment, Blackbeard presented a rugged exterior. With a bushy mane and a towering physique, his skin a deep hue. His hair was black and voluminous, with several teeth missing and a stubbly beard. He wore a simple, loose-fitting white shirt, unbuttoned to expose his chest. Resembling a vagabond, yet this very image had upended the entire pirate era. Wait a moment, you look familiar. Kid, I think I've seen you on a bounty notice. Blackbeard squinted, casting a glance at Jiangbei. Pirate Jiangbei, Bounty of 20 million berries. Blackbeard rummaged through his bag for the bounty notice, and upon comparing, he shouted angrily, "Kid, are you trying to deceive me? I'm merely a small-time pirate. It's best not to mention it. For you, your target must be someone with a higher bounty, right? Otherwise, how could you achieve your ultimate goal?" Jiang Bei replied with a casual smile. "You, how could you possibly know my intentions? That's impossible," Blackbeard roared in fury. Throwing a punch at Jiang Bei, the bar owner was left dumbfounded. How could this man resort to violence so readily? However, Jiang Bei merely extended his palm, effortlessly blocking Blackbeard's powerful strike, halting it in its tracks. Blackbeard withdrew his fist, not utilizing the powers of the dark fruit, as he was merely testing the waters and did not wish to reveal his abilities. His wings were not yet fully developed, and it was not time to expose himself to the world government. "Haha, your strength is certainly worth more than 20 million berries. What do you say? Care to join me for a grand undertaking?" Blackbeard inquired with a sinister grin. At that moment, he thought to himself, who exactly is this fellow? Such physical prowess does not seem to belong to a devil fruit user. If I could recruit him, it would add a formidable ally to my ranks. "Apologies, but I must decline," Jiang Bei replied, not even glancing at Blackbeard, his tone indifferent. Nami, sitting nearby, felt a surge of anxiety, as Blackbeard's displayed strength was not trivial, and she feared a confrontation might ensue. After a moment of silence, the bar owner tremblingly packed 50 cherry pies for Blackbeard, who then turned and exited the establishment, leaving everyone wondering what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. The onlookers assumed Blackbeard had backed down, erupting in laughter, yet they were oblivious to the fact that this seemingly frail boy, Jiang Bei, was indeed a pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries, certainly not someone to be trifled with. It is essential to mention, Blackbeard, whose full name is Marshall D. Teach, was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. TOC's the dark fruit. He killed the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, and defected from the crew to form his own pirate band. While evading Ace's pursuit, he sought out 4 members to establish the Blackbeard Pirates, where he now serves as captain. Jiang Bei held a unique perspective on Blackbeard. Although Blackbeard was responsible for the demise of Ace, the beloved brother of Luffy, he was not the one to strike the fatal blow. Nevertheless, Blackbeard was indeed the instigator. His character also reflects the darker side of the pirate era. Not all pirates can be noble like Shanks, Roger, Luffy, or Whitebeard. Hence, Blackbeard's existence is quite necessary. He is a man with unwavering dreams, yet lacks the resolve to sacrifice his life for them. He venerates strength, but is also arrogant, patient, and calculating, yet acts impulsively. He embodies a boisterous, rugged, and cruel nature, marked by cunning and greed. Such a character truly encapsulates the essence of a pirate. One could argue that the entire Marineford War was not a mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated conflict by Blackbeard, who reaped the benefits while instigating the struggle between both sides, showcasing his formidable strategic prowess. "Jiang Bei, do you know him?" Nami inquired, unable to contain herself once Blackbeard had departed. "I do. He is known as Blackbeard, and he is quite powerful. Since he is on this island, we should avoid acting separately. His temperament is unpredictable, and if we encounter him alone, it could be perilous." Jiang Bei said sternly to the two of them, "That is terrifying. We must stay together," Nami murmured anxiously, leaning closer to Jiang Bei. "In a little while, we shall leave. There is likely no information we require here." Jiang Bei sighed. He believed that without the mastery of hockey, it would be unwise to challenge Blackbeard, as the outcome was uncertain. Their initial meeting was merely a chance to size each other up. In the future, Jiang Bei was confident that a confrontation with Blackbeard was inevitable. Yet, the timeline had become chaotic. Originally, Jiang Bei intended to set sail before Luffy, but now he found himself encountering Blackbeard. As if he had unwittingly stepped into Luffy's storyline. Chapter 57, Hyena Bellamy. Just as Jiang Bei took a sip of his drink, an unexpected guest arrived. "Is there a pirate named Jiang Bei here?" A raspy, deep voice resonated at the bar's entrance. All eyes in the bar instantly turned towards the door. Several individuals gasped in shock and exclaimed, "B. Bellamy. It's him, Hyena Bellamy. You are the bounty of 20 million berries. Are you not?" "The kid sitting at the bar counter," Bellamy said, crossing his arms and directing a cold smile towards Jiang Bei, who sat in the center. "Yes, that is me. What do you want?" Jiang Bei turned his head, offering a calm smile. Bellamy was tall and muscular, yet at this moment, He bore a youthful visage, resembling a young ruffian. He had short, yellow hair, a long scar across his face, and wore a deep blue coat over a pink tank top and white trousers, forming a peculiar outfit that surprisingly seemed to fit. Jiang Bei mused on Bellamy's peculiar trait, one eye wide open and the other squinted. Perhaps that was a mark of arrogance. Jiang Bei, is he your friend? He doesn't seem to be here for a friendly chat, Maoji remarked, casting a puzzled glance at Bellamy. Isn't that the guy who just rented the inn we were at? Nami inquired. The bar erupted in a cacophony of voices. Did you hear? That little guy is worth 20 million berries. I asked that kid for real? Bring me the most expensive liquor in the establishment, and pour a glass for this little rascal as well. Bellamy declared as he sauntered over, standing beside Jiang Bei and gesturing towards him with a nod to the bartender. Very well, the bartender replied without further comment, proceeding to prepare the drinks at tea that moment. A cacophony of voices and footsteps echoed from the entrance. There aren't even any seats available. What's going on? This place is filthy and reeking, someone grumbled, noting the patrons were only ordering cheap rum. Look, it's those ruffians from before, Nami thought, her heart sinking. These were undoubtedly Bellamy's subordinates, likely here to stir up trouble. You'd better make room, she urged silently. Such a bunch of ignoramuses. Bellamy's lackeys were brimming with arrogance. Despite the bar being packed, they had already knocked someone aside, forcibly claiming their seats. Their brazen demeanor rendered the other patrons paralyzed with fear, casting furtive glances at them and whispering among themselves. They've all come together. Surely they can't just be here for a drink. Stay out of it. It's none of our concern. Soon, the bartender presented 2 glasses of liquor, placing them before Jiang Bei and Bellamy. Here, drink up. Bellamy sneered. Ha, thanks. Turns out you're quite decent. Jiang Bei smiled nonchalantly, accepting the glass and tipping it back in one go to tea that moment. Bellamy moved. With a cold chuckle, his hand shot towards Jiang Bei's head. Poised to slam it down forcefully, Jiang Bei. Nami gasped, her complexion paling as she shouted. No one anticipated such a swift escalation. They were caught off guard. How could this happen? Bellamy stared incredulously at Jiang Bei. Disbelief etched on his face. Thank you, little punk. This liquor is quite nice, albeit a bit drowsy. Makes one feel like sleeping, Jiang Bei replied, rising and stretching languidly, a content smile gracing his features. The audacity of this boy to mock Bellamy was astounding. Laughter erupted from the crowd as Bellamy seemed on the verge of losing control. Come on, let us brawl. Wait, Jiang Bei. As the tension escalated, Nami, eager to gather information about the Sky Island, interjected swiftly, addressing the bartender. Hey, sir, we wish to go to Sky Island. Do you have any relevant clues? Nami's voice rang out loud and clear, silencing the bar instantly. The once raucous atmosphere shifted to one of hushed disbelief. Before erupting into uproarious laughter, what is she saying? No way. If you know how to reach Sky Island, the crowd roared with laughter. She wants to go to Sky Island? Spare me. What is so funny? But the log pose is clearly pointing to the sky. Nami turned to face the crowd, clenching her fists in frustration. Ha, the log pose is clearly pointing to the sky. The laughter intensified. With many wiping away tears of mirth, Nami's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, too embarrassed to continue. Bellamy, too, succumbed to laughter, exclaiming, You've got to be kidding. You all believe in such outdated legends? Islands in the sky, ha. What era are you from? The mysteries of the Grand Line's peculiar currents had proven otherwise, one after another. The upward current is one such example, Bellamy explained, his tone condescending. You clearly haven't even heard of it, have you? Ships consumed by the upward current are thrust into the air, only to plummet back into the sea. Uninformed ancient sailors, witnessing ships descending from the heavens, imagined a sky island, claiming there must be another world above. How foolish! Every phenomenon has its cause. The dreams you cherish have all been unraveled. Chapter 58. The dreams of man never cease. Bellamy shook his head, a mocking smile on his lips. I'm truly at a loss for you all. I intended to test you, to see if you would join the ranks of a new era, but you're merely delusional. Listen well, the age of pirates chasing treasure has come to an end. The land of gold, the city of emeralds, the great treasure One Piece, is nothing but a ruse that has led fools astray, causing them to overlook the immediate gains. Even those powerful enough to dominate these seas have perished at the hands of a non-existent fantasy, and the deceased fools are spoken of as if they lived blissfully in dreams. Ha ha ha, it's a mockery of those lost souls. Just seeing those who chase treasure dreams irks me, because of worthless scum like you among pirates that our level is dragged down. Bellamy bellowed, pointing at Jiang Bei. Everyone else gathered here to witness the spectacle. Bellamy. Sachis laughed heartily, fueling the bar's atmosphere. This only spurred Bellamy's resolve to act. This is simple. Die, punk. Someone like you, lost in daydreams. Doesn't he belong in this town? Bellamy unleashed a powerful punch aimed straight at Jiang Bei. Just when everyone believed Jiang Bei was doomed, he extended a single finger, blocking the blow. What? How could? Bellamy's fist met an impenetrable barrier. As if striking iron, unable to advance. Is this a joke? This little brat blocked Bellamy with a single finger. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. You little brat don't think blocking one of my strikes makes you impressive. I haven't even unleashed my spring fruit powers yet. Take this, spring jump. Bellamy crouched, placing his fists on the ground, his feet transforming into springs, a manifestation of his paramecia-type devil fruit ability, capable of turning his entire body into springs. Using their immense recoil to inflict severe damage, Bellamy leapt, bouncing off the walls and floor of the bar, increasing his speed to an extreme, ready to unleash a devastating force. Here it comes, Bellamy's ultimate move. Sachis exclaimed excitedly. While Bellamy's speed appeared blinding to outsiders, it was trivial in Jiang Bei's eyes. As Bellamy completed his maneuver, about to crash into Jiang Bei, he made his move. Bang! Jiang Bei raised his hand, tightening his fist, and struck Bellamy's head with a single punch, driving it into the ground, creating a massive hole in the bar's floor. Bellamy lay sprawled on the ground, a deep imprint of a fist on his face. Rendered unconscious with blood pooling around him, the bar fell into stunned silence. Everyone had expected a one-sided fight, yet it concluded with the seemingly weak little brat emerging victorious. It was shocking, considering Bellamy's bounty was 55 million. Far surpassing Jiang Bei's 20 million, how could he be defeated with a single punch? Hey, don't joke around, Bellamy. You're pulling our leg, right? Speak up, Bellamy. Don't make such jokes. Get up and show us your ultimate move. Bellamy, you're a heavyweight criminal with a bounty of 55 million. Bellamy heard none of it. One punch had rendered him incapacitated for the night. Let us go. It seems we've found no leads here. Jiang Bei remarked, wiping the blood from his knuckles with a cloth from the table. This little punk should have been dealt with by me. He is truly bothersome. Maoji followed Jiang Bei out, saying, Humph, let them laugh at me. Now they know better. Nami, fuming, clenched her pink fists. Seeing her like this brought a knowing smile to Jiang Bei's face. In the original story, Luffy had refrained from retaliating against Bellamy out of pity for those without dreams, allowing Nami to be humiliated by their words. This had always irked Jiang Bei, so now that it was his turn to take the spotlight, he would certainly fight back, granting Nami her catharsis. Just as they stepped outside, Blackbeard's voice drifted to them. Sky Island indeed exists. Sitting on the ground, he took a sip of his drink, slowly adding, You were from earlier. Nami gasped, looking at Blackbeard. Ha ha ha, the cherry pie here is indeed the best. Blackbeard exclaimed, taking a bite of the pie, his laughter booming. What those fools call a new era is utter nonsense. The age of pirates chasing dreams is far from over, Blackbeard declared, raising his arms in jubilant laughter. A person's dreams never truly come to an end, do they? Blackbeard proclaimed with an air of bravado as he smashed a bottle to the ground. This phrase is indeed a classic line, and when uttered by such a notorious villain as Blackbeard, it inevitably carries a unique weight. It is precisely because of Blackbeard's distinctive charisma that Jiang Bei holds a somewhat different perspective of him. Hey, why are you suddenly so excited? Someone interjected, laughter erupting in the crowd. What did you say about people's dreams? Have you lost your mind? Blackbeard, unfazed by the glares and jests of those around him, laughed heartily and declared, Enduring others is not a pleasurable experience, is it? Ha ha. Let those foolish folks laugh. Those who wish to stand at the pinnacle will inevitably encounter unfounded provocations, right? Ha ha. Hey, Jiang Bei, this fellow named Blackbeard seems a bit off. Nami remarked, gently tugging at Jiang Bei's sleeve. Let's go. All right, Jiang Bei replied with a calm smile, turning to leave, with Maoki and Nami closely following. Observing their departure, Blackbeard rose, bottle in hand, and called out with a booming laugh. "Have I disturbed you? In such a hurry to leave? I hope you reach the Sky Island. Indeed, a person's dreams never come to an end." Chapter 59. The Great Liar. Nolan and I went to buy some clothes and gather information about the Sky Island. "By the way, have you heard any news about it?" Robin inquired, lifting a shopping bag with a smile. "Sky Island? Who knows about such nonsense?" The entire shop erupted into laughter at the mention of the Sky Island, as if it were the most ridiculous jest. Nami, recalling the incident, felt a surge of anger. Although Jiangbei had already reprimanded them, her frustration remained palpable. "Come on, Captain," Robin said as she entered the room, extending a hand towards Jiangbei and presenting him with a map. "This is the map of Gaia Island, isn't it?" Jiangbei stated, recognizing it at a glance. "Yes, the small town on the left side of the map is Moku Town, where we are currently located. Across from it, at the marked spot, resides an eccentric old man who is not accepted by the people of Gaia Island," Robin explained, slowly pushing open the door. "Who is he?" Mauki asked, puzzled. "His name is Montblanc Kurikai, a man exiled for speaking of dreams. He might have some clues for us," Robin replied with a faint smile. "Sounds intriguing. Let's seek him out." "Off we go," Jiangbei said with a serene smile, quickly tidying up before setting sail. After leaving Moku Town and taking a turn towards the east, they arrived at the small island where Montblanc Kurikai resided in just an hour or two. This region was uniquely inhabited solely by him. Before even stepping ashore, Mauki spotted a palace on the shore and exclaimed, "Wow, this Montblanc Kurikai must be incredibly wealthy to have built a palace here. Fool, open your eyes and see clearly. That is merely a wooden board. The actual house is only half that size. The rest is just plywood," Jiangbei replied, bemused by Kurikai's eccentricity. "What? I was deceived." Mauki jumped onto the shore, tears streaming down his face as he realized the palace was nothing more than a plank. What dreams did he sing of to be exiled? Nami wondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. Gold. Is it buried treasure from some notorious pirate? Upon hearing the word gold, Nami's enthusiasm surged, casting aside all previous displeasure. "I can't say for sure." Robin replied with a gentle smile. "Nami, go check what's on that round wooden table. Perhaps it holds the information we seek," Jiangbei suggested. Let me see. Is this a picture book? It seems quite old." The title is The Great Liar, Nolan. Upon hearing Jiangbei's words, Nami noticed the picture book on the table, picked it up, and began flipping through its pages. What an intriguing title. It must be quite captivating. Since we have some time to spare, why not tell us the story from this book, Nami? Jiangbei proposed with a smile. All right, the story begins now. It is a tale from long, long ago, approximately 400 years in the past, in a certain country in the North Sea. There was a man named Montblanc Nolan. Nolan was an adventurer who recounted his exploits in both thrilling and exaggerated ways, yet the villagers could not discern the truth of his tales. They braved storms and battled various monsters, ultimately reaching the fabled island of gold, but only the king and Nolan, along with a mere 100 soldiers, found themselves gazing at a barren jungle. Nolan was sentenced to death for treason against the king. His last words were, "I understand now. The mountains of gold have sunk to the sea." However, the king had long since ceased to care, and no one believed Nolan's words any longer, until his final moments. Nolan continued to weave stories, earning him the moniker, the Great Liar. Nolan, poor liar, he died without ever becoming a brave warrior of the seas. Nami lamented, perhaps regretting that the gold may never have existed. What an intriguing story. Was Nolan telling the truth or fabricating lies? If he was lying, why did he maintain his claims until the end? Mauki pondered, perplexed. Well, let me tell you this. Nolan was not a liar, and the gold truly exists. Do you believe me? Jiangbei said, narrowing his eyes with a sly grin. I don't believe it. Where could there be an island made entirely of gold? It must be a dream. Nami pouted defiantly. All right, if Nolan's claims are true, then where is the gold? Mauki questioned skeptically. Perhaps, just as he said, it sank to the ocean depths. Jiangbei shrugged. I believe what the captain says. Robin smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Jiangbei turned to Robin, their eyes meeting in silent understanding, a shared smile conveying unspoken thoughts. Jiangbei, however, felt a twinge of unease. Had Robin discovered something? He worried that revealing such secrets to his companions might arouse suspicion. Just as Jiang Bei was lost in thought, a figure suddenly leaped from the water, landing on the shore and striking a combat pose, shouting, "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon my territory? This sea is mine." Chapter 60. Mont Blanc Kurikai. As Jiang Bei recognized the figure, he realized it was indeed Mont Blanc Kurikai. Kurikai, bare-chested and clad in striped black trousers, boasted a muscular physique. His appearance was distinct, notably characterized by his chestnut-shaped hair. His expression was perpetually cold and serious, and he was a chain smoker, even emerging from the water with a cigarette still clamped between his lips, whether extinguished or unlit. "You've come for the gold, haven't you? Prepare to die," Kurikai shouted, charging forward with a fierce punch. Jiang Bei deftly sidestepped the attack, shaking his head slowly as he said, "Calm down, Sirt. We're not here to steal your gold. What are you doing?" Kurikai began to inquire but suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Despite his efforts to endure the pain, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Sensing the urgency, Jiang Bei quickly lifted Kurikai onto his back and rushed into the house, laying him on the bed. Jiang Bei knew Kurikai was suffering from decompression sickness. While he wasn't a doctor, he remembered some key first-aid measures from the storyline and could only replicate them as best as he could. "Mauki, dampen a towel with cold water and bring it to me." "Nami, open all the windows," Jiang Bei instructed calmly. With the cold, damp towel resting on Kurikai's forehead, his convulsions gradually subsided, indicating that the measures were working. Seeing the situation stabilize, Jiang Bei felt a sense of relief, at least for now. There seemed to be no immediate danger. Decompression sickness? Is this uncle a patient? "Who is he?" Mauki asked, perplexed. To be honest, Jiang Bei greatly admired Kurikai's unwavering determination and extraordinary courage. Mont Blanc Kurikai was, in fact, a descendant of Mont Blanc Nolan. In a bid to vindicate his ancestors, who he believed were wrongfully accused, and to prove the existence of Gold Island, Kalikii seemed to challenge the world's scorn and the depths of the ocean itself. Day after day, he plunged into the depths in search of gold, striving to uncover more evidence of Gold Island's reality. Such perseverance and courage are indeed attributes not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals. Mauji, in a contemplative tone, remarked, I don't quite understand. In any case, it seems to be a peculiar affliction." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Bei responded, "Mont Blanc Kalikii must not have waited for the bubbles in his body to dissipate, diving into the depths day after day. Why is he so relentless?" Nami asked, puzzled. "That I don't know, but it's quite perilous. Depending on the circumstances, decompression sickness can be fatal." Jiang Bei shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Yet, in truth, Jiang Bei was well aware that Kalikii was diving for gold. He simply could not disclose the truth to them just yet. After a while, the door swung open, revealing two enormous figures. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Bei recognized them as the brothers of the ape. "Boss, are you all right?" they exclaimed in unison. "What are you doing here? What do you intend to do to the boss?" Well, you are truly good people." Hearing Jiang Bei's words, the brothers of the ape were moved to tears. They believed that so easily. Mauki stared at the brothers of the ape, speechless. "This uncle must be Mont Blanc Kalikii, right? Are you his lackeys? Do you live here with him?" Jiang Bei suddenly inquired. "Indeed, we are the Ape Mountain United Army. We also reside here, as the boss's home was originally the base of our army," one of the apes proudly declared, thumping his chest. "However, we usually sleep on the ship, as this place is far too cramped for us." The gorilla scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Perhaps it's because you two are just too large?" Mauki commented, equally speechless. These two gorilla brothers were truly one dash of a dash kind. "Why apologies for the inconvenience. I thought you were just foolish treasure hunters seeking gold," Kalikii said as he awoke, sitting up to light a cigarette and slowly speaking. "Ah, you're awake. Is everything all right?" Jiang Bei smiled and asked. "This minor ailment is of no consequence, so what brings you here?" Kalikii inquired, his expression stoic and his tone cold. "Uncle, we wish to go to Sky Island. Do you know how to get there?" Jiang Bei leaned in and asked directly, "Sky Island? Ha 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 ha. You truly believe in its existence?" Kalikii initially paused at the mention of Sky Island, before bursting into laughter as if Jiang Bei had told an outrageous joke. "Of course, Sky Island is indeed real. Though others may not believe it, I do." Jiang Bei remained resolute, undeterred by Kalikii's mockery. "Well, who can say? However, I know of one person who, like you, firmly believed in the existence of Sky Island. Yet that individual became the legendary, world-renowned con artist, leaving his descendants forever shamed. Kalikii sneered. Before Jiangbei could respond, Kalikii began recounting a tale. Those from the North Sea should have heard of this ancient fable, the great deceiver Norland. I recall that Norland's surname was Montblanc. Could it be that you are a descendant of that Norland? Mauki exclaimed in astonishment. This is indeed the site where that story unfolded. Nami also realized, her eyes wide with surprise. Why? Mauki scratched his head in confusion. Because Norland was more honest than anyone else, Kalikii replied coolly. But in the illustrated book, Nami began, only to be interrupted by Kalikii, who stated, in the illustrated book, Norland's final words were that he realized those mountains of gold had sunk to the sea. Portrayed as foolishly oblivious, yet in truth, he died weeping with bitterness, for he remained convinced that the island of Jaya, which he had taken the king to, was the very gold island he had previously envisioned. Thus, he could not reconcile himself to the notion that it was merely a fantasy. He asserted that geological shifts caused the gold to sink to the ocean floor. However, anyone who heard it would think he was merely making excuses. Ultimately, amidst the jeers of the crowd, Norland was executed and forever branded as the great deceiver I see now. I understand, uncle. You are determined to uncover the gold beneath the sea to clear the Montblanc family's name. Mauki comprehended. However, unexpectedly, Kalikii furiously drew a handgun and fired at the wall behind Mauki, exclaiming, "Fool! When did I ever say that? My ancestors' honesty or greatness as an explorer has nothing to do with me. Just because I share a modicum of blood with that fool, strangers heap scorn upon me. Can you understand the feelings of a child wronged? I was raised in such an environment." Kalikii raged, nearly losing his sanity. Indeed, over the past 400 years, how many have ventured forth to seek evidence to vindicate the Montblanc name, only to vanish without a trace? I have long been ashamed of belonging to such a family. Thus, I set off alone, becoming a pirate. Kalikii declared in anger, so it turns out, Uncle is also a pirate. No wonder he is so ruthless, Mauki said, trembling as he took a couple of steps back. In truth, I never aspired to be a pirate. The reason is simple. I merely wished to escape Norland's curse. Unbeknownst to me, I became the captain of a pirate crew, fulfilling my desire to enter the Grand Line and embark on daily adventures. However, 10 years ago, our ship fortuitously arrived at this island. Kalikii lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag as he continued. I, who despised Norland more than anyone in the Montblanc family, arrived at this island, which matched the illustrations in the book. There was not a shred of evidence proving that the land of gold ever existed. I couldn't help but feel that this was fate. I could no longer evade it. Thus, I stayed on this island, commencing my search for gold. Whether it exists or not matters little. This is a duel between me and the man who has disrupted my entire life. Before I die, I intend to uncover the truth, Kalikii stated resolutely. And what of them? How did the brothers of the ape end up here? Mauki observed a photo hanging on the wall, depicting a man and two apes. A combination that would astonish anyone. Because they are fans of the illustrated book, Kalikii grinned. It turns out the reason was so simple, Nami remarked, her face flushed. Kalikii's expression gradually softened as he said, "It was about 5 or 6 years ago when they heard of my endeavors and came to seek me out, claiming that there was undoubtedly Norland's gold here. The waters in this area are quite deep, and swimming in the dark, frigid sea fosters an overwhelming sense of solitude. Day after day, I dove alone in that icy abyss until one day, they stubbornly barged into my life, insisting on becoming my subordinates, causing a ruckus before me, 2 utterly foolish buffoons. Yet, to be frank, they saved me. Can you understand that? I understand completely. Indeed, like-minded friends are the strongest support, Mauki said, touched. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangbei spoke up, but what I wish to know is not the story of the brothers of the ape. There must be a way to reach Sky Island. Kalikii chuckled, your impatience is quite apparent. Did I not just say? Only that great deceiver Norland knows whether Sky Island truly exists. Once you involve that fellow, you will become a laughingstock like me. Are you saying Norland has also been to Sky Island? Jiangbei asked eagerly. Regrettably, the text does not mention that. Kalikii shook his head before turning to retrieve an ancient, tattered book, flipping through its pages. Upon seeing the worn book in Kalikii's hands, Nami gasped. Is that the logbook? Could it possibly belong to Norland himself? Indeed. Read that page aloud for everyone. Kalikii closed the book and casually tossed it to Nami. Caught off guard, she nearly dropped it. This was a treasure. She carefully cradled it in her hands, and upon opening it, was astonished by the contents within. He mentioned Sky Island. Nami exclaimed with excitement, I told you. Sky Island is real, Jiangbei chuckled. Wonderful, it truly exists. Sky Island, Mauki exclaimed, jumping about in exhilaration, filling the small room with laughter and cheer. Kalikii, unbeknownst to them, had stepped outside. Upon seeing Kalikii emerge, the brothers of the ape rushed forward in excitement, asking in unison, Dad, is your health any better? I'm doing quite well, Kalikii replied with a calm smile. That's wonderful. The brothers of the ape chimed together. I have a question for you. Do you like those fellows? Kalikii grinned and inquired. Why do you ask? The gorilla scratched his head, puzzled. Because it seems they are determined to reach Sky Island, Kalikii said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his tone heavied. Tio reach Sky Island. There is only one way. The gorilla pondered for a moment before saying, but if they go on their own, they'll be doomed, Dad. The ape hastily intervened, saying, that is precisely why I asked. Are you willing to lend them a hand? Kolkai patted the shoulders of the two apes and playfully scolded, of course. The gorilla raised both hands in agreement. What are we waiting for? Let us commence at once, the ape exclaimed, gesticulating animatedly with excitement. All right, go summon them, Kolkai said with unwavering determination. Chapter 62. The method to reach Sky Island. What do you wish to discuss by calling us out? Old man, Mauki yawned, lazily leaning on the table. Kolkai, hands on his hips, proclaimed loudly, listen closely. I shall now share all the intelligence I possess regarding Sky Island, but I cannot vouch for its authenticity. Whether you believe it is entirely up to you. We believe you, Jiangbei nodded in affirmation. Kolkai's expression turned serious as he continued. I wonder if you have encountered peculiar phenomena in these waters, where daylight can be suddenly enveloped by darkness, and monstrous shadows may even appear. We have not encountered such occurrences, Jiangbei replied, aware that those monstrous figures were merely the inhabitants of Sky Island. However, it was truly baffling that while he met the ape pirate crew, he did not witness the darkened skies or the monstrous silhouettes. Kolkai looked up at the sky and said, thus far, there are many different legends regarding these creatures, but let us set those aside for now. As for the sudden onset of darkness, I do know the truth. It is simply the shadows cast by thick cloud layers. Nami interjected suddenly, wait, are you saying cumulonimbus clouds? Such a density could not possibly be caused by mere storm clouds. Kolkai patiently explained, listen to me. They are known as cumulonimbus clouds, not your ordinary storm clouds. These clouds form at high altitudes. No matter how thick they accumulate, they do not generate airflow and will not precipitate rain. Therefore, once the sky is shrouded by cumulonimbus clouds, the layers become so dense that sunlight cannot penetrate, transforming even the brightest day into night. Pausing for a moment, Kolkai continued. There is another theory stating that cumulonimbus clouds are like cloud fossils, unchanged for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, constantly drifting in the high skies. Nami, having perused numerous books on climate, had never come across such a phenomenon and immediately countered. How could that be? There cannot exist clouds so thick that they do not produce airflow. Kolkai scoffed. I have said it before. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. I do not insist you accept this assertion. Mauki scratched his head in confusion, saying, so, in simple terms, you're saying it's an incredible cloud? Kolkai gazed at the clouds above and pointed, declaring, listen well. I surmise that if Sky Island truly exists, the only possibility is that it lies above those clouds. I see. We simply have to ascend to the clouds. Mauki exclaimed, springing to his feet. But the question remains. How do we get there? Nami said, her agitation growing. Oh, not fret. The crux of the matter is yet to come. Oh, not say I did not warn you. You must hold on to a resolve as if facing death. I know of an oceanic current that flows upward. If you ride that current, it would be akin to catching a favorable wind to the skies. Do you understand? Kolkai's tone was grave, each word pronounced with precision. Is such a current capable of propelling a ship into the air? Nami questioned in astonishment. Yet, I have heard that the ships ultimately plunge back into the sea. Nami glanced nervously at Kolkai, eager for clarification. Kolkai pondered for a moment and said, Generally, that is indeed the case. However, if one seizes the right moment, it should not pose a problem. Nevertheless, the circumstances may not be as simple as I have described. In any case, it will not be the leisurely journey to the skies you might imagine. The upward current is, in essence, a catastrophe, something one would typically avoid at all costs. What principle allows that current to surge skyward? We have yet to hear of such a phenomenon, Nami pressed, her skepticism evident. Kulkai patiently elucidated. The mysterious ocean current that summons that creature remains an enigma, as no one is foolish enough to wager their life to investigate it. However, there is a consensus. In that region of the sea lies a vast abyss even deeper than the ocean floor. Cold seawater flows into this abyss, and the geothermal heat from beneath generates immense steam pressure, leading to underwater eruptions capable of bursting the sea, creating the upward current, which is the explosive surge of the skyward current. Kulkai paused briefly before continuing. The current lasts approximately 1 minute, and during that time, it will continue to ascend. The site of the eruption varies each time, occurring roughly 5 times a month. Nami gasped, a water column lasting a minute. Just how immense must that eruption be? Wouldn't falling from such heights result in utter obliteration? Mauki imagined the scenario of plummeting from the sky and shuddered. Kulkai scoffed again, saying, "Who can say?" Attempting to explain the grandeur of nature through words and logic is a profoundly foolish endeavor. What? How can this be? Are you implying that even if we ride that current, there is no guarantee we will reach Sky Island? Nami's complexion paled, and a sense of retreat crept into her heart. Kulkai asserted firmly, indeed, failure means death. There is nothing at such heights to catch the ship. Should you plummet from the sky into the sea, all aboard would meet their doom beneath the waves. Upon hearing this, Kulkai gazed towards Jiangbei's pirate ship, which lay anchored by the shore, assessing it for a moment before slowly stating, "Truly, given the condition of that vessel, even in pristine state, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Considering its speed, weight, and strength, it is likely that once the sea erupts, the ship would disintegrate." Kulkai continued, "However, you need not worry about this. The apes and gorillas will accompany you on your voyage for protection. Of course, reinforcing the ship beforehand is essential. Leave that to us." The apes and gorillas chimed in, animatedly agreeing. Jiangbei could only chuckle to himself, although he harbored some fear regarding such a perilous adventure. Sky Island was indeed a necessary destination, and he had no choice but to steel himself for the journey. Chapter 63. The South bird Nami extended her hand, presenting the log pointer to Jiangbei, exclaiming, "Hey, Jiangbei, do you understand the situation? We have only 1 day left to remain on this island of Gaia. After a day, the log pointer will point towards the next island. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, Kulkai snorted, "What's wrong? If you do not wish to go, then don't." Jiangbei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. Old may end. Do you know when the current will erupt?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kulkai replied, "The next occurrence of the upward current should be tomorrow at noon. If you intend to go, you must prepare swiftly." This prompted Mauki to express his doubts, asking, "How can it be so coincidental?" "How do you know this?" Kulkai, though aware of Mauki's skepticism, remained unfazed and patiently explained. "In the territory of that ape, after the phenomenon of day turning to night, the following day, cumulonimbus clouds appeared in the southern sky. Based on a cycle of 5 occurrences a month, it is highly probable that tomorrow coincides with the activity of the upward current, which occurs in the southern waters of this area. While I cannot guarantee it 100%, the likelihood is indeed quite high. Dad, dinner is ready." The apes and gorillas suddenly called out from the window. Kulkai turned around and slowly said, "I am truly grateful to encounter you dream-chasing fools in my lifetime. Come, let us dine together and rest well at my home tonight." "Wait a moment, Uncle Kulkai. Have you forgotten something? We cannot eat just why it seems we are unsure how to reach the southern waters you mentioned. For if we venture beyond this sea, the log pointer's direction will no longer be accurate, correct?" Although the scene was somewhat heartwarming, Jiangbei had to interject, for he understood that if they were to depart tomorrow, they must capture the South bird. The legendary guiding bird It was only with the South bird's ability to point southward that they could reach the southern waters and successfully board the current heading to Sky Island. If they simply went to eat and forgot to catch the South bird, then their plans to reach Sky Island would surely be in vain. Kulkai suddenly halted, shouting in a flurry, "Oh no! The upward current you are to reach tomorrow is located directly south of this cape. Dio, you know how to get there? Directly south. Ah, our target this time is not an island, but rather the current. Meaning the log pointer will be of no use. How can we proceed straight south? Nami initially looked taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and inquired. Kalikai spoke in a low voice. In this vast and disorienting grand line, if one wishes to journey southward, one must heed the instincts of birds. Certain creatures in nature possess an innate compass, enabling them to discern their precise location. Among them, the south-south bird stands supreme. Regardless of whether it soars over expansive land or vast seas, its very being points to the correct direction. In summary, without this bird, any endeavor is futile. Not only would one be unable to reach the Sky Islands, but even the opportunity to ascend through the currents would be lost. Kalikai's expression was grim. The south-south bird? That name sounds rather peculiar, Mauki remarked in confusion. Kalikai hurriedly urged Mauki towards the forest, saying, there's no time to dawdle. You must swiftly capture this bird from the southern woods. Once night falls, it may be impossible to catch it. Don't be in such a rush, Uncle Kalikai. You've said so much. Yet we don't even know what this bird looks like or its distinguishing features. How can we possibly catch it? Jiangbei sighed, exasperated. Wait a moment. I'll show you something right now, Kalikai exclaimed as he dashed into a room. Moments later, he emerged holding a heavy object covered by a cloth, the nature of which remained a mystery. Behold, this is the south-south bird, Kalikai declared as he unveiled the cloth, revealing a dazzling golden bird. A statue crafted from pure gold. As the sun began to set, its rays reflected off the golden figure, creating a blinding spectacle that could only be described as resplendent. Wow, a golden bird. It's blinding my eyes. But honestly, it looks rather odd and somewhat unattractive, Mauki remarked, rubbing his eyes and losing interest. Gold? Pure gold, Nami exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the golden bird, showering it with kisses, utterly enamored. All right, let's set off. Time to catch a bird. Even before they left, Mauki was already brimming with enthusiasm. Let us go. Are you coming along, Robin? Jiangbei asked, noticing Robin quietly reading a book by the ship, understanding that Robin's powers would make capturing the bird a breeze. He insisted she join them. Of course, Robin replied with a gentle smile. Leave it to me, Mauki said confidently, flipping his hair. Before they knew it, the sun had set, and darkness enveloped the forest as Jiangbei and his companions ventured southward. Searching for the strangely vocal south-south bird in the pitch-black woods, devoid of any light, they could scarcely see anything, relying solely on instinct and faint impressions to navigate their surroundings. However, in the heart of the forest, Mauki felt at home. As they delved deeper, Mauki suddenly halted, crouching down to touch the plants beneath him. A soft green glow emanated from his palm, and he mused, perhaps we can enlist the help of the flora to guide us. Chapter 64. Tossed to the sea as fishbait. Why didn't we use this method earlier? We wasted so much time. Do you have any idea how I navigated here? Nami said, somewhat irritated. The forest was teeming with wildlife, particularly insects and spiders, which sent Nami into a state of fright. Mauki scratched his head awkwardly and replied, hee, my bad. It just occurred to me, and we've reached a more central location, so we should be able to locate the south-south bird from here. Got it? To the southeast, a bit of a distance away, at the end of this forest, Mauki stated after about a minute of concentration. Nami's expression shifted dramatically. Oh no. It's at the southeastern edge, that's a problem. Once we exit the forest, it's just the open sea, and we won't be able to catch the south-south bird there. Without further ado, Jiangbei turned on his heel and raced back the way they came, leaving behind only a fleeting silhouette. Hey, what are you doing? Mauki shouted. What the heck? Such an irresponsible captain, Nami huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. Before they had even exited the forest, Jiangbei spotted Bellamy and his crew confronting Kalikai and the Monkey Brothers on the shore. The Monkey Brothers had already taken a few hits from Bellamy, showing signs of wear, and the gold had fallen into Bellamy's hands. Bellamy let out an odd laugh, proclaiming, I am Bellamy the hyena, a man with a bounty of 55 million berries. My favorite pastime is to seize what others have worked hard to obtain. And witnessing their desperate pleas is akin to witnessing a pack of lost dogs. Ha ha ha. Farewell, Mont Blanc cowered. With that, he turned to leave, waving a casual goodbye, though the jeering laughter of his crew only fueled Kalikai's rage. You dare! Kalikai seethed, fists clenched and ready to strike. Just as he prepared to charge at Bellamy, Jiangbei swiftly intervened, blocking his path and whispering 4 crucial words. Leave it to me. In an instant, Jiangbei vanished and reappeared, delivering a powerful punch to Bellamy that sent him crashing into their ship, creating a gaping hole in its hull. Sachis, who did that? Show yourself! He roared, furious. I heard someone was looking for me, Jiangbei said, appearing right in front of Sachis, who recoiled in fear. Itsu. Oh no, Jiangbei. We were in the wrong. We didn't recognize this as your territory. We'll leave the gold. We'll make amends to Bellamy another time. If it's all right, we'll just be on our way, Sachis stammered, recalling the day Jiangbei had knocked Bellamy out with a single punch, filling him with dread. Jiangbei chuckled coldly. I don't think you've learned your lesson yet. You lot seem to have a penchant for trouble. You just got beaten this morning and are already back at it this afternoon, truly fearless. Please, it was all Bellamy's idea, he asked the captain. We have to follow him. It's not our fault, Sachis pleaded, head bowed. Sachis, why bow to this man? He's our enemy. One of the muscle-bound crew members blurted out in confusion. A mosquito, Jiangbei remarked nonchalantly, as if he hadn't heard the comment, pointing at the air as if a mosquito truly hovered there. Just as Sachis was about to scold his comrade for being oblivious, Jiangbei dispatched the muscle-bound man with a mere gesture. Leaving Sachis frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, Jiangbei then devised a cunning proposal, smirking as he spoke. Let us do this. I'm too lazy to deal with your petty grievances, since you claim it's all Bellamy's doing. Why don't you go and eliminate him for me, and then toss him into the sea to feed the fish? This, Sachis faltered, taken aback by the suggestion of betraying his longtime captain. Sensing Sachis' hesitation, Jiangbei raised his hand threateningly. What's wrong? Can't do it. I'll give you 5 seconds to decide. After that, I won't hold back. Sachis, hearing this, forced a smile and said, Find out I'll do it, but will you let us go if we take care of Bellamy? Jiangbei glanced at Sachis and replied coolly, Of course. You want me to do your dirty work? I'm not interested. Chapter 65. What does the 7 warlords amount to? Rest assured, Bellamy is already unconscious and likely still spitting blood. And once you eliminate him, the name of this pirate crew can be changed to the Sachis pirate crew. Jiangbei coaxed, I'll go take care of Bellamy right now, Sachis declared, no longer hesitating. He turned and seemed to transform, releasing a hidden ferocity within him. The prospect of killing his former captain and seizing the captaincy ignited a thrill within Sachis. Even his hand trembled slightly around the sword he gripped. This was a gamble, a pivotal moment that would determine his fate. Meanwhile, Bellamy lay incapacitated on the ship, unable to move. With great effort, he propped himself up against a wooden door. Breathing heavily, clutching his wounded chest and bleeding profusely, as Sachis approached him slowly, wielding a large sword, Bellamy sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. With the last of his strength, he bellowed, Sachis, what do you vile scoundrel intend to do to me? Sachis licked the blade of his sword and then pressed it against Bellamy's neck, speaking in a measured tone, Bellamy, it is your ignorance that has brought our pirate crew to this wretched state. We are now akin to lambs, ready to be slaughtered at any moment, and that is entirely your doing. Therefore, let us come to an understanding. Your tenure as captain has come to an end, and it is time for you to descend into hell. Bellamy, unwilling to meet his demise in this manner, clung to the only thread of hope he could muster, rasping, Sachis, wait, have you forgotten? We are all subordinates of the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. If you dare to take my life here, Doflamingo will surely exact vengeance upon you. Sachis paused, looking towards Jiangbei with a pained expression. Jiangbei, this act, Jiangbei commanded. When I say act, you should act. What is Doflamingo to me? The warlord crocodile has already fallen at my hands. Surely, you have not yet received the latest bounty notices, which explains your audacity in confronting me. Jiangbei continued nonchalantly. While it was true that Doflamingo was formidable, he had not yet reached the pinnacle of his powers, as his devil fruit had not awakened. Moreover, one could question whether Doflamingo would even bother to retaliate over such trifling matters, even if Doflamingo were to come seeking retribution. Jiangbei possessed the strength to confront him, rendering him unafraid. What? Both Sachis and Bellamy were instantly struck with panic at Jiangbei's words, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. The mere presence of a pirate with the combat prowess of a warlord before them extinguished any desire for battle. Even Bellamy's own crew began to contemplate eliminating him, for it was Bellamy who had ultimately drawn Jiangbei's ire. Without hesitation, Sachis drove the sword down with brutal force, and blood erupted forth in his final moments. Bellamy's eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. He could hardly fathom how he had been foolish enough to provoke a man of such caliber, especially considering his meager bounty of merely 20 million berries, a disparity that left him unable to rest in death. The true instigator of this calamity was none other than Bellamy's subordinates. Had they not informed him of a 20 million berry child to be dealt with, Bellamy would not have met such a fate. Upon Bellamy's death, Jiangbei sensed the presence of Bellamy's paramecia-type spring fruit, yet he had no inclination to claim this devil fruit. It was less about the fruit itself and more about his disdain for Bellamy as a person. Jiangbei hoped it would find a more worthy owner, one who would not be as contemptible as Bellamy had been. Depart now, and refrain from further misdeeds. Watch where you tread, and do not carry yourselves with such arrogance. One never knows who may truly be in command, Jiangbei remarked with a hearty laugh as he turned to leave. Sachis, as if struck by a revelation, nodded eagerly. Indeed, you are correct, my lord. You lot, quickly come and dispose of Bellamy into the sea. Thus, Bellamy was unceremoniously kicked into the ocean by his own crew. The water instantly tainted crimson, attracting numerous fish. Sachis hastily led his crew away from the area, setting sail for new horizons, unbeknownst to them. You are indeed a pirate of warlord caliber. Kurikai had been observing from the sidelines, but the battle had ended before it truly began. Learning of Jiangbei's triumph over a warlord left him in turbulent contemplation. Jiangbei waved his hand dismissively, awkwardly stating, "Oh, come now, uncle. You too are of warlord caliber when it comes to diving. Ha ha, just look, I cannot swim. In that regard, you surpass me greatly." The ape brothers, however, expressed their frustration. "You should have appeared sooner, causing us to endure unnecessary blows, and we nearly lost the gold." "My apologies, big brother." The ape brothers stood rigidly, like chastised children, bowing their heads in remorse. Kurikai reprimanded them. "You too, do you find yourselves with too much time on your hands? You are both unharmed and lively. Return to work and reinforce the ship." "Yes, father." The ape brothers scampered off to resume their tasks. "Who knows? Let us head off together to repair the ship." Kurikai smiled as he picked up his tools and made his way toward the pirate vessel. Chapter 66. Departure to the upward current. After approximately 10 minutes. Rustling sounds emerged from the woods, accompanied by a peculiar call. Nearly causing that foolish bird to take flight, it was fortunate that Robin was present. The ape held the Nanan bird in his grasp. As Robin and Nami followed closely behind to the shore, Kurikai paused in his work, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, you are truly fortunate. The Nanan bird is not easily encountered, with me in charge." "What problem cannot be resolved?" the ape declared proudly. "This area shows signs of a struggle. What has transpired?" Nami, noticing the disarray on the ground, grew tense and inquired. "Jiangbei? So there were enemies who attacked earlier? Who would be so foolish as to venture to this deserted island?" Nami asked incredulously. "Indeed, it is these ruffians. I admire their audacity. They were taught a lesson in the morning yet returned in the evening." Itching for trouble, the ape responded with resignation. "Was that our ship?" The ape exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at their drastically altered pirate vessel. At this moment, Jiangbei's ship had undergone half of its modifications, with a rooster's head affixed to the front and a curved plank attached to the rear. Though Jiangbei did not comprehend the significance of these changes, he had no choice but to allow the ape brothers to dictate the alterations, for as long as it could ascend to the Sky Island. Its appearance was of little consequence. Indeed, it is halfway through the modifications. It only lacks a pair of wings, Jiangbei mused as he paused his work, gazing at the ship. While the transformation of the pirate vessel into such an oddity was difficult to accept, it was a necessary compromise for the sake of reaching the Sky Island. As night fell, the ship's modifications finally concluded, and the crew joyfully held a small feast, celebrating with food and drink, before sinking into a deep slumber amidst the laughter and merriment. The following morning it is time to set sail. Hurry now. Kurikai stood on the shore, his arms crossed, as the crew boarded the ship. 3 vessels were anchored along the coast, with Jiangbei's ship nestled between the 2 vessels of the Ape Mountain United Army, serving as a protective escort. All right, time is of the essence. Let us lead the way. And you must keep up. The ape brothers were filled with excitement, on the verge of witnessing the existence of the Sky Island. Naturally, all present shared this sentiment, akin to tightly strung bows. The Ape Mountain United Army must not let their guard down. Even if the heavens collapse, we shall escort these fellows to the end, Kai urged, suppressing his exhilaration. Thank you all, Uncle. The Ape Mountain United Army, Jiangbei took a deep breath, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Young brother, we bid you farewell here, but there is one thing you must understand. Neither the Golden Bell nor the Sky Island has ever been disproven by anyone. Some may mock me, calling this mere nonsense. But what is wrong with that? This is the romance of a man. Kai turned away, a confident smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Uncle, await our good news. The ship had already set sail. The ape called out with a wave. Thank you for your care, Mr. Kai. Nami chimed in, her voice trailing off. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your assistance regarding the gold. Be careful not to fall from the sky. Kai chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, aboard the Blackbeard pirate ship, morning had arrived. So, have you seen anything? Blackbeard inquired hoarsely from his wooden vessel. None. Not even a shadow across the way. Are they truly heading to the Sky Island? Basis sat at the bow, scanning the horizon with a telescope for any sign of Jiangbei's crew. The Blackbeard ship was exceedingly rudimentary, resembling a larger raft sporting a pirate flag, hastily constructed from an assortment of wooden planks. Seemingly at risk of disintegration upon encountering waves. Indeed, that is what they claim. Should they ascend to the skies, it would pose a significant problem. We must resolve this before that occurs. After all, capturing a wanted criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries like Jiangbei is far easier than seizing Ace. Wouldn't you agree? Blackbeard cackled with an eerie laugh that sent chills down the spine. Having just received Jiangbei's bounty notice the previous night, Blackbeard's attention swiftly shifted to Jiangbei upon seeing his bounty. Especially since Jiangbei had recently dethroned one of the warlords, Crocodile, it was only natural that the world government would take an interest in him. At this moment, Blackbeard's objective was to deliver over 100 million bounty heads to the world government, thereby ascending to the rank of Warlord of the Sea, before proceeding with his subsequent plans. Initially, he intended to defeat Ace, yet lacking absolute certainty, he hesitated during the chase. At this juncture, a fledgling youth from Jiangbei presented a perfect opportunity for Blackbeard's rise. Listen closely, it is currently 7 o'clock in the morning, and if we calculate our arrival near that current, we estimate it will be around 11. As my father mentioned, the upward current erupts from varying locations each time. So we must arrive early to accurately ascertain its position. The ape-man shouted from aboard the ship. Look, that bird, do you see it? Its head only faces south. However, Mauki was recklessly toying with the south-south bird tied to the ship, occasionally twisting its head in an attempt to direct it northward, to no avail, causing the south-south bird to break into a cold sweat. I can't believe there truly exists such a peculiar bird in the world. Nami exclaimed curiously, pinching the south-south bird. Hey, are you even listening to us? The ape-man said, somewhat irritated. It's all right, don't be anxious. There's no point in rushing. Consider it a moment to relax, Jiangbei remarked with a calm smile. That does seem to make sense, but indeed, we should unwind. All right, brothers, let us advance at full speed with a relaxed mindset, the ape-man declared, raising his hand. Chapter 67, Eruption. The Emperor Cloud. Boss, something's wrong. The night is approaching from the southwest. It's the Emperor Cloud. One of the ape-man's subordinates, using a telescope, immediately shouted upon spotting the Emperor Cloud. Is that true? What time is it now? The ape-man fixed his gaze on the ominous cloud ahead, hastily inquiring. It's 10 in the morning, appearing earlier than scheduled. This is dreadful, Gorilla. Do you have a solution? The ape-man called out loudly to Gorilla, knowing he would have a way to handle the situation. The sea exploration team will be deployed immediately to investigate the precise location of the current. Gorilla promptly sprang into action, methodically directing his subordinates. What's the matter? Mauki scratched his head, confused. I'm afraid the situation is dire. The Emperor Cloud has emerged sooner than we anticipated, yet the position of the upward current remains undetermined. Nami immediately sensed something was amiss. Shortly after the Gorilla Sea exploration team plunged into the depths, Gorilla seized the microphone to initiate his unique sonic detection method, capable of using sound waves to probe the environment, swiftly determining the precise location of the Emperor Cloud. Reflected sound waves confirm a large current appearing at the 12 o'clock position, and a colossal creature, presumably a sea king, detected at the 9 o'clock position, at the 10 o'clock position. Opposing waves indicate a massive whirlpool. Before long, the subordinates sent to explore the depths resurfaced one by one to report their findings. That it, steer the ship towards the 10 o'clock position. That's the precursor to the eruption. We must advance toward that whirlpool. Retreat is not an option. Upon hearing about the colossal whirlpool, the ape-man recognized it as the location of the upward current and shouted aloud. Suddenly, the sea surface began to stir, tumultuous waves wreaking havoc, accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rain. Waves surged one after another, propelling their ship forward. What now? Rainwater poured onto the deck, drenching the floor, and the sudden impact of the waves nearly toppled Mauki, who quickly regained his footing, gripping the ship's body in alarm. The waves have suddenly grown taller. Nami exclaimed anxiously. This is the precursor to the eruption. Everyone, be cautious, the ape-man bellowed. Nami, what is the status of the recording pointer? Robin suddenly recalled something and inquired. The Sky Island, is it up there? Mauki gazed up at the ominous clouds, muttering in confusion. The wind direction is favorable. The Emperor Cloud is moving toward the center of the whirlpool. Nami calmly analyzed the situation, and at this moment, her role as navigator was crucial. Brothers, it seems this time we are definitely onto something. The ape-man gazed at the looming Emperor Cloud, a smile of excitement gracing his lips. Indeed, the scale of the eruption is substantial. All conditions are in place. Gorilla concurred. What should we do next? Nami asked loudly. Let the whirlpool's trajectory guide you. Follow the current. Once inside, as long as you don't turn the helm, you will safely reach the eye of the whirlpool, the ape-man said, simultaneously tossing a hook to Jiangbei's pirate ship, securing it tightly to ensure they wouldn't veer off course. Beneath the dark Emperor Cloud, the tumultuous current began to form a massive whirlpool, while Jiangbei's pirate ship and the Ape Mountain Coalition's pirate ship remained at the periphery, flowing toward the whirlpool's eye along with the current. Such a vast whirlpool. Upon realizing the situation, Nami's face turned pale, her voice trembling. Don't be afraid. Just hold onto the ship, Jiangbei said, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile, offering reassurance. Having come this far, no matter how treacherous the path ahead may be, Jiangbei would resolutely not back down. Though he had seen such scenes in anime, experiencing them firsthand invoked an involuntary sense of fear. Yet, the more daunting it became, the more exhilarated and awed Jiangbei felt. This is the power of nature. No, this is the grand line. The power of the supernatural. It's my first time witnessing such a colossal whirlpool. Robin remarked in astonishment, gazing at the gigantic whirlpool. Well, it's time to bid farewell. Thank you for your escort throughout this journey. Jiangbei smiled and said, We're being pulled into the whirlpool, as time passed. The ship gradually approached the whirlpool's eye. Mauki let out a wry smile, saying, It's over. Nami closed her eyes, unable to bear witnessing what was about to unfold. Bang! As the ship made contact with the eye of the whirlpool, it plummeted to the sea surface, and suddenly, the waters calmed, as if the storm had never occurred. However, the Emperor Cloud remained a dark mass above. If one were to claim this tempest had simply concluded, few would believe it's gone. Nami opened her eyes, exhaling a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. You all think so lightly. If this soaring current vanished just like that, where would I go to find the Sky Island? Let me tell you, we are about to ascend to the heavens. Jiangbei, already aware of the narrative, suddenly broke into a sly grin, resembling a cunning merchant, leaving Nami, Mauki, and even Robin with the impression of being duped onto his ship. Why was Jiangbei so unfazed moments ago? The ship nearly succumbed to the whirlpool. Robin had been observing Jiangbei closely, failing to discern a hint of anxiety on his face, only confidence and tranquility. Moreover, from Jiangbei's remarks, it seemed he knew the soaring current had not vanished, but was on the verge of eruption. This left Robin utterly perplexed, making her even more intrigued by Jiangbei. Yet, Jiangbei remained oblivious to her keen insight and the extent of her thoughts. Chapter 68. The ship soars into the sky. No. The underwater eruption is about to commence. Hence, the whirlpool's eye has temporarily disappeared from the depths. Nami gazed at the calm sea, seemingly recalling something, her expression betraying unease. "Stop, pirate ha 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 ha.At last. I've caught up with you, Jiangbei." The Blackbeard pirates swiftly approached Jiangbei's ship on a raft. Although Blackbeard sensed the whirlpool's peculiarity, he was determined not to squander this golden opportunity. "You foul brat, I've come to collect your bounty of 100 million. Pirate ha 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 ha." Spotting Nami pointing at him, Blackbeard grew even more exhilarated, feeling akin to a wolf that had stumbled upon a panicked lamb. Why is it so dark over there?" A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over Blackbeard. Despite the sea's calmness, Jiangbei's ship remained stationary, awaiting his arrival. Could it be they have resigned themselves to fate? "If you possess the capability, then come forth," Jiangbei scoffed, extending his index finger and beckoning Blackbeard. "Are you ready? The underwater eruption is imminent. The upward current will soon propel us into the heavens. Everyone, hold on tight." Jiangbei understood that with the impending surge, a moment's lapse could result in being cast into the depths, so he needed to grasp the ship firmly. Despite Jiangbei's formidable strength, he dared not let his guard down. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirate's vessel was hindered by the colossal water column, inching perilously close to Jiangbei's ship. The soaring current erupted. Bang! With a thunderous roar, a massive blue water column surged upward like a dragon breaking the surface, its force capable of shaking the very ground. This was the power of the supernatural, an inexplicable force. "It's over. We're about to take flight." Mauki clung tightly to a pillar, murmuring at this moment. Jiangbei's ship ascended along the immense water column. Miraculously, the ship adhered firmly to the column, rising vertically without plummeting downward. Jiangbei couldn't help but marvel internally, recalling a phrase from his past life. Newton must be weeping inconsolably in the restroom. "Oh no, the ship is starting to lift. Hurry and think of a way, or else at this rate, the entire ship will be thrown overboard, just like Blackbeard's vessel, which disintegrated in midair moments ago." Jiangbei initially believed that at such a speed, they would sail smoothly to the clouds, yet before long, the ship began to drift, tilting upwards at an alarming angle, suggesting that it would soon plummet from the heights, becoming yet another unsolved mystery centuries hence. "Look up at the sky," Mauji suddenly shouted, having noticed something. "What are those? It's over. We are truly doomed. Falling from such a height into the sea guarantees our demise. While I am indeed curious about the Sky Island, the cost is far too great, far too exhilarating. Were I given another chance, I would absolutely choose not to come here," Mauji lamented with tears of despair. "Raise the sails, quickly." Nami remained unfazed by the dire circumstances. Instead, she became calm, contemplating her nautical knowledge. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she exclaimed loudly. Mauji dashed to raise the sails, as he was the best person for this task, as a user of a plant fruit ability. Mauji conjured numerous long vines from his body as if by magic, skillfully controlling the sails. Indeed, at Nami's command, the ship began to stabilize. Although still tilted, the swaying had considerably reduced. This is the sea. Not an ordinary water column. It's a raging ocean current. Moreover, the wind blowing from below is an updraft generated by the explosive geothermal heat and steam from the seabed. Since our adversaries are the wind and sea, I have a method to navigate. After all, I am the ship's navigator. Nami patted her small chest, her delicate face breaking into a confident smile. All right, the right sail is catching the wind. Immediately turn the left sail. Try to align the ship with the ocean current, Nami commanded methodically. Oh no, what's happening? The ship is about to leave the water, Mauji shouted anxiously. As the one controlling the sails, Mauji was acutely aware that the ship was not aligning with the water column. Rather, it was tilting even more. No, it will be fine. Though Nami lacked complete confidence, she maintained a facade of assurance. If even the navigator were to panic, that would truly spell disaster. We're flying. Amazing, our ship has taken to the skies. Mauji, puzzled as to why the ship had not yet fallen, had already resigned himself to fate. Yet, to his surprise, Nami had given him a delightful shock. The ship was indeed soaring, completely detached from the water column. Ascending into the air. This is wonderful. If we ride this wind and current, we can soar as high as we desired. If the Sky Island truly exists, it must be just beyond that cloud. Nami sighed with relief, her excitement palpable. Jiangbei couldn't help but glance at Nami, secretly pleased that he had brought her aboard. Otherwise, reaching the Sky Island would have been impossible. It became evident that, as in the original plot, the journey to the Sky Island was unthinkable without Nami's navigational expertise. Gazing towards the clouds, Jiangbei's resolve strengthened. There were formidable foes awaiting him above. Chapter 69. The Sky Sea on the surface of the sea. The towering ocean current transformed into a colossal blue beam of light, shooting upwards. At this moment, Jiangbei's pirate ship had already ascended into the air, on the verge of entering the cloud layer. Upon breaching the clouds, Jiangbei felt his limbs grow weak. The side effects of consuming the devil fruit quickly manifested in him, as they did for Maoji and Robin, since the cloud layer was actually composed of seawater. Flowing like an ocean current, a vast expanse of moving sea, boom, with a deafening sound. This suffocating experience finally came to an end. Jiangbei's pirate ship seemed to have broken through the last barrier, bursting through the cloud layer and floating weakly above the surface of the cloud sea. Coughed, everyone. Are we all right? Jiangbei, experiencing the sensation of helplessness for the first time in the water, had inadvertently swallowed some seawater. Indeed, devil fruit users were utterly defenseless in the face of the ocean. I'm fine, Robin replied, her condition much better than the others, though her breathing was slightly rapid. Did we succeed? Where are we in a vast expanse of white? Nami, unsteady on her feet, asked with confusion, I in the clouds? Why aren't we falling? She wondered, gazing down in astonishment. This must be what they call the Sky Sea. I never imagined it would be like this. Jiangbei remarked with a faint smile. But look, the log pose is still pointing upwards, Nami said, furrowing her brow as she raised her hand. It seems we are only in the middle of the accumulative clouds. This means we must continue to sail upwards, Robin pondered, resting her chin on her hand. This place looks quite intriguing. If only I could swim. I'd jump down to take a look, Maoji exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the surroundings, clouds drifting like the sea, soft and inviting, igniting an urge to leap into them. All right, everyone, adjust your state and prepare to set off. We must find a way to ascend, Jiangbei said, taking a deep breath. In truth, Jiangbei was uncertain of where to go, and the absence of the Sky Knight Ganfu from the original story was troublesome. Without someone to guide them, they might easily lose their way in this Sky Sea, a scenario Jiangbei dreaded. It seemed that for now, they could only take it one step at a time, hoping they might reach the entrance to the Kingdom of Heaven, which would provide a way to the Sky Island. Look, there's what seems to be a magical waterfall ahead, Maoji shouted from the bow of the ship. That's the way. Head towards it. After much circling and encountering obstacles, they finally located the entrance to the Kingdom of Heaven after spending most of the day searching. The massive waterfall cascaded over the clouds, and not far from it stood a magnificent arched gate, resplendent in gold and jade. We're not dead, are we? It says Heaven's Gate. Maoji shivered, his voice trembling. High above the door hung a sign reading Heaven's Gate in English. Oddly enough, even Maoji could comprehend the English, leaving Jiangbei perplexed. Perhaps English was a universal language in this world. The gate resembled a bridge, supported by numerous round columns below. The presence of such splendid architecture in this location indicated that civilization indeed existed here. As Jiangbei's pirate ship drew closer to the entrance, a door beside one of the columns opened. An elderly woman emerged, camera in hand, snapping photos of Jiangbei's ship. Look, there's someone. Is that an angel? With wings, quick, look, Maoji exclaimed, his excitement causing him to stumble over his words. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the old woman had two small white wings sprouting from her back, a sight that would startle anyone unfamiliar with the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Even Nami and Robin were taken aback at the sight. Excuse me, I am the guardian of Heaven's Gate. Amazon, are you here for sightseeing or for battle? The old woman, with her small, hunched frame, leaned forward slightly to inquire. We wish to go to the Sky Island. The other side of this gate leads to the Sky Island. Right? Can you let us pass? Nami called out from the bow of the ship. What? 1 billion ikes. What is an ike? Nami asked, bewildered. 1 billion ikes. How much would that be in berries? Regardless of how we calculate it. Just the number 1 billion should be exorbitant, Nami said, counting on her fingers anxiously. 1 person costs 1 billion. For 4 people, that's 4 billion. Robin assisted Nami with the calculations, as if they actually had the money. Maoji, initially inclined to curse, quickly realized the situation. Nami promptly covered his mouth to prevent him from angering the old woman, the only hope resting on her. "To enter, you must pay this much? Is it typical to require such exorbitant fees to enter a country? This old woman is clearly trying to extort us." Mauji muttered under his breath. "I'm sorry, we have no money, but surely we can enter without payment." Jiangbei had long understood that this old woman was no benevolent figure. Had it not been for the impossibility of reaching the Sky Island, he would have had no qualms about dealing with her. However, considering her advanced age, he decided against it. Of course, even if you lack money, you may still enter. You are free to leave if you wish, for I am neither a guard nor a soldier. I merely wish to inquire about your intentions, the old woman replied, a barely noticeable smirk playing on her lips. "Isn't that just a blatant attempt to extort money? What a wretched old hag," Mauji exclaimed, exasperated. "Then let us go. We wish to reach the Sky Island. We have no money, so please let us in." "Old woman," Nami pleaded, her small fists clenched, casting a beseeching glance at the elderly lady. Chapter 70. "The land of the gods, all right. Do all four of you wish to enter?" the old woman asked, her expression inscrutable as she regarded the people on the ship. "Yes, but how do we ascend?" Nami queried, glancing around in confusion. "That is a specialty of the White Sea. Fast shrimps. Good luck to you." The old woman replied with a cold chuckle. "Shrimp? What enormous shrimp!" Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Several fast shrimps were propelling the ship from beneath, racing swiftly across the sky sea, creating clouds instead of splashes of water. "Incredible! Are they trying to swim upstream?" Nami's eyes widened, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. "Everyone, hold on tight. This thing moves swiftly, and there is a path above," Jiangbei intoned gravely, asked the Gate of Heaven's overseer. "Amazon, I report to the Almighty God and esteemed priests that there are 4 illegal intruders invading the kingdom of God. Please bestow upon them divine retribution." The aged voice of the old woman resonated hauntingly along the passage leading to the clouds. At that moment, apart from Jiangbei, the others suddenly realized they had been betrayed by this old crone. "Damn it. I knew that old woman had ill intentions. I wonder if that priest is waiting for us up there." Mauki grumbled indignantly. "Fear not, these so-called priests are not gods. Once we reach the top, we'll dispatch them with a single punch," Jiangbei remarked with a faint smile, showing no sign of concern over the betrayal. His tone nonchalant as they navigated this channel resembling a fixed ocean current in the sky. Jiangbei's pirate ship twisted and turned like a roller coaster, even upside down without plummeting, supported by quicksilver shrimp below, clinging tightly to the vessel and propelling it upward at breakneck speed, creating waves. Gradually, at the channel's apex, the clouds parted, revealing a blinding burst of light. There lay the exit. That must be the exit up there. "Look, there's a sign." "What does it say?" Nami exclaimed, shielding her eyes from the dazzling brilliance, her gaze darting to a plaque suspended in the clouds. "That reads, Godlandskypia, meaning, the kingdom of God." Robin remarked in astonishment as she looked up. "That's not the exit. It's the entrance to the Sky Island." "Ha ha, we're about to ascend. Hold on tight." Jiangbei's face lit up with excitement as he shouted. This journey to the Sky Island felt akin to indulging in every thrilling ride at an amusement park. No, even more exhilarating than that. As the ship drew nearer to the clouds, the beam of light grew ever more blinding, rendering it difficult to keep one's eyes open. With a resounding boom, everyone felt a sudden lightness beneath their feet, swaying unsteadily and colliding with one another, Nami stumbling particularly hard. This was due to the ship bursting through the cloud layer at such velocity that it soared into the air before plummeting downward in an instant. Only then could they open their eyes, still reeling from the experience. Once the vessel landed steadily upon the sea of clouds, Jiangbei and his companions regained their composure, for the previous roller coaster-like experience had left their stomachs in turmoil. "Everyone, look, we've arrived at the Sky Island," Jiangbei exclaimed, rising first to point toward a distant line of vaguely discernible structures. "How wonderful it would be if Uncle Kulike could see this, once we disembark. We must tell Uncle Kulike. Who knows, the gold he has been tirelessly pursuing might be buried right here." Mauki cheered, raising his hands in jubilation. "So this is the Sky Island. Truly an unbelievable existence." Robin mused, her chin resting on her hand as she smiled. "The scenery here is beautiful, and the air feels so refreshing, as if it truly is a realm inhabited by gods," Nami remarked, stretching her limbs and taking a deep breath. Relishing the moment, I see some buildings ahead. Let us head there and dock the ship here. This seems to be the shore, Jiangbei suggested, pointing toward a cluster of tall coconut trees and cool pavilions. If these clouds were to be imagined as the ground, the area ahead could easily be envisioned as a beach. Wait, where do we drop the anchor? There's no seabed here. Mauki scratched his head in confusion. I believe it's solid enough to step on, and those clouds below should be able to hold the anchor. I'm not entirely sure, but it's worth a try, Jiangbei said, moving to the edge of the ship to drop the anchor, which lodged itself within the cloud layer. The ship seemed anchored, albeit somewhat unsteady, but at least it wouldn't drift away. Oh well, I'm not surprised by anything anymore. I've seen too many incredible sights on this journey. I think I'll change clothes and go down to experience it, Nami declared, waving her hand with evident delight before sauntering off to change. I'll go ahead, Jiangbei exclaimed with anticipation, leaping off the ship. The moment he landed, he felt as though he were stepping onto cotton. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, bringing him immense comfort. You treacherous fiend, wait for me, don't run off. Mauki called out, hastily following suit. Perhaps too eager, he lost his footing, landing headfirst into the clouds. No, wait, my head is in the clouds, or rather, in the water. He yelped as he inadvertently gulped down a mouthful of cloud liquid, barely managing to stay afloat and cursing his misfortune. Nami, now donned in a blue patterned tank top that accentuated her curves and black pants, caught the attention of Jiangbei and Mauki, who lamented the lack of a complete outfit. Look, ha, you can feel it with your body. There's no doubt about its authenticity. It truly feels like a dream. You can stand on it without falling, Robin. You should come down and join the fun. Nami shouted excitedly, leaping onto the clouds and experiencing the sensation beneath her feet. The thrill of adventure. Robin mused with a gentle smile, observing her companion's joy, her heart stirred by an inexplicable emotion. Chapter 71. Cornice Wow. There are coconuts here. What is this? A sofa made of clouds. Jiangbei and Mauki sprinted onto the shore, instantly captivated by the sight before them. This defies logic. Trees can grow in the clouds, and rows of coconut trees dangle with ripe, plump coconuts, ready to be plucked and savored. Beneath the trees, a pavilion houses sofas crafted from clouds. Just imagine, reclining on this comfortable sofa while sipping coconut water and gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. It's akin to paradise on earth. Without a thought for whether they were edible, Jiangbei aimed and shot down several coconuts, ready to indulge before Nami could arrive. These are so hard. How do we open them? How do we eat them? Mauki initially attempted to crack one open with his hands, but found the coconut's shell to be extraordinarily tough. If I treat it like an enemy and strike it fiercely, perhaps I could break it, but then I wouldn't be able to eat it, and the juice would spill everywhere. What a waste. Let me show you how it's done. Just like this. Finger gun. Jiangbei raised his finger and lightly tapped the coconut's shell, instantly creating a small opening through which the coconut water flowed. Wow, I didn't know your finger gun had such a use. This coconut water is delicious. You should try it, Mauki exclaimed, eagerly drinking from his coconut. Jiangbei also punctured his coconut, reclining on the cloud sofa while sipping the refreshing beverage. After a long period of naval battles, he had never felt such relaxation before. The blue sky, white clouds, sweet coconut water, and soft cloud sofa made it feel as if he were in a heavenly realm. Was life on the Sky Island always this idyllic? With that thought, Jiangbei recalled that Anilu, the so-called god, ruled over this island, and his heart simmered with anger at the thought that life here wasn't all that pleasant. He even entertained the notion of overthrowing Anilu to claim the title of Sky Island's deity. Surely, living as a god in this paradise was a dream for everyone. This feels wonderful. The Navy 1T track us here. After all this time at sea, I can finally relax. Nami strolled over, inhaling deeply before stretching her arms skyward, her graceful figure unfurling as she relaxed her body. Jiangbei and Mauki, lounging on the sofa, feasted their eyes upon this delightful scene. Is this a sofa made of clouds? There must be some sort of technology to manipulate clouds. It's truly impressive, Nami remarked, touching the cloud sofa in wonder. Huh? What's that sound? Suddenly, a series of elegant piano notes wafted through the air, capturing everyone's attention. Look over there, someone's playing. Nami pointed toward a graceful figure standing on the clouds, though the bright light momentarily obscured her features. "Wait, that est an angel," Mauki exclaimed, quickly rising and rubbing his eyes. As the figure came into focus, he gasped in astonishment, rooted to the spot, entranced by her beauty. This enchanting figure turned slightly, revealing cascading golden locks that fell gently upon her immaculate white wings. Her long, porcelain-like fingers danced across the piano strings, producing a captivating melody. "That cornice must be one of the most beautiful women in the world of One Piece," Jiangbei thought to himself as he finally recognized her. "Did you come from the Blue Sea?" Cornice strolled over, nodding amicably to the group as she inquired. "Indeed, I am a resident here. Welcome to the Angel Beach of the Divine Kingdom. My name is Cornice. And this is my Cloud Fox, Cece. Should any of you have questions, I will do my utmost to assist you," she introduced with a radiant smile. "Miss Cornice, I am Moki. The melody you just played was truly a balm for my heart's wounds. Might you grace me with another performance?" Moki, acting like a love-struck fool, disregarded the beautiful Nami beside him, shoving her aside as he gazed at Cornice with sparkling eyes. "You can go away, you foolish idiot." Nami, feeling her temper flare at Moki's blatant dismissal of her beauty, retaliated with a punch, scolding him fiercely. "Hello, Cornice. I am Nami. We happen to have many questions. In short, this place is simply astonishing to us." Nami turned her face and resumed her smile, causing Jiangbei and Moki to shudder involuntarily at her dramatic shift in demeanor. "Hey, it seems someone else is approaching." Suddenly, a commotion arose from afar, and Moki's eyes quickly found the target. "Ah, that's my father, Paijia. Father, I am here," Cornice called out, waving her hand in greeting. "Cornice, I'm coming," a voice echoed, accompanied by a swiftly moving object racing across the clouds towards Cornice, splashing waves behind it. "What is that? What is he riding?" Nami was instantly captivated by the formidable vehicle that Paijia was piloting, her gaze fixed upon it. "Ah, are you referring to the Wei Ba?" Cornice pointed, inquiring. "That is the Wei Ba?" Nami's eyes sparkled, her desire unabashedly evident. "I apologize. I can't control the direction. I need to stop. Ah, you all, get out of the way." Paijia gripped the controls of the Wei Ba tightly, swaying left and right, clearly struggling as he sped uncontrollably towards the beach. On the verge of colliding, boom! Indeed, Paijia crashed headlong into a tree, and the Wei Ba came to a halt, toppling over. Although Jiangbei could have easily halted this with a mere gesture, he chose to let Paijia fall as per the original narrative. "So, this is the ship recorded in the Norland log that can sail without wind," Nami marveled, gazing at the Wei Ba lying on the beach. Chapter 72. The Marvelous Clouds. "Cornice, are they your friends?" Paijia rose to his feet, inquiring, "Is that so? You must be feeling quite bewildered upon arriving here." "I apologize for the fright caused by the White Sea," Paijia said, scratching his head somewhat sheepishly. "Not at all." "It seems you are the one who startled us," Jiangbei thought to himself. "I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Paijia. Apologies for that." Paijia politely introduced himself. "Father, did you catch any fish?" Cornice stepped forward to ask. "Yes, a bountiful harvest, by the way. I wonder if you all would like to come to my home and sample the local delicacies of the sea," Paijia said cheerfully. "Is that all right? Then we shall impose upon you." "I'm quite hungry. Ha ha," Jiangbei laughed heartily, patting his belly. "Fantastic, a feast awaits," Moki exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. "Then we shall trouble you," said Nami, politely clasping her hands and nodding, though her gaze remained fixed on the quietly resting Wei Ba. "I apologize, but may I first inquire why this vessel, which lacks sails and oars, is able to navigate the sea?" Nami finally could not restrain herself and directed her question at Paijia. "Are you not familiar with Dlal?" Cornice looked at her with a hint of surprise. "Dlal? What is that?" Nami, having just arrived in the Sky Island, was understandably unaware of such matters. "I hadn't thought of how to explain it." "And it seems you know quite a bit," Cornice replied with a smile, as if a light had dawned upon her. "I was merely guessing." "Ha ha," Jiangbei shrugged nonchalantly. "May I try riding it?" Before Paijia could respond, Nami had already climbed aboard. Seeing this, Paijia could only helplessly remark, "The Wei Ba is designed to maximize propulsion. Its hull is exceptionally lightweight, making it difficult to control even with small waves. If one is not familiar with the nature of the sea, maneuvering it is quite challenging. If you wish to try riding it, please be cautious and prioritize safety. I've practiced since childhood." It's only recently that I've become proficient. Cornus' cheeks flushed slightly. Is it really that difficult? I would love to try, but alas, I cannot swim. If I were to fall into the sea, it would be troublesome. I suppose I shall forego it. Moki watched with eager eyes, feeling tempted as well. Boom! Nami adjusted her posture, twisting her hands with force, and the Weiba surged forward, creating splashes of water. Under Nami's control, the Weiba wobbled, but within no time. She had mastered its operation, steadily guiding it across the sea's surface. Incredible. This is hard to believe. Pygia and Cornus were astonished, witnessing something they had trained years to achieve, now appearing like child's play in Nami's hands. Moki, too, was left speechless, casting a contemptuous glance at Pygia. Didn't you say, this takes 10 years to learn? Well, perhaps some individuals possess this innate talent. Pygia's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to explain. Stammering. Who would have thought such a vessel exists, one that sails wherever one desires, free from the constraints of wind? It feels like a dream. I wonder if it can be used on ordinary seas? Nami exclaimed, exhilarated. Hey, Nami, we should be heading to the uncle's house now. Moki, feeling a tinge of jealousy at Nami's impressive display, shouted. Where is that? Moki's gaze suddenly shifted to a long staircase nearby, where many people were moving about, and he curiously inquired. Clouds can be harvested too? Moki's eyes widened in bewilderment. You all arrived via the Cloud River route, did you not? Pygia walked ahead, asking as he went. That is a cloud canal established using the island clouds harvested from here. The clouds in this vast nature can be divided into two types. The sea clouds, which you entered earlier, and the island clouds, which are soft and fluffy, allowing one to walk upon them. Pygia pointed towards the cloud harvesting area, explaining, in any case, it's just incredible clouds. It's all quite complicated. Really, Moki said, scratching his head in frustration. The principle lies in the differing condensation nuclei that create the clouds. If I remember correctly, I believe you blue sea folk have a mineral known as seafloor stone. Pygia pondered for a moment before stating, Seafloor stone? Is that related? Robin, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. She was genuinely interested in these unfamiliar topics and took care to jot them down or memorize them, despite her seldom speaking. Indeed, it contains a crystalline particle we refer to as pyrobroid. When that crystalline particle is propelled into the sky during a volcanic eruption and changes density upon condensing with water vapor, it forms the sea clouds and island clouds. Pygia felt as though he was explaining to an audience of cows when addressing Moki and Jiangbei, while Robin appeared cultured, prompting Pygia to patiently explain further to her. In summary, the clouds here can be categorized into natural sea clouds, island clouds, and artificially created clouds, each with distinct properties. As they approached the doorstep of his house, Pygia wrapped up this complex topic with a summary. Chapter 73. Energy of the Shell. We have arrived. This is my home. Please come in. Pygia suddenly halted and opened the door. Jiangbei took a casual glance and noted that the architecture of this sky island leaned towards a Western style, with pink walls and a green and white roof, resembling a fairy tale castle. However, it seemed rather unremarkable, save for the long staircase one had to ascend to reach it. He couldn't fathom how this design came to be. Now, my friends, I will head to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Please make yourselves comfortable on the sofa while you wait, Pygia said. His eyes narrowed into slits, his bushy beard obscuring half of his face, making it difficult to discern his expression. Would you like some assistance, Mr. Pygia? Jiangbei stood up, asking politely. After all, even as guests, it is polite to offer assistance. Oh, ho ho, you are guests here. Just listen to Cornus as she shares tales about the Sky Island. Pygia chuckled as he turned towards the kitchen. I apologize, Miss Cornus, but could you clarify what you mentioned earlier about DLAL? Robin suddenly asked. All right, let me think about how to explain it clearly, Cornus replied as she glanced around the hall, furrowing her brow, unsure of where to begin. Observing the situation, Jiangbei realized it was time to step in and alleviate the tension. With a soft sigh, he picked up a shell resting on the table, shook it in his hand and inquired, What is this? Cornus immediately responded, saying, Oh, that. Could you please say something into the shell? All right, Mauki is just a little brother, Jiangbei shouted into the shell. Soon after, Mauki's bewildered voice echoed back. Whose brother am I? I have no family. Jiangbei could barely contain his laughter. Was he not just a brother? Mauki, unable to grasp the implication of the statement, scratched his head in confusion. Next, could you press the top of the shell? Cornus chuckled softly, pointing at the shell's apex. Mauki is just a little brother. The voices of Jiangbei, Mauki, and Cornus resonated from within the shell. How impressive! It can remember voices, Mauki exclaimed, astonished to hear his own voice, and rushed over to toy with the shell, eager to uncover its secrets. Is this shell what you refer to as DLAL? Robin, leaning against the sofa, inquired with an expressionless face, clearly unfazed by the recent spectacle. Given her extensive experience, indeed, this is a sound shell. It possesses the ability to record and playback sounds. It is a shell found here in White Sea, Cornus replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Yet, I still cannot fathom how it powers the Waiba, Robin remarked, her gaze fixed on Cornus, her curiosity palpable. No, the power for the Waiba comes from this. Although this shell appears smaller, its mechanism is identical to that of the sound shell. Cornus explained, gracefully walking to a nearby cabinet to retrieve a purple shell. Like this, press down on the top of the shell. As she spoke, Cornus pressed her finger against the shell's apex, causing a gust of cool air to erupt from its opening. Oh my goodness! It can also emit wind, Mauki exclaimed, abandoning the sound shell to rush over and play with the wind shell in his hands. That is the Waiba, Robin mused, resting her chin on her hand as if lost in thought. I see. It relies on this little gadget to generate wind and move around. Mauki gazed out onto the balcony at Nami, who was riding the Waiba over the sea, feeling a pang of envy as he murmured. In fact, there are many types, such as ice skate and skateboard-like vehicles. I'm already overwhelmed just learning how to control the Waiba. Cornus, hands clasped behind her back, gracefully approached Mauki and softly remarked, are there other varieties? This one should be too, right? Robin, noticing a slightly larger shell on the table in front of the sofa, inquired further. Yes, that one is called a lamp shell, and there are also flame shells that store fire, fragrant shells that retain scents, and image shells that preserve visuals. Various kinds of shells like these, Cornus provided a brief overview before pressing a button on the lamp shell, causing it to illuminate like a bedside lamp. Jiangbei mused to himself, wondering why there was no Hua Bei, a remarkable invention. In any case, our existence in the sky is intricately linked to these shells, making the culture of the Sky Islands a symbiotic relationship with shell energy. Cornus concluded with a faint smile. That I see, Robin nodded, lowering her head to ponder life once more. Moments later, the sound of Pagaia resonated from the kitchen. All right, it's ready. This is a gourmet meal infused with the specialties of the Sky Islands. Pagaia entered, carrying plates of steaming seafood, each dish tantalizingly aromatic and bound to whet the appetite. Wow, fish and meat galore. This fish, these shrimp, this meat. Mauki, as if he had never tasted such delicacies before, eagerly began piling food onto his plate and devouring it voraciously. Just as everyone was about to indulge in the sumptuous seafood feast, Jiangbei suddenly had a thought, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming, "Oh no, how could I forget about Nami? It's fine. Nami is still outside enjoying herself. She loves playing with the Waiba. Let her have her fun while I savor my seafood feast." "Oh, it's simply delightful," Mauki replied, fully engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the fact that Nami had already ventured into the forbidden area of the Sky Islands. "Father, could there be a problem?" Cornus set down her fork and knife, glancing anxiously at Pagaia. "Cornus, I too have a foreboding sense. If that is the case, it could spell trouble," Pagaia replied, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 74. Soaring into the sky. "I'll check the balcony first," Jiangbei declared, stepping out to scan the surroundings for Nami's figure, but alas, at this hour, she was nowhere to be found. In the land of the gods. There exists a place that must never be tread upon, a land adjacent to our island, easily accessible via the Waiba, Cornus stated with a serious demeanor. "What kind of place is that? One we must absolutely avoid." Mauki paused his chewing, puzzled. "God? Are you saying there are gods here? Does one reside in that forbidden place?" Mauki shook his head, suppressing a laugh, for he was an atheist, unable to accept the notion of divine beings. In his mind, he thought, if gods truly existed, how could so many endure suffering? Indeed, our land of the gods is ruled by the omnipotent deity Enel, Cornus remarked, sensing Mauki's skepticism. Having grown up in this realm, she understood that gods were to be revered, and Mauki's disbelief was troubling. The omnipotent god? Really omnipotent? Mauki narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with skepticism and disdain. "Any moment, even now," he mumbled, placing a piece of meat into his mouth. "Absolutely. So please believe us. There truly exists a God in this kingdom." Cornus's tone intensified, for in their minds, Enel was an unassailable presence, and she felt compelled to convince them for their own good. "So, have you ever seen this omnipotent god Enel with your own eyes, Cornus? Perhaps he is merely a powerful individual," Mauki asked, his skepticism wavering as he regarded her earnestly. "No, that is impossible. We cannot enter that place. It is strictly forbidden. The sacred land, Appiato, is a taboo region." Cornus hastily gestured, her voice tinged with urgency. "Appiato? Is that where the god resides? Did Nami venture there?" Mauki furrowed his brow, questioning. "I do not know, but it is certainly a possibility. If that is the case, it could be disastrous, for trespassing into that sacred land would offend the deity, potentially resulting in immediate retribution." "Meaning, she could die," Cornus responded gravely. "Jiangbei, do you believe in gods? What should we do? Should we search for Nami?" Mauki could no longer remain seated, rising to his feet with concern. "It is not a matter of belief. The real issue is that I currently have no means to navigate our ship to that location. If we still had the Waiba, perhaps it would be feasible," Jiangbei replied, visibly frustrated. "Regrettably, we possess only that one Waiba." Cornus lowered her head, expressing her remorse. "By the way, Miss Cornus, the Waiba's power source is the wind shell. Correct? Could we install the wind shell on our ship to temporarily make it akin to the Waiba?" Robin contemplated before posing her question. "That won't work. The wind shell's power is insufficient. It can only be used in lightweight vehicles like the Waiba. A pirate ship, being significantly heavier, would not be able to function like the Waiba." Cornus shook her head, swiftly dismissing the suggestion, dousing the glimmer of hope that had arisen among them. "Lightweight vehicles. Wait, I've got it. Perhaps this could work." "Cornus, could I borrow that wind shell for a moment?" Jiangbei suddenly exclaimed, grabbing the wind shell from the table, excitement evident in his voice. "Yes, take it." Cornus nodded, somewhat perplexed by Jiangbei's earnestness. "If I'm not mistaken." Jiangbei rushed outside, first storing some wind within the shell before gripping it tightly, the shell's opening facing the ground, and pressing his thumb against the top. With a whoosh, the shell released a gust of wind, lifting Jiangbei high into the air. Initially struggling to control his direction, he gradually learned to steer himself. Into an onlooker, it would appear as though he was genuinely flying. "Wow, brother, you can really fly. Are you a bird person?" Mauki rushed outside to see what Jiangbei was up to, only to be astonished by the sight of him soaring freely in the air, a scene that completely shattered his worldview. For in Mauki's mind, Jiangbei had never possessed such flying abilities. "You're the bird person? Hey, why are you all coming out?" Jiangbei hovered momentarily in midair, feeling slightly embarrassed as he noticed one person after another emerging to witness his display. "Ahem, since everyone is present, I shall speak plainly. My identity has been revealed. In truth, you should have discerned my true nature. I am none other than your deity, Enel." Jiangbei, with his hands clasped behind his back, feigned mystery as he coughed twice, casting a solemn gaze upon the group below and speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Chapter 75. The light and airy fruit can be used this way well. "I just saw the wind shell in your hand." Cornus pointed at the object behind Jiangbei, ruthlessly exposing his elaborate deception. "I almost believed your nonsense." Mauji waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Well, not just yet. Perhaps in the future. It might be the case. Heh." Jiangbei tucked away the wind shell, gracefully descending to the ground, scratching the back of his head with a sly grin, his face betraying no embarrassment or guilt as he spoke. "Please do not desecrate our god. Deities are formidable beings," Cornus declared with a righteous air, her fists clenched. Might it be so in the future? Although everyone thought Jiangbei was spouting nonsense, Robin felt differently. She sensed that Jiangbei concealed something inscrutable and unfathomable. Impossible. The wind force from that wind shell is utterly insufficient to lift a person. "How did you manage such an incredible feat?" Paige exclaimed, gazing at Jiangbei with fervent disbelief. "I refuse to believe it. I shall give it a try." Mauji held the wind shell in his hand, pressing the shell's switch, eager to emulate Jiangbei's flight. He envisioned himself soaring through the skies, but reality proved to be harsh. The wind shell merely expelled a gust of air, akin to the strongest blow from a hairdryer. Utterly ineffective for flight. Heh, can't fly. Can you? This is my exclusive technique, the art of lightness, a skill beyond the reach of ordinary folk. In the face of their skepticism, Jiang Bei concocted an explanation, hoping to obfuscate the truth. Is it truly so? Doubtful gazes were cast upon Jiang Bei, and even his thick skin began to falter under their scrutiny. Indeed. Watch this. Jiang Bei lightly leapt into the air, ascending several meters before gracefully descending. As if he were a sheet of paper, weightless. In truth, Jiang Bei had merely recalled the abilities of the light and airy devil fruit he had once seized, by first rendering his body as light as a page, and combining it with the wind force of the wind shell. He could glide effortlessly through the AI. It was a clever idea he had only just conceived, previously oblivious to the potential of the light and airy devil fruit. Such a technique exists? Why have we not seen it before? When did you learn to steal such skills? Mao Ji questioned, exasperated. Enough, it's not a big deal. I'll teach you later. Jiang Bei waved his hand dismissively. Oh right, the wind shell's wind force only allows me to fly slowly. If I had a more powerful wind shell, I could soar at great speed. Do any of you possess a wind shell with greater wind force? Of course, I shall fetch one for you right away. Page promptly turned and dashed into the building, swiftly returning with several larger wind shells. Thanks. We should still have time to make it. Jiang Bei held 2 wind shells in his hands, with 2 more tucked away for emergencies. Pressing the switch, he was unaware that this was a wind shell of considerable force. Without adjusting his weight, he suddenly shot into the sky, heading towards Apaya Island. With this wind shell, his speed surpassed even that of the formidable Wiba. How I envy those who can fly. Mao Ji sat dejectedly on the steps, watching Jiang Bei rapidly fade into the distance. With Jiang Bei's full-throttle sprint, he reached Apaya Island within mere minutes. It appeared to be an ordinary isle. Yet several priests were in hot pursuit of a fleeing pirate. The fierce battle sent the forest's avian inhabitants scattering in every direction. From afar, Jiang Bei spotted Nami, who, perched upon Wiba, cowered behind a rock, trembling at the cacophony of the forest, appearing small and helpless. Soon, the guerrilla forces of this sky island should arrive, launching a cannon shot before departing. Jiang Bei found their antics rather dull. Curiosity, at times, can be perilous. In an instant, Jiang Bei teleported behind Nami, gently landing on Wiba, and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Who are you? You scared me to death." Nami gasped, nearly swinging a punch before recognizing Jiang Bei and halting her motion. "What brings you here? How did you arrive?" "I didn't notice you at all," Nami said, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. "Me? I, of course, flew here. What else could it be? Sailing?" Jiang Bei chuckled lightly. "I don't believe you. You must have used some sort of sky island transportation faster than Wiba, hidden somewhere I can't see." Nami pouted. "Scanning for evidence. Telling you would be futile. Alas, I have no choice." Jiang Bei shook his head in exasperation, laughing softly. "Let us not dwell on that for now. This island has an eerie quality. I just spotted a dilapidated ship by the shore, equipped with a shell that records sound. It seems there are still people being pursued on the beach. We should leave at once." Nami recounted her harrowing experience, shaking Jiang Bei's arm, eager to depart from this place. "Very well, there's nothing entertaining here. It's quite dull. Let us go." Jiang Bei initially considered lingering to have some fun with the priests, but he was uncertain how many enemies lurked in the shadows. With Nami present, he feared they might ambush or capture her as leverage, which would not be enjoyable at all, and no need to rush. "I still don't know if I can contend with Enel. I must devise a plan that allows for a complete retreat. Let's go. I'll ride on your Wiba. Let me see how skilled you are. Don't capsize now." Jiang Bei plopped down, teasingly. "That's not possible. Wiba is meant for single occupancy. How could 2 people ride it?" Nami pouted, fuming, thinking, "Why must you use mine when you have your own means of transportation? Yet, look at me. I appear to be sitting quite comfortably." Jiang Bei grinned mischievously, unfazed by her irritation. "All right, you said it. Hold on tight. If Wiba speeds up, you might find yourself thrown off. I won't be responsible." Nami's temper flared as she turned and propelled Wiba to its maximum speed. Chapter 76. The White Beret Brigade Boom. In an instant, Nami pushed Wiba to its utmost velocity, slicing through the sea like a knife, churning the waves into towering crests. "This wind is so refreshing." Jiang Bei reclined on Wiba, eyes closed, savoring the invigorating sea breeze, inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting from Nami, as if he had reached the pinnacle of existence. How infuriating! Is Wiba not meant for a single rider? Why is he so nonchalant despite my speed? Nami seethed internally, perplexed. How is it that his presence seems to have altered Wiba's weight so little? As Nami slowed the vessel, contemplating the weight, she suddenly sensed something amiss, pondering the cause that, of course, Wiba is not designed for two riders. Jiang Bei has utilized the ability of the light and airy devil fruit to significantly lighten his weight, yet not so much that he could be swept away by the wind, remaining securely attached to Wiba. Thus, no matter how much Nami fidgeted, it was all in vain. As Nami pondered, Angel Beach loomed nearer. In truth, Angel Beach was not far from Apaya Island. At a swift pace, it would take merely 10 minutes to reach. Mao Ji, you've landed us in quite the predicament. They are the White Beret Brigade, subordinates of the priests. Such actions constitute an obstruction of official duties, a level 5 offense. If deemed a level 5 crime, you will be sentenced to the punishment of the floating cloud, a death sentence under the name of the god Enel. Cornus trembled with anxiety, the gravity of such a crime far too terrifying to contemplate. Floating cloud? That sounds rather pleasant. Mauji scratched his head, appearing unconcerned. Not at all. The floating cloud involves placing the offender and their ship upon a cloud island from which escape is impossible, drifting in the sky until they are reduced to mere bones. It is a death sentence. Cornus clenched her fists, her tone urgent. I see. No wonder the ship suddenly plummeted from the sky. It must have been subjected to such a sentence 2 centuries ago. Robin mused quietly, contemplating the implications. I know you are not bad people, so you must escape now. Cornus urged the group, attempting to hasten their departure. Perhaps we should leave this sky island post-haste. I ventured into that forbidden area. There are terrifying entities there. I dread to think what exists within. It feels ominous. Nami, witnessing Cornus's fearful expression, felt her own resolve wavering, recalling the terrifying scenes on Apaya Island. She shook Jiang Bei's arm. Expressing her desire to depart, Jiang Bei was about to utter a word. A faint, breathless voice suddenly pierced the AI. It belonged to the captain of the White Beret Brigade, who had been knocked down. Coughing up blood, he malevolently declared, "You are simply too foolish. Ignorant fools. You have no way out now. If you obediently heed my words, you may escape unscathed. We, the White Beret Brigade, are the most benign enforcers of the divine realm. If it were them, you would find them far less accommodating. He. You have now become second-degree criminals, and no matter how much you weep or wail, the priests of Appiato will personally deliver your punishment." On the brink of death, he was still told to silence himself. What nonsense about priests, let him come. I will take on anyone I see. With a sharp slap, Mauki sent the captain of the White Beret Brigade sprawling, knocking out a few teeth and swelling his face, rendering him speechless. That's enough. Mauki, do you want to go and take a swing at that priest from the Sky Island? If you do, don't kill him. Just let him lead the way. Jiang Bei felt it necessary for Mauki to experience growth through battle. Perhaps the divine trial would present an opportunity for him. I'm fine with it, as you wish. Let us go. I promise not to kill him. Mauki shrugged and stepped aside. Are you all even listening to me? It's truly frightening over there. There might really be divine beings, Nami exclaimed, growing frantic upon realizing she couldn't sway Jiang Bei. Conies, go tend to his wounds. You wouldn't want to see him die, would you? Jiang Bei ignored Nami and addressed Conies. Seeing this, Jiang Bei could only smile bitterly and let it go. Rather than departing, Jiang Bei and his companions leisurely indulged in afternoon tea at Conies' home. Waiting for the captain to awaken, as soon as the captain regained consciousness, he immediately began to babble incessantly at Jiang Bei and the others. Mauki swiftly approached and delivered 2 more slaps, silencing him at last. It is time to set off. Let us go. Jiang Bei took his last sip of tea, rose slowly, and spoke. Where to first? Mauki scratched his head, looking bewildered. You better hand over all the money on you. Otherwise, Nami picked up a fruit knife from the table and grinned wickedly at the captain. Conies, you all should stay back. Otherwise, you might get into trouble. Just stay safe at home. Jiang Bei pondered. Since his group was heading to Appiato and their captain had become a prisoner, it seemed unlikely that those scoundrels would trouble the father and daughter. Chapter 77. Departure to Appiato. As they walked, the streets were irregularly lined with colorful houses, all built upon clouds, with even more buildings suspended in the air. Defying logic, the first floors were mostly shops displaying a variety of goods. The once amiable vendors along Cute Avenue went about their business normally, but the moment Jiangbei and his group set foot on the street, the people scattered like they had witnessed something terrifying, even abandoning their wares to hide in the back. Upon seeing the captain of the White Beret Brigade, bruised and battered, they trembled in fear. Muttering, "These detestable Qinghai people, they actually defeated the captain. Oh, priests, come and deliver divine retribution upon them. How frightful, what's wrong with them? Why do they seem so frightened of us?" Mauki, sensing the ominous atmosphere, asked in confusion. "Our security captain has been reduced to this sorry state. They must be scared of us. Besides, we've already become wanted criminals. Wouldn't you agree, Captain?" Jiangbei patted the captain on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of resignation. "Just wait for your doom. Once we reach Appiato, you will surely be weeping." The captain twisted his head, his eyes fierce, and spoke menacingly. "That's uncertain. Nami, you can go with Mauki to buy some food and supplies for the journey. Just grab a backpack, and we'll have the captain reimburse us." Jiangbei abruptly halted, smirking as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the captain was left speechless. In less than a minute, the two had stripped him of all his money. Fortunately, his funds were limited, and he still had a substantial savings account at home. With this thought, the captain's wounded heart found some solace. "Rest assured, we are civilized and cultured individuals. We will pay what is due. Of course, if the funds are insufficient, we can defer payment. The captain will cover our debts. Just keep track of what you owe him." Jiangbei seemed to see through the captain's thoughts and shouted loudly to the shops on either side. With their captain yielding, the vendors had no choice but to comply, reluctantly selling their goods to the group, who acted like robbers. Mauki and Nami rushed from one vendor to the next, stuffing their bags with anything intriguing or entertaining. They even raided a shop selling shells from the sky, seizing an assortment of treasures. Although the merchants could only clench their fists in frustration, they continued to keep meticulous records of the transactions. "All chalked up to the captain. Delicious," Jiangbei remarked with a sigh, shaking his head helplessly as he strolled forward. "What's delicious? Do you smell something?" Robin, following behind, asked in confusion. "It's nothing. We should be on our way now." "No more distractions." Jiangbei blocked Mauki and Nami's path, speaking with exasperation. "I want to ride that dragon-headed ship. It looks so cool," Mauki exclaimed, running toward a boat adorned with dragon motifs. Then it settled. "Let us board it and take a look." Jiangbei glanced around, noting that this ship appeared the most splendid, with space ample enough to lie down and rest. "Finally, these fellows are leaving. Hurry and disappear." As the group boarded the vessel, laden with bags, the onlookers from Sky Island exchanged bewildered glances, but seeing Jiangbei and his companions board one after another, their anxiety gradually eased. "You can stay here. You are of no further use to us now." The captain thought Jiangbei would bring him aboard as a hostage or shield, yet Jiangbei unexpectedly kicked him off the boat. The captain's face shifted hues, turning a mix of green and purple. "Where do we head?" Jiangbei started the boat, but was unsure of the direction, turning to ask. "The only way to navigate toward the vast cloud river leading to Appiato is through Gate No. 2. The captain, clutching his swollen wound, pointed to a nearby archway with trembling fingers. With a push of the throttle, the boat surged forward. "Oh, by the way, Captain, thank you for your hospitality. Remember to repay our debts." Jiangbei cast a pitying glance at the captain as he departed, speaking with a hint of irony. They truly went without a shred of hesitation or fear. The captain was momentarily stunned, finding it hard to believe, but soon regained his composure and shouted, "All the Qinghai people who have come here until now are of this ilk. They initially speak of dreams and adventures, yet when faced with life-threatening peril, they wail and plead for mercy. Now that you are afraid, it is too late. Set sail, for the priest's retribution awaits you at the end." "Ha ha ha. By the way, what will you do about Conies and her father? If we leave them here, they might be in danger, especially since they have been friendly toward us," Nami suddenly recalled and asked. However, it is worth believing that the Sky Knights likely keep a close eye on the happenings within Sky Island. Thus, they should be aware of the events occurring here. Such a righteous individual would surely take it upon themselves to protect Conies and her father. Chapter 78. The Divine Trial. The luxurious ship glided swiftly along the long cloud river, reaching the entrance to Appiato in just a matter of minutes. On either side of the waterway, statues stood in orderly fashion, their bizarre shapes illuminated by flickering fires, resembling a pathway to an altar. The atmosphere here was eerie. What could these statues possibly represent? Nami nervously swallowed. Her previously relaxed nerves taut once more. Wow, what enormous trees! I've never seen so many gigantic plants. Mauki licked his lips, as if he had spotted something delectable, leaping to the ship's bow as though about to pounce. Wait, something seems off. This is Sky Island, and there shouldn't be any soil here, Robin cautioned, intercepting Mauki with a careful analysis. Perhaps it has to do with the local growth conditions. I'm not entirely sure. It might be that this island has existed for a long time, or it could be a matter of the soil. However, you can explore the reasons behind the growth of these plants later. You might uncover something unexpected. Jiang Bei was not inclined to become entangled in these trivial matters. However, upon reflection, it seemed that this might somewhat aid Mauji's abilities concerning plant fruits. So he decided to let it be. Apayado was an island, suspended in the air, yet it possessed land. An occurrence that, by all accounts, should be impossible. Of course, Jiang Bei understood all too well that Apayado was, in fact, a remnant of Gaia Island from 400 years ago, a once whole island that had been brutally cleaved in half by the raging sea currents, resulting in its current state. Jiang Bei cast a sidelong glance at Mauji, preparing to take action when Robin made her move. What on earth is that? Mauji exclaimed in astonishment, having never encountered such a creature on solid ground. Apayado likely harbored numerous beings that were absent from the land, all presumably mutated. Like the one that resembled a crocodile, perhaps it could be dubbed an air crocodile. But truly, I appreciate your assistance. Robin, Jiang Bei remarked, momentarily taken aback before turning to Robin with a slight smile. It's nothing. I can't always leave it to Captain, Robin replied with a charming smile that could be deemed breathtaking. Despite her somewhat dusky complexion, she exuded a unique allure that caused Jiang Bei's heart to flutter unexpectedly. Indeed, Robin was somewhat more captivating than Nami, and as Jiang Bei silently compared the two women, trouble swiftly approached once more. Suddenly, a flurry of dark arrows shot from the shadows towards the ship, resembling a barrage of projectiles. Jiang Bei had no choice but to intervene, intercepting all the incoming arrows. Although these arrows appeared swift to the average observer, they were rather sluggish in Jiang Bei's hands. With a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, followed by a sweeping kick. Rendering the threat inconsequential, as they progressed, the path was riddled with traps. However, these traps were rather rudimentary, serving merely as practice for Jiang Bei. He entrusted some of the more complex traps to Mauji, having already imparted a few techniques from the Marine Six Styles, aiming to foster Mauji's physical prowess instead of solely relying on the powers of his fruit. Couldn't they send someone to fight us? Is this some form of disdain? Mauji grumbled, smashing a giant axe that swung towards him in frustration. Look, something seems to be ahead, Nami pointed out, and in the distance, they beheld a colossal stone statue blocking their path, reminiscent of the statues encountered upon entry, albeit magnified several times. Beneath the statue were 4 rocky openings, each inscribed with text. Jiang Bei realized that the trials were finally upon them. Quickly look. There are 4 entrances ahead. Surely, each one leads to a different destination, Mauji shouted excitedly. The trial of marsh, the trial of iron, the trial of rope, the trial of ball. Nami read the inscriptions above the openings with a furrowed brow, her expression one of indecision. 4 trials. How do we choose? She pondered, glancing left and right, ultimately casting a pleading look towards Jiang Bei. Let us not overthink it. I'm eager to proceed. We can simply select any one of them, Mauji remarked nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. Tio commits such a grave offense against the divine. What do they think of the gods? Choose the trial quickly. We shall mete out justice with our own hands. The sins of humanity stem from ignorance. Mercy and leniency cannot uphold the celestial order. Marsh, iron, rope, or ball, we can only select one trial. From the moment Jiang Bei and his companions entered Apayado, the priest had sensed their presence through the mind network, each anticipating their arrival in their respective domains. Then, let us choose the trial of iron, Jiang Bei concluded after careful consideration. The trial of marsh presented an utterly foolish adversary. The trial of ball was far too weak to pique his interest, and while the trial of rope seemed reasonable, it paled in comparison to the priest of iron. Perhaps the trial of iron could also provide Maoji with some valuable experience. However, Nami, naturally inclined to select the seemingly weaker trial of ball, found herself ultimately steering towards the entrance of the trial of iron. In truth, there was an important reason for choosing the trial of iron. It was located at the foot of the shrine where Eneru resided, at the very heart of the ruins of Mandora. Surely, upon reaching that place, they would finally encounter Eneru directly. Chapter 79. The Trial of Iron. Upon entering the cavern, the surroundings plunged into darkness, rendering them unable to see even their own hands. In such an environment, feelings of trepidation naturally arose. Jiangbei, do you believe the gods truly exist? I can't shake this unsettling feeling, Nami said nervously. Her grip on the steering wheel trembling slightly. Relying on the gods is futile. When one's strength reaches a certain level, the gods are merely a title. Besides, I have never placed my faith in deities. Jiangbei replied with a calm smile. This tunnel is quite lengthy. Perhaps it's because we are nearing the location of the colossal beanstalk. It is only natural for there to be some distance. The Shrine of the God. Eneru lounged in the divine seat, yawning lazily, utterly at ease. The Qinghai people, how intriguing that it appears they remain unaware of the true nature of the divine. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, forget it. I shall let the priests handle them. They are but mere ants, Eneru mused, activating the mind network and extending his long fingers to count languidly. Perhaps in a month or two, the Arc Maxim will be completed. It will soon be time to leave this place. Eneru closed his eyes, gradually slipping into a dream. Him. All of this was exceedingly dull. As a god, he had long since ceased to concern himself with such trivial matters, for he had grander ambitions that were soon to be realized. As they approached the tunnel's end, a glimmer of light emerged. An exit. The moment the ship burst forth, a blinding radiance struck them, making it impossible to open their eyes. Boom. Upon exiting the cave, the ship plummeted from a great height. Luckily, the clouds below cushioned their fall, softening the impact and stabilizing them after a moment of violent shaking. I thought we were doomed, falling from such a height, Nami gasped, patting her chest nervously. In contrast, Jiangbei, Maoji, and Robin quickly regained their composure. Where are we? Maoji adjusted his breathing, surveying the surroundings as he inquired. Surveying the area, they beheld crumbling edifices, each partially entwined with vines and moss. Such structures were exceedingly rare, appearing to be ancient relics from times long past. This is a ruin. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Robin felt an upheaval within her, taking a deep breath as if she were making a monumental decision. What could have transpired here to leave it in such disarray? Did the god Eneru do this? Maoji said, a hint of apprehension creeping into his voice as he surveyed the desolate ruins. In a place like this, our ship serves little purpose. Let us disembark, especially you, Nami. Stay close to me. Do not wander off, Jiangbei declared, leaping from the vessel. Well aware of the narrative, Jiangbei understood that within the trial of iron, numerous mechanisms lay hidden. Should they inadvertently trigger the concealed traps beneath the ground, they would be impaled by iron spikes. He could not risk allowing Nami, devoid of combat ability, to roam freely. Such misfortune for the Qinghai people. Having chosen my trial of iron, let me bestow upon you divine retribution. A voice suddenly shattered the silence. The priest sat upon a massive stone, his expression impassive as he spoke in a monotone voice. And so you are that so-called priest? I've heard you intend to deliver divine retribution upon us. Maoji raised an eyebrow, his face a mask of skepticism as he eyed Priest with unabashed derision. Priest was a burly man with a bald head, a ring of facial hair encircling his chin, and clad in a dark green tank top that showcased his muscular physique. A long knife was strapped to his back, marking him as someone who reveled in ostentation. Beside Priest lay a massive dog, exuding an air of the extraordinary. What is that? How can a dog be so large? It looks terrifying. Nami bit her lip, instinctively drawing closer to Jiangbei. Not be overly fearful. That dog is named Sanctity, my beloved companion. Sanctity is well trained. It will not bite indiscriminately, Priest reassured, stroking the hound. He can handle Maoji easily. He is merely a novice. I need not intervene. We shall step aside and amuse ourselves, Jiangbei remarked, ignoring Priest entirely as he took Nami's hand, intending to explore the ruins as if on a leisurely outing. Stop right there. Qinghai people. My name is Om, and I am one of the priests serving the great god Inaru. I find myself concerned about humanity's frailty. Knowing full well how transient life is, why do people continue to wage war against one another, striving for happiness at the cost of their lives? If that is the case, why even take action from the outset? Such is the inherent flaw of humanity. A truly pitiful state, Priest Om declared, visibly enraged by Jiangbei's disregard for him, as he stood with an air of haughty indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? You prattle on endlessly, Jiangbei retorted dismissively. Mao Ji, utterly unyielding, took several steps forward, his fists clenched, brimming with eagerness. People of Qinghai, what brings you to Apayado? The priest coldly inquired. Gold, of course. Without gold, there would be no reason for us to venture into such peril, Nami exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Intoxicated by the thought, where there is desire, there will be conflict. Let me save you. Death erases all troubles and desires, declared, drawing his great sword and pointing it at the crowd, speaking slowly. What kind of salvation is this? Nami cried out, tightening her grip on Jiangbei's sleeve in fear. With no escape, you are but pitiful seekers of salvation. Welcome to the Iron Trial, where the survival rate is a mere 0. This was Aum's favorite phrase, uttered whenever someone entered his Iron Trial. Come forth, holy beast, today you may unleash your wrath. Leapt onto the head of the great dog, directing it towards the group with his sword. This fellow is truly insufferable. Leave him to me, Maoji grunted, shifting into a combat stance. Jiangbei had no intention of joining the fray. After all, he knew that collectively, these priests were no match for Maoji. However, it would be significant for Maoji to confront the priests of the Sky Island, as they possessed a unique skill known as the Heart Net, the legendary observation hockey. Chapter 80, Maoji vs. Priest Aum. How tragic, none of you will escape my Iron Trial, Aum proclaimed from his elevated position. Chillingly, the battle commenced. The great dog let out a roar and pounced towards Maoji with ferocity. The most astonishing moment came when the dog unleashed a powerful punch towards Maoji, shattering the understanding of all present. Maoji hesitated for a moment, but fortunately dodged just in time. For that blow would have been excruciating. Go be honest. I am what you call an aerial rancher. I don't merely teach animals basic manners. Beyond being able to walk on 2 legs, I have trained my beloved dog in boxing. Prepare to learn, sneered, commanding the great dog to launch a fierce assault. These vines, I sense their essence. They will transform into my daggers, piercing through my foes. Are you ready? Vines, pierce. Maoji moved his fingers, and the hundreds of vines that had been lazily resting beneath the ruins sprang forth from the ground with astonishing speed, fiercely targeting the great dog. Most of these vines bore sharp thorns akin to razor blades. A careless touch would result in a swift and bloody wound. Yet, as hundreds of vines approached from various angles, the great dog, despite its size and agility, could not evade them all. Even with Aum's formidable heart net skill, avoiding such a multitude was impossible. As the assault struck, numerous wounds appeared on the dog, crimson blood dripping onto the ground as it stood. Panting heavily, eyes glowing with ferocity, its paws tightening in fury. In contrast, Priest Aum remained unscathed, for with the heart net, he could dodge such attacks. Simultaneously, he wielded his sword to sever the vines, which, even after being enhanced by plant fruits, were easily cut down with a single stroke. The power of a devil fruit? To command plants? I must admit, you possess some strength, remarked coldly. He wasn't injured. He avoided it all. Maoji frowned, realizing that his strike had been ineffective, as he had not exerted himself fully. Regardless of your desires, the priority is to prolong your life. Reflect on the sins you have committed in this lifetime, Aum declared, swinging his sword, which suddenly seemed to transform into a pool of water, curling softly before swiftly shooting towards Maoji, a blade that could bend. Watch your back. Nami couldn't help but shout. Huh? Maoji paused, instinctively dodging. Slish! Aum's sword grazed Maoji's sleeve, staining it with blood. This blade is crafted from iron cloud, meaning its blade can be infused with the iron cloud contained in its hilt, allowing it to pursue enemies wherever they go. Aum sneered. He injured? Isn't he a natural-type devil fruit user? Nami suddenly realized, tugging at Jiangbei's sleeve in surprise. I can't say for sure. This plant fruit ability is new to me, but I suspect it doesn't truly fall under the category of natural-type devil fruits. Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head in confusion, for the plant fruit had not appeared in the original narrative. If one were to classify it, it might indeed be categorized as such. I was careless just now. From here on, I will be serious. Maoji steadied his breath, calming his emotions. Having lived in a desolate desert for so long, he had little combat experience, making him somewhat of a novice in battle, which hindered his devil fruit's potential. 100-wood prison. Maoji waved his hand, causing the earth to tremble as towering trees erupted from the ground in an area where it seemed impossible for such growth to occur. Defying belief. Impossible. This is the cloud layer, Aum exclaimed, dodging the rising trees in astonishment. There is nothing impossible. My plant fruit ability allows me to control plant growth, even conjuring flora in inhospitable environments. You cannot defeat me. Maoji declared, a hint of arrogance in his voice. And what of it? Aum, utilizing the heart net, foresaw the impending danger, deftly evading and ultimately escaping harm. He managed to evade it. Maoji muttered, bewildered, as he watched Aum dash past. As a priest endowed with the heart net, we are invincible. You, ignorant Qinghai dweller, shall perish. Aum raised his sword, descending with remarkable speed, exuding an air of relentless determination. Adies futile. Maoji remained unafraid, for he had already entered a state of plant transformation. Indeed, although Jiang Bei was unsure how Maoji could elementalize like a natural-type devil fruit user, Maoji himself was not entirely oblivious. After inquiring about devil fruit knowledge from Jiang Bei, he had defined his plant fruit's special ability as plant transformation, akin to elementalization, existing in an invulnerable state where only Haki could touch him. What? Just as he was about to strike, Aum found his sword cutting through nothing but air, leaving behind only a faint ripple. Meanwhile, in the 100-wood prison, rows of trees stood severed in half, as if struck by an immensely powerful slash, crashing down. Chapter 81. In the realm of martial arts, speed is unbreakable. Behold, this is his elementalization ability. Initially, I didn't grasp it during our battle, but now, as an observer, I understand, Jiang Bei noted, having closely observed the unfolding events. The principle is that any plant created by Maoji can assimilate with him. They are indistinguishable. If attacked, the assault is redirected to the plants. Once the ability is activated, it is self-sustaining, but if Maoji does not trigger the assimilation effect, he cannot remain in an invulnerable state. Such an ability could indeed be classified as a natural-type devil fruit. Although the 100-wood prison did not inflict damage on Aum, it effectively ensnared the great dog, which, like a frenzied adversary, pounded furiously against the trees. Remarkably, just as one tree fell, another would sprout in its place, an endless cycle, leaving the great dog exhausted, panting heavily on the ground. I wield the power of nature. You cannot contend with it. Hence you are no match for me. Maoji tossed his green hair back, a confident smile gracing his lips. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, causing countless spiked vines to rise from the ground, hurtling towards Priest Aum. Aum quickly regained his composure, knowing that the heart net could not be disrupted by external forces. Anticipating the vines' movement, he nimbly evaded and severed them, and moments later, none struck true. Maoji, why not try the Navy's 6 styles in close combat? Jiang Bei suggested. Right. I haven't tested those new techniques since learning them. Let's see how they fare today. Maoji initially paused, but soon realized he had the Navy's 6 styles at his disposal. Jiang Bei found himself at a loss for words. Maoji's flaw lay in his over-reliance on the capabilities of his plant fruits. Devoid of any combat instincts, though he could cultivate various flowers, grasses, and trees with relative ease, in the throes of battle, he would be akin to a mere bystander. Shave, finger gun. Maoji could be said to have inherited the mantle of Jiang Bei. Launching into a finger gun attack without hesitation, it was amusing, yet your martial arts skills are lamentably inadequate. At such a level, you could hardly touch me. The priest Aum let out a cold snort, slightly shifting his body to evade the close-range strike. Under the influence of the heart network, Maoji's speed appeared agonizingly slow, with Aum clearly perceiving the direction and position of his attacks, crystal clear. After dodging the strike, Aum swiftly retaliated with a sweeping motion of his blade, aiming for Maoji's chest. As anticipated, the blade indeed struck, yet it seemed ineffectual. merely slicing through a phantom before reverting to its original state, causing the corners of Ohm's mouth to twitch in irritation. Such a repugnant opponent was a first for him. Thus, the two engaged in a back and forth, with neither managing to inflict any substantial harm upon the other, leading the onlookers to grow increasingly bored, with Robin being the first to depart to study the ruins. Jiang Bei yawned, feeling drowsy. This level of combat utterly failed to pique his interest. You are truly the most evasive opponent I have ever encountered. After an intense barrage of finger gun strikes, Maoji was left panting, yet Ohm could genuinely be considered his best sparring partner, as their strengths were closely matched, allowing Maoji to seamlessly integrate the techniques of shave and finger gun, leading to unexpected improvements. Why? Are you truly immortal? This cannot be, Priest Ohm shouted in a frenzy, having landed at least a dozen strikes on Maoji, who, seemingly unfazed, fought back cheerfully, as if mocking him, gradually leading Ohm to feel increasingly overwhelmed. Just wait. I have already notified the other priests. They will arrive shortly. Though my dignity does not permit me to resort to such measures, I must do so to eradicate your vile desires. Ohm suddenly dashed to the side, snorting coldly as he spoke. Just as Maoji was about to respond, Jiang Bei took action, executing a shave followed by a finger gun. Bang! Ohm's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, leaving a gaping hole the size of a finger in his chest. You say you're weak, yet you make so many excuses and act so pretentiously. I had no intention of intervening, but I couldn't stand by when I saw someone so adept at posturing. I simply had to step in. Jiang Bei feigned a helpless expression, shrugging his shoulders as if nothing had transpired in a way. After battling him for so long, just as I was about to gain the upper hand, you swoop in to claim the kill. Maoji frowned, his expression a mix of grievance. Claim the kill? At this rate? If I hadn't intervened, you could have fought him for 3 days and nights without pause. Jiang Bei shot Maoji a sidelong glance, retorting, Impossible. Who are you really? Priest Ohm gasped for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he clutched his chest and coughed up blood, his voice trembling. Just moments ago, his most prized heart network had seemingly faltered, failing to detect even a trace of Jiang Bei, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a phantom before experiencing the forceful blow to his chest, leaving him incapable of dodging. Heart network? Quite an intriguing skill indeed. However, you have chosen the wrong opponent, Why martial prowess far surpasses that of your previous adversary. Jiang Bei smiled faintly, gesturing toward Maoji as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Ohm seemed to be struck by a surge of bloodlust, violently spitting another mouthful of blood, feeling as though he had been trampled by countless Maoji. I did not choose you as my opponent. Had I known you were so monstrous, I would never have sought out such punishment. And to think, you were merely spectating while I battled that fellow. Why is it that Maoji and your movements appear so similar? Nami, having observed the entire confrontation, expressed her confusion. Despite Maoji being unable to land a blow on Ohm, who relied on the foresight of the heart network to evade attack after attack, Jiang Bei's casual strike had proven unavoidable. In the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. Jiang Bei turned his back, standing with hands clasped behind him, resembling a recluse of the world, waving his hand dismissively as he spoke calmly. Chapter 82. The four divine priests all defeated. Accompanied by a shrill cry, a figure darted swiftly through the air, pausing momentarily to stabilize their form, allowing onlookers to finally discern their identity. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than the trial priest of rope. Shura, one of the four divine priests. What are you doing? You are incapable of handling these Qinghai people. What a disgrace, Shura remarked, casting a glance laden with disdain and ridicule at Ohm. At that moment, another figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Where are the enemies? Why can I not see them? The trial priest of Swamp, Gatas, exclaimed, shielding his eyes in confusion. No kidding. How can you see anything with your eyes rolled back like that? Maoji quipped, a hint of irritation evident in his expression. Had they been entrusted to my trial of the ball, things would not have devolved to this state. The trial priest of the ball, Shadley, stated languidly while perched upon a large white orb. Cough. You all have arrived. They are not ordinary foes. Though Shura's mocking words incited fury in Ohm, he could only endure. Historically regarded as the strongest among the four divine priests, he now found himself reduced to a beleaguered dog, unable to offer a defense. So everyone is gathered. While I would love for you to spar with my little brother, I simply lack the time to indulge in games with you. So this will be where it ends. Jiang Bei continued to maintain his indifferent demeanor, speaking with calmness. You little brat, how dare you be so arrogant? Prepare to die. The hot-headed Shura could no longer contain himself, brandishing a spear imbued with fire as he and his avian companion charged toward Jiang Bei. Shave, finger gun. Yellow Lotus eye in an instant, Jiang Bei shifted behind the still airborne Shura, unleashing a finger gun that pierced through Shura's heart the moment his fingertips made contact with Shura's body. One of the 4 divine priests, Shura, was slain in a single strike. This must be a joke. Shadley swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he murmured. The scene unfolded before the eyes of the other 3 divine priests, prompting Shadley to turn and flee without hesitation. Such a formidable foe could only be matched by their deity. In the face of overwhelming strength, fleeing proved futile, including against your so-called heart network. As Jiang Bei's finger gun penetrated Shadley, he remarked coolly. Priest Ohm found himself at a loss for words. He had initially hoped to join forces with the other priests, believing there might still be a glimmer of chance. Yet now he felt no will to fight, only a rising sense of inexplicable dread and retreat. Trembling in place without daring to accede for Priest Gaidas, merely a fool, Jiang Bei spared him no mercy, dispatching him with a casual blow that rendered him unconscious. The 4 divine priests, 2 dead, 2 wounded, all defeated. To Jiang Bei in his current state, even the combined might of these priests was utterly insufficient. Existing in an entirely different league, only Enel posed a challenge, and thus Jiang Bei sought to conclude this swiftly, eager for a confrontation with Enel. Meanwhile, at the Divine Society. What? Shura has fallen, and now Shadley too. Even Ohm has been defeated? How intriguing! Exceedingly intriguing. Qinghai people, your actions will incur divine retribution. He he he. Awoken from his slumber by the news of Shura and Shadley's demise, Enel was consumed by rage, immediately unleashing the heart network. Upon witnessing the defeat of the 4 divine priests, he could no longer remain idle, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind a flicker of electric aftermath. Unbelievable, Qinghai people, a frail voice suddenly resonated beside Jiang Bei and his companions, clad in armor and seated atop a peculiar pink bird. Jiang Bei instantly recognized the arrival of Ganfu, the old man. Ganfu had left a favorable impression on Jiang Bei. He was indeed a remarkable individual. Old man, who might you be? Maoji inquired warily, having observed the string of sudden enemy appearances. Despite Jiang Bei dispatching them all in a single blow, me? I am the Sky Knight, Ganfu. This is my companion, Pierre. Ganfu leapt from the bird's back, introducing himself amicably. Maoji exchanged a questioning glance with Jiang Bei, as if asking what this Sky Knight was about and whether they were about to engage in battle. No worries, he's one of us, Jiang Bei reassured, feeling slightly exasperated by Maoji's concerns. Then, with a gentle smile, he added, I assume you have been watching the performance for quite some time before deciding to make your entrance. Lurking in the shadows is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. With a sharp remark from Jiang Bei, Ganfu's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly stated, I am merely concerned that you may not withstand the might of the 4 divine officials. In times of crisis, I could emerge from the shadows to assist. Wei Bo, a member of the Shandian, was urged by Jiang Bei, come now, do not hide any longer. It is rather tedious, at your age, playing hide and seek is beneath you. Jiang Bei cast his gaze around, sneering as he spoke to the empty air. The Shandians are the indigenous inhabitants of this island of the gods. Originally residing on Gaia Island in Qinghai, they were displaced 4 centuries ago when part of their homeland was swept into the sky by a violent current, subsequently forced from their home by the gods of the floating islands. They are known as guerrillas, having waged war against the inhabitants of the Sky Island for 400 years in a bid to reclaim dominion over this land. Jiang Bei had long been aware of their presence, yet had chosen to disregard them. However, he found the notion of being observed from the shadows rather unsettling, preferring instead to draw them out into the open. Why the fuss? I never claimed I was here to contest this land with you. There is an abundance of such territory beneath us in Qinghai, Jiang Bei shrugged, feigning innocence. What, then, is your purpose for being here? Wei Bo inquired, maintaining his vigilance, pressing for answers. Speak swiftly. What is your true intent? He demanded, fists clenched in indignation. No need for further words. He has arrived. Chapter 83. The confrontation I had initially hoped to engage you all in an intriguing survival game. But I did not anticipate that the divine officials would be so swiftly defeated by you. Ha ha ha! A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Enelu's form gradually materialized before them. Despite the defeat of his four most capable subordinates, he retained a languid demeanor, appearing entirely unfazed. Enelu. Wei Bo glared at him through gritted teeth, his fists involuntarily tightening, knowing a fierce battle loomed ahead. Enelu, regardless of your schemes, you shall not prevail. The Sky Knight Gonfour brandished his spear, pointing it directly at Enelu. I seemed to hear a multitude of insects chirping. Alas, these feeble beings are unworthy of accompanying me to the infinite lands. They must be eradicated, Enelu remarked nonchalantly, clearing his ears as he gestured toward the Shandians, his lips parting slightly. Zizi, zizi. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds, from which roars of thunder erupted. As if countless bolts of lightning were swirling within, creating a terrifying spectacle. This is bad. Wei Bo sensed the impending doom and sprinted away, yet a profound sense of foreboding weighed heavily upon his heart. Divine retribution, boom. Wei Bo's warning came too late. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Shandians, reducing hundreds to charred remains in an instant. The ground was cleaved asunder, leaving behind traces of lightning and a wasteland of scorched debris. Only Wei Bo narrowly evaded this catastrophe, yet all that remained were the final expressions of terror and despair etched on the faces of his fallen comrades. How dare you, Enelu? Wei Bo's voice trembled uncontrollably as he beheld the aftermath. So many allies had perished in an instant. It felt as though the power of the divine had been unleashed, even with the bloodline of the great warrior Karl Jela coursing through him. Wei Bo could not help but feel a surge of dread. How could this be? Is this truly the power of a god? Such strength is beyond our capacity to resist. Witnessing this, Nami was left speechless, collapsing onto the ground, her complexion paling. What ability is this? It is utterly monstrous, she murmured. Mao Ji's eyes widened in astonishment, transfixed by the scene before him. Among those present, only Jiangbei and Gonfour, who had engaged in combat with Enelu, comprehended the full extent of his powers. Although Gonfour understood the formidable and irresistible nature of Enelu's abilities, he resolved to confront him with all his might. It appears I overlooked one of you. What can I say? Gods are beings that mere mortals cannot contend with. Those who defy the divine shall meet but one fate, death. Enelu surveyed the surroundings with a languid gaze, as if announcing the impending doom to all present. Prepare to die, Enelu. Wei Bo's blood-red eyes fixed on him, and in the next moment, he sprang forward, merging his hands before forcefully pressing them against Enelu's chest. Recognizing the familiar motion, Jiangbei understood it to be the combat technique derived from the unique Reiku of the Sky Island, a powerful maneuver of the Shandians that could only be described as their ultimate attack. Reiku, boom! This strike bore immense power, the shockwave from the Reiku shattering monumental blocks of ancient ruins into rubble, sending dust and debris swirling into the air, leaving the outcome of the blow uncertain. Why.as the dust settled. Wei Bo shakily rose to his feet, one hand clutching his wounded arm, addressing the intangible void with a hoarse voice. Do you not yet understand? I am a god, a true god. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, electric sparks flickered in the air, coalescing into a humanoid form. Under the force of Wei Bo's attack, Enelu remained entirely unscathed. He possessed a natural-type devil fruit known as the Rumble fruit, the most potent among its kind, granting him the ability to transform into lightning in a realm as weak as this Sky Island. To be regarded as a god was hardly an exaggeration. For the natural-type devil fruit rendered him immune to all physical assaults. Jiangbei interjected, not intending to intervene, as he held little affection for the Shandians, and perhaps Wei Bo still had a chance to inflict damage upon Enelu. You little brat, you actually know such things? It matters not. You are all about to face divine retribution. This is the fate that befalls those who defy me, a god. Enelu, momentarily taken aback by Jiangbei's words, quickly regained his defiant demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. After all, in his mind, his powers were invincible. Even if others were to discover that his ability stemmed from the Rumble fruit, what of it? Enough. I have no time for this tiresome game. Let us bring this farce to a swift conclusion. Enelu raised his hand as if preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Jiang Bei felt a pang of unease. If Enelu did not stand still for Wei Bo to strike, it would be impossible for Wei Bo to inflict serious harm upon him. Enelu, this time you shall surely perish. Prepare to die. Wei Bo inhaled deeply, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Enelu. In the next moment, he lunged forward. Initially, Enelu had intended to launch a powerful attack to eliminate Wei Bo, but upon witnessing the latter's desperate charge, he reconsidered. Inflicting despair upon Wei Bo seemed an equally enjoyable prospect. If Wei Bo's Reiku proved ineffective again, it would be a most amusing scenario. Hence, Enelu remained steadfast, allowing Wei Bo's Reiku to collide with him. Reiku, boom! As Wei Bo's palms pressed against Enelu's chest, the Reiku erupted with force, propelling Enelu away. When the dust cleared, Enelu lay unconscious on the ground, his fate uncertain. The sheer magnitude of the blow had drained Wei Bo of his strength, and he too collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. The bandages wrapped around his hands soaked in crimson. This Reiku technique, akin to Jiang Bei's knowledge of the Seven Wounds Fist, inflicted harm upon the user before turning against the opponent. Chapter 84. The Formidable Enelu Huff. Huff. Enelu, that you never anticipated this, did you? I possess Sea Stone, capable of neutralizing devil fruit abilities. You have grown complacent. After a prolonged moment on the ground, Wei Bo shakily rose to his feet, as if a gust of wind might topple him once more. Is he dead? Nami whispered to Jiang Bei, who, unlike others, was acutely aware of Enelu's capabilities. Even such grievous wounds would not lead to his immediate demise, while Jiang Bei could easily dispatch him with a couple of strikes. He found no merit in such an act, confident in his own eventual victory over Enelu. Gonfour remained silent, fixated on Enelu's prostrate form, as if poised to strike at the slightest indication of movement. Suddenly, a rhythmic heartbeat resonated from Enelu's body, growing stronger, the cadence quickening until it returned to a normal human rhythm. In the next moment, Enelu awoke. Wei Bo, that last strike truly hurt. I cannot believe you managed to injure me. Enelu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixing Wei Bo with a cold stare, shedding his usual lethargy as an aura of fury enveloped him. He was determined to make Wei Bo pay dearly for this affront. It is impossible, truly impossible, that last strike. You clearly have. Wei Bo's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on Enel. Am I already dead? That recent blow was indeed spectacular. I never anticipated you possessed such a thing as Sea Prism Stone. Alas, I am a god, and gods are entities that cannot perish, so tell me, Wei Bo, can you muster another attack like that? If not, then I bid you to meet your demise. In the instant Wei Bo was electrocuted. He was incinerated by the overwhelming current, collapsing to the ground with a thud, utterly devoid of any strength to rise again. Now, I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you can defeat my divine subordinate, it would indeed demonstrate considerable prowess. Regardless, this sky island will soon vanish, and I can offer you a chance to board my vessel, the Ark Maxim, and journey to the infinite land, where the gods reside. Enel raised his head, arms outstretched in a gesture of embracing the sky, and laughed heartily. What did you say, you little brat? Enel's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Jiang Bei, and the crackling lightning coursing through him revealed just how furious Enel had become. Keep your distance from me, and you too, Maoki, stay far from this place. The battle ahead is exceedingly perilous. Enel's combat prowess may surpass even crocodiles. Jiang Bei took a deep breath, fully aware that a fierce battle lay ahead. After all, Enel was a formidable force akin to the seven warlords of the sea, matching Jiang Bei's current strength. Why, my abilities should still be of use, even if they lack combat strength. Maoki was unaware of the true extent of Enel's power. Yet he was still eager to participate in the battle and teach that obstinate fellow a lesson. Maoki, your combat experience is still insufficient. Enel possesses strength comparable to the seven warlords. Do you not fear lightning? With your bark-like skin, you should recognize that your combat prowess is lacking. Aside from a bit of resilience, even so, should you engage in battle to a certain extent, your devil fruit abilities will be depleted. Jiang Bei shook his head, explaining to Maoki, you underestimate me. After all, my devil fruit is of the Logia type. Should I fear him? Here I come. Enel would prison. Maoki charged forward, shouting at Enel. He was confident in his abilities. believing that being fellow Logia users meant he could stand toe-to-toe with Enel. The wood prison rose from the ground, immediately ensnaring Enel within its grasp, tightly encircling him, rendering him immobile. Yet before Mauki's triumphant declaration could echo, Enel's icy voice emerged from within. "You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. 1 million volts, electrocution. ZZZZ, ZZZZ, boom." Enel raised his hand, and with a sweep, bolts of lightning instantly turned a vast expanse of foliage to ashes, incinerating them to cinders. Mauki, unable to evade such a wide-ranging attack due to his sluggishness, was struck by the lightning, collapsing face-first onto the ground, his clothing tattered and his appearance utterly disheveled. Alas, I had warned him not to be so impulsive. Impulse is the devil. Nami, move away from this area and seek Robin. She can protect you. Leave this to me. Even Jiang Bei could not reach Mauki in time to save him. He hastily retreated Nami, devoid of combat strength, to a safe distance, gently setting her down. "Jiang Bei, can you defeat him?" Mauki was taken out with a single blow. "Trust me, I assure you he will soon understand why flowers bloom in such brilliant hues." Jiang Bei raised an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing his lips. "What does that have to do with the color of flowers?" Nami, confused by Jiang Bei's words, pondered their meaning. "I hope he triumphs. Jiang Bei will undoubtedly prevail." Nami murmured as she watched the direction Jiang Bei departed. "Ha ha ha, truly pathetic." Enel glanced sideways at the charred Mauki lying on the ground, bursting into laughter. "It is finally about to begin." Jiang Bei coldly regarded Enel, uttering a single phrase. Chapter 85. The Initial Clash of Sand and Thunder. "Are you so certain that I cannot defeat you?" Jiang Bei strolled leisurely toward Enel, a hint of confidence gracing his visage. "Speaking slowly, Dado? How interesting. Then unleash all your techniques, lest you end up like that fellow, dispatched in a single move." Enel scoffed coldly, then kicked the scorched Mauki toward Jiang Bei. Mauki rolled on the ground until he came to rest at Jiang Bei's feet. Jiang Bei silently relocated Mauki to a safer position, for the battle ahead could very well unleash shockwaves capable of killing Mauki. Glancing around, he noted that only he and Enel remained on the battlefield. Jiang Bei clenched his fists, grains of sand flowing between his fingers, the air filled with a rustling sound. Jiang Bei was about to strike. Sandstorm, swirl of quicksand spun rapidly in Jiang Bei's palm, forming a miniature tornado. With a swift motion, Jiang Bei enlarged the vortex, lifting countless stones from the ground as it surged toward Enel. "What? Sand? Could it be that you two are a Logia devil fruit user?" Enel, caught off guard, barely evaded the attack, his face a mixture of surprise. After the strike, the area ravaged by the sandstorm left not a blade of grass standing. Even the stones crumbled to dust under the immense pressure. The power of that strike is decent, though its speed is lacking, making it rather easy to dodge. This is Crocodile's signature technique, which Jiang Bei merely replicated. Though he had practiced it privately, he had not anticipated its effectiveness in actual combat would be so ambiguous. "So then, let us see whether my sand is superior or your lightning." Jiang Bei's lips curled into a playful smile. From here on, Enel would serve as Jiang Bei's training dummy. "Do not let your victory go to your head. Little brat, lightning is the power of a god. Mere sand cannot obstruct divine strength." Enel's eyes narrowed, his usual nonchalance replaced by evident fury. 1 million volts, electrocution. Enel raised his hand, unleashing electricity from his palm. For an ordinary individual, being struck by 1 million volts would spell doom. Yet for Jiang Bei, it was but a minor inconvenience. Sand shield. Before the lightning reached its destination, a massive clump of mud and stones coalesced, forming an enormous sand shield. It appeared fragile, yet it was immensely sturdy, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Even a force as powerful as 1 million volts could not penetrate it. What? It actually held, usually brimming with confidence in his abilities. Enel felt a flicker of anxiety, yet it swiftly morphed into malice. This person must be eliminated. 10 million volts. Enel intensified the electric output in his hand. 1 million volts was insufficient, so it would be 10 million. As Jiang Bei's sand shield was on the verge of shattering, a look of delight crossed Enel's face. Indeed, this fellow's sand could not withstand the onslaught of lightning. Jiang Bei, however, would not simply yield. With a cold chuckle, he unleashed more of his power, layering additional, stronger sand shields in front of him. Although some were penetrated by the 10 million volts, it ultimately proved inconsequential, failing to touch Jiang Bei in the slightest. You increase your power, and so shall I. The two exchanged blows, both merely testing the waters, yet neither had truly engaged in earnest. You insufferable sandy brat, do you think this is the end? I hope your sand can withstand this next strike. Enel radiated with intense electricity, reaching the three large drums behind him, the crackling currents audible even from a distance, a harbinger of its devastating might. Is it finally beginning? Observing the flickering lightning atop the drums, Jiang Bei understood that Enel was preparing to unleash a more potent current to pierce through his sandshield's defenses. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. Enel raised the golden rod in his hand, striking the large drum on his right shoulder. The lightning within erupted forth, manifesting as a colossal phoenix-shaped Thunderbird, hurtling swiftly toward Jiang Bei, its 30 million volts capable of obliterating a vast expanse of land. This strike, you cannot hope to withstand, unless you possess a stronger sand shield. Ha 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 ha. Enel was entirely confident in this Thunderbird, for he had never encountered anyone capable of blocking or surviving this attack. Who said I was going to defend? A mere broken bird cannot achieve your desires. Jiang Bei snorted coldly, raising his right hand as if wielding a massive sword, swinging his arm with forceful intent. Desert Blade. Indeed, this was one of Crocodile's most potent attacks. Renowned for its razor-sharp edge, the Desert Blade transformed into a luminous scythe, slicing through the Thunderbird upon contact, cleaving it in two, and erupting in an explosion mid-air. Yet the fierce current did not dissipate. Remaining aloft with an ominous crackle. 30 million volts, Lightning Beast. Upon witnessing Jiang Bei's desert saber cleave the Thunderbird in twain, Enel struck the large drum upon his left shoulder, summoning forth a wolf-shaped lightning beast that sped towards Jiang Bei with great haste. You still fail to grasp the situation. Though my desert saber may not possess overwhelming power, it is more than sufficient to sever your pathetic Thunderbirds and lightning beasts. Bring as many as you wish to face me. Jiang Bei advanced once more, swinging the desert saber, intercepting the lightning beast mid-stride and tearing it asunder with fierce brutality. And yet, what of it? 60 million volts, Lightning Dragon. Enel simultaneously struck the drums on either side, unleashing a formidable current of 60 million volts that coalesced in the air into a colossal lightning dragon, a manifestation of power far beyond that of the combined 30 million volts of the Thunderbird and Lightning Beast. This was undoubtedly one of Enel's most formidable strikes. He dared not relent, fixating intently on Jiang Bei, for he had learned from prior encounters that even with such power, he could not be certain that Jiang Bei lacked any hidden trump cards to counter him. Weighty sandstorm. Jiang Bei, expressionless, inhaled deeply, and the small sand tornado in his grasp suddenly swelled to nearly 10 meters in height, transforming into a massive whirlwind which he then hurled towards the lightning dragon with force. Chapter 86. The Great Battle Against Enel. The giant sandstorm tornado ensnared the lightning dragon upon contact. Regardless of how fiercely the dragon struck, the whirlwind remained relentless, even appearing to consume it whole. What that you managed to withstand this blow? Who are you, truly? Enel staggered backward, a grimace twisting his features as he regarded Jiang Bei. The confidence that had defined him began to waver. How is it possible? You possess such formidable combat prowess. Enel, flustered, scanned his surroundings. To alter the environment on such a grand scale required an immense expenditure of energy. Desert Sunflower. Ignoring Enel, Jiang Bei pressed his hand against the ground, manipulating the quicksand to flow like water beneath Enel's feet, ensnaring him as if he were trapped in a swamp. Struggling only deepened his plight, and the more he exerted himself, the further he sank. At last, has it come to an end? Watching as Enel became increasingly engulfed until he vanished entirely beneath the earth's surface, Jiang Bei sighed in relief. After all, this strike had drained considerable energy. However, it also proved that nature-type devil fruit users could indeed contend with one another, unaffected by elemental intangibility, likely due to the insulating properties of sand, allowing it to make contact with Enel's corporeal form. With that, it was time to recuperate. Jiang Bei seated himself upon the mound of sand, closing his eyes to gradually restore his energy while reflecting upon his battle with Enel. He realized that merely mastering Crocodile's abilities was insufficient. If he could uncover even more potent advanced techniques, his combat strength would soar exponentially. After some time, Jiang Bei rose, having returned to his prime state, and stretched leisurely, feeling quite comfortable. Yet, something felt amiss. Jiang Bei sensed that the resolution of this matter had come too easily, but he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds enveloped the sky, a booming sound reverberating from above. Jiang Bei glanced upward to see a golden ship hovering in the air. Its propellers whirling rapidly, keeping it aloft while it spewed forth dark clouds that gathered ominously, crackling with thunder. However, I must find a way to reach that ship. For the moment, Jiang Bei set aside this dilemma, focusing instead on the pressing issue of the floating golden vessel. In the original narrative, Enel's power became catastrophic with the golden ship. A single lightning strike could devastate the entire Sky Island. How could he contend with such might? Jiang Bei lacked the confidence to withstand a lightning strike, especially considering that Luffy was a protagonist blessed with extraordinary luck. Moonwalk. Jiang Bei, employing the moonwalk technique, ascended swiftly. Damn it, that bothersome little brat. I never imagined you could fly up here. Had I not seen you with my mind's eye, I would have been quite startled. However, since you are here, this shall be your grave. Enel narrowed his eyes, resembling a fierce wolf fixated on its prey, confident of his impending victory. Oh, you rely on this wretched ship. What if I were to destroy it now? A playful smirk danced upon Jiang Bei's lips as he placed his hand upon the ship's hull. With a mere exertion of his sand fruit powers, the vessel would begin to decay, ultimately turning to quicksand. How could you possibly know? Enel's expression turned to one of shock. The construction of this golden ship had been a closely guarded secret, known only to him. First, tell me, how did you survive that last lethal strike? Jiang Bei regarded Enel with a mischievous glint in his eye, relishing the moment. Damn it, if I tell you, will you spare the ship? Enel's teeth ground together in frustration, his body trembling with rage. When had a mere mortal dared to threaten a deity? Chapter 87. Observation Hakai.it depends on your sincerity. Speak, then. Jiang Bei chuckled coldly, speaking slowly. Surely, you must know that the battlefield below is not a simple one, and no matter how powerful your abilities, you cannot transform clouds into sand. Enel scoffed dismissively. Your intention in constructing this golden ship was to reach the infinite land you yearn for, while simultaneously retrieving the golden bell from above the Sky Island. Am I correct? Jiang Bei held the reins of Enel's fate, knowing that any slight move could send the ship plummeting. Thus he was unperturbed by the prospect of further conversation, aiming to dismantle Enel's psychological defenses. No, this is impossible. You, a surface dweller, how could you possess knowledge of the Sky Island's many secrets? Enel roared in madness, his emotions a tempest. How could this individual know so much? Even the whereabouts of the Golden City, Sandora, and the Golden Bell. Surely, only he, Enel, should be privy to such information. Could it be? You too possess the ability to gaze upon the entirety of the Sky Island? Enel suddenly grasped the only conceivable explanation. The mind's eye? Yes. I had nearly forgotten that you wield this power, though it seems it has not significantly bolstered your combat capacity. Jiang Bei scratched his head, acknowledging his own lack of mastery over observation haki. This was an urgent matter that required rectification. The mind's eye is a form of observation haki, utilized to anticipate an opponent's movements and react swiftly to evade. Enel's mind's eye was of an advanced caliber, augmented by the power of the rumble fruit, allowing it to envelop the entire island like a current, truly a broken skill. Lightning metallurgy, in a display akin to magic. Enel transformed the iron rod in his grasp into a golden trident, intent on engaging Jiang Bei in close-quarters combat. Just what I was hoping for. Come forth. Jiang Bei beckoned, eager to use Enel as a sparring partner. Enel, furious, seized the golden trident and lunged at Jiang Bei, yet his martial prowess left much to be desired. Jiang Bei neither defended nor attacked, merely evaded, seeking to glean something from the encounter. Damn it. You little brat, how can you evade so effortlessly? Enel ground his teeth in frustration. Speed, lacking. Strength, minimal. With such martial skill, you think to defeat me? Jiang Bei scoffed, mocking him. Die, little brat. Enraged further by Jiang Bei's taunt, Enel unleashed his full might, launching a more ferocious assault. The golden trident sliced through the air, leaving a flurry of afterimages. To an outside observer, it appeared as though dozens of tridents attacked simultaneously. This sudden escalation momentarily caught Jiang Bei off guard, forcing him to retreat step by step. Now this is becoming interesting. Bring it on. Jiang Bei abruptly closed his eyes, attempting to execute a blind dodge. What? If you wish to meet your demise, then I shall oblige. Enel grinned malevolently, utilizing the power of the rumble fruit to envelop the golden trident in layers of electricity, emitting an aura of extreme danger. Boom. Jiang Bei narrowly evaded 2 strikes, but was ultimately pierced by the trident, sending him crashing against the vessel's hull. The electricity surged through him, but he promptly elementalized his body, purging the intense current from within. Nonetheless, he sustained injuries, the errant electricity causing considerable discomfort. You little brat. Though I know not why you have chosen to forfeit your resistance, your time is nigh. Prepare to meet your end. Enel, emboldened by his success, sought to capitalize on his advantage, denying Jiang Bei any chance to recover. Are you merely tickling me? Jiang Bei rose to his feet, his eyes still closed eyeing the recent clash with Enelu. He sensed that Enelu was persistently utilizing his mind network. Jiang Bei vaguely captured a sensation akin to a ray of light. With each assault, it seemed to gradually emerge within his consciousness, guiding the direction of the attacks. This time, Jiang Bei was once again sent flying by Enelu's onslaught. Drawing from past experiences, he swiftly employed his fruit ability to mend his body, successfully evading 10 attacks this time. How infuriating! Is his martial prowess truly that formidable? Enelu gazed at Jiang Bei as he stood once more, seemingly only having sustained minor injuries, despite the ferocity of his own strikes, which had even managed to contact the opponent's physical form. Disregarding the natural elemental transformation, why was it still so challenging to defeat him? Once more, Jiang Bei provocatively beckoned Enelu with a finger, tauntingly stating, "You little imp, do not let your success cloud your judgment." Obediently, Enelu unleashed another fierce assault. Another flash of light approached. 1.10.30.50.100. Is this the sensation? I understand now. The 100 strikes passed swiftly. With his eyes closed, Jiang Bei evaded Enelu's 100 attacks, allowing him to grasp the initial feeling of observation haki. Of course, this was merely a preliminary understanding, yet it was commendable nonetheless. How could this be? You have a mind network. Enelu halted his actions, staring at Jiang Bei in disbelief, slowly uttering a phrase. At that moment, Enelu's emotions were undeniably complex. He found himself unwittingly used as a punching bag for practice. Even he could not comprehend why he was foolishly playing the role of a sparring partner. Although he desired an exhilarating bout, he was aware that Jiang Bei was the antagonist, and he had no time for games. Let us settle this swiftly, whether it be your demise or mine. Jiang Bei took a deep breath, adjusting his physical state. At that moment, he felt his body brimming with immense energy, poised to erupt, having reached a pinnacle state. And his aura soared to unprecedented heights. I never anticipated that you could grow even amidst battle. I must admit, you are the strongest opponent I have encountered. Alas, it is unfortunate that you stand against me. The divine Enelu, and thus, all shall come to an end. Enelu suddenly calmed, slowly uttering these words, laden with significance. Chapter 88. The Final Battle. What do you mean by that? Without this ship, you are no match for me. I shall destroy it now. Jiang Bei sensed that something was amiss with Enelu, fearing a potential shift in circumstances, and promptly prepared to obliterate the golden ship. Ha ha ha, only now do you realize? Too late, thousand thunders. Enelu laughed heartily, and in an instant, his entire being transformed into a cascade of blue electricity, releasing his powers towards the sky. At that moment, Jiang Bei looked up to discover that the previously sparse clouds had now enveloped the entire island and Angel Island. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He thought to himself that he needed to stop Enelu immediately. You cannot halt this, little imp. This sky island is finished. Once the 1,000 thunders commence, there will be no cessation. And there are grander spectacles awaiting you. Ha 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 ha. Enelu laughed boisterously, reveling in the anticipation of his victory. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed from the dark clouds, each clap accompanied by bolts of lightning striking the ground. Targeting the ruins of Sandora in an instant, the entire island of gods resembled a hellish landscape. Rainstorms of lightning igniting trees into raging infernos, plunging the island of gods into chaos. This is dreadful. I can only hope Robin, Nami, and Frankie can withstand this. Jiangbei found himself speechless, having been well acquainted with the plot. Yet he was still ensnared in Inalu's scheme. He couldn't help but marvel at Inalu's seemingly languid demeanor. Yet his intellect remained astute. One must not squander a favorable situation, lest they be met with defeat. Are you still concerned for others? You have lost. Ha ha ha. Next, the thousand thunders will obliterate the entire Sky Island. And you will soon be reduced to ash. Inalu's laughter echoed as he savored Jiangbei's pained expression. Indeed, if I merely slay you, it will be a fitting end for both of us. Come, let us conclude this. Jiangbei understood that he could not allow Inalu's taunts to sway him from his optimal state. Without further ado, let the battle commence. Do you still believe you can triumph over me? This is the sky, and your abilities will be rendered useless. Inalu shimmered with blue electricity, prepared for a decisive clash. Your words serve as a reminder. Let us plunge into the depths together. What are you doing? Note at how infuriating, you little imp. Inalu unleashed a bolt of electricity, yet Jiangbei remained unfazed, indifferent to the oncoming attack. Aware that he might not be Inalu's match in the air, Jiangbei swiftly activated his fruit ability. Placing his hands upon the ship's hull, in no time, the vessel's mechanisms ceased, the propellers halted, and began to decay. Ultimately, the ship disintegrated, unable to sustain its function, and naturally plummeted downward. You dare destroy my aspirations. Inalu, caught off guard by Jiangbei's actions, could only roar in fury as he fell to the ground. Before matters escalate to the worst case, the best course of action is to eliminate you. Jiangbei raised his hand, his expression impassive as a swirl of sand flowed through his fingers. You little imp, should you withstand this strike, I shall concede defeat. Come, let me witness your capabilities. 200 million volts. Thunder God. Inalu unleashed the maximum electric current from his body, rapidly expanding into a colossal figure of electricity, embodying his ultimate technique. This is bad. It's too fast. Before Jiangbei could digest the situation, he was sent flying by a single strike. Bang! The force of the blow left him wounded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and staining the ground. This speed, this power is on an entirely different level from the original narrative. Jiangbei sighed bitterly. With the enhancement of this Thunder God form, Inalu's combat strength was indeed extraordinary. What's the matter, little imp? Is this all you can muster? In my strongest state, my martial prowess has multiplied many-fold. Prepare to perish! The giant Inalu transformed into a bolt of electricity, launching another punch at Jiangbei. Without observation haki, he might not have evaded it. Jiangbei focused entirely on the battle. The observation haki he had just mastered proved invaluable, allowing him to dodge Inalu's strike. You're mistaken. It's stronger than a desert sunflower. Jiangbei inhaled deeply. This strike would determine the victor. There could be no missteps. Sand-binding coffin, Jiangbei smirked, raising a finger. And towering sand mounds encircled Inalu, ensnaring him tightly. What? How infuriating that mound of sand! Let me show you how to crush it. The thunder god Inalu furiously attacked from within, unleashing powerful currents in an attempt to break free. Futile. You cannot escape. It is over, Inalu. Accept your final judgment, sand waterfall burial. Jiangbei pressed both hands to the ground, activating his most potent fruit ability, triggering seismic movements throughout the land. The entire Sandora Golden City and the land beneath it transformed into sand in an instant. No. You shall not. If you intend to take my life, then I shall drag you down with me. How infuriating. Perish. Thunder. Welcome. Inalu sensed an overwhelming tearing force from below, summoning every ounce of his power to stretch out a hand towards the sky. Channeling all his lightning energy into a final desperate attack. Chapter 89. Thunder Welcome Sand Prison. At this moment, Inalu had already lost consciousness, while Jiangbei continued to employ the powers of the sand fruit, compressing Inalu's body beneath the surface. Unable to elementalize underground, Inalu's form was drained of moisture by Jiangbei's abilities, reduced to a desiccated husk. Once Jiangbei detected the presence of the thunder fruit beneath the earth, he finally felt a sense of relief. With a mere thought, he seized the thunder fruit, claiming it for himself. This battle concluded with the demise of the thunder god Inalu. Looking up at the darkened sky, thick clouds of electricity gathered ominously, forming a colossal sphere of thunderclouds, filled with astonishing currents and energy. Should such a vast expanse of thunderclouds descend, it would unleash a devastating force capable of annihilating all within its reach, potentially destroying the entire island, or even a nation under Enlil's full might. This is the terrifying power of thunder. Welcome. Faced with the looming storm, Jiangbei felt a surge of trepidation. What should he do now? While watching the anime, he had perceived Thunder Welcome as a mere obstacle, easily vanquished by the protagonists, but now, confronted with such a formidable entity, he could only feel a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Alas, there seems to be no way out. Though I have no desire to meet my end, this deserted island is on the brink of annihilation, and escaping now holds little significance if I cannot even safeguard my comrades. How can I ever hope to stand atop the pinnacle of this world? If I do not descend into hell, who will? Jiangbei bitterly shook his head, at this moment, having already exhausted his strength. What capacity did he possess to withstand the terrifying tempest of thunder? Yet, contemplating the many islanders still residing here, coupled with the uncertainty surrounding the fates of his friends, Jiangbei suddenly found himself possessed by a resolute determination to face death. Come forth, thunder! Jiangbei's gaze was steadfast, as if he had made a solemn vow. With the crackling of electricity coursing through him, he took a light step and transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the colossal thunder at the speed of light, without pausing even for a moment. Even in the face of countless foes, I shall proceed. Meanwhile, Nami, Robin, and Moki had gathered together, cautiously observing their surroundings while evading the onslaught of 1,000 thunders. Although they were present, they could still feel the intensity of the battle between Jiangbei and Enlil from afar, for the scale was so vast that the entire Sandora city had transformed into a desert landscape. What is that? Is it going to come crashing down? Moki pointed at the thunder in the sky, his face a mask of shock. I don't know, but it's evident that it cannot bode well. It feels like the end of the world. Jiangbei, where are you? Nami gazed at the thunder, her tone laden with helplessness. Trust in our captain. He is incredibly strong. Even the powers of Crocodile's sand fruit are no match for him. After all, such a miraculous feat. I have never heard of it before. Robin smiled faintly, indicating her lack of concern. For Robin had been observing the battle all along. It was only when Jiangbei wielded Crocodile's abilities that she was profoundly astonished. For even with her extensive experience, she had never encountered a devil fruit power being seized or transferred. Look at the sky. That is, Moki had been fixated on the heavens when suddenly he spotted a humanoid bolt of lightning streaking across, descending like a meteor towards the immense thunder. Upon closer inspection, Moki realized that the figure was Jiangbei. It's Jiangbei. What is he planning to do? He is actually charging into that black sphere. With its terrifying aura of destruction, why is he doing this? Nami suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, tears welling in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the humanoid lightning, fearing that she might never see him again. If there truly exists a deity in this world, may they save this empty island. In a secluded corner, God Gonfer looked up at the sky, praying for the island's salvation. Darkness enveloped the entirety of Angel Island, the island of gods, resembling a scene from an apocalyptic film. Concurrently, the residents of Angel Island were enduring the relentless assault of thunder, with over half of their homes destroyed. The inhabitants fled in all directions, lost and disoriented, while a portion remained behind, like Gonfer, hands clasped over their hearts, eyes shut in prayer, beseeching for a miracle to occur. Perhaps there truly exists a deity in this world. One day, someone will ignite the lights of Sandora and ring the bells of the Golden City. When the songs of the Holy Land resound once more, war shall come to an end and peace shall reign. Boom. As Jiangbei's electric form entered, it was immediately met with a fierce onslaught of electric currents from within. The currents, sensing that this foreign intruder bore a different essence, seemed to awaken with sentience, attacking relentlessly. Faced with such a terrifyingly destructive force, Jiangbei initially attempted to resist, but found himself utterly powerless, watching helplessly as his electric form was dispersed and reconstituted time and again. Yet, to his astonishment, he did not turn to ashes amidst the brutal onslaught of thunder. Was it fortune? Or perhaps, moreover, with each disbandment and reconstitution, Jiangbei's electric form grew ever stronger, as though he were absorbing and digesting thunder's attacks. However, thunder remained oblivious, continuing its fierce assault in an attempt to obliterate Jiangbei entirely. So it is. Jiangbei sensed the burgeoning strength of his electric form and realized that the rumble fruit not only possessed the ability to unleash lightning, but also to absorb it and enhance oneself. With this revelation, Jiangbei's electric form ceased to be scattered. At that moment, he felt as if he had discovered a rare treasure, exuberantly leaping within thunder, delivering powerful strikes against the electric currents, voraciously absorbing the immense power contained within. Thunder, lacking much sentience, was unaware that Jiangbei was siphoning off its electric might, and thus launched an even more furious assault upon him. Chapter 90. The Song of the Holy Land rings out under Jiangbei's fervent absorption. Thunder began to develop cracks, with each passing minute revealing more fissures. The rumble fruit's power, now inflated to its limits within, transformed Jiangbei into a titan of 200 million volts, greedily consuming the dwindling electricity remaining in thunder. Boom! Moments later, after Jiangbei's relentless absorption, thunder was finally shattered to pieces. Splash! The sky, now devoid of thunder, instantly returned to its former state. Look, the sky.it has cleared. Jiangbei is there, thank goodness, he is unharmed. Nami anxiously gazed at the sky, and upon spotting Jiangbei's figure, she wiped away the cold sweat brought on by her anxiety, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. It appears he is not only unscathed, but the electricity surrounding him. How intriguing! Robin smiled slightly, her curiosity about Jiangbei no longer concealed. Is it true? Indeed, there exists a deity in this world. At this moment, Gonfer was also moved to tears, gazing at the lightning figure in the sky, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, on Angel Island, thank goodness, we no longer have to leave Angel Island. You frightened me. I thought we were bound for Qinghai as refugees. What on earth was that terrifying entity that has now vanished? They say a deity has been protecting us at Lord Enel? No, it is not. Everyone, let me explain. Enel is actually the true culprit. The priest who escaped from the Island of Gods and the White Beret Brigade stood forth, revealing all of Enel's misdeeds on the empty island to the residents of Angel Island. Though they did not know who had saved them, who had rescued this empty island from calamity, they would forever remember in their hearts that the divine truly exists and will protect all living beings on the empty island. Phew, the situation has finally been resolved. Now, it is time to witness the legendary treasure left behind by the golden city of Sandora. The Golden Bell. Jiangbei glided through the air, searching for the location of the Golden Bell. In the next moment, a colossal golden bell appeared before him, adorned with vines. Despite the passage of centuries, the ravages of time had not diminished its luster. With a bit of cleaning, it would undoubtedly radiate a golden brilliance. Surely, it cannot be shattered with a single blow. Jiangbei circled around the golden bell several times, murmuring to himself, Uncle Kalikai, I hope you can hear this. The golden bell is indeed real. Without hesitation, Jiangbei unleashed a powerful punch upon the golden bell, ensuring it was strong enough so that its resonant song would reach down to Qinghai below. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the golden bell echoed repeatedly, reaching Angel Island, where the inhabitants were entranced by its melody, unable to quell their emotions. It resonated through the guerrilla camp, where Sandora warriors, armed and ready, dropped their weapons in a daze, while Weibai wept uncontrollably, crying out in joy. Yes, he had not perished. During the recent battle, he had nearly lost his life but was stealthily rescued by his companions. His indomitable spirit had allowed him to survive. After centuries of conflict, was it finally coming to an end? At that moment, in Qinghai below, at the residence of Mont Blanc Kulikai, though you hear that? That is the sound of the golden bell, isn't it? What a melodious sound. Kalikai was reduced to tears, for after years of yearning, his dream had finally come true. The golden bell is indeed real. Those fellows succeeded after all. I knew I had not misjudged them. How splendid! Now, let us celebrate tonight. I truly hope to see those fellows again. If I do, I must have them recount their experiences on the empty island. Could it be that is the sound of the golden bell? At this moment, Nami and the others also heard the sound of the golden bell. Initially perplexed, they soon recalled Kalikai's words and realized that Jiangbei had gone to ring the golden bell. How intriguing indeed! Jiangbei cast one last glance at the golden bell before departing, allowing it to remain suspended in the air. lest they fight over it and come to blows. It is presumed that if Sky Island continues to combat the guerrillas, the original deity Gonfer would once again rise to the occasion to safeguard Sky Island and prevent the outbreak of war between the two factions. Meanwhile, the guerrillas under the command of Weber, upon hearing the sound of the golden bell, likely no longer harbor intentions of waging war. The situation has finally reached a commendable resolution, Jiang Bei sighed, realizing that this time he had narrowly escaped death. Having sought fortune amidst danger, should one attribute this to good fortune or to the halo of the protagonist? It is likely that Enel could never have anticipated that Jiang Bei would seize his rumble fruit powers, thereby diffusing this monumental crisis. Had he known, he might have been driven to the brink of fury, to the point of spitting blood. That moment, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension, rendering the scene somewhat awkward. As Robin observed the two with a bemused expression, "Ahem, perhaps it's time to wrap things up," Moki said, looking at the two with a helpless demeanor, unable to resist a jest. Upon hearing this, Nami's fair visage suddenly flushed with a vibrant hue, prompting her to scamper away like a startled rabbit. "You actually defeated that god, Enel?" Moki inquired cautiously. "Is it truly possible? With the power of lightning, how did you manage to overcome him?" Moki felt as though his spirit had suffered a tremendous blow. Recalling his own defeat with a sense of regret, it appeared he would need to train diligently from now on. By the way, Robin, have you finished reading the historical text hidden here?" Jiang Bei suddenly seemed to recall, asking. Although he was unaware of the contents of the historical text, he surmised that it must hold great significance for Robin. He hoped she had not inadvertently destroyed it during the battle with Enel. Chapter 91. Departing Sky Island and descending to the Navy base 2 days had passed since the recent fierce battle, yet the memory of that event lingered in the minds of the inhabitants of Sky Island, casting a profound shadow of fear and relief that they had survived. The residents of Angel Island and the Shandians no longer quarreled over the land, but united to protect the divine gift bestowed upon them. The former deity Gonfer was elected to succeed the godly position by popular acclaim. Jiang Bei and his companions, basking in the warmth of the crowd's affection, hosted several grand banquets. However, as all gatherings must eventually conclude, the time to leave Sky Island had arrived. This moment, aboard the ship, Jiang Bei inquired, "So, has everyone gathered their belongings? Is there anything else we need to take before we set sail? Gold? Check. Berries? Check. We have ample food and water." "Everything is in order," Moki confirmed after a thorough inventory. The ship was laden with gold, a gesture of gratitude from the Shandians, which delighted the money-loving Nami, who even insisted on clutching the gold while sleeping. Initially, Jiang Bei felt burdened by the weight of such treasure, but upon reflection, he deemed it necessary for acquiring a new ship at Water 7's shipyard. As the moment of departure drew near, a twinge of reluctance tugged at his heart. The sea breeze tousled Nami's hair as she rested her chin on her hands, leaning against the ship's railing. The comforting tranquility enveloped her, prompting a sigh of contentment. "I will miss you all, but I will never forget you. The people of Angel Island will cherish your memory as well. Ahead lies the end of the clouds. Pass through that door, and we shall leave Sky Island," Cornice said, gesturing towards a nearby door with a bittersweet tone. The historical text on the Golden Bell is truly astonishing. Those words were left by the pirate king Roger, but how did he decipher the historical text? Robin mused, her slender fingers lightly tapping her chin, her gaze intensely fixed on a particular spot, lost in contemplation. Enough of these convoluted thoughts. Hold on to the ship. We are about to take a plunge. "If you fall overboard, I cannot save you," Jiang Bei gently reminded her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I trust you will come to my rescue. Won't you, Captain?" Robin replied with a playful smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Bei, filling the air with an aura of mature femininity. "Ahem. All right, let us set sail." Jiang Bei, flustered by Robin's gaze, turned away to conceal his embarrassment, hastily directing the ship. Whoosh! The vessel glided swiftly along the flowing clouds, reaching the precipice, resembling a waterfall as it plunged downward at an astonishing speed. "Oh, how could this happen? Falling like this is tantamount to certain death," Nami shrieked, her arms clinging desperately to the ship's railing. Initially expecting an alternative descent, but now bracing for a catastrophic plunge. Phew, that was terrifying. "I thought we would plummet straight down." Nami's breath quickened, her heart racing, her legs trembling as the shock of the moment lingered. Moki and Robin, possessing superior physical resilience, merely experienced a brief acceleration in their breathing, unscathed by the ordeal. However, Nami lamented the slow descent. "When will we finally reach the bottom?" she inquired, realizing that their current rate of descent contrasted starkly with the previous rapid drop. Perhaps we will descend for a day and a night. Enjoying the scenery here isn't too bad," Jiangbei said, pulling a beach chair closer and reclining upon it. The splendid view, complemented by the beach chair brought from Angel Island, was truly a rare delight. Had there been a refreshing drink or a snack, it would have been perfect. Alas, the ship had no chef, and they were entirely self-sufficient. The view from up here is utterly breathtaking. Nami gazed upward, gradually becoming entranced, whispering softly. Day turned to night, and the sun dipped below the horizon, quietly passing. As night fell, the group succumbed to slumber, unaware of their imminent descent to the ocean's surface. Robin, however, remained awake, utilizing the moonlight to read quietly, keeping a vigil. Suddenly, a series of bright lights illuminated the previously tranquil sea, enveloping Jiangbei's pirate ship in their glow. Robin closed her book, rising to scan the surroundings, her body instinctively on alert. "What's going on? It's so loud. Is there no peace for sleep?" Moki stumbled out of his cabin, rubbing his eyes, appearing groggy and bewildered. Nami emerged as well, still half asleep, but her innate vigilance kicked in. Dispelling any trace of drowsiness, Jiangbei surveyed the area, then spoke slowly. "I suspect we may be in trouble. If I am not mistaken, we have arrived at the Navy base." Chapter 92. Navy Division G8 Fortress. As the Navy's searchlights illuminated Jiangbei's pirate ship, he realized that their predicament mirrored the original storyline. They had descended upon the Navy Division base, likely the G8 Fortress. The G8 Fortress was a somewhat unique division, characterized not by its structure, but by its commander, Jonathan, who was an intriguing figure, quite different from the typical Navy officers depicted in the narrative. "Who would have thought we would invade from the sky? How amusing. It seems our fortress hasn't seen a pirate incursion in many years." Commander Jonathan sat by the lake, fishing serenely, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected arrival of a pirate ship from above. He merely glanced at Jiangbei's vessel, muttering to himself, "Resistance is futile. Surrender now. Pirates, you are completely surrounded." Boomed the Navy over the loudspeakers, the voice echoing throughout the G8 Fortress. At that moment, the fortress was on high alert, with thousands of Navy soldiers poised for action, and hundreds of cannons aimed at Jiangbei's ship, ready to fire at a moment's notice. This indicated that despite the years without pirate incursions, the G8 Fortress, under Commander Jonathan's leadership, was still in formidable shape. "What should we do, with so many cannons aimed at us? Should we abandon the ship and infiltrate the Navy base to devise another plan?" Nami pondered. Although Jiangbei was powerful, the others on board, apart from her, were all devil fruit users, and if their ship were to sink, it would spell disaster. Temporarily relinquishing the ship seemed to be the best course of action. "Though, you no longer desire the gold? The treasure seized by the Navy will not be returned to you." Jiangbei replied with a slight smirk. "Though gold is important, if we lose our lives, what good is it? Let us go. Those cannons are not to be trifled with." Nami hesitated, but upon reflection, prioritized her life above all else. Reluctantly conceding, "Are you doubting my capabilities? Do you truly believe they can match me?" Jiangbei sighed, leaping onto the ship's bow and turning his back to them, speaking calmly. "Very well, let us simply watch him put on a show." Maoji sat on the stool, casually crossing his legs, exuding an air of indifference that was utterly infuriating. One felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. "Report to the colonel. No pirate flags have been spotted on the ship. Yet it is unmistakably a pirate vessel, for the crew aboard is .hist." A Navy soldier hurriedly approached the fortress's colonel, binoculars and wanted posters in hand, his voice trembling with urgency. Who is it?" The colonel squinted his eyes and inquired. "What?" "It's this dangerous individual, Captain Jiangbei, with a bounty of 100 million. It is said that he possesses extraordinary strength, to the extent that even the Navy colonel dispatched to capture him has failed. Yet, now he dares to launch an assault on our G8 fortress. We cannot allow them to escape." The colonel clenched his fists, slamming them onto the table with a thunderous crash, his expression dark and his teeth gritted. "Why is the Navy still inactive?" Mauki, seemingly bored and nearly dozing off, yawned and remarked, "How brazen of them to disregard our G8 fortress entirely." The colonel, peering through his binoculars, spotted the lethargic Mauki aboard the ship, his fury igniting. Had it not been for waiting on the commander's orders, he would have rushed headlong into battle against Jiangbei and his pirate crew. "Brothers of G8 Fortress, let these detestable pirates taste the might of our stronghold. Immediately fire the cannons and sink their ship." Upon receiving the command, the colonel's fighting spirit surged. Hundreds of cannons ignited simultaneously, launching a barrage that was a sight to behold, surely enough to send even the mightiest of ships to the depths. "Finally making a move? Then let it come," Jiangbei declared, his hand sweeping through the air, conjuring a circular barrier of lightning that enveloped the entire pirate vessel. The hundreds of cannonballs struck the barrier as if they were colliding with cotton, failing to advance even an inch, bursting into splendid fireworks in the sky, yet dealing no damage to the ship whatsoever. How is this possible? Is that the power of a devil fruit? The colonel's eyes widened. Bloodshot with disbelief, is this truly the notorious figure with a bounty of 100 million? Astounding. He blocked all those cannonballs with a single move. The Navy soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, murmuring among themselves, as the saying goes, "A gift must be reciprocated. Friends of G8 Fortress, allow me to present you with a little something." 1,000,000 volts. Discharge. Jiangbei leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of electric current, accompanied by a hearty laugh. The electricity surged toward the 100 cannons, which exploded upon impact, sending shockwaves through the fortress and resulting in catastrophic losses for the Navy, plunging the interior into chaos. This ability with lightning, could it be a natural-type devil fruit? Such power is beyond our current capacity to contend with. How infuriating! The colonel roared in frustration. After so many years, a pirate crew finally dared to attack, and if they could capture this crew, G8 fortresses standing within the Navy would remain secure, preventing any whispers behind his back. Yet, could they truly withstand such a formidable opponent? Divine judgment. Jiangbei's expression remained impassive as he pointed a finger, radiating an aura of a deity, enveloped in lightning, followed by a ferocious attack. If this strike were to land on G8 Fortress, such a violent lightning strike would obliterate even the strongest defenses. "Cease this, young man. I acknowledge your strength, but is this truly necessary?" A deep voice resonated through the air, as an unseen hand emerged, dispersing the lightning, clearly having single-handedly intercepted the divine judgment. Chapter 93. Commander Jonathan He. "So you couldn't resist making a move after all, Commander Jonathan," Jiangbei said with a calm smile, his youthful visage instilling fear in all present. "Oh, you know me. I have not left this G8 fortress in many years." "Where did you hear of me?" Jonathan inquired, stepping lightly, his eyes narrowed. Although his face remained composed, the clenched fist in his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. "Who is that? They seem formidable. What are they doing? Why haven't they made a move?" Mauki raised an eyebrow, eager for the spectacle, turning to Nami and Robin. "This Navy officer appears to be quite a challenge. Otherwise, Jiangbei would have acted already," Nami remarked, her gaze fixated on the two figures in the air. Anxiety creeping in. Despite the silence, the crowd was oblivious to the conversation overhead, merely observing the standoff. "You are the user of a natural-type devil fruit, the thunder fruit, aren't you? That bounty of 100 million does not align with your prowess." Jonathan closed his eyes, pondering, before slowly opening them and continuing. "How about I destroy this G8 fortress today and raise your bounty?" Jiangbei recognized that he had the upper hand today. Regardless of whether Jonathan possessed the strength, would he dare to engage in battle here? G8 fortress was already on its last legs. If not for Jonathan's formidable prowess and his connection to Admiral Akainu, G8 fortress would likely have collapsed long ago. A battle here would lead to substantial losses, and the fortress would never be rebuilt. "You wouldn't dare," Jonathan replied, his expression unreadable. Indeed, Jiangbei was reluctant to expose his strength, knowing that drawing the attention of top-tier Navy forces would be perilous. Unlike Luffy, he could not simply charge in and survive unscathed. Should he reveal his capabilities and attract the likes of Carp or Sengoku, it would spell disaster. "Well, since you have no intention of engaging, I suggest you leave. Alas, this will disappoint the soldiers of the fortress. To let a pirate waltz in and out unscathed could cost me my position as commander." Jonathan relaxed, a wry smile gracing his face as he sighed. "What do you desire?" Jiang Bei shrugged, rolling his eyes at Jonathan, aware that this cunning old fox had ulterior motives. Yet, Jonathan was fundamentally a decent person. If they could resolve matters peacefully, that would be ideal. That can be arranged, but if I am to play along, I have conditions of my own. Jiang Bei nodded nonchalantly, recognizing that losing to Jonathan could still yield benefits. At least the higher-ups would not notice a minor character defeated by a Navy commander. I assure you, nothing that occurs today at G8 Fortress will be disclosed, not by my subordinates nor by any of the Navy soldiers present. However, I can only control this in the short term. Given the multitude of eyes observing, Jonathan lamented. What a tremendous cost it would take to seal off this entire G8 Fortress. Clever, Jiang Bei mused. Should it prove impossible to conceal, simply tell them you defeated me. But I escaped, claiming my strength is lacking. That's it, Jiang Bei smiled calmly, adopting a stance as if readying for battle. Now that an agreement had been reached, there was no point in delaying further. With little more to say, he began to channel the explosive energy within the lightning in his grasp. Young man, since you refuse to surrender, you shall remain here. G8 Fortress is not a place you can simply enter and exit at will. Prepare yourself, Jonathan erupted with an astonishing aura, his muscles swelling, tearing through his clothing as he prepared to unleash a devastating strike. Witnessing this, Jiang Bei could only inwardly lament the cunning old man's quick immersion into the role, truly a seasoned veteran. In that case, let us battle. Chapter 94. The might of a single blow, let me show you what I have mastered in the clouds. Jiang Bei inhaled deeply, a commanding presence emanating from him. His aura peaking as lightning surged from within him. This was Jiang Bei's first battle since acquiring the Thunder Fruit, and he was determined to unleash the pin-up power of lightning, eager to witness its true might. Come forth, receive my strike. Thunder God. Fist, lightning, which should have traveled at the speed of light, was vividly visible as it enveloped his fist, the mere atmospheric pressure emanating from it rendering many below breathless. With the weaker souls collapsing in trembling disarray, this punch, though executed at an excruciatingly slow pace, commanded an undeniable respect for its formidable power. It exuded an aura of invincibility, even altering the flow of the surrounding air. Causing the atmosphere to tremble violently, to all who beheld it, the sensation was unmistakable. To be touched by it was tantamount to death. With a deep breath, it seemed that only his own domineering spirit could counter such an attack. Come on! Jonathan's brow was slick with cold sweat, but the thought of the G8 Fortress behind him compelled him to engage, even at the risk of mutual destruction. He shrouded his fist in the armor of hockey, his bronze skin transforming into a steel-gray hue. Indeed, martial arts were Jonathan's greatest reliance. After years of rigorous training within the Navy, his mastery of armed hockey was well honed. Concealed for so long, today he would unleash his full strength with this punch, a feeling of exhilarating freedom he had not experienced in ages. Unable to contain himself, he let out a roar towards the heavens and surged forward, unafraid. Boom! When the Thunder God's fist collided with Jonathan's armored iron fist, both sides unleashed tremendous shockwaves, manifesting as two white barriers of light that clashed fiercely. What? The power of this lightning is astonishing. Jonathan's expression shifted as a tearing sensation surged from his fist through his arm, inflicting excruciating pain within him. The lightning force had ruthlessly pierced through his hockey defenses, striking directly at his core. This was indeed the armor-piercing strength of lightning. Surrender now. You are no match for me. Jiang Bei's face remained impassive, coldly observing Jonathan's futile resistance while intensifying his output, emanating an overwhelming aura. Exhaling deeply, Jonathan realized that this punch had consumed nearly half of his strength. As anticipated, he had failed to fully control the power of the Thunder Fruit. Jiang Bei inhaled deeply. Adjusting his state, this punch was terrifyingly potent, yet it also demanded immense energy, a consequence of his inadequate mastery over the Thunder Fruit, leading to significant energy leakage. But this is not the time for games. After all, we agreed to stage a performance, and losing control like this is rather embarrassing. Jiang Bei suddenly remembered that he was merely acting alongside Jonathan, having momentarily lost himself in the role. Anyway, Jonathan had already been sent flying. It was time to make a swift exit. Maoji, upon hearing this, promptly dashed to the helm, redirecting the ship towards the fortress's exit. Meanwhile, The naval soldiers below were thrown into disarray. Their commander had been defeated, and the enemy's formidable strength rendered their attempts futile. With the prospect of losing their lives looming large in an instant, none dared to advance. "What are you doing?" "Our commander has driven the enemy to flee. He must be exhausted. Fire the cannons and sink their ship. Do not let them escape. Do you hear me?" The colonel, standing high above, bellowed, his face flushed with anger. Yet the soldiers remained despondent, merely firing cannonballs. But Jiang Bei's pirate ship had already distanced itself, leaving their shots to fall harmlessly. The colonel's mood teetered on the brink of collapse. His commander defeated, a mere pirate ship having breached their defenses and exited unscathed, was a profound humiliation. "Damn it, deploy the warships. I command you to pursue." The colonel issued orders, intent on sending several warships to intercept Jiang Bei at the fortress's gate, vowing not to let him escape. As the chase ensued, Jiang Bei destroyed 2 or 3 warships, but those dispatched by the colonel dared not close the distance, and soon they could no longer keep up, leaving the colonel infuriated and dizzy. "Jiang Bei, the gate lies ahead. Shall we charge through?" Maoji inquired loudly. "Leave it to me. A mere gate cannot hold me back. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast!" Jiang Bei raised a hand, unleashing a bolt of beastly lightning that charged forth, crashing into the iron gate, which melted under the onslaught of 30 million volts. Jiang Bei's pirate ship barreled through the now-vanished gate, finally departing the naval base. G8 Fortress. We are finally free. That was perilously close. So many Navy ships in pursuit. Yet, thankfully, their cannonballs missed. Nami sighed with relief, still shaken. "What is there to fear? We have our big brother here, capable of obliterating the heavens and the very air." Maoji grinned, gazing at Jiang Bei. "Hey, where did you learn such slang? It's so trendy." Jiang Bei's face twitched slightly as he shot Maoji a quizzical look. "Didn't you teach me?" Maoji had absorbed a wealth of modern slang since joining Jiang Bei, adapting remarkably quickly. At times, Jiang Bei wondered if this fellow had also traversed dimensions, albeit incompletely. Meanwhile, Jonathan scratched his head, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, muttering in dissatisfaction, "This guy hits like a freight train. We had an agreement to act. After all, and I ended up losing face. Well, as long as the fortress is safe, I suppose it's a small favor I owe him. But he is certainly no simpleton. Even I cannot discern his origins. Perhaps the old-timers at Navy headquarters are equally in the dark. This could prove interesting. Oh dear. It's almost mealtime. I wonder what delicious dish Jessica has prepared today." Chapter 95. Suddenly lost memories. Nami. "Look, an island ahead," Maoji exclaimed loudly in the evening, peering through his telescope. "It's real. How wonderful. We've finally reached the next island. Let us rest here for the night." Nami stretched lazily, responding contentedly, What kind of island is it?" "It seems inhabited." "Never mind, let us dock first. We'll explore tomorrow." Jiang Bei casually glanced into the distance, mumbling in the dead of night. Jiang Bei sat at the bow of the ship, raising his hands. His left hand conjured a sphere of sand while his right crackled with lightning. Gazing at the two distinctly different elemental powers, he fell into contemplation. If only lightning could merge with sand, that would be remarkable. It had been a week since departing G8 Fortress, during which Jiang Bei had gradually mastered the Thunder Fruit. Truly, the Thunder Fruit ranked among the most powerful devil fruits. Complete mastery would require time and practice. Whenever they stopped at an island for supplies, Jiang Bei would drag Maoji along to hone his skills. Though Maoji lamented the ordeal, yet Maoji's plant-based powers had also grown increasingly resilient under the relentless barrage of lightning strikes, no longer as fragile as before. The strength of a devil fruit's powers ultimately depended on the user. It was akin to a frail individual consuming a natural-type devil fruit. Such an act would not equate to rivaling the 7 warlords. Maoji's situation exemplified this. Without training or combat, even a powerful devil fruit could yield minimal strength. Jiang Bei, possessing a solid foundation in martial arts along with combat experience, was able to maximize the potential of the natural-type devil fruit. Of course, martial arts could not be neglected. Many who obtained a natural-type devil fruit tended to forsake their martial training. A grievous error in the New World, where hockey was ubiquitous, lacking martial prowess rendered even the mightiest natural-type devil fruits ineffective. Aware of this, Jiang Bei diligently maintained his physical training, striving for greater strength. However, Jiang Bei recognized that such matters could not remain concealed for long. Encountering a slightly stronger adversary would surely expose him. It was better to be forthright, as his current strength was formidable enough. Barring the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals, he held no fear. Another significant realization struck Jiang Bei. Upon his arrival, he had not consumed a fruit to seize its powers, for such a notion was impractical. No such domineering fruits existed at so. What had he truly consumed to undergo this transformation? Upon learning of this, Robin scoured numerous historical texts, ultimately uncovering relevant information in ancient manuscripts. According to legend, many years ago, all devil fruits had fallen from a single devil fruit tree. While the world had witnessed the fruits, none had ever seen the tree itself, which was intangible and elusive. Should the devil fruit tree manifest, all devil fruits would return to it, heralding an era of chaos. As Jiang Bei and Robin delved deeper, they discovered numerous inconsistencies. The text described the devil fruit tree as colossal, capable of holding countless fruits. Yet the devil fruit Jiang Bei had consumed was merely the size of a palm, oddly shaped, seemingly at odds with the descriptions. Furthermore, after consuming the fruit, Jiang Bei had not gained any inherent abilities. He could only wield the powers he seized from others, rendering the entire situation perplexing. In the depths of his mind, Jiang Bei sensed an invisible hand orchestrating events, including his crossing over to this world, a stroke of fortune that propelled him forward. Yet, it seemed that this fortune did not come easily. He had merely acquired the ability to seize others' devil fruits, with nothing else to show for it. All of Jiang Bei's accomplishments are the result of his own relentless efforts. The cultivation of his physical skills and the fruits he has seized were garnered solely through his formidable strength. In summary, apart from this ability to claim the fruits of others, it appears he possesses no other fortunate advantages. Contemplating this, Jiang Bei felt a sense of relief. In this tumultuous world of chaos and conflict, having such a boon was sufficient. Everything else must be earned through his own tenacity. Regardless of what the future holds, possessing enough strength to dominate a territory in this world is indeed enough. The sun rose, and upon awakening, a sharp scream shattered the tranquility aboard the ship. "What is it, Miss Navigator?" Robin inquired, closing her book with a look of perplexity at Nami's sudden outburst. "Who are you?" Nami stammered, momentarily taken aback, before scanning her surroundings with a wary gaze. Simultaneously, Jiang Bei and Moki found themselves in a room, equally bewildered, gazing at one another in confusion, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment, utterly at a loss. "Do you truly not remember anything from before?" Robin asked, observing the dazed expressions of the group, feeling a headache coming on. "Could you share the last memories you possess?" She continued. "Miss Navigator, you might want to check. There is your navigation log in the room, alongside photographs of you and your family, and also a tangerine tree that you adore," Robin suggested, pointing to several spots with a gentle smile. "How can this be? Why is this happening? Have I truly been sailing with you for so long? Impossible. I absolutely detest pirates," Nami exclaimed, flipping through the navigation log, her face reflecting disbelief as she recognized the handwriting and style. Everything felt so achingly real that it was hard to accept. "So, you all have lost your memories, while I have not," Robin mused, resting her chin thoughtfully in her hand. But why is that? Although Jiang Bei had lost his memories, he sensed an infinite reservoir of energy within him. A powerful feeling that starkly contrasted with his struggle for survival on the deserted island. If he had indeed undergone some transformation to gain this strength, then his sudden amnesia began to make sense. It seems even a ghastly entity capable of devouring memories could not consume those of Jiang Bei's past life. After all, he does not belong to this world, and it makes sense that such memories could not be devoured. Is someone there? Robin's beautiful eyes turned toward Jiang Bei, her expression tinged with curiosity. "But how do you know all this? You two have lost your memories. Could this be a story you've concocted?" Nami cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Bei, clearly unconvinced. "I have faith that our captain, despite his amnesia, possesses a wealth of knowledge," Robin chimed in with a light-hearted smile. "But why is it that only she has not lost her memories? Can you explain?" Nami continued to express her doubt, directing her scrutiny at Robin once more. "Well, I suspect Robin did not sleep last night and spent the whole time reading in her room. Perhaps the entity can only steal the memories of those who are asleep, and this is the sole distinction between us and Robin," Jiang Bei pondered aloud. "Fine, you are quite persuasive. I can temporarily place my trust in you. However, should I discover anything amiss, I shall leave this wretched place at once," Nami declared, crossing her arms defiantly. "Then it seems I must accompany you, to uncover the identity of the vile creature that dared to snatch away my precious memories," Moki added, clenching his fists, feeling a surge of conviction from the profound changes in his body. "Very well, let us proceed to the island. It should hold records regarding this matter, and perhaps we can glean some clues from its inhabitants," Jiang Bei said, taking a deep breath as he stepped off the ship, only to find himself instinctively soaring into the air. What? Jiang Bei realized he was effortlessly gliding through the air, employing moonwalk steps combined with the weight-reducing effects of his devil fruit abilities. Everything felt so natural and familiar that he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Had he truly been this powerful before losing his memories? The devil fruit abilities he possessed were not singular, but multiple. That it appeared he was indeed a person of great fortune. What? He can actually fly. Nami's face displayed astonishment, marveling at this bizarre phenomenon. "I think I can do that too," Moki said, momentarily taken aback before stepping into the air and executing moonwalk steps with remarkable ease. It was evident that he and Jiang Bei were comrades, sharing similar techniques. "Miss Navigator, there's no need for alarm. If they weren't extraordinary beings, how could they navigate the Grand Line?" Robin remarked with a slight smile. "Come, let us go. The ship has already docked, simply jump down," she encouraged. "All right, fine." Nami relented, following suit as they all disembarked onto the island. Upon arrival, they discovered, just as Jiang Bei had stated, that no one on the island recalled any past events, including the previous day. This revelation further solidified Moki and Nami's belief in Jiang Bei's assertions, and they resolved to unearth the mastermind behind this memory theft. "Wait, there are inscriptions here." As they approached the forest, Robin abruptly halted, crouching to examine a stone tablet inscribed with peculiar characters, an inscription only she could decipher. "Have you discovered something, Robin?" Jiang Bei inquired, considering the significance of the stone tablet as a possible hiding place for the seahorse creature. "Ah, I see now. Indeed, as the captain suggested, the perpetrator is a monster. In any case, let us proceed to Dragon Palace. It may very well be located there," Robin concluded, rising with a subtle smile. "Ah, this is utterly futile." "There's not a soul around," Nami exclaimed, stopping in her tracks, her lips pursed in frustration. "Perhaps our target is merely a child. If he is deliberately hiding, it would be challenging to locate him. He might even be observing us from the shadows," Jiang Bei speculated, scanning the environment for any traces. "Wait, I believe I have a method," Moki abruptly declared, closing his eyes as if sensing something. "My abilities seem to allow me to sense this forest. They can guide me to him." Moki placed his hand on a nearby tree and concentrated. "Found him! That little rascal is over there." Moki suddenly opened his eyes, pointing excitedly at a cluster of trees in the distance. Thud. Shortly thereafter, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from that direction. Upon looking, they spotted a small boy's foot emerging from behind a tree, stepping onto a fragile branch that snapped with a crisp crack. "That's him." Jiang Bei narrowed his eyes and transformed into a flash of lightning, dashing toward the target. "Leave it to me, bamboo cage," Moki commanded, and the trees surrounding the boy morphed into a cage, trapping him within and rendering him immobile. Once they encircled the boy, they finally discerned his features. Tousled curls cascading down either side of his head, adorned with a scarf reminiscent of the local inhabitants, and tightly clutching a seahorse. "How dare you? What do you want with me?" The boy glared defiantly at them, his teeth gritted in anger. "You little brat, how dare you steal our memories? Prepare to meet your end." Nami charged at him, fists raised in a furious assault. Witnessing the boy being pummeled, Jiang Bei felt a pang of sympathy and intervened, gently restraining Nami. "Stop, Nami. I have already stated that the true culprit is not this child, but rather hm. You mean this creature that resembles a seahorse?" Nami tilted her head, scrutinizing the animal in the boy's grasp, feeling somewhat unconvinced. "You scoundrels, you have no idea how close I was to becoming a 1,000-year dragon." The seahorse suddenly sprang to life, leaping from the boy's arms and darting away. "Ah, it's fleeing. Don't let it escape," Nami exclaimed, sprinting after it with long strides, calling out loudly, "Fear not, it cannot evade us now," Jiang Bei remarked, shaking his head in resignation and breaking into a swift dash, quickly overtaking the seahorse. Finger gun. Jiang Bei raised a finger and struck, sending the seahorse flying, leaving it incapacitated on the ground. Utterly devoid of resistance, at last. This is my true self. Moki stretched his limbs, a look of contentment gracing his face. Moments later, the seahorse began to emit a vibrant cloud of colored mist, enveloping the entire island, heralding the restoration of the inhabitants' memories. Since their memories had been restored, the creature's existence was no longer warranted. Divine judgment, Jiang Bei declared, sweeping his hand in a grand gesture as a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating the area where the seahorse had been, reducing it to dust, as the sun set in the evening sky. Jiang Bei mused, how intriguing, I nearly lost so many captivating memories. With one hand resting on the table, Maoji gazed at the distant horizon where the sun was slowly descending, letting out a sigh of contemplation. Robin had been seated beside Jiang Bei for quite some time, remaining silent as she quietly sipped her coffee, her enchanting eyes occasionally fluttering. The faint fragrance emanating from her exuded an allure that was simply irresistible. After sitting in silence for a while, Jiang Bei felt slightly awkward, sensing that Robin had something on her mind. Robin, do you need to speak with me about something? Jiang Bei asked, a hint of helplessness in his voice. If there's nothing, I'm off to work out, he added. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he misinterpreted her intentions? Perhaps he should simply excuse himself to exercise. Wait, in that case, I do have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Robin said, setting her coffee cup down, her slender fingers toying with it as she spoke with an air of significance. How did you come to know about the events surrounding the island of amnesia? She inquired, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, I read some historical texts a long time ago, which contained records of peculiar occurrences, including phenomena akin to the island of amnesia, Jiang Bei replied, his eyes darting around as he fabricated his response with a steady heart. Telling lies is quite an unseemly act. Captain, ever since I turned 8, I've survived in this dark world alone, and I can easily discern if you are being deceitful, Robin remarked with a subtle smile. All right then, but this won't do, Robin. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Do they not? I believe you have yours too, so perhaps it's best to keep them close to your heart, Jiang Bei said, scratching his head sheepishly. Haha, I merely sought to probe a little. I wasn't particularly eager to uncover your secrets. However, your attempts to conceal them are rather endearing, Robin said, delicately covering her mouth with her hand, as if afraid that laughter might escape. What? I'd have been teased by Robin. Chapter 98. The Three Admirals of the Navy. Akiji noon, on a deserted island. Maoji, your 6 powers training is lacking. You clearly need to practice more, Jiang Bei remarked, raising an eyebrow as he watched Maoji fervently training on the shore. Still insufficient? Maoji exclaimed as he executed a shave followed by a finger pistol, shattering a massive boulder into fragments. The force behind such a blow would surely pierce through a person, leaving little chance for survival. Is that all? Jiang Bei raised his eyebrow again, his expression one of disdain. He then lifted his finger, sending a flying finger pistol towards another boulder several times larger. Boom! The projectile obliterated it into nothingness. Damn it, I haven't mastered the flying finger pistol yet. Once I do, I'm definitely going to hit you, Maoji said, his pride severely wounded. You can certainly try, Jiang Bei replied, whistling smugly. Hey, you too. Stop playing around. We're about to set sail. The supplies are ready, Nami called out from the ship, waving her hand. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell echoed across the sea. Huh? What is that sound? Jiang Bei's senses perked up as he detected the distant noise. The bell? Is it coming from the sea? Maoji also paused, listening intently and realizing that the sound indeed originated from the ocean. Well, what? That person is riding a bicycle on the sea. Maoji's eyes nearly bulged out, pointing at the approaching figure with his mouth agape in astonishment. The man, tall yet somewhat slender, wore a white waistcoat and a dark blue shirt, topped with a green eye mask, exuding an air of nonchalance that would lead any observer to deem him rather unrefined. It's Akiji, just as the story foretold. He has indeed arrived, Jiang Bei thought, observing the figure from a distance. Though his expression shifted slightly, he soon regained his composure, taking a deep breath. After all, it was uncertain whether Akiji, having traveled from afar, was friend or foe. However, having witnessed the original narrative, Jiang Bei knew that leaving unscathed would be no easy feat, making confrontation inevitable. Akiji coasted ashore on his bicycle, leisurely dismounting and strolling towards Jiang Bei and the others. Who are you? Just now, you were riding a bicycle on ice. Nami stared in disbelief at Akiji as he approached, the scientifically implausible frozen sea piquing her curiosity, though she remained cautious about his intentions. Oh, hey there. I'm just a passerby, nothing more, Akiji said, raising a hand in a languid greeting, his expression akin to one in a state of drowsiness. Dude, that's incredibly cool. How did you manage to freeze the sea like that? Maoji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with wonder at such an impressive ability. Why, at the moment Robin stepped out and laid eyes on Akiji, she froze in place, her body trembling slightly. Who is he? Do you know him? Robin? Nami asked, turning to Robin, who appeared momentarily dazed. He is the highest combatant of the Navy headquarters, one of the 3 admirals. Akiji? Robin took a deep breath, her fists clenched tightly as her voice trembled. It's been a long time, Nico, Robin, Akiji said, his gaze icy as he looked at her, a chill permeating the air around them. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. The realization that one of the Navy's top combatants had arrived left Nami and Maoji feeling dizzy with shock. What do you want? Robin shouted, her hand striking the ship's hull with such force that her nails embedded into the wood, leaving deep grooves. The shadows of her childhood loomed large in her mind, haunting her thoughts. Yet it appears your pirate crew will soon be disbanded, as I feel it is necessary to eliminate all of you here, Akiji stated coldly, devoid of expression. What should we do? Our opponent is one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Even Jiang Bei might not stand a chance, Nami thought frantically, overwhelmed by the situation. 3 admirals, Akiji, is it? Jiang Bei, who had remained silent for some time, finally prepared to unleash his fury. Akiji cast a frosty glance at Jiang Bei, letting out a scoff as a wave of cold air emanated from him, dispersing into the surroundings. Any unfortunate soul who inadvertently brushed against this coldness would likely find themselves encased in ice, transformed into a human ice sculpture. While you may be an admiral of the Navy, just how much does the Navy truly know about my background? Jiang Bei smirked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he summoned a surge of electricity that quietly intercepted Akiji's icy aura. I didn't expect you to be a natural type user. It seems the intelligence was flawed. Or perhaps you only recently acquired this ability, Akiji mused, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining his composure. So, do you still believe you can prevent us from leaving? Jiang Bei raised his hand, a sphere of lightning materializing, signaling a threat. Then, let's give it a try, Akiji said, no longer willing to engage in further conversation as he prepared to strike. Akiji was not one to back down easily. Each of the 3 admirals possessed a fiery spirit, and their positions were not easily attained. This battle was destined to be extraordinarily fierce. Chapter 99. The clash of ice and thunder. Is that your ability? The rumble fruit, considered one of the most powerful devil fruits in history. I never imagined you would possess such fortune, Akiji observed discreetly, his gaze fixated on the lightning sphere in Jiang Bei's hand. I am not merely fortunate. If luck were all that mattered on the Grand Line, I would have perished countless times by now, Jiang Bei replied, shaking his head dismissively. You are merely a novice who has just entered the Grand Line. I have been one of the 3 admirals for many years, and my mastery of the devil fruit far exceeds yours. You will only find defeat, Akiji stated, his expression indifferent as he exhaled a mist of ice. His tone slow and deliberate. Why are you rambling so much? If you wish to fight, then let us do so without further ado, Jiang Bei said, his impatience evident. Very well, Ice Blade. As his words fell, Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air, transforming it into a fine, razor-sharp ice blade that he gripped tightly, ready for action. Thunder Goddess Sword. Jiang Bei, equally unwilling to yield, summoned the Thunder Goddess Sword, which erupted into a dazzling brilliance, illuminating a vast area. The golden radiance intertwined with lightning, coiling around the golden blade like a serpentine dragon. The Sword of Thunder, a magnificent artifact, has consumed an immense amount of Jiang Bei's effort. Ever since he acquired the powers of the Thunder Fruit, he has yearned to forge a weapon that would be worthy of his capabilities. Although weapons that can directly transform are convenient, they lack the formidable power that renders them inconsequential. This Sword of Thunder, however, is a divine creation, forged with relentless dedication by Jiangbei day and night. The entire sword is crafted from ancient gold sourced from Jaya Island. Jiangbei harnessed the metallurgical abilities bestowed by the thunder fruit, utilizing the intense heat of lightning to forge this artifact, infusing it with electrical energy day after day until it transformed into a legendary weapon that could be summoned into his being with but a thought. The ability to create such a powerful weapon is indeed one of Jiangbei's greatest trump cards. Kazan was momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure and glancing at the ice blade in his hand. Deep in thought, surely you understand now that my Sword of Thunder is on an entirely different level compared to the ice blade you casually conjured. Come, let us test my Sword of Thunder in its inaugural battle against you. Kazan! With a flourish, Jiangbei swung the Sword of Thunder, causing the surrounding space to tremble as if it were about to be torn asunder by the powerful currents of electricity. Strikes of lightning crackled visibly, and any unwary individual who dared to approach would undoubtedly be obliterated by this cataclysmic energy. Is that so? Then I suppose I ought to take this more seriously. Kazan nodded subtly, maintaining an air of nonchalance. In an instant, Kazan lunged forward, wielding his ice blade with astonishing speed. The clash was electrifying. As Jiangbei met the ice blade with his Sword of Thunder, the latter appeared to struggle against the force. And had Kazan not swiftly sensed this and unleashed a greater chill, reinforcing the ice blade's resilience, it would have undoubtedly shattered. The ferocity of their exchanges escalated with each moment, so rapidly that the onlookers aboard the ship could scarcely discern who held the upper hand. Eventually, Kazan's ice blade could no longer withstand the onslaught, disintegrating into countless shards that scattered across the ground. Kazan staggered back, his breath visibly uneven. In this initial clash, he found himself at a disadvantage. Robin's eyes gleamed with newfound brightness, her previous gloom dissipating as her gaze fixated on Jiangbei's figure, a flicker of exhilaration igniting within her heart. With such a formidable captain, could they finally escape the shadows of their past? Kazan, it seems your ice blade is due for an upgrade. Observing Kazan's retreat, a hint of pride crept onto Jiangbei's face as he chuckled and remarked, "My ice blade is but a manifestation of my abilities. If I so desire, I could conjure a new one at any moment, just like this." Standing tall, Kazan exhaled a breath of icy air, summoning a pristine new ice blade into his grasp. If my assumptions are correct, you were relying heavily on your fruit's abilities to sustain that frail ice blade, and without your considerable output, it would scarcely have withstood a single strike from me. With an air of indifference, Jiangbei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Since you have recognized this, I find it pointless to continue our weapon duel. I shall now engage with greater seriousness. And I hope you can withstand my onslaught." Kazan sighed softly at Jiangbei's words, then sheathed his ice blade, though the chill emanating from him intensified, revealing a more menacing demeanor than before. Ice Age. At his command, nearly half of Kazan's form became encased in ice, his palm expanding exponentially, unleashing a colossal ice bird that surged toward Jiangbei with reckless abandon. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Simultaneously, Jiangbei summoned his own Thunderbird, a move powerful enough to counter the oncoming onslaught of the ice bird. In that moment, a crystalline ice bird and a flickering lightning bird collided with tremendous speed. Boom! The explosion from their aerial clash resonated violently. Yet the aftermath dissipated, indicating a stalemate. Kazan's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained stoic, refraining from further commentary as he charged forward with astonishing velocity, enveloping Jiangbei in an icy aura before he could react. "It is over. Ice Age." Kazan unleashed his ultimate move without mercy. This technique could freeze oceans and all that exists, a signature skill that defined him. Jiangbei, caught off guard, found himself encased in ice, rendered immobile. Jiangbei? Nami, witnessing Jiangbei's predicament, instinctively moved to leap into the fray to rescue him, only to be restrained by Maki, who shook his head, believing Jiangbei would not fall so easily to Kazan. How could this be? Robin's heart raced, grappling with the possibility that Jiangbei could truly be defeated. "So, what will you do now? With a mere flick of my wrist, this ice block will shatter, and your captain will be reduced to mere shards of ice," Kazan declared coldly, raising his hand into a fist. "What to do? You presume you have already won, do you?" Chapter 100. A draw crack. Accompanied by a deep, resonant sound, the ice began to splinter. Zzz, blue lightning surged within the icy prison, desperately attempting to break free from its frigid confines. Boom! The fissures widened, eventually yielding to the overwhelming force, shattering into countless fragments. I never anticipated you could achieve such a feat. Kazan's icy gaze flickered with a hint of surprise. After all, his signature move, Ice Age, was not easily overcome. Jiangbei's prowess now commanded his respect. It matters not. I know you have yet to unleash your full potential. Should you truly exert yourself, this entire island would likely be encased in ice. Wouldn't it? Jiangbei brushed off the ice shards with a casual smile. Intriguing. You are indeed formidable, young man. Kazan fell silent for a moment before coldly inquiring, do you wish to continue? What you have witnessed of my strength is but a fraction. Should you desire, we could further test our limits. Then I am most grateful. I would welcome the opportunity to learn from you. Jiangbei's expression sharpened, the tension dissipating as Kazan's thoughts became inscrutable. That moment. Even Kazan seemed uncertain of his victory over Jiangbei. Nevertheless, Jiangbei felt a twinge of unease within. Is she truly a demon, or is it the world government that embodies malevolence? Can you truly ascertain the righteousness of your convictions? Jiangbei shook his head, snorting disdainfully. This incident was merely the world government's attempt to conceal its atrocities, launching a demon extermination order that obliterated Robin's homeland, O'Hara. Such heinous acts, committed by those who self-righteously proclaim justice, are indeed a farcical irony. Justice, is it? Kazan pondered deeply, his gaze dimming slightly before he chose not to linger, pedaling away atop the frozen sea. What on earth does that guy mean? It's fortunate he didn't get serious. However, should he dare to do so, I would undoubtedly flatten him. Nami pouted, shaking her little fists in indignation. You are growing stronger by the day. Even the three admirals seem powerless against you. Maki reflected on the momentous battle. Feeling somewhat disheartened by his own meager abilities, it's not that simple. He hasn't revealed his true strength. His peculiar personality deviates from that of a typical Marine. Jiangbei shook his head. A hint of melancholy in his expression. Jiangbei. Robin bit her lip, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she hesitated to speak. An oppressive silence enveloped the ship, devoid of vitality. The following evening, Jiangbei sat in meditation, lost in thought about the intense battle, for Kazan was a rare powerhouse, and their clash offered him valuable insights. Just as Maki was about to approach and rouse Jiangbei from his contemplation, Jiangbei stirred. I'm famished. Rising to his feet, Jiangbei stretched lazily, shaking off the stiffness in his limbs, his hunger gnawing at him. Yesterday, when I asked you to eat, you ignored me. We thought you had lost your appetite. Nami scolded, realizing he had merely been napping. Come on, let us eat. There are leftovers from lunch. Maki beckoned Jiangbei to join them for a meal. This is a seafood curry feast. Jiangbei gazed at the plate before him, unable to suppress his drool, and promptly began devouring the food like a man who hadn't eaten in years. Poor boy, have some water. Nami chuckled, pouring him a glass of warm water. It wouldn't do to eat without hydrating. I didn't cook for you yesterday. Who made this? Jiangbei gulped down his water, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke. A few individuals exchanged glances, and Jiangbei sensed something amiss. With a look of astonishment, he remarked, could it be Nami's doing? Goodness! One would know it could hardly be Nami. Maoji twitched at the corners of his mouth, nudging Jiangbei with his elbow as he whispered, it's Robin. She cooked. Normally, she doesn't prepare meals. But this time, it's absolutely delicious. Nami chuckled playfully, is that so? So Robin did it. What a surprise. Jiangbei lowered his head and began to eat slowly, lost in thought. His gaze wandered around, seemingly pondering something. Perhaps Robin was in her room. Engrossed in a book, he soon ceased his reflections and simply relished the exquisite dish before him. After the meal, noticing that Robin had left her door unlocked, Jiangbei strolled into her room. At a glance, he found Robin seated quietly at her desk, holding a book and reading as if unbothered by the world. Jiangbei sat down and watched her in silence. After a while, he finally spoke. It was quite good. As long as you liked it, Robin replied, her fingers pausing on the pages. After a moment of silence, she continued, Robin, don't overthink it. Trust me, if your worries are about the world government, there's no need. Although I'm not strong enough yet, give me a few years, and even the world government will have to think twice. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Jiang Bei's dark, profound eyes, revealing an air of dominance. In that moment, Jiang Bei resembled a slumbering giant beast. Once awakened, he would unleash his formidable prowess, stirring up a tempest on the Grand Line. Chapter 101. Water 7. I say, Nami, if you have some free time, why not learn a thing or two about cooking from Robin? Jiang Bei suggested, voraciously devouring the delectable spread prepared by Robin. Sure, as long as you promise to clean your plate every time. I might just consider it, Nami replied with a playful smile, her small hand instinctively resting on Jiang Bei's waist before giving it a gentle squeeze. Conveying her current feelings, Nami was quite an exceptional navigator, indeed. Robin smiled knowingly, supporting Nami's jest. Jiang Bei suddenly paused, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Robin, and he sighed inwardly. He recalled that in the original storyline, Robin had never been mentioned as a cook. However, considering she had been living alone since the age of 7, it made sense that she would know how to cook. Alas, it was a bittersweet thought. He yearned to know what experiences she had endured. Since their conversation a few days prior, Robin had become less taciturn. Though her words were few, her facial expressions revealed a genuine sense of joy. Ah, everyone, look, the island ahead, Mauji exclaimed, peering through a telescope. The group turned their attention to Mauji's voice, their eyes drawn to the horizon, soon followed by a chorus of amazement. As their ship drew closer to the island, its allure became increasingly evident when we've arrived. Water 7, Jiang Bei murmured, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Although he had seen this scene in the animated series, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. If he were to describe it in 2 words, it would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Oh, this is Water 7? Mauji exclaimed with excitement, seated at the bow of the ship, captivated by the lively and bustling scenery. The structures before them resembled a pyramid rising from the water, adorned with arched entrances through which water gushed forth like a colossal fountain. Such unique architecture elicited awe upon first sight. And you, Robin? Jiang Bei inquired, tilting his head subtly to gauge her thoughts. As for me, I hope to find a bookstore. Perhaps there are historical texts I could peruse. Robin replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. She gently brushed a strand of hair blown by the wind, smiling softly. Is that so? I don't know why, but having finally arrived in this beautiful water city, I just want to relax here, she chuckled lightly. What a pity, there's hardly any opportunity to let my guard down. Jiang Bei glanced up at the azure sky, lost in thought, shaking his head with a smile, murmuring, what peculiar rules still exist here? Mauji, unable to contain his eagerness to disembark, turned around with a resigned expression at Jiang Bei's words, making his way to the backside of the island. Before long, they arrived at the island's rear. Docking the ship along the shore, and the group disembarked one after another. This gold is so heavy, Mauji complained, struggling under the weight of a large sack of gold, his expression one of despair. Before disembarking, Jiang Bei had entrusted the task of selling the gold to Mauji under the pretense of building strength. This must be the entrance to the city, right, Brew? A rental house? What are they renting? Nami pondered aloud. Glancing up at the peculiar sign. Let's go in and find out, Jiang Bei replied with a smile. Hurry, hurry. This gold is heavy. Let us find someone to exchange it. Mauji rushed forward, entirely focused on the task at hand. Ah? Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to rent a brew? Upon entering, a somewhat unscrupulous-looking middle-aged man set aside his newspaper and greeted them with a smile. Hello, sir. There are 4 of us. 2 can share 1 brew. Jiang Bei nodded. In that case, what type of brew would you prefer? Just the most common type will suffice. Please be quick, Jiang Bei pondered briefly before responding. Very well, please follow me. The proprietor stood up and led them towards the back door. Wait, what are you all talking about? I haven't understood a single word, Nami exclaimed, trailing behind Jiang Bei, feeling increasingly frustrated and eager to discover the meaning of brew. Look, dear guests, this is an agora. The man waved his hand, and 2 agaras swiftly swam over to them. Is that the fish pulling the boat? Nami marveled at the sight of the aquatic creatures gliding through the water. Indeed, for the residents here, brew are essential. They serve as the waterborne equivalent of horse-drawn carriages, an excellent mode of transportation, the proprietor explained with a smile. All right, that will be 2,000 berries. Jiangbei rummaged through his pocket and produced 2 1,000 berry notes to hand over to the proprietor. By the way, could you tell me if there is a currency exchange nearby? Nami suddenly inquired, realizing the inconvenience of being in an unfamiliar place. There is, indeed, if you're looking to exchange gold. It's best to head to the center of Dock Island. They usually have an ample supply of funds, the proprietor noted, glancing at the hefty sack on Mauji's back, quickly grasping the situation. Chapter 102. First encounter with Frankie. Where is that? Nami furrowed her brows. Right over there. Oh, here, take this. The proprietor handed Nami a map with a cheerful smile, appearing harmless. Although he was aware of the large sack of gold, the proprietor wasn't foolish. Anyone capable of carrying such wealth without fear was undoubtedly a formidable pirate, one who would not reveal any ill intentions. A map? Wonderful. Now this is perfect, Nami exclaimed, cradling the map with glee. The group then boarded the brew, meandering through the water city, effortlessly reaching their destination, the currency exchange, by asking passers-by for directions. At the exchange, Jiangbei, knowing the worth of the gold, successfully exchanged it for 200 million berries. Upon exiting, he sensed that they were already being watched by Frankie's underlings, feeling numerous, unfriendly gazes cast upon them. Jiangbei remained unfazed, considering he might need to seek out Frankie to craft a ship similar to the Thousand Sunny, deeming it unnecessary to make enemies. Moreover, from the moment they set foot in Water 7, Robin should have been under CP9 scrutiny. Fortunately, Robin was still by his side, preventing any unforeseen complications. Jiangbei had already mapped out the necessary tasks upon arriving in Water 7. First, to construct a warship to ensure their upcoming journeys would be smooth sailing. Second, to procure all essential supplies and ample food. Third, to find another companion, as their current numbers were insufficient for combat. And lastly, to defeat CP9, resolving Robin's predicament once and for all. Suddenly, Jiangbei came to a halt, as Frankie's gang of thugs could no longer contain themselves, gathering a dozen or so miscreants to encircle the four of them. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass this road, The lead thug scratched his head, momentarily forgetting his usual lines, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yes, boys, just leave the money, and you may go. He stammered, as the group of thugs closed in, brandishing their fists and revealing menacing expressions. Hee, I am a friend of your boss. Take me to meet your leader. Jiangbei smiled calmly and said, Do not attempt to curry favor with us. How could our boss possibly have a friend like you? We have never seen you before. You just arrived in Water City. Do not presume we are unaware. It seems you are not inclined to comply. Brothers, charge. The small gang leader grunted coldly, and more than 10 ruffians surged forward, fists and feet flying. Zizah! In but a fleeting moment, the gang members were all brought to their knees by an electric shock. Howling in pain, We won't dare anymore. Please spare us, big brother. We simply failed to recognize your might. The gang members, grimacing in pain, stood up, their bodies scorched and hair singed, their fear of Jiangbei intensifying. Let us go find your boss. Jiangbei said no more. His primary objective was to ensure Frankie completed the ship first. Yes, big brother. The ruffians scrambled to their feet, leading the way ahead. Upon reaching Frankie's base, an oddly shaped building greeted them. You dare to strike my men? Allow me to show you what happens next. Upon learning that his underlings had been beaten, Frankie, with his notorious temper, could not restrain himself and charged forward. Launching several projectiles at Jiangbei and his companions. Of course, being a modified human, Frankie fired the projectiles from a device on his arm, their power formidable. Do not act rashly. Your subordinates were lacking in judgment. I merely intended to give them a minor lesson. Jiangbei unleashed a powerful electric net, intercepting the small projectiles mid-air, causing them to explode harmlessly. A devil fruit user, how intriguing. Step aside, my young ones, and witness the grand display of Frankie the Great, Super. Frankie discarded his peculiar attire, revealing his true form. Clad in a beach shirt above and merely black trunks below, his exceptionally robust arms and towering stature of over 2 meters captivated the ruffians, who believed wholeheartedly that their leader would avenge them. A few minutes later, Humph, I concede you are indeed formidable. This matter does not concern my subordinates. You may do with me as you wish. Just make it quick. Frankie panted heavily, his mind racing with thoughts of when such a powerful pirate had arrived in Water City, having defeated him in mere minutes. What should he do now? Alas, we need not resort to violence upon our first meeting. Do you not see? This is 200 million berries. I am here seeking your assistance in shipbuilding. Zhang Bei sighed lightly, tossing the 200 million berries forward. As he loosened the bag's opening, stacks of cash cascaded out, astonishing Frankie and his crew. You have a grudge against the Carrera Company? Nami, Robin, and the others felt incredulous, having just arrived in this city. How could they possibly have enmity with the largest shipbuilding company here? Yet, they remained silent, standing by to listen to the conversation. Is that so? In that case, it is indeed not an issue. The Carrera Company and I are bitter rivals. Especially their mayor, Iceberg. He is truly an insufferable fellow. Frankie was taken aback. So it is a vendetta against the Carrera Company. Could it be that he came for that map? Yet, he could not let others know that he and Iceberg were actually sworn brothers. Otherwise, that map would attract unwanted attention. Chapter 103. The Carrera Company. This task falls to you. The 200 million berries are here. You may count them. It should suffice. Zhang Bei stated. 200 million berries. You so readily entrust it to me without fear that I might abscond with it and my crew. Frankie chuckled. Although 200 million berries is merely a trifling sum to me, the promise between men holds far greater value. Zhang Bei recognized that despite Frankie's appearance as a mere thug, he was indeed a man of honor. At least in this matter, there should be little concern. You, my friend, actually place such trust in me. Very well, leave this matter to the Frankie family. Young ones, give it your all. We shall construct the finest ship, one that surpasses the Carrera Company's standards. Super! Frankie struck his signature pose, hands stacked together, revealing the star emblem on his arms. I am Zhang Bei, not yet a renowned pirate. You may refer to the latest bounty notice. I am merely unrecognized at present. But soon, my name will echo across every corner of the world. Zhang Bei smiled serenely and said, Zhang Bei, what an unusual name. So, what kind of ship do you wish to build? Frankie inquired further. The ship need not be large, but it must be exquisite, ideally capable of flight. Zhang Bei envisioned the appearance of the Thousand Sunny from the original story. Capable of flight? How could a ship possibly fly? Are you jesting with me, my friend? Frankie's face twitched as he spoke loudly. Energy, you share my thoughts. I have long desired to achieve this. If we could make the ship fly, how fascinating. Perhaps it is indeed feasible. Let us give it a try. Frankie laughed heartily. Next, we must go to the Carrera Company's shipyard to resolve some matters. After bidding farewell to Frankie, Zhang Bei spoke along the way. Zhang Bei? How do you have enmity with the Carrera Company? Nami simultaneously asked. They had long been curious about this matter. Even Robin, though silent, was all ears, because their shipyard has several members of the world government's navy. They are a secret organization infiltrating as spies. Of course, I was once a Navy officer. I should have mentioned this to you before. As for the grudge, that is a tale from long ago. A secret of mine, understood? Zhang Bei shot them a glance, weaving a tale that, oh, I see. So shall we strike there directly? Nami swung her fists and inquired. Are you foolish? It is evident that is impossible. The Carrera Company is highly esteemed in Water City. If we attack there, it would surely lead to a collective assault against us. Zhang Bei pondered. Indeed, it would be unwise to act in broad daylight, lest he become an enemy of the entire city. What to do? Zhang Bei continued to contemplate. Dio, they have a grudge against you. If they see you, will they attack first? Nami asked from the side. After traversing the streets and alleys, they finally arrived at the Carrera Shipbuilding Company. An imposing edifice bustling with ships and shipbuilders, the laughter of residents celebrating the shipwrights under the company's esteemed status within the city. Wow, that pigeon can talk. Nami exclaimed upon spotting CP9 Captain Rob Lucci. Donned in a white tank top, with a pigeon perched on his shoulder. After all, Rob Lucci's appearance was striking, sporting a black top hat and a distinctive little beard, accompanied by the incessantly chattering pigeon, making him a sight to behold wherever he went. Barry, cease your nonsense. Rob Lucci had just subdued the shipwright Barry, who lay on the ground, puffing on a cigar, having been restrained by Lucci countless times, feeling quite frustrated as he struggled against his bindings. Look, that is Lucci, and there is Barry, the finest shipwright of the Carrera Company. A voice suddenly cried out from the crowd, and there, that is, Mayor Iceberg. Following this, a tall and upright figure appeared, clad in a striped suit, with unique blue-purple hair, a charming little mouse peeking from his suit pocket, his pet. Alongside him was the alluring Secretary Khalifa. Wow! Beside Mayor Icebug stood a stunning woman dressed in a seductive black fishnet outfit. With long golden hair, an oval face, and cherry lips, occasionally adjusting her glasses as she held a book. The perfect blend of allure and maturity made her the focal point of everyone's attention, perhaps even overshadowing the mayor himself. Hey, big brother, the shipwrights here are truly popular. It seems we cannot act here. By the way, who exactly are you looking for? Nami nudged Jiang Bei's arm, whispering. The most acclaimed individuals in the crowd, aside from Mayor Icebug and Barry, are not just the few you see before you. Jiang Bei's gaze sharpened as he regarded Rob Lucci, speaking softly. Chapter 104, Encounter with CP9. Release me. Lucci, Barry squirmed on the ground, angrily protesting. Barry, cease your antics. Lucci, let him go. Icebug strode forward to address Lucci. Very well. Lucci said nothing further and proceeded to untie Barry. Welcome to the Carrera Company. How may we assist you today? Icebug politely inquired upon noticing Jiang Bei and his companions. That is good. If there are any needs related to shipbuilding, you can reach out to them, for they are indeed the finest shipwrights at Carrera's company. This is Lucci. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach him. The expressionless Iceberg glanced at Lucci, gesturing in acknowledgement. Greetings, Mr. Lucci, I am Jiang Bei. Jiang Bei extended his hand with a gentle smile, speaking in a friendly tone. Hello, I am Rob Lucci, Lucci replied. However, it was the pigeon perched upon Lucci's shoulder that spoke, igniting a spark of curiosity within Mauki. Wow, how can that pigeon talk? Mauki inquired, pointing at the bird. It is my companion. A pigeon named Hadoli, Lucci replied nonchalantly. Fool, that must be ventriloquism. It's actually Lucci speaking, with the bird merely moving its beak. Nami shot a glance at Mauki, chiding him. I hope you all enjoy your time in Water City. The pigeon chimed in. Lucci's indifferent gaze fixated on Robin, who stood behind Jiang Bei. That moment, a tempest of thoughts swirled within Lucci. This individual before him was a newcomer with a bounty of 100 million. A name that had reached the ears of the Navy, indicating a certain notoriety. The target, Nico Robin, was right beside him. Had it not been for the constraints of his mission and the necessity of concealing his identity, he would have acted already. He had been hiding in this place for years, and it was nearly time to take action. All right, let us depart, Jiang Bei said with a calm smile, turning away and eyes at those people. Since encountering them, Robin had maintained a troubled expression, as if burdened by unspoken secrets. Indeed, they are the CP9, a secret intelligence organization directly under the world government, akin to agents. Their mission this time is to apprehend Robin. Jiang Bei felt it necessary to inform his companions of this, so they might be prepared when the time came. What? They actually intend to take Robin? Mauki exclaimed in shock, raising his voice. Why are you shouting? Jiang Bei has already said someone is following us, Nami retorted, landing a few swift punches that left Mauki's face swollen. Robin, you must trust me. I will never allow them to take you. With CP9's capabilities, they are not a match for us, Jiang Bei assured Robin with a steadfast gaze, his confidence stemming from his strength. Gradually easing Robin's anxious heart, night descended. Several shadowy figures swiftly trailed behind a ship. Let us stop here. Jiang Bei steered the vessel to a secluded spot and brought it to a halt. Since we are here, there is no need to hide. Come out. Jiang Bei leaped off the ship and called out loudly into the empty air on the beach. At that moment, Mauki and Robin stood beside Jiang Bei, while Nami, lacking combat prowess, took refuge in the ship's cabin. I shall take the lead. Suddenly, a door materialized in the air, and a tall, dark figure stepped through. With a unique hairstyle resembling two horns and clad in a standard black suit, it was Bruno, one of the CP9 members, a user of the Dor fruit, now standing before Jiang Bei. Why are there only a few of you? Aren't you all coming at once? Jiang Bei casually scanned the corners where one might hide and remarked, I believe I am sufficient on my own. Bruno replied with an expressionless demeanor. You shouldn't be so arrogant. Come and face me one-on-one, Mauki boldly declared, stepping forward to challenge Bruno. Clearly, Rob Lucci and the others lurking in the shadows had no intention of revealing themselves, as they too were interested in observing how far Jiang Bei could push them. 100-Wood Prison, as the battle commenced, Mauki unleashed his signature move. Suddenly, the once barren beach was transformed into a dense forest, with numerous seedlings erupting from the ground, growing into towering trees. The scene was almost unbelievable. To an ordinary observer, it would indeed seem miraculous. These trees continued to grow and shift, aiming to ensnare Bruno. Ha! You are trapped now. Prepare to be crushed. Mauki clenched his fist, commanding the trees to swiftly constrict around Bruno's position, until his figure became obscured within the foliage. To the onlookers, it seemed Bruno had vanished from sight. Is that all? Utterly pathetic, Mauki scoffed, confidently believing Bruno had been defeated. Finger gun, bang. With merely a finger, Mauki was abruptly sent flying 10 meters away, crashing to the ground. Isn't he a natural type user? How could he not elementalize? Regardless, your abilities are of little use against me. Bruno casually opened a door in the spot where Mauki had just stood, stepping leisurely through. What? How is that possible? Mauki turned, his expression one of disbelief, having failed to comprehend how Bruno escaped the Hundredwood prison, nor could he fathom that Bruno had appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. At such close range, even if he had sensed it, he would have been unable to react in time to utilize his plant fruit abilities to evade the attack. Chapter 105. Mauki vs. Bruno. You are far too arrogant. Did you not see how he first appeared beside us? He is a user of the door fruit, capable of opening doors in any surrounding space and freely traversing it. Jiangbei remarked, his expression darkened with resignation. Pay attention to your senses. If you enhance your perceptual abilities during this battle, you can certainly defeat him. This was precisely the power of the door fruit, allowing for instantaneous spatial movement within a defined area. Earlier, Bruno had simply opened a door while trapped, directly transporting himself behind Mauki, catching him off guard with a well-timed finger gun. How could you possibly know of my abilities? It seems you are aware that we are CP9, yet we are a notoriously secretive intelligence organization, hidden for so long. How could you possibly possess information about us? Bruno halted, a look of astonishment crossing his face upon hearing Jiangbei's words. After all, this was no trivial matter. The hidden Lucci and the others were equally astounded. Could there be a mole among them? That seemed implausible. Or was Jiangbei an undercover agent of the Navy? A torrent of questions surged within them. You should focus on the battle for now. That kid is far more resilient than you think, Jiangbei said with a calm smile. I was careless earlier. I didn't dodged. Let's go again. Mauki, invigorated by Jiangbei's words, jumped to his feet, full of determination. Gale kick. Bruno immediately entered combat mode, launching a swift gale kick. A blue slash surged toward Mauki with alarming speed. What? This kid? The members of CP9 were left speechless. How could he also employ the Navy's 6 styles? Was it possible they were indeed undercover agents sent by the Navy to infiltrate the pirates? Boom! With a resounding crash, the 2 blue slashes collided, but it was evident that Bruno's gale kick was superior, effortlessly tearing through Mauki's attack and rendering it utterly ineffective. This was hardly surprising. Bruno and the CP9 operatives had practiced the Navy's 6 styles for years, and it would be strange indeed if they were outmatched by a novice who had only just begun training. Given Mauki's current level of skill, he could barely execute the move, and the actual damage he could inflict was minimal. Primarily, Mauki sought to gauge the disparity between his gale kick and the formally learned version from the Navy. At this moment, Rob Lucci, clad in a black suit, had reverted to his original CP9 attire, accompanied by Khalifa and Kaku, both undercover agents within Carrera's company. Rob Lucci had initially thought that with only 4 individuals on Jiangbei's side, and a non-combatant navigator among them, they would only face 3 capable fighters. With that in mind, 4 of them should have been more than sufficient to eliminate the entire group. Thus, CP9 had not felt the need to deploy their full strength, especially since their strongest member was already involved. Surely, there would be no unexpected complications in the face of overwhelming power. Just watch. Do not worry, we will not flee, Jiangbei remarked, seemingly peering into Rob Lucci's thoughts, crossing his arms and adopting a spectator's demeanor, indicating he had no intention of intervening. The battle raged on. Despite Mauki putting considerable effort into mastering the Navy's 6 styles, his limited training time left him struggling to keep pace under Bruno's relentless assault. Bruno continued to employ shave, finger gun, and gale kick, while Mauki dared not use iron block to absorb the blows, opting instead to evade with shave and moonwalk, occasionally counterattacking. To all observers, it appeared that Mauki had no chance of victory. The only potential game-changer would be his fruit abilities, yet Bruno's unique powers seemed to counter Mauki's attempts to control the plants. Whatever method Mauki employed to attack, Bruno could effortlessly neutralize it. How much longer can you endure, kid? As the battle intensified, Bruno's assaults became increasingly ferocious. Maoki was panting heavily, occasionally struck by Bruno's finger gun, but whenever he was hit, he would utilize his parasitic ability to emerge from the bodies of other plants. This is the extraordinary ability of Maoki, allowing him to share his life with plants, treating them as extensions of himself. In other words, as long as the plants thrive, Maoki is unlikely to perish, unless the power of the fruit is completely depleted. For no matter how formidable a devil fruit's power may be, even those of the natural type eventually exhaust their abilities. At that point, one cannot resort to elemental transformation to evade harm. Moreover, Maoki's unique devil fruit ability cannot be wholly categorized as a natural type. It is perhaps the closest to a natural type within the superhuman category. At this moment, Bruno found himself ensnared by Maoki's vines, utterly incapable of escaping through the fruit's abilities, enduring immense suffering amidst the piercing of countless tendrils. Bruno's black suit was in tatters within an instant, his body marred by numerous wounds. Realizing he could not break free from the control of the vines, he resorted to using iron block, significantly mitigating the damage inflicted by the tendrils. How despicable! Such a technique exists. Bruno, now covered in scars, felt his breath becoming increasingly erratic. Chapter 106. Maoki severely wounded. However, if this is your final move, then it is time for it to come to an end. Iron block. Wheel. Bruno suddenly unleashed his strength, propelling himself towards Maoki with rapid vertical rotation, instantly breaking through several of the vine's assaults. At that moment, Bruno resembled a rolling sphere, delivering his most powerful strike with tremendous force. Damn it, moonwalk. Unyielding, Bruno swiftly ascended into the air, but just as he prepared to unleash his finger pistol and gale kick, he suddenly fell straight down in front of everyone, plummeting from the sky. Remarkably, Maoki had yet to make a move. Its poison. Rob Lucci reacted immediately, for Bruno's entire body was now enveloped in a terrifying shade of purple-black, a clear indication of poisoning, likely a result of the vines piercing through his body. Since the battle in Skypiea, I have gradually uncovered the capabilities of the vines, capable of infusing them with potent toxins. How do you like this move? Impressive, isn't it? I'm quite exhausted now. I'll leave the rest to you. As I have no combat power left, Maoki lightly landed beside Jiangbei, chuckling as he spoke. At this moment, Maoki had withdrawn from combat, and all the surrounding plants began to fade away as the energy from Maoki's devil fruit was nearly depleted. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Maoki appeared fatigued, his condition quite dire after the intense battle, resembling a lamp running out of oil. Not bad. Not bad. And if I had been careless, I might have been injured as well. Jiangbei nodded, his gaze intently observing Bruno's symptoms. It has been a long time since anyone has forced me to exert myself to this extent. Do not assume that defeating that waste of Bruno guarantees your victory. The disparity between me and him is as vast as heaven and earth. The upcoming battle will conclude swiftly, and I shall make you taste the agony of a fate worse than death. Rob Lucci scoffed, and then suddenly began to grow larger, his suit tearing apart to reveal powerful, muscular forms. His previously fair complexion was now covered in a coat of yellow fur, hair enveloping much of his body, and a tail sprouted from behind him. Though Lucci spoke with bravado, he was acutely aware of the strength possessed by Maoki and Jiangbei, both rivaling that of CP9 members. Even Lucci, with his inflated ego, was compelled to unleash his full power, knowing that this would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. This does not align with the narrative. Jiangbei raised an eyebrow, observing the transformed Rob Lucci with curiosity. Logically, Lucci's character and combat style in the storyline would progress incrementally. He would not commence with his strongest form right away. This seemed illogical. After all, in the original story, Luffy had once been defeated by Lucci in a single blow, yet Lucci had not anticipated Luffy's rapid growth. This was not arrogance. Rather, it was Lucci's understanding of the necessity of going all out against formidable adversaries. Indeed, this is Lucci's ultimate form. Califa and Kaku exclaimed in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Lucci would regard them with such seriousness. Immediately resorting to his most powerful transformation, it was noteworthy that even when Lucci trained against other CP9 members, he rarely employed this ultimate form to effortlessly defeat them. Shave. 6 Styles Secret. 6 King Pistol. In an instant, Rob Lucci flashed to Jiangbei's front, his fists drawn back in a bow-like stance. This was the pinnacle of the six styles, a technique only mastered by Lucci, attainable only by those who have perfected the six styles to their utmost limit. It concentrated power and released it in a crashing form, possessing destructive force comparable to the shockwave of the Sky Island. This move was a signature technique of Rob Lucci, one that Jiang Bei had yet to master. Seriously? He is starting with his ultimate move. Jiang Bei raised his hand, preparing to unleash a layer of lightning shield to intercept the strike. However, just as the attack was about to land on Jiang Bei, Lucci's tail suddenly ensnared Maoki, swiftly transferring Lucci's form onto Maoki. Boom! Maoki had no time to react, as he was utterly depleted. Lacking the strength to counter this assault in a mere moment, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Blood gushing from his orifices, lying on the ground like a bloodied figure, oblivious to life or death. Maoki! Jiang Bei instantly flashed 100 meters away, lifting Maoki's body with a sigh of relief, for Maoki had not yet drawn his last breath. However, his injuries were grievous, blood pouring from every part of him. Without timely medical attention, he would surely succumb to excessive blood loss. Upon this realization, Jiang Bei's face paled. It was his previous carelessness that had led to Maoki's current state. As he understood Lucci well enough to know that such an arrogant individual would not stoop to ambush someone already incapacitated, Jiang Bei had failed to protect Maoki. How incredibly powerful! Robin stood stunned, awestruck by Lucci's overwhelming presence. Momentarily frozen in place, witnessing the aftermath of Lucci's strike on Maoki caused Robin's previously resolute heart to waver. Could Jiang Bei possibly withstand Lucci's might? Trust me just this once. Quickly, Jiang Bei urged, observing Robin's dazed expression. Managing a wry smile, Robin bit her lip, an inexplicable surge of courage rising within her. Suddenly, many hands sprouted from beneath Maoki, lifting him and tossing him onto the ship, where additional hands reached out to catch him. Robin then leapt onto the ship, while Nami rushed out, and the two worked together to administer first aid to Maoki. Victory belongs to the conqueror. I care not for the process. The victor is the one who embodies justice. Rob Lucci remarked dismissively. Chapter 107. Absolute overwhelming power now. It is my turn to strike. It has been far too long since I have felt such anger. Jiang Bei's gaze grew increasingly frigid, his deep black eyes casting an unsettling aura over the CP9 members in the dark of night. You are merely one person, while we are three. Let us engage him, Kaku, Khalifa. Dispatch him with utmost speed. Rob Lucci, wary of Jiang Bei's capabilities, having learned of his victory over one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile understood, through years of experience, the necessity of recognizing the threat level of his opponent. This was a testament to his wisdom, akin to his Zoan-type cat fruit. Leopard form, he resembled a powerful and astute leopard in the night. Shave, finger pistol, Kaku and Khalifa surged forward from either side, launching an assault on Jiang Bei. Shave .6 King pistol, Rob Lucci darted through the center, encircling Jiang Bei in an instant. Lucci, aware of the impending danger, unleashed his ultimate technique, for he knew that within this encirclement, Jiang Bei could not escape. Should Jiang Bei be struck by the 6 King pistol, he would either die or be gravely wounded. Jiang Bei crossed his arms over his chest, standing resolutely without flinching or evading. This peculiar behavior caused Lucci to suspect that Jiang Bei had either become arrogant or had already relinquished his will to resist, filling him with elation, and he applied even greater force. Bang! The trio's fierce assault sent dust swirling into the air, obscuring the situation from an outside perspective. As the dust settled, Jiang Bei's previously battered form began to restore itself amidst the swirling sand, emerging unscathed. What? How can this be? The CP9 trio stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished. Rob Lucci was the first to regain his composure, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the sand surrounding Jiang Bei, slowly articulating, "Is this the power of a natural-type devil fruit? If I am not mistaken, this resembles the abilities of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, and his sand fruit. How did you acquire Crocodile's devil fruit powers? This defies logic." Rob Lucci's heart surged with turmoil, as his knowledge of the situation did not encompass this development. The terrifying nature of natural-type devil fruit abilities was well known. The power to transform into elements rendered many helpless against it. Dead men do not require too much knowledge. Jiang Bei had grown weary of their banter, having endured their attack merely to allow them to experience the transition from heaven to hell, from astonishment to despair. Sandstorm. This entire region is engulfed in sand, making it the optimal place to utilize the powers of the sand fruit. The ground begins to tremble, and towering clouds of dust rise into the air, instantly engulfing the three members of CP9. Even someone of Rob Lucci's caliber cannot withstand this force, let alone Khalifa and Kaku, who have yet to acquire the abilities of a devil fruit and can only struggle desperately against their fate. Within mere seconds, the trio is consumed by the sand, leaving only their heads exposed for breath, while their limbs and bodies are completely buried. The sandstorm serves as a funeral. Observing their plight, Jiang Bei raises his right hand, clenching his fist towards Rob Lucci, manipulating the sand. What initially appeared to be soft and powerless suddenly hardens with the strength of diamonds, releasing an astonishing force through sheer compression. With a scream of agony from Rob Lucci, his limbs are gruesomely shattered under the tremendous pressure of the sand. As the grains disperse, Lucci lies gravely injured and unconscious, reverting to his human form. Lucci. Upon the sand's retreat, Khalifa and Kaku manage to free themselves and rush to Lucci's side to assess his injuries. Kaku and Khalifa sustain only minor wounds, as Jiang Bei's wrath was primarily directed at Rob Lucci's ambush. He scarcely considers Kaku and Khalifa, viewing them as too feeble to warrant his attention. To think that even Lucci is no match for you. Khalifa, quickly take Lucci away. He is still alive, I will hold him off. Our strength disparity is too great. I am prepared. Come on. Kaku takes a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision, spreading his arms to shield Lucci, appearing ready to face death. No. We can't escape. Khalifa's gaze is vacant, sitting helplessly on the ground, feeling as though she has already tasted death in that fleeting moment. Suffocated by the sand, is this the power of nature? It is overwhelmingly strong, leaving no room for resistance. She speaks the truth. If I wished, none of you would escape. Jiang Bei coldly regards the two, advancing slowly towards them, while Kaku remains paralyzed with fear, drenched in sweat. Were it not for your foolish actions, I would not have needed to inflict such severe injuries upon him. I could have even allowed you to leave unscathed. For in my eyes, your strength is negligible. Jiang Bei's expression is indifferent, his tone frigid, with his black, profound eyes betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. But rest assured, I will not allow him to die so easily. Jiang Bei suddenly smiles, a seemingly tranquil smile that sends chills down the spine. With a swift motion, he uses blades of sand to sever Rob Lucci's hands, sealing the wounds with sand to prevent excessive blood loss. Lucci has lost consciousness, unable even to feel pain. You actually, Khalifa and Kaku exclaim in shock. Since the Six Kings gun is his ultimate technique, and he just ambushed with it, let him be unable to use it for the rest of his life. This shall be his punishment. Jiang Bei sneers, speaking casually. In that instant, Rob Lucci transforms from a genius destined for greatness into an ordinary man, perhaps merely a slightly stronger disabled person. Chapter 108. Kaku and Khalifa join Khalifa. We must leave. Kaku grits his teeth and hoists Rob Lucci, preparing to use the moonwalk to escape. Can CP9 still continue to exist? Khalifa seems profoundly shaken, sitting dazedly on the ground, unsure of what to do. If Spandam learns of this, it will mean your mission has failed. He will not let you off easily. Let me guess, he will surely attribute the failure to you, CP9, and indeed, it is your fault. Jiang Bei chuckles coldly, fully aware of the narrative, knowing that CP9's commander Spandam is a useless figure who, relying on his father's connections within the Navy, wrongfully blamed CP9, leading to the disbandment and pursuit of its members. However, now you have more choices. Jiang Bei brushes off the dust from his clothes, speaking with a sense of ease. What do you mean by that? Kaku halts, questioning with confusion why ship still requires a shipwright. Kaku, you are among the finest. We hold no grievances against each other, and you are merely following orders. Thus, I did not attack you earlier. I hope you will consider abandoning your Navy identity and joining my crew as my partner. I need an exceptional shipwright. Jiang Bei finally reveals his true intentions. Indeed, a pirate crew cannot be without a shipwright, and while Frankie is Jiang Bei's first choice, Jiang Bei is not Luffy and will not forge a deep bond with Frankie. The Frankie family has thrived in Water City for many years. He would not easily relinquish everything for an outsider like Jiang Bei. Do you realize we were raised under the Navy's tutelage? Kaku's head hangs low, his black hat obscuring his face, concealing his expression and inner thoughts. How do you know so much about us, CP9? Khalifa, feeling a mix of reluctance, poses the most crucial question, perplexed by how this individual seems to know their every thought. Because I was once a member of the Navy, Zhangbei responds, a hint of resignation evident in his voice, revealing his identity. All right, I will go with you. Kaku suddenly lifts his head, having made his decision. He realizes he is uncertain of the significance of remaining in the Navy, merely executing tasks. Upon hearing Zhangbei was once a Navy member who has now defected to become a pirate, Kaku wonders if he too could achieve freedom in this manner. Kaku.u. Khalifa cannot believe that Kaku has agreed to Zhangbei so readily. Being an emotional person, she has spent years with CP9 members. It is impossible for her to claim there are no feelings involved. After all, Lucci is their leader, and it is unreasonable for Khalifa to have no resentment towards Zhangbei, especially after the brutal treatment Lucci just endured. He speaks the truth. Do you not understand, Spandam? He is a despicable man. We have hidden in Water City for years for that mission. If it fails, the consequences would be dire. Kaku contemplates for a moment before speaking softly. Khalifa, I also welcome your joining. Even if you become pirates alongside me, I have absolute confidence that I will prevent you from ever being captured by the world government. My strength is sufficient. Follow me and gain your freedom, no longer confined to this Water City, executing tedious undercover tasks. Zhangbei pauses before continuing. You sought the design of the ancient weapon Pluton, did you not? For such an elusive goal. You have spent years undercover. Whether it exists or not is uncertain. Even if it does, it is not yours to possess. Should you obtain it, it would ultimately belong to the world government. Once you have been used, you will be discarded. Your value will cease to exist. The world government is far darker than you imagine. He truly knows everything. Khalifa lets out a bitter laugh, addressing Kaku. The world is vast. Do you not wish to explore it? Being a pirate does not necessarily mean becoming a ruthless criminal. It is merely about pursuing the freedom of the heart and the call of the SEA. At this moment, Zhangbei also expresses his innermost thoughts. Perhaps this embodies the true spirit of a pirate king. Come on, Khalifa. Zhangbei smiles, extending a hand to help Khalifa, who remains seated on the ground, as Khalifa raises her head to gaze at Zhangbei's face. The proximity allows her to see clearly. Zhangbei realizes that since acquiring the Rumble fruit, his entire demeanor has undergone a profound transformation. Not only has his stature become taller and more imposing, but even his personality has shifted. Perhaps influenced by Enel, each time he utilizes the Rumble fruit, he feels as if he is the deity of the world, capable of controlling everything. After all, the power of lightning is undeniably proud. Bordering on invincibility, such an aura can indeed influence a person's character, mindset, and state of being to a considerable extent. Very well, you have successfully persuaded me I can join you. But what about Bruno and Lucci? Are we to abandon them here? Khalifa hesitates, feeling a pang of guilt as she inquires. It is simple. You may choose to have me kill them, or you can take them to find the best doctor in town. If time permits, there is still hope. After all, I have no medic aboard my ship. Zhangbei raises an eyebrow, his tone casual. Chapter 109. The Trap. Khalifa. Take them to find a doctor. Kaku's mood has calmed significantly. Recognizing this may be the last task they perform as CP9. While it may feel somewhat forced, for her, who has been an undercover agent for many years, it might not be entirely unfavorable. After all, she has spent so many years in the Navy without ever truly experiencing her own life. Always toiling away for the Navy, I believe I have made an exceedingly correct decision. The sea breeze tousled Robin's hair as she gently brushed aside a few strands of her dark locks and spoke softly. Oh, what is it? Zhangbei leaned in, a cheerful smile on his face. It is to entrust my life to you. Robin gazed at Zhangbei, suddenly breaking into a joyful smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. All right, don't be so dramatic. We are partners, and no matter what dangers we face, I will protect you. Rest assured, no one will harm you again. Zhangbei wiped the tears from Robin's face, offering comforting words. Hey, not to be a killjoy, but I'm on the verge of death here. Dio, you have no humanity left. Still indulging in romantic banter. Mauji, having just finished bandaging his wounds and waking up to this scene, wore a face full of exasperation. Hey, don't move. The bandages were hard to put on. Nami angrily waved her small fist, causing Mauji to fall silent and obediently lie still. In the dead of night at the headquarters of Carrera Corporation, in the Iceberg office, Jiangbei addressed the mayor. "Good evening, Mayor Iceberg. I am the visitor you met during the day. I wonder if you remember me?" Jiangbei looked at Iceberg, who was seated behind his desk, and continued. "While I am unsure how you managed to gain entry, since you are here, it must be for a purpose. Speak your mind. If it concerns that matter, I can only say I know nothing." Iceberg snorted coldly, offering Jiangbei no kindness, evidently perceiving him as yet another individual seeking the ancient weapon design of the Pluton. "That is not the case. I merely have a request, and that is for a design blueprint of an ancient ship. One that appears to possess considerable power, and that will suffice." Jiangbei shook his head, speaking in a measured tone. "Why should I provide you with that?" Iceberg remained unperturbed, viewing Jiangbei as an enigma whose intentions he could not discern. "Let us engage in a fair exchange. I can inform you that several of the top shipwrights in your Carrera Corporation are undercover agents sent by the Navy. Their mission is to obtain the design of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Would you not wish to know who the infiltrators are?" Jiangbei remained calm, knowing that his visit to Iceberg was an unplanned endeavor. "The outcome still uncertain. I had suspected as much, but I did not know who they were." "Fine, wait here." Iceberg fetched an ancient design blueprint from his safe, handing it to Jiangbei. "This is a design that has become somewhat illegible over the years, but without a doubt, it is a blueprint for a powerful vessel from the past." Upon receiving the design, Jiangbei recounted the entire backstory, then departed, leaving Iceberg in a state of bewilderment. "Good morning, you have not disappointed me." Jiangbei stretched languidly, speaking in a relaxed manner. "The issue with the ship has been resolved. I have already commissioned Frankie to build it. If you have the time, you may visit him and oversee the work." Jiangbei smiled lightly. "Next, you should head to Judicial Island and deliver this to Spandam." Jiangbei suddenly produced a piece of parchment and handed it to Kaku. "This, could it be, the design of the ancient weapon Pluton?" Kaku and Khalifa exclaimed, astonished. "Of course not. It is merely a replica." Jiangbei chuckled, revealing a mischievous grin. "Then what do you want us to deliver it for?" Kaku and Khalifa remained perplexed, utterly baffled. "Isn't this courting disaster?" Kaku's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his face. "That is Judicial Island. If we engage in such actions, we'll face dire consequences if discovered." Khalifa echoed his sentiments. "Do not fret. This is merely a ruse. I have my reasons for this plan and would never send you to your demise. You must trust me. If I truly wished for your downfall, I would not waste words, but rather eliminate you swiftly." Jiangbei felt a twinge of frustration, but he could not delve into extensive explanations. It was only natural for them to be unable to comprehend. After all, only he could foresee the potential events that lay ahead. "So what exactly is this plan?" Kaku and Khalifa remained in a state of confusion, their faces reflecting their bewilderment. Chapter 110. Two Devil Fruits. Jiangbei paused momentarily before continuing. "This design, even if Spandam were to see it, that fool would not comprehend it. He would need to consult an expert for assessment, which requires time. Given its worn condition, it will take at least 3 to 5 days to ascertain its authenticity. Even if they discover it to be a fake, you can claim it was confirmed by Iceberg, as you would have no way of knowing its legitimacy. How many people can truly discern its authenticity? Right? I call this tactic the cat swapping the prince." Jiangbei elaborated on the myriad challenges they would encounter on Judicial Island, resolving most of their concerns. Although Kaku and Khalifa did not understand the meaning of the cat swapping the prince, Jiangbei's demeanor exuded confidence and meticulous preparation, devoid of any apparent malice. They exchanged glances and shared a wry smile, ultimately choosing to proceed as Jiangbei suggested. Upon Khalifa relaying this information to Spandam, he could hardly contain his excitement, practically itching to visit Water City himself. They ultimately secured tickets for the sea train, scheduled for the evening, and would soon arrive at Judicial Island aboard the swift vessel. A leisurely day passed quickly, and with some spare time, Kaku joined Jiangbei in visiting Frankie. Kaku was astonished by Frankie's craftsmanship. The man he initially perceived as a mere ruffian turned out to possess remarkable shipbuilding skills. Frankie, not one to harbor grudges, set aside his past grievances with Carrera Corporation upon learning of Kaku's affiliation. Engaging in friendly discussions about shipbuilding techniques, Kaku, being a top-tier shipwright himself, relished the opportunity to participate in the construction of such a fine vessel. As night fell, Kaku and Khalifa boarded the sea train. Arriving at Judicial Island in the dead of night, the CP9 office on Judicial Island. Spandam awaited them in a grand hall, where other CP9 members lounged on sofas. Ah, it's you too. Long time no see. Gabra, one of the CP9 members and notoriously arrogant, greeted them. The rest of the CP9 members remained relatively stoic. Where is it? Spandam hurried over, extending his hand in inquiry. Here, Kaku produced the counterfeit Pluton design and handed it to Spandam. Although Kaku maintained a stoic expression internally, he was torn between anxiety and fear. If discovered, escape would be impossible. Excellent. Such an ancient blueprint must be the one. I will submit this to the Navy headquarters immediately. This time, I, Spandam of CP9, will surely be promoted, Spandam exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced with glee, clutching the parchment. Seeing this, Kaku and Khalifa exhaled in relief. Khalifa, stifling a laugh at Spandam's antics, gently covered her mouth with her hand to conceal her amusement. Naturally, your rewards are well-deserved. I have prepared a grand gift for your successful endeavor. Spandam's face morphed into a peculiar smile that sent shivers down the spines of those present. As he presented two oddly colored fruits to Kaku and Khalifa. Their expressions shifted to one of profound astonishment. Indeed, these are two devil fruits, as a reward for your successful mission, Spandam said with a sinister grin. Khalifa held a round, purple fruit adorned with concentric circles, while Kaku grasped a banana-shaped, red fruit. Gabra recoiled at the sight of the devil fruits, convinced that having already consumed one, he could never touch another without risking explosion. The other members mocked him from a distance, teasing his cowardice while expressing curiosity about the abilities hidden within the two fruits. What kind of devil lies within these, and what powers might they bestow? I have no idea. It is a gamble. Spandam continued, but I must say, the taste is truly unbearable. As the two took their first bites, their faces contorted in agony, reflecting their distaste. This flavor is revolting, Khalifa murmured, her head lowered. Kaku, too, struggled to breathe, gasping for air as if the very atmosphere tasted sweet after consuming the fruit. Upon hearing this, Kaku and Khalifa could no longer afford to dwell on the excruciating pain of consuming the devil fruit. They immediately rose to their feet and made their way outside.